Your husband, my master, has passed away. Before the young master comes of age, the master's divine legacy shall be entrusted to your care. Withdrawing her hands from the basin of water, Mi Bayue delicately dried them with a nearby handkerchief before applying a homemade moisturizer from a small compartment, ensuring to cover every nook and cranny. Her hands, akin to those of a premier physician, were as vital as those of a master musician. The surgical instruments she wielded had been custom crafted by the esteemed Mr. Liu. After a moment of silence from the steward, Mi Bayue turned her gaze towards him. Naturally, Mi Bayue favored the idea of saving money, stating, "Then we shall forego it. Those funds are earmarked for sending Feixue to private tutoring." Speaking of Feixue, Mi Bayue recalled to inquire of the steward, "Has Feixue eaten well today?" The steward replied, "She has finished her meal and is now practicing calligraphy in the study." From the wide sleeve of her garment, Mi Bayue retrieved a paper-wrapped candied fruit and handed it to the steward, saying, "Take this to Feixue and remind her not to consume it all at once." Upon accepting it, the steward presented a small wooden box he had been holding, saying, "This is the master's divine legacy." "Very well," Mi Bayue responded with a calm demeanor. "I shall safeguard it until Feixue reaches adulthood." Regarding the husband she had never met since her arrival 6 months prior, Mi Bayue felt no emotional attachment and had no desire to feign sentiment before the steward. The relics of her so-called husband might contain garments prone to mildew or perhaps funds left behind for the sake of a widow and her child to sustain their lives. Mi Bayue approached and opened the box, yet found neither garments nor treasures within. What lay inside was immediately apparent: a book, a bronze mask, and a token. She first extracted the token, which seemed most likely to signify identity, only to discover it bore incomprehensible inscriptions, thus extinguishing any hope of discerning her identity. Next, she examined the bronze mask, which appeared substantial but felt surprisingly light in her hands, suggesting it was poorly crafted, perhaps merely coated with a layer of cheap paint rather than being genuine bronze. Finally, there was a booklet devoid of title, which might very well be a last will. Should it contain any information about the deceased's life, it would not be entirely without merit. However, as her fingers grazed the cover, the book instantaneously melded into her palm and vanished. In that moment, a dazzling vision enveloped her, flooding her mind with torrents of information, as if she were witnessing a prolonged cinematic narrative deep within her consciousness. The tale unfolded a grim tableau of human folly and bizarre occurrences, revealing that many years hence, the gates of the underworld would swing wide, allowing malevolent energies to corrode the realm of the living. From that moment forth, sentient beings would suffer grievously, and the netherworld would overflow with souls as phantoms roamed the night. This harrowing scene was recounted from the perspective of a young girl, and the narrative was suffused with the theme that when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon an individual, it must first temper their will, strain their muscles, starve their body, and leave them impoverished, disrupting their pursuits. The protagonist, a girl, endured unbearable torment throughout her life, with betrayal and treachery as her daily companions' hopes spiraled into despair in a relentless cycle. Burdened and solitary, she ultimately sacrificed herself, willingly plunging into the gates of the underworld, thus achieving her goal of salvation for others. She traversed through 6 months, and what emerged was not the savior of this tale, but rather the savior's mother, who was sacrificed to the heavens at the very beginning of the story. With her palm outstretched before her, a book materialized at her behest. The previously nameless tome now bore the inscription Book of Good and Evil. Splendid. The butler's prior references to terms like fallen, divine relic, divine body, and sacrifice to the heavens have been dismissed by Mi Bayue as mere customs of this world or expressions of the servants' deference to their masters. Only now did she comprehend that her husband, who had never made an appearance, was indeed a genuine deity, while the butler, responsible for overseeing everything in the ancestral home, was in fact the spirit of the residence itself. Even the maid and the cook she had previously encountered were merely facades of this entity. No wonder, she realized, that in the span of 6 months, she had never seen these individuals venture outside the manor, leaving her, a newcomer, to procure everything on her own. It turned out the spirit of the house could not leave its own domain. Gazing at the book of good and evil for a moment, Mi Bayue made a resolute decision. She turned and concealed the surgical knife from her toolkit within her sleeve as she exited the door. With her parents sacrificed to the heavens, and her child sunk into the depths of the underworld, one could say they were a family united in their entirety. As for the task of salvation, let those who desire it undertake it. Mi Bayue harbored no noble sentiments of sacrificing for love, nor did she intend to let Mi Feixue take on such a burden. Mi Feixue was the name she had chosen for the original daughter's persona, inspired by the sight of a frail, matchstick-like little girl peeking from behind the door on the day of her arrival. This child bore an uncanny resemblance to her own childhood self in the orphanage, and Mi Bayue knew she could not let go of this child. Having nurtured a cat and a dog for half a year, a bond has undoubtedly formed. One can only imagine the depth of affection for a child. The little one, merely 4 or 5 years of age, appears fragile, with pale skin lacking in vitality. His hair barely grazes his shoulders, and his large, expressive eyes stand out on his small face, dark, oversized pupils devoid of any spark. As Mi Bayue stepped outside, she soon spotted Mi Feixue. This was the result of her careful nurturing over the past 6 months. The child, just half a year ago, resembled a small refugee unearthed from a dilapidated kiln. Trailing behind Mi Feixue was a youth who seemed to be around 12 or 13 years old. "Elder sister," he called out to Mi Bayue, his voice clear and smooth like the gentle fall of rain. He was dressed in elegant attire, yet blood stained his legs. With a handsome visage, his lips were red and his teeth white. Mi Bayue approached the youth, crouching before him. "Let me examine your wound," she offered softly. Under the soothing quality of her voice, the tension in the boy's body began to dissipate, and the wariness hidden deep within his eyes faded away. In a moment of weakness, he collapsed onto the ground, his legs giving way beneath him. A faint, almost imperceptible pain radiated from his wrist, and he turned to inspect it, noticing a small red mark seeping with blood. Tentatively, he clenched his fist, only to realize that both his hands and feet had lost their strength. The boy gazed at Mi Bayue in alarm. Mi Bayue gently wiped her delicate surgical knife with a handkerchief and beckoned Mi Feixue closer, her voice tender. "Come here." Mi Feixue hurriedly approached. Mi Bayue supported her frail shoulders and said, "Darling, let me impart another lesson today. The more handsome a man appears, the more deceitful he may be. Do not be swayed by their words." The child tilted her head and blinked her eyes. Mi Bayue locked eyes with her vacant gaze. After reading the story of the suicide note, she finally comprehended that the child's prolonged silence over the past 6 months was not merely a psychological issue, but also a manifestation of ailments affecting her eyes and mouth. The youth, now lying motionless upon the ground, was destined to be her future heartthrob, a scoundrel who, when offered a modicum of warmth by this unloved savior, would render her utterly devoted, willing to toil tirelessly for him. The original sacrifice made to the heavens was not intended for the savior, but rather to buy precious moments for this scoundrel to escape, ultimately falling victim to those pursuing him. Chapter 2. The little jealous king. The name Mi Bayue is derived from the line "the north wind sweeps through, the white grass bends." And in the 8th month of the barbarian sky, snow begins to fall. The director recounted that in that particular year, 4 abandoned children were taken in, named sequentially as North Wind, White Grass, and Barbarian Sky. When it came to Mi Bayue, she was given the name August. Her surname was to be determined by her future adoptive parents, or if she remained unadopted, she could choose one herself in due time. Mi Bayue selected her own surname, naming the savior Mi Feixue as a natural progression. Half a year ago, in the modern world, Mi Bayue found herself in a vehicle en route to a hospital when a nefarious act was perpetrated against her. The searing blast of the explosion brushed past her eyelids, and in the blink of an eye, she was transported to this unfamiliar ancient realm, assuming the identity of a deranged young girl. Through the housekeeper, she learned that this madcap girl shared her name and had a child of about 4 or 5 years old. Mi Bayue quickly embraced this new reality, considering her unexpected rebirth as a fortunate gain. Upon meeting the original child and discovering that the little one had yet to be named by her parents, due to the housekeeper's fear of invoking misfortune, Mi Bayue took it upon herself to name the child Feixue, affectionately calling her baby. Over the past 6 months, she has endured the hardships of a place called Yangmengxiang, transforming her initial struggles into the means to assemble a set of surgical tools and save enough money for the child's private education. She had successfully navigated the necessary connections and was on the brink of enrolling the child in school. However, the parallel ancient world turned out to be merely an illusion, while the realms of divine and supernatural were undeniably real. As Mi Bayue gently stroked the child's head, her thoughts swirled, prompting her to shatter her previous life plans and swiftly chart a new future. The plump chef, now embodying the spirit of domesticity, emerged at the behest of Mi Bayue, who instructed her to procure a tattered rag to stuff into the mouth of the insolent youth. As the 4 uninvited guests stealthily scaled the wall into the courtyard, Mi Bayue was gently holding the child's small hand, etching large characters into the ground with a wooden stick. She conversed playfully with the child, her voice soft and affectionate. "Do you believe in deities, my dear?" Mi Feixue shook her head, displaying no hesitation, which prompted Mi Bayue to glance over, playfully teasing, "But today, I have become the heir of the gods." Mi Feixue raised her head, gazing intently at her, and then nodded earnestly. So you believe now?" Mi Bayue queried, to which Mi Feixue nodded once more. Mi Bayue chuckled. "Just a moment ago, you didn't believe, did you?" The child pointed at her and inscribed the characters for deity on the ground with the stick. The implication was clear: while you may not believe in gods, if I am one, you do? Mi Feixue nodded again. Mi Bayue, her heart softened by the child's trust, gently pinched her little face and said with a smile, "Every mother is a guardian spirit for her child, which is why I am here, to protect you and ensure your healthy growth." Mi Feixue stared at her, unblinking. As the 4 unexpected visitors entered the courtyard, they were met with the tender exchange between the girl and the child, a stark contrast to the scene of the enraged youth sprawled nearby. This tableau was entirely different from their expectations. The 4 exchanged glances for a brief moment, before Yu, the leader, stepped forward, with the other 3 cautiously following in a triangular formation. "The young lady." Yu's words faltered as he caught sight of Mi Bayue raising her head. Upon first encountering the profile of the girl with her head bowed, a delicate strand of hair framed her refined visage. Her gently arched eyebrows lent an air of ethereal charm. And amidst the eerie ambience of the ancient residence and the unsettling presence of the pallid child beside her, she embodied a strikingly enchanting yet uncanny allure. Yet, when she lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkled with clarity akin to a spring, radiating a brilliance reminiscent of the brightest day. Any trace of her enigmatic charm dissipated. Even the most innocent and gentle souls that you had ever encountered paled in comparison to her purity. "Are you here to find him?" Mi Bayue interjected, seamlessly continuing Yu's unfinished thought. With the matter at hand, Yu steadied himself and affirmed, "Indeed, he has pilfered a treasured artifact from our clan." Despite his seemingly innocent appearance, this youth, though young, possessed a heart as ruthless as they come. To impede our pursuit, he has exploited the goodwill of ordinary folk, and the lives he has cost us number no less than 4. The girl with braided hair sported 2 prominent plaits, the dark, coarse strands contrasting sharply with her delicate features. Mi Bayue then turned her attention to the remaining pair, twin youths who appeared around 15 or 16, yet bore the unmistakable marks of fatigue under their eyes. They fixated on Mi Bayue with an unwavering stare, their pale faces devoid of expression. At that moment, Yu inquired, "What transpired here? Did this boy inflict any harm upon you?" The boy on the ground revealed a malevolent expression, his breath carrying the stench of grease, as he longed to unleash a torrent of curses, questioning how one could be so blind as to regard that wicked girl as a victim. Mi Bayue caressed the hair of the child in her arms, recognizing that he had attempted to elicit her sympathy through deception. The girl with braids pressed further. "How did you see through it?" "Ben Lu," Yuhu replied. The braided girl shrugged. "I was merely curious." Mi Bayue echoed the words she had recently shared with Mi Feixue, asserting that the more attractive a man, the more deceitful he tends to be. This also applies to handsome young boys. Yuhu remained silent. Ben Lu widened his eyes and quickly glanced at the twins, one of whom shook his head. Their subtle gestures did not escape Mi Bayue's keen observation, yet she chose not to expose them. She smiled gently at Yuhu, indicating that, from his earlier remarks, the individual in question was not merely a thief but also a fugitive wanted for at least 4 homicides. It wasn't that it would require considerable effort to capture him, but rather that he was virtually elusive. Mi Bayue mentally revisited the script she had perused, her demeanor softening further in the presence of these 4 mortal enemies from the original narrative. "No need for thanks, as long as the payment is adequate," she remarked. "What?" Yuhu thought he had misheard. Mi Bayue clarified. "The reward for assisting in the capture of a fugitive." Yuhu was taken aback. Ben Lu's eyes widened once more, and the previously expressionless twins began to contort their faces at the mention of money. Mi Bayue pretended not to notice their reaction, as she was steadfast in her principles. "Moreover, if you are earnest, treasures are surely precious items." Ben Lu hurriedly interjected, No, the treasure isn't that heavy nor particularly valuable." "Oh." Mi Bayue feigned ignorance of her attempt to mitigate the situation. Yuhu appeared awkward, pondering that once they apprehended this fellow, the girl's reward would certainly be duly delivered. The twins nodded repeatedly, their expressions almost screaming hurry and flee. Yuhu quietly glanced at Mi Bayue, observing her composed demeanor and the gentle smile gracing her rosy lips, which evoked a feeling akin to a refreshing spring breeze. A sense of relief washed over him, mingled with a tinge of embarrassment. "Ahem. I see that the hour is quite late. Perhaps it would be prudent to stay the night and depart in the morning." Ben Lu, ever straightforward, inquired, "Does staying the night require payment?" Mi Bayue smiled and nodded slightly, causing Ben Lu's expression to turn somber. Mi Bayue then shifted her discourse. "As it happens, I too intend to venture into the city tomorrow. It is truly unsafe for a lone woman, akin to an orphan and a widow, to travel alone. I thought it best to accompany you and consider it as a shared expense for the lodging." Ben Lu's eyes darted around, dismissing the oddly phrased orphan and widow description from her. She mused that this arrangement was indeed advantageous. Mi Bayue pointed to the young man on the ground. "I am unaware of the treasures you speak of. However, if it is indeed of great value, he likely would not carry it casually. It would be wise to conduct a thorough assessment early on to prevent any unforeseen complications." "Indeed, the young lady speaks wisely," Yuhu, reminded by her words, bowed in gratitude towards Mi Bayue. She then turned and called out, "Steward." A gray-haired old steward appeared silently. Mi Bayue instructed, "Please arrange accommodations for our 4 guests." The steward complied, motioning for Yuhu and his companions to follow him. Yuhu effortlessly lifted the youth from the ground, as though he were merely a feather. The boy's limbs hung limply, his eyes filled with a rare malice for one so young, his gaze like a blade, piercing through Mi Bayue's face. Mi Bayue lightly met his gaze and addressed Yuhu and his companions. "I am a physician. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." The 4 men, including Yuhu, exhibited little reaction to her words, yet the youth recalled the delicate blade and the intangible technique that cuts through sinew, causing his gaze to flicker intensely. The steward had arranged 3 adjacent rooms for them, one for Yuhu, one for the twins, and one for Ben Lu. After expressing their gratitude and waiting for the steward to depart, the 4 chose not to retreat to their respective chambers, instead congregating in Yuhu's room. Yuhu tossed the youth onto the floor, prompting Ben Lu to inquire of one of the twins, "A bow. What did your head shake signify? Was that woman lying or not?" Lu Jinbao replied, "I cannot hear her heart's voice." Ben Lu's eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, Lu Zhaokai, the twins' elder brother, leaned in attentively. They were dining, and the woman had referred to the child as Feixue, who had never uttered a word and appeared mute. Lu Jinbao interjected, "I cannot discern the heart's voice of that child or the steward." Ben Lu exclaimed, "I told you, There is something peculiar about the people in this room. The more handsome the man, the more deceitful he tends to be. The truth is laid bare. What sort of absurd reasoning is this? Do we not believe our words simply because we do not possess good looks? The three gentlemen present felt subtly implicated by his remarks. Yuhu waved his hand, asserting, "Regardless of their oddities, our immediate priority is to deal with this brat. A Bao, come here for interrogation." Lu Jibao, called upon, obediently stepped forward and removed the foul rag from the youth's mouth, asking, "Where have you concealed the sympathy?" The youth responded with a cold smile, "Guess." Lu Jinbao's expression shifted slightly. Yuhu noticed this and inquired, "What is the matter?" Lu Jinbao remained silent for 2 seconds, his expression a mix of confusion and displeasure. He turned to Yuhu and said, "Boss, I cannot hear his thoughts either." "Something's amiss," Ban Lu exclaimed, tugging at Lu Jinbao's sleeve. "Is today the day of your heart speech?" Lu Jinbao's face flushed, a blend of embarrassment and anger. Yuhu, deep in thought, suddenly spun around and delivered a kick to the boy's abdomen. The boy cried out in pain. Lu Jinbao shouted, "I heard it for a moment, but now it's gone." He used empathy to transfer his thoughts. "Damn it," Yuhu cursed. Ban Lu scoffed, "Then let's see how long he can maintain that empathy. This residence serves as the body of the spirit within. Everything occurring inside eludes neither its ears nor its eyes." Hearing only Yuhu and the others pressuring the boy named Wen Qingyu with fists and kicks, Mi Bayue permitted the spirit to cease its actions. As her sleeve was tugged, Mi Bayue turned to meet a pair of large, vacant eyes. "Have you eaten?" Feixue nodded, pulling her sleeve as she rose from the chair. Mi Bayue did not inquire about their destination, but as they passed the spirit, she instructed, "Please deliver a dinner to our guest. It matters not the quality, just that the sentiment is conveyed." The spirit blinked in acknowledgement. The sky darkened, with the moon concealed behind clouds. Feixue led her to a corner of the courtyard, where a half-dead, stunted tree stood. With one hand, Feixue reached into the trunk of the tree, which appeared devoid of holes, and retrieved an object, promptly handing it to Mi Bayue. This is a bronze statue measuring less than 3 centimeters, depicting a small child with 2 faces, one facing forward and the other backward. The front face bears a grin that is strangely sinister, while the rear face is contorted in a sorrowful cry, embodying a paradox where laughter resembles weeping and vice versa. Staring at it for an extended period, one might almost hear the faint echoes of a child's laughter or cries, sharp and high-pitched or soft and muffled. It seems that the child possesses a unique constitution, an innate ability, yet over the past 6 months, no supernatural events have transpired before her eyes, leaving her unaware of her own potential. Feixue nodded in acknowledgement. Mi Bayue, smiling, took the statue into her hands. The moment the bronze figure touched her palm, the air erupted with a piercing wail of an infant. Feixue's shoulders jolted, her already large eyes widening in astonishment. "Do not be afraid," Mi Bayue comforted, gently squeezing her hand. Yet Feixue continued to gaze intently at the dual-faced bronze statue. Mi Bayue, deep in thought, momentarily released Feixue's hand, her palm open in the air, from which the book of good and evil emerged. On the open pages appeared the inscription, "Curious artifact. Empathy, 1 star, shared sensory experience with a designated target. Including thoughts, my pain is yours, my joy is mine, your joy is mine, but your pain remains solely yours. Empathy is a sensitive little envious creature." Chapter 3. Diary. A force emanated from the open pages of the Book of Good and Evil, drawing the dual-faced bronze statue into its depths. The page describing "Curious artifact. Empathy" now bore an illustration of the two-faced doll as its backdrop. Shortly after their departure, 2 figures arrived at the scene. "Is this it?" one queried. "It should be correct. Only this matches the characteristics." Sharing an affinity with a tree, one might wonder how thoughts can be concealed. What thoughts could a mere tree possess? That fellow is truly cunning. The 2 conversed in hushed tones, their hands working swiftly. After 5 minutes of diligent searching, even the roots were unearthed, yet the desired item remained elusive. How could that be? Were they perhaps deceived? Upon entering, Ban Lu angrily kicked Wen Qingyu. Yuhu inquired, "Where is it?" Ban Lu replied, exasperated, "We found nothing. Akai and I turned over every inch of the ground." Lu Jinbao expressed his astonishment. How is that possible? Presently, two suspicions plagued his mind. One, that the clues he had left were taken by the hidden guards, and the other, regarding the lady of this household. Lu Jinbao paused, contemplating, and concluded that his latter suspicion was more substantial. When Qingyu, displaying a look of disgust, sarcastically remarked to Lu Jinbao, "I bet there are many who dislike you." One must concede, when Qingyu's sharp perception struck at Lu Jinbao's Achilles heel. Ban Lu, infuriated, attempted to kick him again, but was restrained by Yu Hu, who then turned to Lu Zhaokai and asked, "Did you hear anything when you arrived?" Lu Zhaokai replied, "No. Had I heard anything, I would have mentioned it." Just then, a knock echoed on the door. Yu Hu exchanged glances with the others and proceeded to open it. The maid, bearing a food box, announced, "Madam has instructed me to prepare dinner for you, esteemed guests." Yu Hu responded, "Thank you." As he accepted the food box, his eyes glimmered. Ben Lu called out, "Is there a charge for this?" Yu Hu replied, "Oh, no need for that. No need." Ben Lu quickly reassured him. The maidservant version of the spirit retreated. Yu Hu closed the door and placed the food box onto the table. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere that enveloped this household, Ban Lu methodically opened the layers of the food box, allowing the fragrant aroma of the dishes to waft through the room, stirring the appetites of those who had fasted throughout the day. The gazes of several individuals instinctively turned towards the enticing spread. Ben Lu was the first to take a seat at the table, extracting a small bamboo skewer from her bag. After sampling each dish, she declared to the others, "All is well, we may partake." The twin siblings of Fortune and Prosperity hurriedly took their seats. As Yu Hu settled down, he remarked, "This food box is rather hefty." Yet the maidservant, slender in form, lifted it with apparent ease. Ban Lu took a mouthful of meat and continued, "Did we not sense something amiss before entering? Once we have satisfied our hunger, we shall investigate further. If there truly is something uncanny, we can either confront it or flee." She was met with a playful thump from Yu Hu on her forehead. "Flee? After having our belongings pilfered, how can we indulge in a meal?" Ban Lu muttered, "Whose fault is that? It's not as though we had sufficient manpower." She then called out, "Hey, you two, slow down a bit. Leave some for us." Having finished their meal without clearing the table, the group deliberated and eventually split into two teams to investigate the situation. Suddenly, when Qingyu, who lay motionless on the ground, opened his eyes, he raised his head and bit down on a ring adorning his right hand, extracting the gemstone at its center with his teeth and swallowing it whole. A refreshing surge of spiritual energy ascended from his abdomen, coursing through his body. A glimmer of hope flickered across when Qingyu's face as the energy flowed through the severed meridians of his limbs. However, a searing pain accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh soon followed. When Qingyu twisted his gaze towards his wrist, where a minute wound had transformed into an unsightly charred scar, reminiscent of a brutal burn, the last flicker of hope was shattered, and the boy's eyes turned a furious crimson. Suddenly, the light within the room flickered. When Qingyu glanced at the candlestick on the table, observing the flame dance erratically, pulsating with a life of its own, his heart skipped a beat, for there was no breeze within the confines of the room. A peculiar scent wafted through the air, drawing his attention to the dining table recently occupied by 4 individuals. Upon it lay remnants of their meal, small bones resembling those of a mouse, half a grasshopper, and wriggling maggots intertwined in grotesque disarray. Ugh! Despite when Qingyu's precocious and ruthless nature, he was born into affluence and had never encountered such repulsive fare. The mere thought that these items had recently been consumed sent his stomach churning. Just then, the ground beneath him twisted and turned, as if the very floorboards had betrayed him, sending him crashing down with a sickening thud that left a sizable bump on his fair forehead. After enduring this involuntary dance for several moments, when Qingyu's entire body ached, with a few ribs surely fractured, in his field of vision, the floor ahead suddenly split open, resembling the jagged fangs of a monstrous creature, poised to devour its prey. A foul gust of wind erupted from the abyss, struck by the stench. When Qingyu's face turned pale and a chilling thought crossed his mind, the once cold and unyielding boy, who would not flinch even under duress, screamed in terror, "No!" With that, the candlelight within the room extinguished. On the eaves of the blue-tiled roof, Lu Zhaokai sensed something amiss and turned to glance in the direction from which he had come. His partner, Ben Lu, gestured towards him, inquiring, "What is wrong?" Lu Zhaokai shook his head, indicating his ears and signaling that he must have misheard. Ben Lu rolled her eyes and leaped around a corner, settling above her room. Her glossy, braided hair cascaded down, the fine black strands blending into the night, gracefully extending beneath a patch of green tiles, gently lifting one without a whisper. Ben Lu leaned down to observe. A flickering candle illuminated a small area of the desk, casting light upon the half-visible face of a slender child engrossed in writing. Ben Lu gestured in sign language to Lu Zhaokai, inquiring if there were others present. Lu Zhaokai listened intently, then shook his head, growing weary of gesturing. Ben Lu's floating hair formed letters in the air. "I find this child most peculiar. Perhaps we should apprehend her first." Lu Zhaokai, lacking decisiveness, was about to nod in agreement when a sudden, piercing wail echoed in his ears, draining the color from his face and clouding his vision. Ben Lu emitted a low, anguished cry, her hair wildly swirling, enveloping half of her face. The candlelight flickered upon the desk as the slender child meticulously penned her diary. The double-faced doll in the air alternated between laughter and accusing cries of "Liar, liar." The faceless woman with long hair swayed, her tresses extending longer and longer. Weeping in despair. What is the large-eared mouse listening to? Does it hear the sounds from outside the room? The laborer, burdened with a heavy stone, struggles under the weight, nearly breaking his back. The ink in the child's pen had grown faint, prompting her to pause and dip it back into the inkwell. Chapter 4. The Divine. A sudden crack echoed from above as tiles shattered. Mi Feixue lifted her head, her eyes vacant, her expression tinged with confusion. The tiles above the eaves remained intact, and the section previously dislodged by the class deer was meticulously repaired, showing no signs of disturbance. Dipping her brush into the ink, Mi Feixue bowed her head once more, pondering. "Ah, yes, the porcelain figurine of the girl holding a heart is on the verge of cracking, After completing the final stroke, Mi Feixue carefully reviewed her work, ensuring there were no misspellings before gently blowing dry the ink and closing her diary. She leaped down from the chair and tucked the closed diary into a designated spot on the bookshelf behind her. A child's face emerged from the bookshelf. "Little master, shall we play a bedtime game?" Mi Feixue shook her head. She raised her hand, indicating with her index finger that she desired a blank book. A book of just the right height for her popped out. Her large, vacant eyes fixated on the pages, though her thoughts had already wandered far away. After a long while, the child pursed her lips and began to write earnestly. Divinity, she turned to the first page, writing each stroke with utmost care. Her soul radiates a warm light. Her body exudes a sweet fragrance. Her voice is gentler than the evening breeze. Her fingers are softer than flowing water. So she is a divine being. August is the deity of Feixue. While studying the Book of Good and Evil, Mi Bayue noticed a sudden flicker of ethereal light emanating from it, causing the pages to turn automatically to the frontispiece. A line of numerical values appeared on the blank page. "Good and evil value," Mi Bayue inquired. "Could you explain this?" Below, the ink-black text appeared and faded. "A negative good and evil value incurs divine retribution." When Mi Bayue probed further, the pages remained unresponsive. In the span of a mere half-day, having witnessed oddities unseen in half a year, Mi Bayue no longer wished to dwell on a single book for too long. As August Mi calculated that it was about time to lull the child to sleep, she opened the door and stepped outside, only to unexpectedly encounter two figures sprawled on the floor in the corridor not far away. "Help, help me," Lu Jinbao cried out desperately upon seeing her, stretching out his hand in a plea for rescue. As August Mi approached, the housekeeper emerged from somewhere, holding a lantern to illuminate her path. There, she beheld Yu lying on the ground in a position reminiscent of being nearly cleaved in half. Under normal circumstances, one would have succumbed to death in such a state, yet beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his eyes rolled beneath their lids, clearly still possessing awareness. Save us, Lu Jinbao murmured instinctively, his eyes rolling back as consciousness began to fade. Kneeling down, August Mi unfastened the fabric of his chest, revealing a pallid area where he had been clutching. She glanced at it and remarked, "I am uncertain of the ailment afflicting you. nor how to provide assistance. Her gentle voice, soothing like the night air, warmed Lu Jinbao's heart, stripping him of all defenses as he replied, "It hurts. My heart feels as if it is splitting." August Mi looked again at the site of his heartache, pondered for a moment, and inquired, "Without instruments, would you mind if I cut it open to examine?" Lu Jinbao, in agony and barely able to comprehend her words, could only see her tender, watery eyes, and foolishly nodded in agreement. The housekeeper, with one arm carrying each of them, moved them away, while August Mi proceeded toward Mi Feishue's residence. Upon arrival, she discovered a girl ensnared by her hair in a state of unconsciousness and a boy repeatedly banging his head against the ground, hands clasped over his ears. After a swift glance, she knocked on Mi Feishue's door. The sound of her hurried footsteps echoed even through the door. The door swung open from within, revealing Mi Feixue, who raised her head to gaze at her. As Mi Bayue observed her already changed pajamas, she gently patted her head and praised her for being obedient. She then said, "You go lie down first. I will attend to a few patients and come back." Mi Feixue tilted her head in curiosity. Mi Bayue explained, "The guests today are unwell." Mi Feixue tugged at her sleeve, her face filled with reluctance. "All right, then we shall visit tomorrow." Mi Bayue smiled indulgently, knowing well that the patients would not perish in the interim. With such affection from Mi Bayue, Mi Feixue felt a rush of shyness and lowered her head. Yet she did not release her hold on her sleeve. "Let us go," Mi Bayue said, intertwining their hands as they entered the room. The child's chamber was simple and pristine, with the most striking feature being the immense bookshelf that occupied half the room, lined with layers of bound books. Most of these volumes had been there from the start, with a few pinned by Mi Feixue herself. The child had a penchant for writing. Mi Bayue had noticed this half a year ago when she found the little one often secluded in her room, spending entire days at the writing desk. As their relationship grew more familiar, Mi Bayue inquired about Mi Feishue's aspirations. The small child, with a look of innocence, replied, "To write books." Mi Bayue praised her as a budding literary talent and began to devise plans to save money and seek connections to enroll her in a private school. Now, however, those plans had been laid but were no longer feasible. Mi Bayue encouraged the child to lie on the bed while she casually selected a book from the shelf. Sensing the child's eager anticipation, they both settled onto the bed, and Mi Bayue opened the book titled Little Lantern. Little Lantern, pure and bright, with two sparkling eyes. Loves to nibble on hair, delights in licking cheeks. Oh, how peculiar, truly peculiar. Mi Bayue read aloud, glancing at the child beside her. "Is this one newly written?" Mi Feixue shyly nodded, her vacant eyes revealing a tremor in her eyelashes that betrayed a flicker of hope deep within her. Mi Bayue praised. "Well written. It has a lovely rhyme." Outside, a lantern hung on the corridor swayed gently before plummeting down, illuminating with a flickering candlelight that cast shadows resembling two pairs of eyes, directly descending upon Ban Lu's head. With a crash, the lantern opened its mouth wide, ensnaring Ban Lu's hair. The flames within mercilessly scorched her locks, exposing her face. Ban Lu thought she had narrowly escaped, only to open her eyes and behold the fierce flames of the lantern. A flicker of fire leaped from the lantern, licking at her cheek. The sweet skin turned a burning red, and tears streamed down her face, leaving her unsure whether they were from pain or fear. Well, help, help. Chapter 5. The Cause of Illness. After sharing breakfast with Mi Feixue, Mi Bayue opened the Book of Good and Evil, turning to the page titled Curse, Empathy. A dual-faced doll, embodying both laughter and tears, floated from the page, its playful side facing Mi Bayue. A soft, infantile voice, laced with wickedness, echoed in her ear. "Hee hee. I desire your affection for her." The curse was of a dark nature, demanding a price for its use. Ordinary individuals seeking to harness it must pay the cost it stipulated. Suddenly, a small paw shot out, seizing the doll's spectral form. Mi Feishue's expression darkened with anger, and she forcefully stuffed the apparition into her mouth. The doll's playful demeanor swiftly transformed into one of sorrow, then terror. Wah! In the fleeting moment before the illusion was to be devoured, Mi Bayue restrained the little paw. A pair of lifeless, wide eyes gazed at her in confusion and helplessness, obediently refraining from stuffing the dual-faced doll's apparition into its mouth. yet holding it tightly. Mi Bayue cast a glance at the fragile illusion, nearly pinched in half. "Darling, do not shove anything filthy into your mouth." She extended her hand towards Mi Feixue, who silently surrendered the dual-faced doll, albeit with a discreet squeeze before handing it over. The empathic dual-faced doll's eyes bulged. I almost met my demise. All these subtle actions did not escape Mi Bayue's notice. After receiving the empathic doll, she gently stroked the child's hair in encouragement, then inquired about the empathic object in her grasp. "Is there a price to pay?" The doll responded with a tearful expression. "Good." Mi Bayue smiled, and the empathic doll felt a surge of healing. Yet, in the next moment, the ominous atmosphere around them thickened. Dense and suffocating malice emanating from the 4 or 5-year-old child at the center. In the darkness, it seemed as if a colossal, unspeakable horror cast a fleeting glance at it. Any slight movement could result in utter dismemberment. The empathic doll became as still as stagnant water, plunging into Mi Bayue's palm with a soft thud. There was no price to pay, nothing dared to demand one. As the eerie object integrated into her being, it was as if the user manual fused into her mind, allowing Mi Bayue to comprehend its usage instantly. She grasped Mi Feixue's small hand and ventured out to test it. Upon stepping outside, Mi Bayue glanced at the sky, a pristine blue, as if washed clean. "Wait." She approached Mi Feixue from behind. Instinctively, Mi Feixue turned to seek her presence, her eyes enveloped in a gentle warmth. She stood frozen, scarcely daring to blink. Warmth and a faint fragrance enveloped her from behind, causing Mi Feixue's petite face to flush with warmth, as if she were embraced by the other person. Mi Bayue remained oblivious to the child's tension before her, as she utilized the empathy to share their visual perceptions. In that moment, Mi Bayue experienced the marvels of this world firsthand. Under the influence of empathy, 2 images overlapped in her vision, allowing her to choose one as the primary perspective while the secondary perspective faded into translucence beneath. Currently, her secondary perspective emanated from Mi Feixue, where a hand radiating a soft, pearlescent glow stood out against the monochromatic landscape of gray. Mi Bayue paused in astonishment. In the child's view, had she always possessed a soft glow effect? She released her hold, and the luminous hand receded from her secondary vision, leaving behind only a world depicted in somber, graphite-like strokes. So this was the realm as seen through Mi Feixue's eyes, bleak gray and endless black. "Let me see through my eyes," Mi Bayue said, tilting her head to inquire gently beside Mi Feixue. "What do you see in the sky? Do you know its color?" Mi Feixue stirred, crouching down to inscribe on the ground with her finger. "Blue." After completing her writing, she glanced anxiously at Mi Bayue. "Clever," Mi Bayue remarked, noticing the words etched in the earth. Mi Feixue shyly curled her fingers, adding, "I've never seen it, but I know it when I see it. Born to know?" Mi Bayue gazed at the child crouched on the ground, penning words. In that moment, they caught glimpses of each other through their respective perspectives. Mi Bayue found herself momentarily entranced by the humanoid luminescent entity in her secondary vision. Had it been the case that for the past 6 months, the persona of Mi Feixue in the world of the Black Society had always radiated an inherent luminescence? Was this a characteristic of her original self? Or did it emerge after she took on that role? If it were the latter, did the child who spied from behind the door during their first encounter discern her true identity? Could this be the reason why Mi Feixue had never called her mother throughout these 6 months? In Mi Bayue's heart, what kind of existence did she truly embody? With a soft smile, Mi Bayue reassured herself, "It's all right. Let us explore elsewhere." Upon reaching the guest room designated for Yuhu, Mi Bayue observed the 4 patients who had endured a night of torment. These individuals were indeed worthy of being those who would offer the Savior's mother as a sacrifice at the outset. They still clung to life despite the harrowing ordeal. Mi Bayue gently released Feixue and then noticed something intriguing. Through the layered vision of Mi Feixue, she perceived a spectral figure atop Yuhu's body, who lay there in a bisected posture. This spectral form depicted a short, stocky figure with a bare upper body, clad only in a tattered cloth at the waist. Possessing a visage of a green-faced, fang-toothed creature, bearing a colossal stone upon his shoulder. He appeared to be bowing under the immense weight, kneeling in submission. A girl named Ban Lu bore the scars of fire upon her hair and face. Her spectral form presented a head devoid of features. with hair wildly cascading and tangling downwards, measuring no less than 3 meters in length. Her face bore similar burn marks as Ban Lu, tears streaming down, drip by drip. Among them were twins with panda-like eyes. One of them was a slender figure resembling a mouse with sharp features, large ears, rolling about on the ground. The other held a ceramic statue of a girl cradling a heart, the surface of which was marred by a network of fine cracks. Mi Bayue recalled a poignant remark made by one of the twins last night, a heart-wrenching pain, as if her heart were about to shatter. She glanced again through Mi Feixue's perspective at the cracked, heart-shaped ceramic girl. Indeed, it seemed on the verge of breaking apart. Beside her, Mi Feixue tilted her head, her vacant gaze revealing no discernible emotion. Yet, Mi Bayue sensed her curiosity. Did a person appear beautiful when adorned with colors? Mi Feixue shook her head, then nodded at her. They are not beautiful. You are beautiful. Understanding the sentiment she wished to convey, Mi Bayue smiled and said, "Thanks to you, my dear. I believe I have disowned the root of their affliction." Mi Feixue shyly curled her fingers. Mi Bayue proposed, "I shall attempt to heal them. Would you like to observe here, or would you prefer to play?" Mi Feixue pointed at her. "Very well, then you shall assist me." Mi Bayue chuckled. Upon hearing that she could lend a hand, Mi Feixue's small face was filled with earnestness. "Do not be anxious. Even if we cannot save them, it is all right. We shall simply try." Mi Bayue pinched her serious little face, glanced again at the cracked ceramic girl, and said, "Come, let us go outside and gather some mud." As they stepped out, the ever-present house spirit butler brought a container and stood behind them. Mi Bayue and Mi Feixue each scooped some soil into it. Mi Bayue observed it and noted it was somewhat dry. Mi Feixue dashed outside and returned shortly, cradling a bowl of water. Mi Bayue praised her. "You are truly remarkable." She instructed Mi Feixue to pour the water into the soil, then handed her a stick to stir the mixture. Watching the child diligently mix the mud with the wooden stick filled Mi Bayue with satisfaction. A childhood devoid of playing in the mud is indeed incomplete, for pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon them. In truth, the 4 individuals, Yu Hu and his companions, had not lost consciousness. They had been aware of Mi Bayue and her companion's arrival from the moment they stepped through the door, and they had overheard their conversation distinctly. However, witnessing a 4- or 5-year-old child entering with a small bowl, which indeed contained a mixture of thin mud rather than any form of medication, left their expressions utterly incredulous. Mi Bayue consistently treated her patients with a gentle warmth akin to spring breezes, maintaining the most appropriate professional smile regardless of whether her patients were cursing, crying, or spiraling into madness. Approaching Lu Jinbao, Mi Bayue crouched down to extend her hand towards the porcelain girl holding the heart. What she encountered was the body of a twin boy. The preliminary test had failed. Mi Bayue remarked, "Darling, why don't you give it a try?" Mi Feixue, reminiscent of her previous encounter with sympathy, reached out decisively. The porcelain girl's smiling visage contorted into a twisted expression of terror, her face clearly conveying, "I'm scared. Don't come closer." Mi Feixue pursed her lips, displeased that she could not immediately procure what Bayue desired. In her frustration, something flickered within her vacant eyes. With a crack, several shards of porcelain fell from the heart-holding girl. Lu Jinbao let out a blood-curdling scream, spewing a copious amount of blood from his mouth. In the frothy blood upon the ground, remnants of flesh could still be discerned. His complexion visibly shriveled, transforming into a visage of impending mortality. Habitually, Mi Bayue reached for her pocket notebook to record the experiment's findings, only to find it empty. She recalled that she was not wearing her usual professional attire and had not brought the notebook along. Meanwhile, Mi Feixue continued to grapple with the porcelain girl, resolutely determined to extract the desired object this time. Crack, crack. The porcelain shards of the ceramic girl scattered on the ground, while her watercolor visage was marred by tears. As if she foresaw the despair of an impending doom, Lu Jinbao fared no better, retching blood repeatedly. The other 3 remained oblivious to the specifics of the situation. They merely perceived a child reaching out with a hand mere centimeters from Lu Jinbao, yet were gripped by the terror conveyed through their binding artifacts, their bodies convulsing as if afflicted by epilepsy. Chapter 6. A Heart for You. As Lu Jinbao's pain rendered his thoughts nearly numb, foreseeing his own demise. A gentle voice resonated, akin to celestial music. In that moment, his suffering ceased. From the depths of his soul, he heard the sorrowful weeping of a girl, miraculously finding solace amidst despair. That was the voice of his artifact, Heart's Whisper, a sound he had never encountered before. Upon donning the mask, Mi Bayue extended her hand to manifest the Book of Good and Evil, directly thrusting two divine relics into its pages. Indeed, they were absorbed. The Book of Good and Evil now contained 2 additional pages. Nocturnal Phantom Play, Divine Artifact. All things in the world bear a price, and the divine is no exception. Are you prepared? By donning the mask, you shall transform into the soul spirit capable of traversing the mortal realm, gaining the powers of the spirit, tasked with governing the uncanny and upholding righteousness. A friendly reminder, do not lightly indulge in the passions of the mortal world. For misjudging good and evil due to emotions will lead to unimaginable suffering. The artifact possesses a spirit. Please refrain from wielding it without authorization. The Knight Command serves as a token of divine authority. However, the conditions for its use have yet to be fulfilled. Mi Bayue examined the detailed descriptions of 2 divine relics in the malevolent tome. Clearly, the Knight Command is unsuitable for the current circumstances, yet the other artifact merits experimentation. Her gaze lingered for 2 seconds on the word cost in Knight's Phantom Play, and with a swift motion of her hand across the page, the mask materialized in her grasp. Without hesitation, Mi Bayue pressed the mask against her face. Despite its substantial appearance, once donned, it felt weightless, enveloping her in a veil of mist. Much like the accompanying instructions when utilizing sympathy, the effects of Knight's Phantom Play instantly flooded her mind. It was indeed true that she acquired the divine power of the shadow deity, yet this power was intrinsically linked to faith, and among the formidable abilities listed, only 2 were accessible. House's Universe, utilizing the essence of the dwelling spirit as a vessel to command the cosmos. Any door, segregating the dwelling spirit's essence to grant access through any door. At this point, it became evident that the skills of the shadow deity were designed to interact with the eerie specters of the shadow realm. And the only remnant of this former deity's legacy was an ancient dwelling spirit. Her former husband, it seemed, had perished in destitution. With the mask upon her face, Mi Bayue sensed no alteration within herself. Her vision remained aligned with Mi Feixue, maintaining their shared perception. Suddenly, Mi Bayue heard the plaintive cries of a young girl. "Help me," the girl pleaded, her voice filled with despair. This malevolent entity had not acted with malice. A judgment flickered in her mind, swiftly followed by an overwhelming and irresistible sense of responsibility that enveloped Mi Bayue, compelling her to acquiesce to the porcelain maiden's plea. Any hint of reluctance would be submerged by a tidal wave of guilt and self-reproach. The longer she hesitated, the more formidable this emotional deluge became, threatening to crush her spirit. Mi Bayue's gaze darkened momentarily. She seemed to grasp why the saviors in tales of letters and movies often appeared so selflessly virtuous, continuing to embrace the pleas of others despite countless betrayals and wounds. Without consciously resisting this sense of duty, she spoke softly and gently, "Very well, I shall save you." The voice emanating from behind the mask transformed slightly, shedding its feminine luster and eschewing a masculine timbre, transcending gender distinctions to reveal a pure, ethereal healing sound, divine in its essence. Mi Bayue herself felt a slight tremor in her heart upon hearing it. The porcelain maiden ceased her weeping immediately, her eyes filled with admiration and trust. When Mi Bayue grasped her and extracted Lu Jinbao's essence, there was no sign of resistance. A palm-sized porcelain figurine, tattered and riddled with cracks, lay before them. Thud. Lu Jinbao collapsed to the ground as if struck with great force, unconscious. It was the Heart's Whisper. Ban Lu was astounded. Ever since binding with the enigmatic artifact, they had been unaware of its location within their own body, according to the experiences of their predecessors. As long as no unforeseen incidents occurred, the artifact could only be encountered again upon death. Now, the artifact belonging to Lu Jinbao, the Heart's Whisper, had been inexplicably extracted from his body. Yu Hu's pupils quivered violently, his visage marked solely by agony, devoid of any other expression, utterly at a loss for how to convey his feelings. Lu Xiaokai, overwhelmed and powerless, found his ears assailed by the cacophony of anguished wails emanating from all directions, rendering him deafened and disoriented. Meanwhile, the actions of Mi Bayue relentlessly tested their psychological fortitude. Grasping the shattered ceramic figure of a maiden in one hand, Mi Bayue bent down to collect the scattered shards from the ground with the other. To Yuhu and his companions, the scene unfolded as if Mi Bayue merely squeezed the empty air, and lo, a visible fragment appeared in her grasp. "Darling, come, let us apply some clay," she instructed, positioning the shard against the ceramic maiden's statue. Once she identified the correct placement, she turned to Mi Feixue. Mi Feixue, wielding a mud-stirring stick, cautiously applied the mixture along the edge of the fragment, before nodding in affirmation to Mi Bayue upon completion. "Well done," Mi Bayue praised, then affixed the clay-coated shard into the statue's void. The remaining trio of Yuhu, still conscious, found themselves in a surreal stupor. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. For pieces, 5 pieces. As Mi Bayue ceased her restorative efforts, the voice of the ceramic maiden echoed, perplexed. "Is it done? How can it be finished? There remains half of my body on the ground." With a voice imbued with divine resonance, Mi Bayue proclaimed, "I have saved you. Now it is time to discuss the matter of your medical expenses." The maiden, yet to perceive the underlying scent of copper beneath this divinity, questioned in a gentle tone. "Medical expenses?" Mi Bayue explained softly. "Indeed, all things in this world bear a price, and the divine is no exception." Recently, a phrase from the Book of Good and Evil came to mind. "I have saved your life. What can you offer in return?" The maiden could only respond with a bewildered expression, unable to counter her words. "Employing arcane artifacts invariably exacts a toll." With dulcet tones, Mi Bayue proposed. "The fragmented remains on the floor, or a decade of service in my employ, make your selection." Heart's Whisper was dumbfounded. The shards on the ground constituted half of her corporeal form, the very essence of her power. To lose them would be catastrophic. The porcelain maiden's watercolor visage contorted into a mournful expression once more. Before she could feign tears and elicit pity, Mi Bayue's fingers gently caressed her cheek. "Room and board provided, health insurance covered, salary dispersed, commissions awarded." Heart's Whisper proffered the tiny heart she cradled towards Mi Bayue, who then deposited it within the pages of the Tome of Benevolence and Malevolence. Arcane artifact, Heart's Whisper, 1 star, damaged. The ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of any living being. Such a benevolent soul as yourself should not conceal the darkness within. Your heart confides in me its secrets. Heart's Whisper is a gossiping coward. Chapter 7. Public property. With the preliminary experiment of the prior treatment proving successful, subsequent ministrations proceeded with greater ease. She assisted the long-haired, faceless woman in untangling her tresses, plugged the oversized ears of the rat-like man, and relieved the blue-skinned, fanged brute of the immense boulder that threatened to crush him. For their medical fees, they were given the option of severing half their hair, amputating an ear, relinquishing the entire boulder, or committing to a decade of labor. Consequently, Mi Bayue's Tome of Benevolence and Malevolence acquired 3 additional pages bearing the titles Arcane Artifact, Herculean Strength, Arcane Artifact, Lengthy Locks, and Arcane Artifact, Whispers, all of which were designated as 1-star artifacts. After removing the mask and stowing away the Tome of Benevolence and Malevolence, Mi Bayue inquired of Yuhu and his companions, "Might I be of assistance in tending to your injuries?" The 3 men, their faces ashen, shook their heads in unison. With a tinge of regret, Mi Bayue instructed the house spirit to attend to their guests before taking Mi Feishue's hand and departing. The sudden appearance of 6 novel curiosities on the Book of Good and Evil ignited Mi Bayue's passion for research. She had always been drawn to the unknown, and even more so to unraveling it, determined to master anything that came into her possession as swiftly as possible. Spending the entire morning in her room, Mi Bayue soon realized that taking notes was too slow to keep up with her train of thought. "Can you automatically record my dictation?" Mi Bayue inquired of the Book of Good and Evil. A blank page materialized, displaying the very question she had posed. "Excellent," Mi Bayue exclaimed with a smile. "I'm starting to take a liking to you." The corner of the Book of Good and Evil's page curled slightly, reminding Mi Bayue of Mi Feixue's habit of curling her fingers when embarrassed. Out of the blue, she instructed, "House spirit, remind me when it's time for lunch with the little one." A face emerged from the wall. "Yes, madam." Seemingly sensing that Mi Bayue had accepted and adapted well to the divine relic, the house spirit no longer bothered to feign being an ordinary person. One dared to command, and the other dared to obey. Despite it only being one night, the living conditions had undergone a complete transformation, yet everyone in the house seemed unfazed. Mi Bayue, engrossed in her research and experimentation, easily lost track of time. By the time the house spirit came to inform her as instructed, Mi Bayue was still reluctant to stop. She opened the Book of Good and Evil, finding an additional bookmark after the title page. The original introductory pages for the 5 eerie artifacts had also been converted into a format familiar to Mi Bayue, the patient record model, complete with name, age, date of birth, marital status, weight, occupation, symptoms, and so on. "This is much more comfortable to look at." Mi Bayue nodded in satisfaction, closing the Book of Good and Evil as she fixed her gaze upon its title, murmuring, perhaps it would be better renamed as the Compendium of Cases. The Book of Good and Evil trembled slightly, caught in indecision. Mi Bayue shook her head, unhurried. For the number of patients was still insufficient to meet the criterion of a compendium. Stepping outside, she intended to seek out Mi Feixue, only to find a small child, not yet reaching her waist, waiting at the door. Mi Bayue expressed her surprise momentarily, then bent down to grasp the anxious child's hand, thanking the little one for coming to greet her. Mi Feixue relaxed somewhat, shaking her head as she awkwardly attempted to smile. However, upon seeing the peculiar expression on Mi Bayue's face, an effort to smile that seemed out of place, Mi Feixue became instantly withdrawn, feeling a wave of self-doubt. She lowered her head, her eyes reddening with frustration. The air around them swirled imperceptibly as the spirit of the residents exerted its will to remain steady, resisting the urge to tremble. This invisible force of emotion remained detached from Mi Bayue, cautiously ensuring that not a single strand of it reached her. "My young master, the floor has just been mopped. Please tread carefully to avoid slipping," the spirit butler implored timidly, internally pleading with Mi Bayue. "Please notice her feelings, comfort her. My frail form cannot withstand such injustice." Indeed, Mi Bayue sensed Mi Feixue's unusual demeanor, yet she refrained from immediate consolation, understanding that excessive concern could appear forced and yield counterproductive outcomes. By the time they reached the dining hall, Mi Feixue's spirits had nearly returned to normal. After finishing their lunch, Mi Bayue inquired about the well-being of Yuhu and the others from the spirit. "They are unharmed and capable of movement," the spirit replied. "Was lunch delivered to them?" Mi Bayue asked. "Yes, it was," the spirit confirmed. "Being confined to this residence, my spectral abilities are somewhat limited. The choice provisions are reserved for the mistress and young master. As for outsiders, the old manor teems with rodents, grasshoppers, and insects, more than enough edible fare. With a touch of illusion, the guests are none the wiser and partake with gusto." "I trust your judgment implicitly," approved Mismi, the spectral steward. In a manner uncharacteristic of his composed demeanor, puffed out his chest. As twilight approached, Yuhu and his companions arrived, seeking an audience. Mismi noted their promptness, surpassing her initial estimations. It indicated a resilience that exceeded even her projections, which were already based on twice the physical prowess of a modern special forces operative. The demeanor of Yuhu and his cohort stood in stark contrast to their initial encounter. Yuhu clasped his fist in salute and bowed deeply before Mismi, an unfamiliar gesture that nonetheless conveyed profound reverence. "We were blind to your eminence and acted with impropriety," Yuhu expressed with utmost deference. "I am no such personage, Ms." Mi demurred. Yuhu amended his address. "Indeed, madam, dwelling in seclusion. Forgive our impudence. We are indebted to your benevolence for the lesson imparted, which shall serve as a lasting reminder against future recklessness." Mismi cast a discerning glance upon him. A captain indeed, she mused, possessing the facade of a brawny simpleton, yet capable of addressing each individual in their own vernacular. In yesterday's haste, introductions were omitted, Yuhu explained. "We four hail from the Night Watch of Northwild City, a subsidiary of the Spirit Enforcement Commandery of the Empire." As they spoke, Yu quietly scrutinized Mi Bayue's expression. Upon hearing Feixue and Lingji Du Wei Fu, she displayed no reaction, which only heightened his wariness of her. In truth, Mi Bayue was contemplating the nature of the Lingji Du Wei Fu. She had encountered the Feixue in tales of old, and was well aware of Yu Hu and his companions' affiliations with a public department. This particular department was tasked with addressing the peculiar and bizarre occurrences of the world, referred to by either informed or uninformed common folk as night wanderers, who operated exclusively under the cover of darkness. Noticing Mi Bayue's silence, Yu Hu steeled himself to continue. The four of us are constables of Feixue, and the supernatural artifacts we utilize are public property, not our personal possessions. Behind him, the disheveled Ban Lu and the supportive twin boys eagerly gazed at her. Mi Bayue smiled. Understanding their implication, they wished to convey that these public items were beyond their jurisdiction and must be returned to the authorities. The three nodded vigorously, their eyes gleaming like chicks pecking at gray. Yu Hu tactfully remarked, "Miss, you have bestowed upon us a life-saving grace. Had these been our personal belongings, we would gladly offer them to you." Mi Bayue, steadfast in her principles, replied, "What I rescued were those supernatural artifacts, which have no connection to you, and thus I require no gratitude." She asserted that since they were public items, it was the responsibility of the authorities to compensate for the expenses. Once the personnel from the Lingji department arrived to reimburse the medical costs, she would return the patients to them. A profound silence enveloped the room. Mi Bayue then inquired of Yu Hu, "We had agreed to depart today. Are you prepared?" It was only upon her prompting that Yu Hu recalled their prior arrangement. "As for Wen Xingyu, he is the little thief who has vanished." Mi Bayue turned her gaze toward Xialing. The steward of Xialing had gone out to fetch him. Parched, Yu Hu rasped, "Many thanks. Let's go. We can do this." Ban Lu and the twin youths nodded vigorously, equally galvanized. If they didn't leave, they'd be exploited into indentured servitude, akin to their respective spectral artifacts, for a decade. Chapter 8. Bejeweled carriages and carved steeds. When Qingyu was brought forth, he was reeking and pallid, seemingly half deceased. The spectral steward delivered him to Yu Hu and his companions, who were simultaneously appalled and relieved. It turned out they weren't the most pitiable. Ban Lu whistled sharply. And soon, four magnificent steeds galloped into view. Yu Hu inquired of Mi Bayue, "Do you, madam, have a mode of conveyance?" Mi Bayue shook her head. Yu then arranged for the twins to share a mount, reserving the finest steed for her. Before departing, Mi Bayue produced the tome of virtue and vice. The old manor quaked, and a colossal structure instantly transformed into a palm-sized wooden toy house, which then melded into the tome. Dwelling spirit, spectral object. A spirit born of the dwelling, it safeguards the home and pacifies the household. Possessing boundless efficacy, within the dwelling, there is nothing it cannot accomplish. Its capabilities are limited only by your imagination. From domesticity to banditry, it excels at all, evoking envy from others. This dwelling spirit is ostensibly potent, yet excessively cautious. Mi Bayue glanced over the description before closing the tome of virtue and vice. She lifted Mi Feixue onto the horse, seated herself behind her, and addressed the motionless Yu Hu and his group. "Lead the way." Yu Hu hastily assented. Mounting his horse, he noticed that the other three remained stationary and barked. "What are you waiting for? Move with alacrity." The three scrambled to mount their respective steeds. Yu Hu took the lead, with Mi Bayue and her charge in the middle, and Ban Lu and his companions bringing up the rear. They galloped forth, scattering vegetation in their wake. After nearly an hour of riding, they finally encountered a caravan on the official road. Yu Hu, feigning ignorance, intended to surpass them directly. "Wait," Mi Bayue called out, halting him. Her words commanded respect. And Yu Hu promptly stopped, inquiring, "My lady?" Ahead, the merchant convoy had also come to a standstill. The footmen and those aboard the carriages were engaged in conversation, casting glances in their direction. Before long, a middle-aged couple disembarked from one of the carriages, accompanied by their guards, and approached Yu Hu. "Are you not the night envoy of the Sea Prefecture?" inquired the kindly middle-aged man, dressed in merchant attire. The title of night envoy bore a certain prestige among common folk, which Yu Hu had always taken pride in. However, with Mi Bayue present, he felt a twinge of humility and merely nodded. "How do you know?" The merchant replied, I had the fortune of observing the official insignia hanging from your waist. Yu remarked, you possess a keen eye. Despite his outward calm, he was internally fraught with unease, anxious that lingering too long might displease Mi Bayue. He quickly asked the merchant, what brings you here? Noticing the urgency in his tone, the merchant smiled apologetically, seeing that you both appear weary from your travels. I happen to have an empty carriage in my convoy. I would like to invite you to take a seat. Absolutely not. Yu instinctively began to refuse, but suddenly recalled Mi Bayue's presence. He turned to her, asking, what do you think, my lady? The merchant looked at Mi Bayue in surprise, noting her exquisite features and unassuming beauty, which dispelled his lingering doubts. Mi Bayue responded, I think it would be splendid. Writing can be quite jarring. Upon hearing this, the merchant's last vestiges of caution dissipated. What a pampered young lady she appeared to be. The merchant enthusiastically remarked, how can a lady with such delicate skin endure such jolts? Hurry, bring the carriage and invite the esteemed guest aboard. This was directed towards the guard beside him, who promptly departed. The merchant continued to engage in light-hearted conversation with Yu Hu, subtly gathering information. Meanwhile, Ben Lu turned to Lu Jinbao and inquired, is this person overly enthusiastic? Do we, as night wanderers, hold such a lofty status in the hearts of the common folk? Pray tell, what do you think is on his mind? Lu Jinbao responded with a weak roll of his eyes. Ben Lu then recalled, oh, I forgot you can no longer hear. Lu Jinbao retorted, and your hair is of no use either. Lu Zhaokai intervened, suggesting, there is no need for mutual harm. Mi Bayue's gaze shifted from the merchant to the woman clinging to his arm. Unlike the merchant, the woman lacked composure. Her discomfort was evident. And upon meeting Mi Bayue's eyes, she forced a strained smile. Do you wish to hear the whispers of the heart? Mi Bayue asked the child in her arms. Mi Feixue pointed at her. Mi Bayue replied with a smile. That is a decision for the little one to make. Mi Feixue appeared conflicted. Mi Bayue gently smoothed her furrowed brow, reassuring her that it was not a matter of great importance. One could either use it or discard it. However, sometimes it is best not to heed the heart, as listening can bring nausea instead. As she spoke, she handed the heart whisper to Mi Feixue. The moment it fell into Mi Feixue's hands, the serene expression of the palm-sized ceramic girl transformed into one of terror. Oh, it's happening, exclaimed the merchant, his exuberant tone startling everyone. Ben Lu exclaimed, what a fright. The guard, previously summoned to fetch the carriage, approached with a stern demeanor, pulling a carriage to this very spot. Truly, there is no finer sight than this exquisite horse-drawn carriage. The magnificent white steed, adorned with an exquisite carriage, far surpassed the carriages of the affluent ladies and young misses in the opulent courtyards of Bayuan City. Yu Hu, perplexed, inquired, is this your merchandise? In truth, he wished to articulate tribute, for such a splendid carriage would befit even the nobility. No one could utter a word of disdain towards this vehicle. Any such remarks would surely be born of malice. Ben Lu gazed dreamily at the sight, utterly entranced by its beauty. Yu Hu felt an inkling of unease and glanced towards Mi Bayue, who had already dismounted and was assisting Mi Feixue to the ground. Do not delay in helping the young lady. A merchant admonished the guard holding the reins. The guard relinquished the reins and knelt, forming a makeshift seat. That will not be necessary, Mi Bayue replied, guiding Mi Feixue to mount the carriage from the other side. Mi Feixue entered the carriage first, and Mi Bayue, as if recalling something, turned to Yu Hu and softly suggested, since when Qingyu is unwell, it would be unsuitable for him to endure the jostling outside. Let him ride with us. Yu Hu was taken aback, and the merchant, reacting even more dramatically than he, exclaimed, but he is the son of the Wen family from the Yunhai Shipping Company. What is the meaning of this? I have a physician within my entourage who can. The merchant stepped forward to inspect the young lad, who lay unconscious on the horse. Mi Bayue's voice was gentle yet effortlessly overshadowed the merchant's boisterous presence. I am the physician. There is no need for another. Bring him to me. She cast a glance at Yu Hu, disregarding the merchant's incessant prattle about the seniority of his physician, and hoisted Wen Qingyu, making her way to the carriage, only to be obstructed by the merchant, whom she impatiently jostled aside with her shoulder. Alas, the young girl cannot compare to the esteemed physician. My intentions are merely benevolent. Amidst the persistent entreaties of the merchants, Yu ushered Wen Xingyu into the carriage. As he did so, he cast a furtive glance, only to feel his pupils constrict and a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 9. The Puppet. Silence, Yu commanded tersely. The haze in Ben Lu's eyes dissipated significantly. Yu coldly remarked, "Have you lost even the most basic sense of vigilance without your trickery? Why have you never shown an affinity for riding in carriages before?" Ben Lu, now enlightened, suppressed her last vestige of infatuation. The once alluring carriage no longer held its charm. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "Is there something amiss with this carriage?" The twin siblings, Kai Kai and Jin Bao, leaned in closer. Yu took a deep breath and replied, "Inside sits a wooden figure. Whether it is a trick or a monster remains unclear." The three of them turned pale, and Ban Lu exclaimed in anger, "I knew that merchant's excessive enthusiasm harbored ill intent. He must be using us as a shield. Just watch as I deal with him." Yu restrained her, admonishing, "When will you learn to temper your impulsive nature?" Ban Lu retorted defiantly, "So we are to allow them to plot against us unchallenged?" A glint of ferocity flashed in Yu's eyes. He would not let this transgression go unpunished. However, the noble had previously commanded the caravan to halt upon sighting it, suggesting he had some ulterior motive. Teaching these simpletons a lesson was trivial, but thwarting the noble's plans was a grave matter. Meanwhile, within another carriage, the merchant was embroiled in a heated dispute with his wife. The merchant, named Du Yuanda, and his wife, Madame Li, were accompanied by a delicate young girl of 12 or 13, their daughter Du Xiaomei. The girl, barely of age, bore an appearance that suggested she had never set foot outside, oblivious to the perils of the world. Beside her stood an even younger child, frail and delicate, likely a pitiful soul rescued by the young lady. Du Yuanda, growing increasingly irritable from the recitation, exhibited a demeanor starkly contrasting to the warmth and friendliness he displayed before Yu and others. Nightfall approached, and with it the looming threat of the malevolent spirit vehicle. If they did not intervene, it might choose to consume a woman this time. With only Yu and Xiaomei remaining in the group, would you volunteer? Or should Xiaomei take the risk? Upon hearing her name, Du Xiaomei clutched tightly to Li's arm, trembling with fear. "I want to go. I don't want to be eaten. Mother, I am scared." "Fear not. Fear not," Li soothed her young daughter, her own pale face betraying a struggle of compassion that gradually succumbed to resigned silence. Du Yuanda's gaze darkened as he cursed. "I never anticipated encountering the young master of the Wen family. However, there is little to be done at this juncture. Let us see what fortune befalls this gentleman. Will the spirit vehicle feast upon men or women tonight? If it is men, shall it be him or that young child?" Mi Feixue, with her short hair grazing her shoulders and petite stature, could easily be mistaken for a boy at first glance, and Du Yuanda was no exception. "If he is consumed, we shall shift the blame onto the people from the Sai mansion. I have done my utmost to avert this disaster, even kindly allowing a physician to tend to the young master, but it was the interference of the Sai crowd that resulted in his untimely demise en route. Do you all remember this?" Du Yuanda questioned his wife and child sternly. Li softly inquired, "What shall we do if the night wanderers come to trouble us?" Du Yuanda let out a derisive laugh, dismissing them as merely a pack of barking hounds in the night. After all, the extermination of demons was their duty. The calamity we faced on the official road was already a testament to their negligence. Upon our arrival in Baiyuan City, I shall certainly hold them accountable before the governor, ensuring they cannot escape the consequences. Du Xiaomei remarked, "Father, you are truly formidable." Du Yuanda chuckled with satisfaction. Inside the luxurious carriage, silk cushions and a small table of sandalwood adorned the space. The fragrant smoke from the incense wafted gently, mingling with the rich aroma of tea. The interior appeared considerably more spacious than it seemed from the outside. Mi Bayue reclined against the soft cushion, engrossed in her book, while Mi Feixue sat beside her, equally absorbed in the reading. On the ground lay a young man in brocade, battered and bruised, his limbs rendered powerless, still unconscious. Before the small sandalwood table sat a puppet, clad in a light green maid's attire, its hair styled in a maid's fashion, appearing indistinguishable from a living being when viewed from behind. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the puppet maid turned to face Mi Bayue, its posture below the neck remaining unchanged. while its head twisted in an unnatural manner, impossible for a human to replicate. From where does the guest arrive, and to where does the guest intend to go? In stark contrast to the puppet's smiling visage, its voice emerged chilling and grating, akin to a saw grinding through wood, dry and hoarse, drawing from its usual experience. The puppet anticipated that the guest would be startled, a look of terror etched upon their face. Its smile deepened. The puppet fixated its gaze on Mi Bayue, as if attempting to pierce through her very skin. In a display of kindness, Mi Bayue inquired, "Are your eyes unwell?" The puppet's expression darkened as its eyes shifted leftward, targeting Mi Feixue. "What of this guest?" Mi Feixue remained silent. 10 seconds elapsed. The puppet inquired, "Esteemed guest?" Mi Bayue responded, "The child's throat is afflicted, temporarily. She is rendered speechless." The puppet retorted, "Why did you not disclose this sooner?" The puppet, now imbued with heightened malevolence, relinquished all forbearance towards the carriage's final quarry. "The last passenger, what of you?" A somber essence permeated each syllable. The puppet inclined its torso over the small table, its visage nearing Wenqingyu's ear. "Esteemed guest, cease feigning slumber. If the destination remains undisclosed, I shall err in my route." Wenqingyu, feigning death, was unveiled by the voice at his ear. The grating timbre tormented his auditory senses, akin to the friction of a saw within his cranium. With reluctance, he opened his eyes, beholding a sinister puppet face. The puppet's eyes, with orbs imbued with crimson streaks, rotated erratically, dislodging from within. Unprepared, Wenqingyu's spirit quivered, and a shriek escaped his lips. The puppet emitted a series of cackles, and the orbs on the ground, as if swayed by its emotions, somersaulted with glee. Wenqingyu discerned a descent of his lower limbs. He turned his gaze to witness a spectacle that widened his eyes in horror. The carriage's wooden planks beneath him had transmuted into a mire. His legs were sinking into the abyss, and within the unfathomable depths, something slick caressed his legs, each touch sending shivers down Wenqingyu's spine. "Save me." At this juncture, Wenqingyu disregarded all else, imploring Mi Bayue and the others within the carriage for aid. "I am a direct descendant of the one family of Kaiyun Maritime Trading Company. Saving me shall merit a fortune." As Mi Bayue remained unmoved, the young man was filled with a tumult of surprise and anger. His expression quickly shifted to one of pity, his tone imbued with utmost sincerity and charm. "I understand that you, esteemed sir, disdain the trivialities of this world. My family possesses a spirit crystal. If you would save me, I shall offer you anything you desire. Should you doubt my words, behold this ring upon my finger, which once housed a spirit crystal. Though it has been utilized, remnants of its energy linger. Feel free to inspect it." Mi Bayue's gaze fell upon the finger of Wenqingyu, who was filled with hope. It appeared he had retained this contingency. She murmured softly, her eyes betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Chapter 10. The Hour of Demons. The narrative that unfolded before Mi Bayue depicted a savior, a madwoman, who offered herself as a sacrifice to grant Wenqingyu a chance to flee. Their journey, undertaken on foot for the better part of a day, led them to encounter a merchant caravan, whose benevolent master provided them with passage in a carriage. Initially believing they had encountered kind-hearted souls, they soon found themselves ensnared in a web of the bizarre within the carriage. In this tale, the puppet posed the same question repeatedly, yet the savior offered no answer, leaving only Wenqingyu in distress. In the face of peril, Wenqingyu sought the savior's aid, who, in a fervent effort to assist him, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the puppet. Thus, Wenqingyu discerned the savior's exceptional nature. She possessed a unique spiritual sensitivity, distinguishing her from ordinary humans. A potential adept in the mystical arts, this would pave the way for Wenqingyu to exploit their shared empathic connection, leveraging the savior's spiritual awareness to masquerade as his own for personal gain, thereby laying the groundwork for future endeavors. In this narrative, there is no mention of Wenqingyu utilizing the spirit crystal ring during the perilous encounter in the carriage. Mi Bayue speculates that it is not that Wenqingyu lacked the ring in the original development. Rather, at such a critical moment, the wretched horse is still reluctant to employ the spirit crystal ring for self-preservation, preferring to exhaust all available resources at hand first. She particularly set out today with the notion of possibly encountering a storyline. If she were to miss it, so be it, since fate has intertwined their paths. How could she deny the wretched horse the experiences it was meant to endure? Mi Bayue remained silent for an extended period, causing Wen Qingyu's pleas for help to sink deeper into despair. His demeanor shifted from one of obedient respect to utter degradation, as his attempts at bribery proved futile and even threats went unheeded. His body, submerged below the waist, began to succumb to a growing sense of hopelessness, leading him to cry out in desperation. The puppet cackled with delight, urging him to raise his voice, taunting that such a feeble sound could hardly reach the ears outside. The puppet remarked, "This is the tongue of the last maiden. It possesses far more strength than yours. Allow me to lend it to you." The tongue, seemingly alive in its grasp, licked a line across Wen Qingyu's face. Wen Qingyu's body plummeted further down. No rush, the puppet mused. Everywhere is the realm of humanity, yet nowhere is it truly yours. The destination remains distant. Mi Bayue pushed against the carriage window, and the puppet's sinister laughter echoed. "Dear guest, once you board my carriage, you cannot disembark until we reach our destination." "Very well," Mi Bayue replied, lowering her hand and opening a blank page in the Book of Good and Evil, inscribing a note upon it. The puppet, catching sight of the book, sensed a fleeting hint of danger, an instinct that dissipated almost instantaneously. She scrutinized Mi Bayue, finding no trace of spiritual energy. Indeed, she appeared to be an ordinary person. On the ground, Wen Qingyu, who had sunk to chest level, clutched at the last straw of hope. "I did not state a destination. I wish to disembark. Allow me to exit the vehicle." The puppet's eyes glinted with malicious mockery. "Indeed, dear guest, you have not specified a destination. You may attempt to open the door." With severed tendons, Wen Qingyu felt a desperate urge, but suddenly recalled that there was another person in the carriage who had not mentioned a destination. Opening her mouth, she realized she did not know the child's name. Fixating intently on Mi Feixue, she remembered Mi Bayue's endearing term for the child, "Baby. Please help me. Can you open the door? I shall repay you. I will forever remember your kindness and treat you well for a lifetime." The puppet's expression shifted, not out of fear that the prey might escape, but rather concern that the provisions would flee. When Qingyu noticed this, her survival instinct reaching a fever pitch. When Qingyu, swear to the heavens, should you save me today, upon your coming of age, I shall take you as my wife, remaining devoted to you alone for all eternity, hand in hand, growing old together." Mi Bayue cast a sidelong glance. The promise to betray the Savior had arrived prematurely, with not a single word altered. The nature of betrayal is ageless. Even at 12 or 13, one learns to manipulate emotions to deceive hearts. The flavor of despair following shattered hope is the most delectable. Mi Feixue stirred. Mi Bayue observed but did not intervene. The child stood up in the carriage, finding ample space, and took several steps towards Wen Qingyu, seizing the carpet on the floor, crumpling it, and forcefully stuffing it into Wen Qingyu's mouth. The puppet was taken aback. Mi Bayue, contemplative, offered her a cup of tea. Mi Feixue dipped her fingers in water and inscribed upon the small table, "I am your darling." After completing her words, she cast a sideways glance at Wen Qingyu, then obediently turned her gaze back to Mi Bayue. Mi Bayue grasped her little hand and smiled, saying, "You are quite right." As the sun sank below the horizon, the final rays of twilight were devoured by the earth. In that fleeting moment, the puppet within the carriage suddenly revealed a sinister and triumphant grin. Wen Qingyu, with half of her shoulders still protruding, was abruptly engulfed with a resounding thud, vanishing without a trace, her last scream stifled. The ground returned to its former state, while the unsettling sound of the carriage's grinding persisted in the air. The puppet, eyes filled with malevolence, fixated on Mi Bayue and her companion, its long tongue licking its lips as if savoring a delightful feast. Knock, knock. The carriage door was rapped from the outside. The voice of Yu resounded. "Your Excellency?" Mi Bayue glanced at the puppet and replied, Yuhu's voice bore a hint of trepidation. "It is time for the evening meal. Shall we disembark to dine?" Peering inside, Yuhu's expression shifted drastically. His gaze flickered, searching in vain for Wen Qingyu, and an ominous realization dawned upon him. "We shall wait a while longer before we eat," Mi Bayue declared. Yuhu's countenance grew grave. The door closed. The puppet, now transformed into a figure akin to Wen Qingyu in both stature and attire, emitted a chilling laughter. I had thought you would allow this darling to disembark. She is certainly capable of doing so. With such a clever visage, how could you possibly fail to deduce this? Instantly, Mi Feixue's expression darkened, clouded with discontent. The puppet, reveling in its successful provocation, met her stormy gaze with delight. The sound of the gula carriage swallowing abruptly ceased, the last echo resembling a breathless gasp. The puppet was frozen in place by an invisible aura of terror. Its eyes widened, and the orbs belonging to Wenqingyu burst in their wooden sockets, blood staining the puppet's cheeks. Chapter 11. Listening to the snow at night, Mi Bayue opened the book of good and evil, her words flowing softly and clearly articulated. She stated that once the destination was revealed, one could not disembark. Judging by the light streaming through the window, Wenqingyu was completely engulfed just as night fell. Thus, night was the opportune moment for consumption, for prior to that, even the desire would be futile. Puppet. On the blank pages of the book of good and evil, black characters emerged, each word echoing Mi Bayue's speech. She gazed at the puppet, whose visage was both tragic and terrifying. Previously, it feigned horror, each word designed to provoke Wenqingyu's emotions. Whenever Wenqingyu screamed, the puppet rejoiced. And each time her voice escalated, its descent quickened. Even with its hollow eye sockets, the puppet's astonishment was palpable. Was it the scream? No, it was the volume. Just as a passenger cannot disembark before reaching their destination, the volume was the criterion determining whether one would become sustenance, was it not? Mi Feixue's attention was drawn to Mi Bayue, and the puppet realized that the overwhelming pressure it had nearly burst from dissipated, restoring its mobility. It crawled into a corner, exclaiming, "No, I was jesting. You may get off now." Mi Bayue shook her head. "I have yet to reach my destination." The puppet's face was marred with blood and tears, a stark reflection of the human realm. Mi Bayue smiled, yet it was not the world I had envisioned. How could one hastily usher guests away? Upon hearing this, Mi Feixue cast a defiant glance at the puppet. A crack appeared upon its visage. No. What I meant was, esteemed guest, are you not eager for your evening meal? Should you arrive late, you might find yourself quite famished. Perhaps you should dine first while I tidy the carriage and change my attire, so as not to offend your noble eyes and senses. The puppet's voice shifted from a sharp rasp to a sweet, mellifluous tone, expressing sincerity, all the while plotting its escape the moment these two formidable beings disembarked, longing to flee as far as possible. Indeed, the little one was still growing. It would be unwise to miss a meal. Mi Bayue gently caressed Mi Feixue's cheek, who, feeling bashful, averted her gaze. The puppet sensed a newfound freshness in the air within the carriage. In the next instant, an overwhelming force surged forth. Wondrous item, mighty force. 1 star, have you heard of the miraculous strength? The illusory figure of a stout, short man materialized behind Mi Bayue, with a delicate grip. Her hand ensnared the puppet's hair, pressing it down upon a small table. The visage of the giant's phantom was fearsome as he raised a small mountain to crush the puppet's head. Bang! Outside, in the wilderness, a circle of oil lamps illuminated the campsite, casting light upon the gathering area. The company dined quietly, the stillness so profound that even the chirping of insects could be heard. Yuhu and his companions were invited to share a meal with Du Yuanda. The stark contrast between Du Yuanda's calm demeanor and his earlier exuberance was palpable, and Yuhu and the others understood without needing to inquire further. Li's countenance betrayed a sense of unease as he frequently glanced toward the direction of the carriage. He was jostled by Du Yuanda, and upon receiving his admonition, he silently lowered his head, finding little pleasure in his meal. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing even small pebbles to dance momentarily. Yuhu abruptly rose, casting his gaze toward the opulent cart. Everyone set aside their food, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Before the wide-eyed crowd, the door of the lavish carriage, its wheels embedded 3 inches into the ground, swung open from within. Mi Bayue emerged, holding the hand of Mi Feixue, and upon touching the ground, she was met with the scrutiny of numerous gazes. "Apologies for the tardiness," she stated. Du Yuanda was the quickest to respond. Not at all. We were saving some for the young lady." Where is young master one?" He feigned confusion. Mi Bayue settled onto the cushion that Ban Lu had eagerly provided. accepting the chopsticks offered by the twin youths, her gaze falling upon the small table laden with a sumptuous evening feast, which Yu had arranged. She looked up at Du Yuanda and replied, "He is unwell and still resting in the carriage." "I see," he remarked. "Yet, the more unwell one is, the more one must take care. It is essential to partake in the evening meal. Regardless, one should have something. I had anticipated this and requested light fare suitable for the ailing." Du Yuanda spoke with earnestness. Mi Bayue smiled, appreciating the thoughtfulness. "Then please go and summon him down." Du Yuanda turned his attention to the guards, who all averted their gazes from him. At nightfall, who would dare approach that fearsome carriage? Du Yuanda gave a sheepish grin to Mi Bayue. "After much contemplation, your words do hold merit. It is best for the patient to rest. And when young master feels hunger, he will naturally come down to dine." A derisive snicker arose from the side, and Du Yuanda looked over to see a girl with sleek, shiny braids mockingly observing him. Du Yuanda harbored deep resentment, yet his countenance betrayed not a hint of it. The evening meal, aside from the two present, left everyone else in a state of disarray. Upon finishing her meal, Mi Bayue set down her chopsticks and addressed Du Yuanda, "Esteemed elder." Du Yuanda promptly replied, "I am surnamed Du." Mi Bayue continued, "Master Du, I wish to discuss a matter with you." Du Yuanda responded, "My dear lady, there is no need for such formality. Please speak freely. Whatever Du Yuanda, can accommodate, I shall not decline." With a smile, Mi Bayue remarked, "I am in haste and cannot linger here. I am quite fond of that splendid carriage and would like to purchase it from you." Master Du, upon hearing this, Du Yuanda, initially anxious about how to retain her, found her words akin to celestial music, incredulously exclaiming, "You wish to buy this carriage?" He gestured towards the magnificent vehicle. Mi Bayue nodded, assuring him that the price could be negotiated, though she presently lacked the funds. Du Yuanda's thoughts were still in disarray, yet the innate mercantile instinct prompted him to tuck away the token from the table, repeatedly confirming with Mi Bayue, "You truly wish to buy this carriage?" Mi Bayue affirmed her intent. The expression on Du Yuanda's face shifted dramatically, while beside him, Li Shi tugged at his sleeve, subtly shaking her head. Du Yuanda shot her a glare before turning to Mi Bayue with a hearty laugh, saying, "It is fortunate for this carriage to have attracted your favor. You may take it." Mi Bayue expressed her gratitude, then beckoned Mi Feixue to proceed, casting a glance at Li Shi, who was tightly gritting her teeth. Mi Bayue simply stated, "Let us set off once we have eaten our fill." She stepped onto the carriage, and Yu seized the opportunity to peek inside before the door closed. Within, a puppet, now clad in the attire of a young servant, was brewing tea and infusing it with fragrance, wearing a carefully crafted, charming smile. Four horsemen escorted the treasure carriage as it gradually receded from view, ultimately vanishing at the horizon. A collective sigh of relief escaped the merchants, their expressions lightened as though the guillotine that loomed overhead had finally been removed. At last, they could indulge in a peaceful slumber this night. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Du Yuan bellowed, "Everyone, keep your tongues in check. After following me for so long, you ought to know what to say and what to refrain from." The crowd murmured in agreement. As night approached the hour of slumber, Du Yuan, who had been restless, suddenly sat upright, alarmed. "What is the matter?" Li inquired, startled. Du Yuan hastily donned his recently discarded outer garment, cursing, "Get up and move. We've been fooled by a mere girl. If that pack of sycophants from the Sai Manor reaches Bayuan City first to lodge a complaint, we will find it impossible to clear our names." The white steed galloped forward, its steps both light and powerful, effortlessly pulling a resplendent carriage as if it were a swift army. Surrounding them, Yu and others spurred their horses to give chase, their mounts straining to keep pace. "Goodness, this is far too fast," Ban Lu exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed by the fierce wind. On Lu Jiaocai's horse, Lu Jinbao was jostled about, nearly rolling his eyes in dismay. Yuhu's gaze fixated on the treasure carriage, eyes glinting with intrigue. Despite its ominous appearance, it was undeniably a rare and valuable possession. Inside the carriage, Mi Bayue perused an additional page in the Book of Good and Evil. Night, listening to snow, carriage, strange tales, listening to snow, life. Listening to snow is a majestic and beautiful steed. Snow falls without a trace. The sound of snow underfoot is light yet powerful, akin to snow landing on the ground, soon to vanish without a trace. Traveling 1,000 miles, the snow can traverse 2 locations within a single day. Night comes, Death Knight is an artistic puppet. Where to go? Knight keeps his word. Passengers must declare their destination upon boarding and cannot disembark until they arrive. Speaking softly, Knight detests all vulgarity, particularly noise. Should a passenger raise their voice excessively, they shall be devoured at night, triggering death. Mi Bayue, after reading, added a line beneath the entry for Knight, capable of altering its appearance to consume individuals, suspected of absorbing their related skills, such as brewing tea or lighting incense. Mi Bayue circled the word suspected and glanced at the puppet dressed as a child. In the future, one might consider eliminating this suspicion. The puppet shuddered. Chapter 12. Personal property. The sun rises in the east. At the gates of Bayue City, there are early arrivals of people and horses. The sight of a white steed galloping from afar captivates countless onlookers, as they draw nearer and discern the magnificent carriage behind the steed. They begin to speculate which noble might be seated within. The treasure-laden carriage enters through a less crowded, wider gate on the opposite side of Bayue City. Inside, Mi Bayue remains concealed, while Ban Lu produces a token from his waist to show to the city gate guard. Recognizing it as belonging to the esteemed lord of the Sai Manor, the guard grants passage. Bayue City is equipped with designated carriage roads and pedestrian pathways. Yet the carriage lanes are not accessible to all. Merchants from outside must obtain a permit from the government office to pass. The Sai Manor enjoys numerous privileges, with priority access to the carriage lanes being one of them. After a journey that attracted the gaze of the public, Yuhu arrived at the Sai Mansion. He dismounted and invited Mi Bayue and her companion to alight from the carriage. Mi Bayue guided Mi Feixue down, and from within the carriage emerged a pair of hands. The wooden arms, adorned with a visible grain in the sunlight, held a neatly folded set of garments. It was the attire of Wenqingyu. Mi Bayue remarked, "You may take this to fulfill your duty." Yu had initially believed that the case involving Wenqingyu was doomed to fail, yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared. He expressed his gratitude to Mi Bayue, accepting the garments from the wooden arms without casting a glance inside the carriage. He tossed a jeweled headband from the clothing to Ban Lu, instructing her to deliver it to the Wen residence and inform Master One of how his son had been betrayed by the merchant during his capture. Ban Lu, quick to understand, accepted the headband and responded, "I shall go at once," and without a moment's pause, she rode off to the Wen residence. Yuhu then invited Mi Bayue into the Sai Mansion, but found himself perplexed regarding the arrangements for the accompanying treasure carriage. Mi Bayue opened the Book of Good and Evil, and the carriage containing the night snow transformed into a streak of light, merging into the book. The gatekeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. Subsequently, Yuhu first arranged accommodations for Mi Bayue and her companion, stating that he must report back and could not linger. He left a maidservant behind, instructing her to attend to any needs they might have. After Yuhu departed, Mi Bayue requested the maidservant to show them around. The maidservant, having been previously instructed by Yuhu to cater to the esteemed guests, respectfully inquired, "Well, what would the young lady and young master like to see?" "This way is the backyard, here is the garden, and over there is the training ground. The direction in which Lord you just departed leads to the Sai Mansion's office." Mi Bayue chose not to correct the maidservant's address, and said, "Let us first explore the backyard." The maid led her way. Meanwhile, Yuhu arrived at the office and stood before Director Shenli's desk, recounting his experiences in pursuing Wenqingyu. After listening, Shenli remarked that this matter was not to be blamed on him. No one could have anticipated encountering a true spiritual master in such a remote place as Yangmengxiang. Shenli continued, stating that from Yuhu's description, she must not be a local but rather a celestial prodigy from a prominent family on a journey. Yuhu nodded in agreement, adding that the child accompanying her also seemed peculiar. Shenli, deep in thought, inquired about their current residence. Yuhu replied that he had arranged for them to stay at Lichen Courtyard, the finest guest house under the jurisdiction of the directorate. Upon hearing this, Yuhu noticed a shift in the director's expression and asked if he had acted inappropriately. Naturally, special envoys sent from the main office would require the best accommodations. It dawned on Yuhu that a misunderstanding had occurred. No wonder when he had arranged for Mi Bayue and her companion to stay at Lichen Courtyard. It had already been tidied up to perfection, with the servants prepared as well. It seemed he had inadvertently stumbled upon the situation. Shinli had just instructed that esteemed guests were to arrive, and he had promptly arranged for Mi Bayue to check in. With the servants treating her as the distinguished guest the director had mentioned, Yu looked at Shinli, feeling troubled. Shinli then stated, "I shall pay a visit to that prodigy." The two men arrived at Lichen Courtyard but found no one there, following the traces left behind. They ventured in a certain direction, and a passing servant confirmed that they had seen the esteemed guests and pointed them toward the way. The two men moved quickly, traversing increasingly desolate terrain, when suddenly the ground trembled beneath them, a mere aftershock, yet it was enough to jolt the two robust men. The two individuals exchanged a glance, apprehensive of any unforeseen circumstances, and swiftly employed their lightness of foot to advance forward. Before long, they beheld the silhouette of a figure, along with an unfamiliar residence. The unfamiliarity was specific to Shinlian, while Yu had a vivid recollection of this abode. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quietly remarked to Shinli, "There is no need to trouble yourself regarding the accommodation for the special envoy. The residence is already prepared." Shinli acknowledged this, and the ensuing visit would take place in the estate that Mi Bayue had arranged. The spirit of the residence transformed into a maid, presenting them with warm tea. Shinli, sensing something amiss, cast a glance towards it before proceeding to introduce himself to Mi Bayue. "I am Shinli, the director of the night department in Baiyuan City." "I am Mi Bayue," she replied, gesturing to the figure beside her, Mi Feixue, and mentioning her name as well. Shinli took a sip of tea and, with a respectful demeanor, inquired, "What plans does Miss Mi have moving forward?" Mi Bayue responded, "I intend to explore as I go, with no specific plans in mind." Shinli refrained from probing further, offering his assistance should she require it. Mi Bayue chuckled lightly. "Actually, I do have a request. I would like to borrow some books from the night department's collection." "That poses no issue. Though I fear the collection may not meet your expectations," Shinli replied. Mi Bayue shook her head, adding, as a token of gratitude, "Should anyone in your residence be injured or unwell, they may come to me for free treatment." "In that case, I owe you my thanks, miss," Shinli expressed gratefully. He then rose, sensing it was appropriate to take his leave. "You two have journeyed far. I shall not impose further. We may reconvene at a later date." After offering the customary bow of a spirit master to Mi Bayue, he departed alongside Yu. "Director, did you discern anything?" Yu inquired softly once they were beyond the confines of the old residence. Synopsis shook his head, regarding them warily. Both individuals presented themselves as ordinary people devoid of any cultivation. Such seamless ordinariness suggested either they possessed a treasure for disguise or their strength was beyond our reckoning. In either case, antagonizing them was inadvisable. Wyatt assented, understanding why the director hadn't probed further. Such scions of great clans were to be flattered, not disturbed. He proposed leaving the matter to the special envoy upon their arrival. Synopsis withheld a private thought during his exchange with MBU. His eyes had experienced a subtle, piercing pain, an inexplicable trepidation he couldn't quite place. Back at the old residence, after MBU and her companions departed, she took MFX's hand, inquiring, "What did you think of that person's eyes, dear?" MFX looked puzzled. MBU gently touched the delicate skin around her eyes, asking, "Were they beautiful?" MFX shook her head without hesitation. MBU mused, "Indeed, considering the artifacts YH and the others employed. The artifact used for those eyes is likely a single star, with effects perhaps inferior to your own eyes." MBU stroked MFX's hair, promising, "One day, I'll enable you to see all the colors of the world." MFXu opened her mouth but couldn't produce a sound. MBU noticed, thinking to herself, "Right?" In her voice, too, she deftly retrieved the deity diary from the bookshelf and sat at the table. Today, the deity mentioned finding eyes for Feixue, the kind that can see all the colors of the world. "I want to tell my deity, I have already seen the most beautiful colors in the world. Feixue only wishes to see the world through BU's eyes." Inside the room serving as a laboratory, adorned with the Night Wanderer's enigma, Mi Bayue is conducting experiments using the strands of her long hair as a mystical tool. Behind her, the table holds the Book of Virtue and Vice, which automatically records her spoken experimental reports, its ethereal glow flickering momentarily. The first page flashes by. Virtue Value 20 Chapter 13. Heart's Whisper. Mi Bayue has spent 3 days in the residence of Feixue, adhering to a monotonous routine. Mornings dedicated to researching in the library, afternoons spent tending to the injured brought by Feixue's household, and evenings reserved for her experiments. Today, Shinli has come to visit, bearing news that has disrupted her seclusion. Ban Lu, having gone to the Wen residence 3 days prior with Wen Qingyu's hairpin to offer condolences, has not returned since. The Wen family adamantly denies any accusation against Wen Qingyu for the theft of Feixue's property and has instead accused us of conspiring to harm their legitimate heir. The matter has escalated to the magistrate's attention. It appears that while Mi Bayue remained in her abode, significant events unfolded outside. 3 days ago, Ban Lu ventured to the Wen household, but his fate remains unknown. Du Yuanda's caravan arrived just as the city gates were closing for the night. Shortly after entering Baiyuan City and reaching their lodging, they were besieged and captured by a group. At that moment, Du Yuanda was on the brink of death, struggling to breathe, while the rest of the caravan faced torture to extract information, revealing everything under duress. Lord Wen handed over the confessions to Shinli. The paper stained with blood. It turns out that Du Yuanda's earlier statements to Yu Hu and others were a blend of truth and deception. The exquisite horse-drawn carriage was indeed purchased by his prodigal son, who had spotted it on the road and acquired it from another merchant. Seeing the opulence of the carriage as an ideal gift, and despite his suspicions regarding the low price demanded by the seller, Du Yuanda, driven by his nature for profit, ultimately consented to the purchase. On the day of its acquisition, under the bright daylight, young Master Du was utterly captivated and insisted on taking a ride in the carriage. Unable to dissuade him, Du Yuanda reluctantly acquiesced. Accompanying young Master Du were his 2 devoted maidservants. Once they entered the carriage, they did not emerge again. As night fell, Mrs. Li called for them to disembark for dinner, but young Master Du's voice echoed from within, declining the offer. At that moment, Du Yuanda and the others had yet to perceive anything amiss, but by the following day, when no one had reappeared, Du Yuanda sensed something was wrong and ordered a search for them. The guard tasked with finding them forcibly opened the door, only to see young Master Du seated with his back to him, while the maidservants were conspicuously absent. Confused, he called out several times, but the young master remained unresponsive, merely inviting him to enter the carriage. The guard, though apprehensive, complied and stepped inside, after which the door closed behind him. As night descended once more, the guard also did not emerge. By this time, the members of the caravan had begun to sense an unsettling change. Mrs. Li, unwilling to accept that her son had met with misfortune, insisted on seeing his body. Du Yuanda personally led a group to the carriage, instructing one of the guards to open the door. Everyone gathered outside was able to glimpse the interior. There was no sign of young Master Du or the maidservants. Only the guard who had entered earlier, seated with his back to them, inviting them to board the carriage. None dared to step inside, and Mrs. Li trembled as she inquired about her son's whereabouts. The guard, still facing away, replied, "You will know once you come up." Mrs. Li did not dare to ascend. In the aftermath, Du Yuanda resolutely decided to abandon the ominous carriage, and the caravan departed under the cover of night. Yet, to their astonishment, the strange carriage, lacking a driver, followed closely behind their procession, refusing to be shaken off, no matter how fast they attempted to flee. Du Yuanda was compelled to issue a decree forbidding anyone from approaching the carriage. However, during the day, all seemed well, but as night fell, individuals, seemingly entranced, approached the eerie vehicle, only to be promptly apprehended by the vigilant guards and forcibly removed. The following day, as the group awoke and took stock, they discovered one person was missing. From within the carriage, the voice of the lost individual beckoned those outside to board. A chill ran through the crowd. It was evident that the missing person had been consumed by this sinister vehicle. Subsequently, they found themselves unable to escape the cursed carriage, which drew nearer at nightfall, luring one victim after another, one day a man, the next a woman. The merchants discerned a pattern. The carriage claimed its prey only after dusk, having devoured a man today. It would seek a woman tomorrow, or alternatively, one might voluntarily offer themselves during daylight to secure a night free from dread. On the day they encountered Yu Hu, It so happened that the cursed carriage had feasted on a guard the previous night. Among the remaining women in the merchant company were Li and her daughter Du Xiaomei. Du Yuan, consumed by a vile impulse, contemplated treachery against them. Lord Wen asserted that the one who sought to harm Wen Qingyu was indeed Du Yuanda, and he vowed to make Du Yuanda pay with his life. However, Yu Hu and his companions, as night watchmen of the night patrol office, were responsible for such malevolent matters, and their failure to rescue Wen Qingyu constituted a dereliction of duty. Moreover, Du Yuanda's testimony suggested that Yu Hu and his associates had deliberately turned a blind eye to the plot against Wen Qingyu. The matter escalated to the magistrate's office, where the magistrate and the night patrol office shared the same public duties but were not allies. They maintained a facade of cordiality while harboring mutual disdain. Now, Lord Wen had delivered incriminating evidence to the magistrate, who discreetly sought to undermine the night patrol office, demanding proof of Wen Qingyu's alleged theft of public property and questioning the suspects who had traveled with Wen Qingyu in the carriage, specifically Mi Bayue and her companion. I understand. I shall accompany you, Mi Bayue remarked, having discerned Shenli's intent. Thank you, Miss Mi, Shenli replied, as her sleeve was grasped. Mi Bayue noticed Mi Feixue gazing up at her intently. Would you like to join me? Mi Feixue nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed together. Mi Bayue gently patted her head and inquired, Do you have Xinshin with you? Mi Feixue retrieved a ceramic figurine of a girl named Xinshin from the pocket sewn into her sleeve. We shall need it today, Mi Bayue stated. Mi Feixue promptly handed over the figurine known as Sinyu. Mi Bayue accepted it and, upon glancing at the description in the Book of Good and Evil, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She then caressed Mi Feishue's face and remarked with a smile, You have nurtured her splendidly. Mi Feixue revealed a faint smile, the result of her clandestine training over the past 3 days. At the official's office, a carriage halted at the entrance. Mi Bayue took Mi Feixue by the hand as they disembarked, and the surrounding townsfolk instinctively parted to clear a path. Led by Shenli as they entered the courtroom, the bailiff announced their arrival in a loud voice. As Mi Bayue stepped through the doorway, she took in the scene within. The governor sat high on his dais, while Du Yuanda knelt on the ground, barely conscious. To his left stood 4 men, including Yu Hu, while several others were gathered around a middle-aged man seated in a chair. This man, clad in brocade and wearing a ceremonial cap, exuded an air of authority. Given his resemblance to Wen Qingyu, he was undoubtedly the gentleman Wen Li Kong, as mentioned by Shenli. The governor struck the table with a bang, calling for names. Stepping forward, Shenli announced, This is Miss Mi. She is a transcendent being and, according to the law, need not kneel before the court. The common folk, unfamiliar with spiritual cultivation, referred to these extraordinary individuals as transcendents, a term that is simple and comprehensible. The governor scrutinized Mi Bayue with discontent before instructing the bailiff to douse Du Yuanda with water to awaken him. Once the water was thrown, the bailiff hoisted Du Yuanda's arm, turning his gaze towards Mi Bayue as he opened his eyes. Pray, discern whether this individual is the one who accompanied Wen Qingyu onto the carriage. Du Yuanda, his eyes swollen like walnuts, gazed intently at Mi Bayue. Blood trickled from his mouth as he struggled to utter, It is she, indeed she, and that child. The magistrate turned to Mi Bayue, stating, Lord Wen accuses you of colluding with the constables of the Sai Bureau to ambush his son Wen Qingyu. What do you have to say? Mi Bayue retorted. Your implication suggests disbelief in supernatural occurrences, positing this as a mere act of human malice. The magistrate, striking the bench, rebuked. This is a time for me to question you. Shenli furrowed his brow, noting that since the magistrate's appointment, he had been at odds with the Sai Bureau, often deriding them as mere conjurers, dismissing the notion of supernatural beings, and showing disdain for the transcendent. He opened his mouth to speak, but Mi Bayue had already turned away. She leafed through the pages of her book, her expression unfazed, her tone as gentle as ever. Facing Lord Wen, she inquired, Are you truly unaware that Wen Qingyu pilfered property from the Sai Bureau? Shenli's eyes widened in astonishment. A sorrowful chill enveloped Lord Wen's face. Yet he retorted with a sneer, Of course, I am aware. As he spoke, his expression shifted dramatically. The magistrate and the others in the hall were rendered speechless. Only Xin Li's gaze remained fixed on the ethereal figure looming behind Mi Bayue, a porcelain-skinned girl with a watercolor visage. Her smile embodying both compassion and a hint of schadenfreude as she regarded Lord One. In her thoughts, it was originally property of the Psi Bureau, bestowed upon Lu Jinbao by his own hands. How could he fail to recognize it? However, Shunli had never witnessed Heart Whisper being utilized in such a manner. The eerie aura emanating from the nearly 2-meter phantom was tenfold, if not 100-fold, compared to what Lu Jinbao had conjured. In Mi Bayue's possession, the Book of Good and Evil detailed. Eerie artifact, Heart Whisper. 2 stars. Listen to the hearts of any living being. It can also transmit the thoughts of the target life form to other beings. The distance and range are determined by the defensive will of the life form and the energy of the artifact, added after Mi Bayue's experimental research. Mi Bayue's original intention was to resolve this trial by broadcasting the heart's voice. However, upon acquiring Heart Whisper from Mi Feixue, she discovered that Heart Whisper had unexpectedly ascended to 2 stars, with an additional line in the description, enables any living being to express their innermost thoughts. Chapter 14. The Uncertain Bone of the Strange. Do you believe that a monster vehicle devoured Wen Xingyu? Mi Bayue inquired once more. Lord Wen's expression shifted, yet his mouth, seemingly beyond his control, uttered, "Damn it, this woman is peculiar. Whether I believe it or not, I shall ensure that you who ruined my good fortune will pay for my son's funeral." With that, he abruptly rose from his seat, pointing at Mi Bayue and declared, "This woman practices sorcery. Seize her at once." The officials hesitated, and the magistrate struck the gavel, commanding them. Mi Bayue gazed at the magistrate, recalling that he had previously stated disbelief in bizarre creatures and sorcery. How could Lord Wen's sudden pang of conscience regarding the truth of the case lead to the accusation that she was a sorceress? In the next moment, the magistrate comprehended Lord Wen's predicament, as he too, involuntarily, uttered, "I indeed do not believe in the supernatural, yet I will not tolerate your attempts at deception." Mi Bayue cast a glance at him. The gentleman indeed speaks with sincerity. However, the governor did not perceive this as a compliment, his heart filled with uncertainty. If words stem from the heart, then what Lord Wen said must hold truth, and he is not merely a victim of deceit or treachery. As Mi Bayue turned her gaze towards Lord Wen once more, he averted his eyes from her, retreating behind another individual. At that moment, it seemed as though everyone finally noticed the presence of another in the courtroom, a figure clad in a mouse-gray long robe, with a pale face devoid of a beard, and a slender jaw that accentuated a somewhat effeminate appearance, reminiscent of a frail scholar yet lacking any scholarly demeanor. Clearly, he was a figure that would typically attract attention. Yet until now, no one had laid eyes upon him. The young man smiled at Mi Bayue. "A naive girl. Have your elders not informed you that the world outside differs vastly from the comforts of home? In times of trouble, one must not be oblivious, and wealth must remain concealed." Shenli looked at Mi Bayue in astonishment. Was her naivety genuine, rather than a facade? At that moment, however, there was no time for contemplation. Through his own eyes, he beheld the shadows at the young man's feet writhing, as a pair of filthy claws emerged from the darkness. Human-like faces with long claws and jagged teeth, limbs sprawled on the ground, spines protruding from their backs, their visages grotesque. Saliva dripping to the floor, emitting wisps of green smoke. "Bone Spectre," Shenli murmured. Mi Bayue scrutinized this grotesque entity, recognizing it through certain characteristics and a volume on supernatural beings she had recently perused in the library of the Psi Mansion, concluding it to be a type of bone spectre. Bone specters are malevolent beings, characterized by their fearsome appearance and blades of bone. They are often accompanied by bone claws and wings. The greater the number of wings, the more savage they are. They delight in dismembering and devouring bones. A bone spectre without wings is merely an infant, its malevolence and destructive capability limited, posing a threat only to ordinary individuals. Before her stood a skeletal creature, already endowed with a pair of bony wings, signifying its passage beyond infancy. An adult skeletal spectre could easily overpower all spirit children beneath a formal spiritual master. "You shall become the sustenance for my beloved," the youth sneered coldly. "Without this delicate bone structure and this beautiful skin, with your soft, fragrant flesh, I shall make good use of you." ensuring you meet your demise fittingly. For him, the act of killing and seizing treasures was second nature. Besides the valuables on Mi Bayue, her very body was regarded as his possession. A body with spiritual perception could serve numerous purposes, whether for medicinal use or experimentation. The skeletal specter lunged toward Mi Bayue. To the untrained eye, the events unfolding were imperceptible, as the specter swept past, an icy, foul wind brushed against the air, accompanied by a sharp pain in the arm. The official lowered his gaze, perplexed to find his sleeve torn and a wound marring his skin, blood oozing darkly. He was struck with horror, soon succumbing to dizziness, the world fading to black as he collapsed to the ground. The surrounding onlookers, witnessing the official's face swiftly turn ashen and then black, gasped in alarm and scattered in frantic flight. Be cautious. Although Shenli could perceive everything clearly, he was not adept in combat and knew he was no match for the skeletal specter, so he called out to Mi Bayue as a warning. As he retreated, he was taken aback by a small figure rushing to stand protectively in front of Mi Bayue, arms outstretched in defiance. He was momentarily stunned. This child. At that moment, Mi Bayue had turned to the page of the Book of Good and Evil marked immense strength, preparing to confront the approaching skeletal specter. Completely unprepared for Mi Feixue's sudden dash to the forefront. Without the adornment of the night tour's eerie play, she presently relies solely on the empathic vision of Mi Feixue to perceive the skeletal apparition. Even adults find the grotesque entity terrifying and menacing. Yet, Mi Feixue resolutely positions herself in front of Mi Bayue, her pale and slender arms stretched wide in a determined attempt to shield her. Ha ha ha, little mouse. Let us see how well you can fill those precious gaps, the young man taunted. Mi Feixue seemed oblivious to the derision, her dimmed eyes fixed unwaveringly upon the advancing skeletal figure. A tempest of rage churned deep within her, simmering and on the verge of eruption. No. It must not be allowed. No one shall harm Bayue. Unbeknownst to anyone, the cover page of the Book of Good and Evil lay obscured, its black letters glowing faintly with a crimson hue as the moral value dwindled from 20 to 19, 18, 17, 16. The skeletal apparition possessed no intellect. It acted driven by primal instincts during its freedom and obeyed the commands of its master once captured and bound. It sensed the lethal pressure yet continued its advance under compulsion. The bony spikes lunged toward the child, whose stature was dwarfed by its wingspan. Something within Mi Feixue threatened to surge forth, but a hand grasped her shoulder, pulling her back. Mighty force manifested. A torrent of bronze chains shot forth, ensnaring the skeletal entity. The creature's razor-sharp bones could not sever the iron bonds. Look who I have caught, Changdi Hai. No wonder you were untraceable in Dianling Prefecture. It appears you have fled here. Though his presence was not yet visible, his voice rang out. The young man, who commanded the skeletal apparition, abandoned his previous calm demeanor. Panic-stricken as he declared, how could he appear here? Ignoring the skeletal creature, he turned to flee. Once again, a chain of iron shot forth, ensnaring his feet. The young man fell to the ground as the chain swiftly coiled around his ankles, binding him completely. Mi Bayue, having tucked away her book of morality, turned to observe the entrance. Two figures clad in black entered. One, a man whose face was concealed by a pure white mask, was entwined with a chain, followed closely by a youth of about 15 or 16. The boy's eyes sparkled with vitality as he entered, casting a bright smile at Mi Bayue upon meeting her gaze. At that moment, the masked man raised his hand and, with a swift motion, the chains coiling around the condemned man transformed like serpents, their tips morphing into a curved blade that severed the condemned man's head. The condemned let out a wretched howl, his body shattering into pieces upon the ground. The young man spat out a mouthful of foul blood, furiously cursing the masked figure. Suo Wuchang, you violate the laws of the state by coming here. You know the law, yet choose to break it. In response, Suo Wuchang brandished a chain whip, lashing it towards him. Do you think everyone is as foolish as you? He retorted. Chang Dihai cried out in agony as he was struck. In the courtroom, apart from Mi Bayue, Mi Feixue, and Shenli, the white-masked man gestured with a wave of his hand, prompting the young man on the ground to rise as if propelled by an unseen force. Soon, his clothing lay tattered, revealing skin that was torn and bloodied. Once Chang Dihai was rendered unconscious, Suai Wuchang turned his attention to the others, inquiring about the whereabouts of the night court personnel. Shenli and Yuhu, along with two others, responded in unison, present. Suai Wuchang pointed at Chang Dihai's motionless form. Take him and follow me. Yuhu complied without hesitation. Suai Wuchang arrived without announcement and departed without ceremony, taking the defendant with him. While the magistrate could only watch them leave, his words of protest caught in his throat. Aren't you leaving? The boy inquired as he approached Mi Bayue. She replied, The case is not yet concluded. Both the magistrate and Lord Wen turned pale at her words. The youth tilted his head and exclaimed, Oh, I overheard someone outside claiming that the S is involved in schemes of greed and murder. Huh, leave it to me. He raised his chin. Addressing the governor with an air of audacity, Do you have the belongings of the victim? The garments of Wen Qingyu were brought forth, and the youth wrinkled his nose in disdain. From his sleeve, he produced a small cauldron and placed it upon the ground, performing a gesture with his fingers, summoning a flicker of ghostly flame that he cast upon the clothing. The governor and others were momentarily taken aback by his display. The fabric ignited without sustaining damage. The flame danced for a while before vanishing into the cauldron. Within, wisps of smoke swirled, coalescing into the silhouette of Wen Qingyu. The smoky apparition reenacted his audacious theft of the public property from S, followed by his hasty escape. The images flashed rapidly but were comprehensible, until the scene of his arrival at the Yangmingxiang ancestral home suddenly distorted and dissipated. Oh, the youth expressed his astonishment. You have all witnessed the truth. Let it be known, this boy was not slain by S. Even if he were indeed killed by the agents of S, it would still be a matter of justice, for he deserved his fate. After stating this, the youth disregarded the governor's reaction and turned to Mi Bayue with a smile, inquiring, Shall we go? Mi Bayue nodded in agreement, responding, Indeed. Chapter 15. Schemes. The youth introduced himself as Jiang Shou, a special envoy dispatched from the Lingqi Dui mansion in the capital to handle the case of the missing artifacts from S in Beiyuan City. After completing his self-introduction, he awaited Mi Bayue to reveal her identity. However, she remained silent and retorted, From what you imply. The Dewey mansion was aware of the disappearance of the artifacts from S almost immediately. Subordinate prefectures utilize arcane instruments originating from the provost's office, each meticulously documented on the provost's office's register. Any anomaly triggers a response from the provost's office's register, stated. Even seemingly insignificant one-star arcane instruments, if pilfered and wielded by nefarious individuals, can inflict calamity upon ordinary citizens. From his tone, discerned a hint of disdain for the Night Watch's arcane instruments. You still haven't disclosed your name or provenance, inquired. From the Eternal Dreamland, she replied. Eternal Dreamland? Where might that be? Questioned, perplexed. An impoverished, desolate backwater, demurred, feigning modesty. Unconvinced that such a place could produce someone of her caliber, regarded her skeptically, cast a sidelong glance at him. Following her gaze, noticed the hitherto overlooked, and with a start, hastily added, and the young master. In the hall, only and awaited. Upon its entrance, S gaze, piercing from behind his pallid mask, fixed upon her. Academy, seeing's perplexed expression, scrutinized her further. The arcane instrument was not seized by, it resides with her, declared. Turned to in astonishment. He had presumed to be the culprit upon encountering him at the government office, had brought to the Night Watch, demanding the return of the arcane instrument, only to be informed by that the Night Watch's arcane instrument's disappearance was unrelated to. Under the scrutiny of several pairs of eyes, nodded candidly, retorting to it. Is the medical compensation prepared? Was taken aback. Medical compensation? What medical compensation? Upon hearing the words, Jiang Shao regarded Mi Bayue as though he were encountering her anew, scrutinizing her repeatedly. You possess the ability to mend strange artifacts? The tone of Suai Wuchang, concealed behind his mask, bore an unusual quality. Mi Bayue responded with tranquility. I am but a novice. A novice for a day remains a novice, Suai Wuchang remarked, tossing an object into Mi Bayue's hands. Repair this. Should you succeed, a reward will be bestowed upon you. Gazing at the tattered doll in her grasp, Mi Bayue did not decline the opportunity for experimentation presented to her. Oh, Lord Sua. By doing so, you essentially acknowledge the precedent for medical fees. It would be impossible for me to refuse, Jiang Shao lamented. Sua Wucheng replied, all things hold value. This is the principle amongst spirit masters. Mi Bayue cast a sidelong glance, while Jiang Shao appeared familiar with this notion, muttering, everything revolves around equivalent exchange. It lacks humanity. A profound chuckle emanated from Sua Wucheng, who replied, when you find yourself in debt of gratitude, you shall understand that the principle of equivalent exchange is the most beneficial for both parties. With that, Sua Wucheng rose from his seat and departed. Jiang Shao quickly regained his composure and inquired, how much do you require? Yet Mi Bayue replied, there is no rush. Let us first visit my place and observe the recovery of my patients. You are indeed intriguing. It sounds as though you regard strange artifacts as if they were human. Jiang Shao chuckled. Then let us proceed. Where do you reside? Upon arriving at the old residence, Jiang Shao shook his head as he entered. The courtyard was rather spacious. Yet the place was exceedingly antiquated. It is quite inappropriate for the S of Baiyuan City to have assigned you such a decrepit dwelling. When the spirit of the house, transformed into a steward, arrived in the courtyard, it was met with disdain from Jiang Shao, who remarked on the elderly nature of the servant. Mi Bayue, pondering the situation, realized that Jiang Shao was genuinely oblivious to the true essence of the residence and the spirit within. Earlier, in the yamen, could your eyes truly perceive the supernatural? Jiang Shao, taken aback by Mi Bayue's inquiry, retorted defiantly, of course I can see them. Although I do not possess innate spiritual sight, my spiritual awareness has awakened, and my spiritual channels have formed. I can not only perceive the peculiarities of this world, but I have also mastered a spell. Impressive, Mi Bayue encouraged, eliciting a proud smile from Jiang Shao. At that moment, Mi Feixue, who had been curiously observing the flickering flame atop Jiang Shao's finger, pressed her lips together. Mi Bayue then opened the Book of Good and Evil, releasing the long hair, and whispers. The physical forms of these supernatural artifacts manifested as a severed lock of hair and an ear crafted from stone. Jiang Shao examined them closely and remarked, I am unsure what damage they have sustained, but they appear to be in good condition now. After setting the two artifacts down, Jiang Shao recalled, I remember there were a total of 4 missing artifacts. Mi Bayue nodded, adding, I wish to retain the other 2 and offset their medical expenses with these 2. This way, you won't need to pay anything additional. Though it seemed reasonable, Jiang Shao felt an unsettling sense of imbalance and skeptically remarked, why do I feel as though I am still at a loss? Mi Bayue mimicked his earlier tone and replied, but they are merely 1-star artifacts. How could one truly suffer a loss? Jiang Shao countered, while that may be true, I came here on a mission. Mi Bayue's gentle voice exuded an understanding demeanor. Why not wait until I have repaired the peculiar artifact given by Lord Su, and then we shall settle accounts according to the remuneration he has provided. Gazing into the girl's clear, sparkling eyes, Jiang Shao found it exceedingly difficult to refuse. His concession fell well within Mi Bayue's expectations from their brief interactions. She had discerned that despite his youth, Jiang Shao had been dispatched as a special envoy from the central government, likely to fulfill a mere task. With the true adventure lying alongside the esteemed Lord Su, he was undoubtedly a privileged scion of the central government, having enjoyed a life of comfort since childhood. The peculiar artifact, which Yu Hu and the others cherished as a priceless treasure, was of little significance in his eyes. That night, Mi Bayue donned the nocturnal plaything upon her face and retrieved the tattered doll bestowed by Su Wucheng. The doll bore multiple tears, particularly a significant dent in its abdomen. Within her abode, threads and needles lay scattered. A crack in the table revealed a hidden stash of sewing supplies. Under the flickering candlelight, Mi Bayue threaded the needle and began her work of mending. For a doctor well-versed in both internal and external medicine, repairing a doll was a simple task. As she sewed with her head bowed, her mind wandered to other matters. Years slipped by, and when Qingyu finally surpassed the age of awakening, coming to the sobering realization that he would never become a spirit master, in a moment of desperation, he sold the savior to the unseen hands pulling the strings, exchanging them for his final gain. At that time, he deceived the savior into believing his days were numbered, claiming only a mysterious spirit master could provide salvation. The opportunity for rescue lay in the Savior's cooperation with the Spirit Master for experimentation. I, Wenqingyu, swear to the heavens, today you have saved me. And when you come of age, I shall take you as my wife, pledging my life to you alone, hand in hand, until the end of our days. A single lie cast the Savior into the depths of hell, where the executioner was named Changdi. With meticulous and seamless stitches, he mended the torn face of the doll. Mi Bayue lowered her head to bite the thread, her lips inadvertently brushing against the doll's visage, causing a faint blush to bloom upon its fabric. After deftly securing the thread, she proceeded to repair the doll's wounds, her downcast eyes serene and gentle, capable of drowning one in their depths. Entrusting Wenqingyu's attire to you, who was a strategy devised to enable him to exact revenge on Du Yuanda. Ultimately, the three parties engaged in a fierce and unrelenting struggle, with none willing to spare the other, and none able to escape retribution. In the shadows, Changdi was drawn forth. The narrative had previously revealed that Changdi had concealed himself within the Wen household for years, both to recuperate and to evade pursuers. Mi Bayue sought to seize the opportunity of his vulnerability to claim his life, even if she failed. She aimed to draw the attention of the Yi manor upon him, leaving him no choice but to abandon his plan of hiding and recuperating while plotting against Mi Feixue. Sua Wuchang and Jiang Shou were unexpected guests in this scheme. Had she not caused the mysterious artifacts of Yi manor to go missing, the central government would not have dispatched special envoys. And today, events would not have unfolded. Although unforeseen, it proved to be a fortuitous happenstance. Chapter 16. It became your follower, having mended the doll's numerous wounds. Only the large, sunken hole in its abdomen remained. Mi Bayue gently inquired, "Well, what would you like to place inside?" The doll shyly shook its head. Mi Bayue patiently suggested, "Fabric? Cotton? Straw? Or perhaps flower petals?" The idea of flower petals was indeed appealing. Dried flowers could be used to fill it, releasing a delicate fragrance. Regrettably, there were none to be found within the estate. As she spoke, a thought struck her, and she turned to retrieve a tuft of hair from a drawer, asking the doll, "How about using this for the time being?" The doll was already entranced by the gentle tones and divine power, offering no resistance to Mi Bayue's demands. It remained silent, and Mi Bayue took this as acquiescence, stuffing a sample extracted from the enigmatic artifact, a strand of hair, into the doll's belly. With an exquisite stitching technique akin to that used in human suturing, she meticulously closed the doll's abdomen. Once the task was complete, Mi Bayue set aside her needle and thread to examine the doll in her hands. With its round face framed by two plump pigtails, crescent-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, and dressed in a vibrant red outfit, the doll initially appeared festive and adorable. However, upon closer inspection, its unsettling grin evoked a sense of dread. Transformed, it bore no trace of its former tattered self. The stitches were virtually invisible to the naked eye. Mi Bayue then placed it into the Book of Good and Evil, the doll offering no resistance. The book, having undergone numerous experiments alongside Mi Bayue, seemed to grasp her methodology. Beneath the original simple description of the curse, two additional lines aligned with Mi Bayue's experimental narrative were inscribed. This artifact inflicts harm upon the enemy while causing oneself to suffer. Perhaps that is why its curse is far more potent than other artifacts of the same tier. When unleashed to its fullest extent, none beneath the realm of spirit masters can withstand it. The curse, initially devoid of offensive capability beyond self-harm, has fortuitously been reshaped by divine hands, resulting in a peculiar mutation as it digests the newly birthed energy within. The curse has never been treated gently. It has become your devoted follower. The background illustration of the cursed doll in the pages of the book featured its crescent eyes and round rosy cheeks, seemingly peering through the pages with a bashful smile of admiration. In the mind of Mi Bayue, a newfound divine skill has emerged, Cursed Guardian. This ability curses those who harm you, ensuring that they shall suffer double the retribution for their transgressions. Truly, it is a divine skill, not only practical and formidable, but as she transforms into the shadowy deity, she wields this ability without the risk of damaging Cursed Guardian. Were she to employ Cursed Guardian, without the protective Night Wanderer's mask, its effects would be far more ordinary. This predicament indeed poses a challenge for her. Mi Bayue gently caresses the small round sideburns of cursed guardian on the page, reluctant to return it to her employer. Speaking of her employer, at this moment, Su Wuchang stealthily approaches the walls of the old mansion. He stands outside for a while, his eyes, concealed beneath his pale visage, scanning the surroundings with uncertainty. The eerie atmosphere is thin yet persistent, ominous but not malevolent, not resembling the illusions created by spectral objects. Could it truly be a spiritual entity? With this thought, a glimmer of greed flickers in Su Wuchang's eyes. Cursed artifacts are toxic, and the tales surrounding them are difficult to decipher, with each spirit forming its own faction. Remaining hidden, spiritual entities, however, are treasures born of the convergence of celestial energy, each unique and exceedingly rare, and once encountered, they incite fierce competition. Su Wuchang never anticipated encountering such a spiritual entity in the mundane realm of Kanglan continent. The fleeting thought of murder and plunder crossed his mind but was swiftly quelled by his calm demeanor. The rarity of spiritual entities also lies in their sentience. They choose their masters, and any forced acquisition carries a substantial risk of self-destruction for the entity, imparting a lesson to the would-be usurper that is unforgettable. He shoots a copper lock from his hand and leaps over the high wall, making his way toward the illuminated house in the distance. Inside, Mi Feixue fixates on her fingers, and then, with dexterity, she performs a series of hand seals, identical to those she practiced with Jiang Shao earlier in the afternoon. She fixated on her fingertips, yet ultimately failed to conjure the ethereal flame that Mi Bayue had praised. A flicker of anger surfaced on Mi Feixue's face, her brows knitting together as she prepared for yet another futile attempt. Just then, a cherubic face appeared amidst the bookshelves, her young master gently reminding her that it was nearly time for the lady to soothe her to sleep. Upon hearing this, Mi Feixue immediately halted her incessantly fruitless practice. She felt a wave of frustration. Despite her identical efforts, she could not produce the flame that would earn Bayue's commendation. This vexation transformed into an impulse to pin her thoughts, prompting her to retrieve a small booklet she had titled Feixue's Diary. As she flipped through the pages, she took up her brush and poured her indignation and grievances onto the paper. The wind blows. The fire dances, the wind carries the flames to a waltz. The fire chases, the wind roams. The fire ignites the furnace for the wind. Great fires blaze. Great fires burn. The external villains turn to ash. In the depths of night, Su Wuchang's dark attire served as the perfect guise, his pale visage flitting through the shadows like a specter. He approached the illuminated house without a hitch, mere steps away from crossing the corridor. A waft of night breeze brushed against his exposed skin, warm yet mild. This slight warmth paled in comparison to the oppressive air of Lingzhou. A thought flickered in Su Wuchang's mind as he prepared to advance towards the dwelling. However, a sudden realization struck him. This was the Kanglan continent. Devoid of the toxic air of Lingzhou, and the night wind could not possess such searing intensity. His foot, poised to step forward, hesitated in midair before abruptly retreating. In that moment, a startling scene validated his decision to withdraw. A swirling mass of crimson flames, almost black, erupted where he had intended to tread. The terrifying and eerie aura emanating from the flames left Su Wuchang utterly astonished. Flee. His extensive experience with life and death compelled him to retreat without hesitation. The mere oppressive sensation from the spectral fire rendered him powerless to resist, let alone contemplate the horrific entity controlling it. As he turned to escape, a fierce wind surged forth, obstructing his path. The wind howled, weaving an invisible net, ensnaring him like an insect caught within its grasp. The copper lock soared out, clashing against the wind net with resounding bangs. At that moment, Su Wuchang felt an intense searing heat, far surpassing his initial encounter. Alarmed, he gazed around as the flames spread across the ground, intertwining with the wind net, advancing towards him in a consuming embrace. Protect! The copper chain swiftly coiled around him, forming a protective circle against the encroaching wind and fire. In mere seconds, the copper lock began to splinter. With a sudden poof, Su Wuchang coughed up blood. Sporadic flames flickered through the gaps in the chains, landing upon him. His clothing remained unscathed, yet his skin felt as though it were being fried. If he did not utilize his spiritual energy to defend himself, the prickling pain would inevitably spread, charring his skin to ashes wherever it touched. His spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, and without the strength to hold on much longer, he would soon meet his demise. In despair, Su Wuchang cried out, "I mean no offense." Meanwhile, Mi Feixue set down her pen, tidied her desk, and reviewed her diary once more. Her gaze lingered on the final line. Would August think poorly of her if he read this? As this thought crossed her mind, Mi Feixue felt a surge of unease. Fearful that pessimistic notions would continue to emerge. Surely, the gentle August would detest those with ill intentions. The child hastily seized the brush, dipped it in ink, and daubed over the phrase, "burned to ashes." Recalling Jiang Shou's smug countenance from earlier that day, she pursed her lips and inscribed, "ran away in shame." After reviewing the graffiti-altered diary entry, Mi Feixue nodded in contentment. One day, she vowed, she would conjure a flame surpassing all others. Suddenly, the wind-woven fire cage dissipated, the conflagration ceasing. The nearly expired Su Wuchang beheld the egress with incredulity, the prospect of survival galvanizing his spirit as he scrambled out of the courtyard. Moments later, Mi Bayue's figure traversed the corridor, approaching Mi Feixue's residence. A flicker of light in the periphery of her vision caught her attention. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a lantern shade, fallen to the ground and half consumed by flames. Mi Bayue approached and extinguished the embers beneath her foot. The sound of a door creaking open emanated from behind her. Mi Feixue emerged, her youthful face etched with curiosity as she regarded Mi Bayue. Then the charred remains of the lantern shade. With childlike whimsy, she gestured above her head with her hand, extending 2 fingers in a playful manner. Mi Feixue's eyes narrowed, brimming with delight as she nodded in affirmation. Chapter 17. Pledge at daybreak. Mi Bayue, clutching the mended cursed grief doll, sought out Su Wuchang, who resided with Jiang Shou in the detached dust courtyard. The attendants within the courtyard, brought by the 2 men themselves, were all robust martial artists. After an attendant announced her arrival, the door swung inward, revealing Jiang Shou, who stated, "Sir Sua invites you to enter." Upon crossing the threshold, Mi Bayue detected a subtle medicinal aroma, cool and refreshing. Jiang Shou shut the door, seizing the opportunity to whisper, "Sir Sua seems unwell today. Proceed with caution." "Miss me?" Su Wuchang's voice resonated from the inner chamber. "Forgive my immobility. Please, speak your business within." His demeanor was far from unmanageable, indeed. It was a considerable improvement over his aloofness of the previous day. Mi Bayue turned her gaze towards Jiang Shou, who appeared even more perplexed than she was. They proceeded, one after the other, into the inner chamber. There, Mi Bayue beheld Su Wuchang seated upon the divan. His face was obscured by a white mask, and he was clad, as always, in dark robes. The cool, medicinal scent that permeated the air emanated from him, enveloping him entirely in an even, pervasive aroma. "Lord Sua," Mi Bayue greeted him. Su Wuchang shifted his shoulders slightly and inquired, "To what do I owe the pleasure of Miss Mi's visit?" Mi Bayue surmised that she had not been mistaken earlier. Su Wuchang's voice was indeed raspy, suggesting a severe injury. "I have come to return the patient," she said, producing the cursed voodoo doll from her sleeve. Su Wuchang paused, then lifted his gaze to examine the seemingly undamaged doll. Eldritch artifacts are no ordinary objects. Their external appearance reflects their true state. Unless its function were truly restored, no amount of mending could alter its outward form. Repaired in a single night? He mused. Mi Bayue understood immediately that it was the speed of the repair that had astonished him, exceeding his expectations. All of this required Mi Bayue to explore on her own. Her ability to discover a method for repairing eldritch artifacts was no mere stroke of luck, but rather the result of her analytical reasoning. The Yin gods govern the world's strange entities, and these entities are of the Yin aspect. House spirits are spiritual beings, and their corporeal forms must be extraordinary as well. Therefore, the probability of successfully repairing an eldritch artifact by using the hand of a Yin god and the corporeal substance of a house spirit is extremely high. Practical experimentation has also proven the validity of her logical concept. "This is the agreed-upon compensation," Su Wuchang said, deliberately bypassing the issue of the unexpectedly rapid repair. He detached a pouch from his waist and extracted 10 thumbnail-sized, pale gray crystals, placing them upon the table. Mi Bayue maintained her composure, surmising that this was likely the universal currency of the spirit master realm, the spirit crystal, a precious treasure unattainable by mere mortals on the Kanglan continent. Su Wuchang had been observing Mi Bayue closely, Noting her indifference toward the spirit crystal, he became increasingly wary of her true identity. Do you think it's lacking? Su Wuchang inquired. At this juncture, Mi Bayue had discerned that Su Wuchang's demeanor towards her had shifted from the previous day. The arrogance he had displayed yesterday was absent, replaced by an unusual amiability. No, I merely wish to purchase this peculiar artifact from you, Sir Su, Mi Bayue replied. Very well, he conceded. Originally intended as a means to gauge Mi Bayue's abilities, the cursed doll, despite its considerable utility, was merely a disposable item of little consequence to someone of Su Wuchang's standing. After a moment's reflection, he proposed a modest price, 5 spirit crystals, which was even cheaper than the repair costs. However, Mi Bayue found herself unable to afford it. Does Sir Su have any other artifacts in need of repair? Su Wuchang paused, momentarily taken aback, as he scrutinized Mi Bayue with uncertainty. Mi Bayue candidly responded, we could deduct it from the repair costs. Turning to Jiang Shao, she asked to borrow some. Jiang Shao, wincing at the thought, reluctantly produced 3 spirit crystals. Mi Bayue cast him a sidelong glance, realizing that even this noble scion, who appeared to disdain a mere 1-star artifact, was also rather impoverished. Unaware of her thoughts, Jiang Shao continued to persuade her, artifacts are easily acquired, but spirit crystals are hard to come by. Why pursue this item? Mi Bayue shook her head, refusing his 3 spirit crystals, and instead placed the heart whisper upon the table. I wish to use this as collateral. It is collateral, not a trade. Su Wuchang recognized this as one of the peculiar artifacts that had gone missing from the Sai mansion. Even though the cursed grudge had been damaged previously, it was still a rare gem among the 1-star artifacts. Mi Bayue remarked, this is a 2-star artifact. Oh? Su Wuchang lifted the heart whisper to his eyes for closer inspection and inquired further, what powers does it possess? Mi Bayue produced a prepared instruction sheet for its maintenance and care, placing it before him. The young lady exhibited the demeanor of a skilled artifact master. Su Wuchang had heard tales of the eccentricities of artifact masters. Often, what could be conveyed in a single sentence was instead elaborated upon with a lengthy document, which he perceived as a quirk of their profession. Casually, he picked up the paper from the table, but upon reading its contents, his eyes widened behind the mask, gripping Heart Whisper tightly before gradually relaxing his hold. Hey, isn't this one of the artifacts from the Sai mansion? When did it become a 2-star? Jiang Shao asked in astonishment. Mi Bayue replied, it transformed shortly after being repaired. Su Wuchang glanced sideways. Mi Bayue added, I've merely gotten accustomed to using it. I have yet to thoroughly study it. Jiang Shao jested, so you're using my property as collateral, which means you owe me a favor. Goodness. Su Wuchang thought to himself, impressed. However, Mi Bayue did not let Jiang Shao take advantage. She calculated the interest. Calmly, she stated, 10 spirit crystals. The impoverished Jiang Shao, with only 3 spirit crystals in his pocket, fell silent. They had previously agreed to calculate the medical expenses based on Su Wuchang standards. And now 2 artifacts amounted to 20 spirit crystals. Jiang Shao, after a brief moment of dejection, quickly regained his spirits. According to Lord Sua's standards, a damaged first-tier artifact is worth 5 spirit crystals. If you wish to retain those 2 artifacts, it would mean you still owe me 10. Mi Bayue responded, well, let's say the interest is 1 crystal per year. If it hasn't been a year, we can still count it as 1. Seeing her decisiveness, Jiang Shao felt a tinge of embarrassment, remarking that he was merely joking. Mi Bayue, however, remained steadfast in her principles. Jiang Shao desired to exhibit some warmth and refused to accept interest from Mi Bayue, prompting Su Wuchang to suggest an alternative, a promise to repair the artifacts. Both turned their gazes toward him. With the white mask obscuring his features, Mi Bayue could not discern Su Wuchang's expression, while Jiang Shao readily acquiesced, declaring that this arrangement was agreeable and that they need not concern themselves with interest any further. Clearly, Jiang Shao did not take this promise to heart. Su Wuchang, facing the silent Mi Bayue, added that if Miss Mi found it unsatisfactory, she could decline. No, it is quite satisfactory. Lord Sua has made proper arrangements. Mi Bayue replied with a faint smile. Even without the mask, Su Wuchang could not ascertain whether her reaction stemmed from genuine sentiment He cast a glance at the foolishly grinning Jiang Shao, thinking to himself that the Navi lad had no idea of the significant benefits he had negotiated on his behalf. Chapter 18. This spirit of the residence is fond of wealth. After the matter of the artifacts was settled, Mi Bayue inquired about Chanda Si. Sua Wucheng replied, "He is currently in the dungeon." Suddenly, an idea struck Sua Wucheng, who rolled up the product's maintenance manual in his hands. "Your artifact arrived at an opportune time. I was just about to interrogate him regarding certain matters. This is called the unyielding soul, who cannot help but suspect that Mi Bayue's act of sending the heart's words was not merely a chance occurrence." Mi Bayue inquired, "When does Sir So plan to interrogate him? And what do you intend to do afterward?" The unyielding soul replied, "Why do you ask this?" Mi Bayue responded, "I wish to conduct some research using him." "Research?" Jiang Shao interjected in astonishment. Mi Bayue continued, "He once claimed he would use my blood to nourish the bone spirit and exploit my flesh for his purposes." Yet Jiang Shao could not believe that this gentle girl before him harbored intentions of repaying malice with malice. The unyielding soul remarked, "You are indeed candid. Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, Mi Bayue curiously added, "I have one final question to pose to Sir So, and you may answer at your discretion. Why are you so amiable towards me? Since you have discerned my goodwill towards you, it signifies that my efforts were not in vain," the unyielding soul replied. His tone softened with a hint of warmth, appreciating Mi Bayue's ability to hold both grudges and gratitude at such a young age. He detested the ingratitude of those who benefited yet failed to acknowledge their good fortune. "Consider it an investment on my part. What I do today is merely a trifling effort. Should you rise to great heights in the future and remember this kindness, it would indeed be a profit for me." Mi Bayue understood, nodding in farewell, indicating she would not intrude upon Sir So's rest. The unyielding so gazed at her retreating figure and suddenly said, "Since you have posed a question to me, I too have one for you." Mi Bayue halted and replied, "Please, Sir So, go ahead." The unyielding so inquired, "Do you truly have no spirit crystals to settle the account? Or are you simply reluctant to part with them? I have heard from Yuhu and others that you seem unusually concerned about wealth. In the month of August." Mi's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any peculiarities. Su Wucheng chuckled heartily upon hearing this, disregarding the veracity of the matter, and gestured for them to leave. This them included Jiang Shao, clearly indicating the intention to dismiss him. Once the two departed, Su Wucheng's smile swiftly faded. It seemed she was entirely unaware of the events that transpired in the courtyard the previous night, suggesting that someone was shielding her from the truth. Hailing from humble beginnings, Su Wucheng occasionally felt both envy and resentment towards the lofty scions of distinguished families who had seemingly won half a lifetime's worth of advantages from birth. However, upon unfurling the scroll in her hand and examining its contents, she regained her composure. Regardless of her reasons for arriving in the Kanglan continent or the secrets she harbored. Such innate talent, provided it did not wane, would undoubtedly lead to great achievements in the future. Thus, forging a favorable relationship was the wisest course of action. Jiang Shao inquired, "What is your relationship with that boy?" "Another who mistook me Feixue for a lad." Mi Bayue replied, "What do you think?" Jiang Shao retorted, "An orphan you kindly took in? Siblings? Even if siblings, not by blood, I presume?" From his reaction, it was clear that most people shared his assumptions. Mi Bayue was aware that she appeared merely a girl of 15 or 16, while Mi Feixue, despite being slight of stature, was clearly 4 or 5 years old. She had even found it peculiar upon her arrival how her original self could have given birth to a child like Mi Feixue. Thus it was no wonder others could not discern their maternal connection. Mi Bayue herself was indifferent to the labels of relationships. Her sole focus was on Mi Feixue, whom she had chosen and nurtured for half a year. "We are family," she stated. This declaration was as good as unspoken. Jiang Shao was left speechless. In the month of August, Mi Bayue halted a passing servant and entrusted him with a silver coin to procure some items. The servant took note with utmost seriousness and departed. Jiang Shao remarked, "What you mentioned seems to pertain to lantern making." Mi Bayue confirmed, "Indeed, it is for lanterns." Jiang Shao chuckled, "If you desire a lantern, why not simply purchase one? Making it yourself seems rather cumbersome." "It is not the same," Mi Bayue replied. As they approached the entrance of the Chinsi courtyard, Jiang Shao bid farewell with a wave and did not accompany her further. Upon returning to the ancestral residence, Mi Bayue called for the spirit of the house. "Did Su Wucheng visit last night?" she inquired. The spirit affirmed, "Indeed. Was his injury caused by you?" Mi Bayue pressed on. The spirit responded, "It was sustained in the courtyard." Mi Bayue glanced at it thoughtfully, gaining a clearer understanding of the spirit's description in the Book of Good and Evil. This spirit, while undeniably powerful, exhibits excessive caution. Being referred to as formidable in the Book of Good and Evil surely indicates it possesses substantial abilities. Originally, the spirit was intended as a contingency in her plans. Within your domain, how many stars of spirit masters can you contend with? She later shared a midday meal with Mi Feixue. Meanwhile, a servant arrived, delivering the items she had requested along with the remaining silver. Mi Bayue declined the leftover silver, instead offering another ingot to the servant, instructing him to visit the Feixue to procure provisions, including rice, flour, dried fruits, and candies, which were then to be handed to the steward upon arrival. The servant accepted the task and departed once more. Mi Bayue handed a money pouch to the steward's spirit, stating, "Should you require anything further, feel free to send someone to attend to it." The steward's spirit's face brightened noticeably upon receiving the pouch. Mi Bayue spoke with an air of indifference. "If it's insufficient, feel free to come to me again." Zhai Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mi Bayue had confirmed that this Zhai Ling had an affinity for wealth. Yet, despite her fondness for riches, she lacked the wisdom to accumulate them. The purse she offered Zhai Ling was a relic of Wenqingyu, originating from the night listening to Snow Carriage-esque puppetry. A few days prior, she had released Night Listening to Snow for research purposes and discovered that every individual consumed by the eerie puppets would inherit the external appearances of those they devoured, which, aside from their garments, included their monetary possessions. Currently, the wealthiest purses Mi Bayue had acquired were those of Wenqingyu and a certain young Master Du, surpassing the savings she had amassed over 6 months as a physician in Eternal Dreamland. It is no wonder the old adage rings true: ill-gotten gains come swiftly. Throughout the afternoon, Mi Bayue assisted Mi Feixue in crafting handmade lanterns. As night fell, a delicate white rabbit lantern was completed. Outside Mi Feishue's residence, Mi Bayue placed the lantern into her hands, lifting the child by her legs. Mi Feishue's eyes widened in surprise and delight, gazing at Mi Bayue in bewilderment. Mi Bayue smiled and said, "Darling, why don't you hang our labor's result yourself?" Mi Feixue stared at her blankly. Mi Bayue tilted her head. In the depths of Mi Feishue's dim, dark eyes, a soft white glow was reflected, gently illuminating the grayish world within her gaze. With eyes wide open, Mi Feixue felt a sting of fatigue yet was reluctant to close them. It was only when Mi Bayue noticed the redness around her eyes and inquired that Mi Feixue shook her head and hung the little rabbit lantern on the hook. The evening breeze swept through, causing the rabbit to sway slightly, adorably charming. Mi Bayue turned to Mi Feixue and asked, "Do you like it?" Mi Feixue nodded gently. At that moment, the house spirit emerged from the shadows and announced, "Young Master Jiang is here to visit with Changdi Hai." Chapter 19. The Yin Mansion. Upon entering the main hall, Mi Bayue encountered Jiang Shou and the incapacitated Changdi Hai, and she keenly sensed the goodwill extended by Su Wucheng. Jiang Shou remarked, "The person has been delivered to you, and Lord Su has a message for you." Mi Bayue inquired, "What message?" With a smile, she added, "Please convey my gratitude to Lord Su." Yet, Jiang Shou lingered, further questioning Mi Bayue. "What do you intend to use him for?" Noticing his inquisitive demeanor, Mi Bayue replied, "Why not see for yourself?" This was precisely the response Jiang Shou had awaited, and he declared, "Then I shall not hesitate." The house spirit, the steward, then transported Changdi Hai into Mi Bayue's laboratory, placing him on a wooden bed before exiting. The room was brightly lit by candlelight. After Jiang Shou entered, he surveyed the surroundings and inadvertently caught sight of Mi Feixue, who was partially concealed at the doorway, revealing only half her face. He greeted her with a cheerful smile. However, the child remained expressionless, her dull eyes fixed intently upon him. Under such a penetrating gaze, Jiang Shou suddenly felt a chill, and his smile faltered. What was the child implying? He leaned towards Mi Bayue and whispered, "What does she mean?" Upon hearing this, Mi Bayue turned to see Mi Feixue at the door. She first introduced, "This is Feixue," then approached the doorway, bending down to gently stroke Mi Feixue's hair. "I need to conduct some experiments. I will come to see you later." Mi Feixue cast a glance towards Jiang Shou in the room, her gaze dimming as she lowered her eyes, obediently nodding. After a moment's contemplation, Mi Bayue handed Mi Feixue a newly acquired curse doll, intending for it to be her new companion. Despite the doll's menacing abilities, its appearance was rather charming. Bound by the ties of her devotees, it would be wholly improbable for her to inflict harm upon Mi Feixue against her own volition. Mi Feixue, cradling the curse doll, affectionately nuzzled Mi Bayue's hand before departing. The laboratory doors closed. Jiang Shou remarked, "I sensed an oddness in the way he regarded me. The child craves reassurance. Perceiving you as a rival for my attention," Mi Bayue responded, producing her surgical kit. "Ah, I comprehend," Jiang Shou replied, relieved by the explanation. "He possesses quite the jealous streak. What manner of blade is this?" Jiang Shou inquired, his gaze fixated on the slender scalpel Mi Bayue extracted from her kit. Unlike any he had encountered before, neither dagger nor concealed projectile. "A surgical instrument," Mi Bayue stated, donning customized surgical gloves. "Remove his garments." Jiang Shou, still scrutinizing the surgical gloves, paused upon hearing her words. "Remove his garments?" "Affirmative," she replied, filled with questions. Jiang Shou met Mi Bayue's gaze for a fleeting moment and complied. He couldn't shake the impression that the young lady wielding the surgical instrument possessed an unusual air, inspiring both trust and unwavering obedience. Jiang Shou removed Chang Dihai's shirt, revealing a torso marred by lacerated whip wounds, some penetrating to the bone. Jiang Shou glanced at Mi Bayue, who remained impassive. She approached and collected samples of blood and flesh from the wound's edges. Such paltry scraps of skin. "He hardly feels a thing," Jiang Shou mused, his doubts dissipating, finding the situation amusing. Mi Bayue did not respond. She ran the scalpel along Chang Dihai's chest. Jiang Shou's words abruptly ceased, witnessing a cut so smooth and fluid it was palpable. The slender blade sliced through not flesh, but rather fabric. The meat had been severed, and blood had yet to register its release. Only after a moment did it begin to seep forth. Mi Bayue retrieved her instruments to separate and secure the flesh. Scrutinizing the condition of Chang Dihai, the knife penetrated the viscera, meticulously extracting samples. At that moment, Chang Dihai's body twitched, and his eyes flew open, filled with venomous resentment. Mi Bayue met his gaze, her tone calm as she stated, "Jai." A wooden table extended with restraints, binding Chang Dihai's limbs, waist, neck, and forehead. He widened his eyes in alarm. Unfazed, Mi Bayue continued her dissection, inquiring about his sensations while observing the internal state of his body. Engrossed in her research, she paid no heed to his responses. The recovery rate appeared to be threefold. She could proceed. The distinctions of his organs compared to an ordinary person. Well, without further cases, no conclusions could be drawn. The color of the bones was unusual, their hardness extraordinary. The scalpel gently tapped against the bone, and Mi Bayue's eyes glimmered as she turned to retrieve a surgical instrument. With exquisite technique, devoid of any superfluous movement, she silently removed a rib. Time slipped away, and even a villain like Chang Dihai found himself on the brink of collapse. He had never endured such an experience. Even when captured by the Grim Reaper for severe punishment, his fears had been limited to pain and death. Yet now, he felt no true agony. Compared to the brutal punishments of his captor, the pain inflicted by Mi Bayue was akin to an ant's bite. However, he was on the verge of breakdown, gripped by a terror surpassing that of death itself. At least before the Grim Reaper, he was still a person, capable of resistance. In this moment, he felt like an object, being methodically dissected and dismantled by another. In the course of this disintegration, he observed and listened intently, the excruciatingly slight pangs of pain becoming one of the sources of his torment, rendering him increasingly aware of his own insignificance. The flow of blood quickened. Mi Bayue cast a glance at the visibly distressed Chang Dihai, calmly retrieving needle and thread to stitch up the profusely bleeding wound, reminding him to maintain his composure, as his emotions would influence the rate of blood loss. Chang Dihai watched in awe as the girl employed a technique so exquisite that it seemed almost flawless. Her stitches so fine they were nearly invisible, transforming the once grotesque wound into something demure. Mi Bayue inquired, "Can you still utilize your spiritual energy? Please try. I wish to observe the trajectory of its use and the changes it brings to the human body." Chang Dihai gritted his teeth, yet could not quell the trembling of his lips. At that moment, he wished for the presence of a heart language. Mi Bayue continued to suture his other wounds, pondering whether human spiritual perception originated from the center of the forehead. She was curious to see what it resembled. After severing the delicate thread, she gazed thoughtfully at Chang Dihai's brow. The spiritual aperture connects to the heart's eye. She had already examined the heart, and now she sought to behold an eye. Lowering her head to exchange surgical tools, she heard a heavy object fall to the ground and looked ahead. Jiang Shao, pale-faced, offered her an awkward smile as he picked up the container he had accidentally knocked over, hastily grasping for conversation to mask his anxiety. Even with heart language, it might not prove effective. Today, Lord Su had interrogated him using heart language, discovering that he had concealed everything within the netherworld, which had greatly angered Lord Su. After speaking, Jiang Shao realized that his words, though connected by a thread of sentiment, bore no relevance to what Mi Bayue intended to pursue. Yet, Mi Bayue responded. "The Yin Mansion?" Her expression was one of perplexity, infusing her demeanor with warmth. Jiang Shao, finding her usual gentle essence, spoke with ease. "You are unaware of what the Yin Mansion is?" Mi Bayue nodded. Jiang Shao, taken aback, exclaimed, "You are familiar with cursed artifacts, spiritual perception, and spiritual apertures. Yet you do not know of the Yin Mansion? Could it be that you follow the path of the artifact master, and thus your elders have not imparted this knowledge to you?" Mi Bayue set down her surgical knife, her eyes sparkling with clarity, exuding a soft grace that made her all the more enchanting under the flickering light. Jiang Shao unconsciously relaxed, explaining, "The Yin Mansion is a passage created by the cursed masters of the Yin lineage within their own shadows, specifically designed to house the cursed entities they command." Mi Bayue recalled the bone specter that had emerged from Chang Dihai's shadow when they were at the magistrate's office. She inquired, "Apart from cursed objects, can the Yin Mansion contain other items?" "That depends." Jiang Shao scratched his head, saying, "What I know is from my grandfather. The Yin Mansion established by the spiritual masters essentially opens a realm of the underworld through shadows, allowing for the nurturing of cursed objects within. This enables them to be summoned at will while being sustained by the Yin energy. Furthermore, if a cursed object is injured, placing it within can aid in its recovery. This is a fundamental lesson for practitioners of the Yin lineage. If one were to cast items from the mortal realm into the abyss, it would undoubtedly provoke instability within the realm of the dead. The consequences could range from minor injuries to spiritual practitioners to the catastrophic collapse of the underworld itself. Furthermore, the objects cast would be rapidly eroded and damaged by the malevolent energies, rendering the endeavor utterly futile. Mi Bayue, pondering this, considered the implications of tossing in treasures of the underworld. Such an act would indeed have minimal impact, yet there exists a significant risk of your eerie possessions being devoured. Jiang Shao chuckled, recalling a jest his grandfather had shared during his youth. He had warned him that should he ever establish a passage to the underworld, he must refrain from introducing anything other than strange entities, for not only would they likely be consumed by these entities, but they might also be pilfered by the denizens of the netherworld. Mi Bayue's expression turned to one of astonishment. Jiang Shao revealed a cryptic smile. Having just mentioned that the underworld is a passageway created by spiritual practitioners, and that the strange entities are akin to residents of that realm. Thus, introducing anything would not raise suspicion. However, the treasures of the underworld are indeed their sustenance, should the scent reach them. It might attract little thieves from the netherworld who could slip through the passage and abscond with your treasures. Beneath the veiled moon, at a writing desk, a cursed doll leaned against the penholder. A child sat attentively before the desk. The deity crafted its skeleton. I enveloped it in skin. The deity claimed it as 2 fangs. I painted a pair of eyes on it. Little rabbit. Little rabbit. This is a gift from the deity. Little rabbit, illuminate the path for the deity, with her longing inscribed upon paper. Mi Feixue closed her diary titled Divinity and promptly seized the cursed doll, rushing to the window to gaze longingly towards the direction of the laboratory. Chapter 20. The Theft of Treasures Along the Road. A cylindrical protrusion revealed a human face, as you wished. Despite the property being singular, its superior quality rendered it exceptional. Mi Bayue, in a joyous mood, remarked, "Once I earn some money in the future, I shall certainly contribute to your endeavors." Jialing, feeling a sense of modesty, secretly began to dance, transforming the very air within the room into a fresher essence, devoid of dust. In the absence of Jiang Shao, Mi Bayue retrieved the Book of Good and Evil from the table, only to discover that one page contained her previous research notes. Attempting to insert a bone sample from Chang Dehai into the book, she was met with vehement rejection from its pages. The trembling frequency of the pages vividly conveyed their disdain. To deter Mi Bayue from persisting, the book spontaneously illustrated a pencil sketch of Chang Dehai's flesh and bones. As if to directly communicate, "Do not insert that repugnant object into my being. If you desire a record, I can provide it." Faced with this, Mi Bayue reluctantly set the sample aside, carefully storing it within a compartmented container. She then extracted The Nocturnal Play of Phantoms from the book. A veil of gray mist obscured her visage. Mi Bayue astutely noticed that this time, the mist bore a slightly greater presence than before. Though the change was subtle, it was indeed palpable. As she reached out, the mist danced whimsically, entwining her fingertips. It hurts so much. Help me. Help me." Suddenly, a melodious plea for assistance echoed in her ears, emanating from a youthful voice. A profound sense of responsibility surged within Mi Bayue, compelling her to investigate the source of the cry. As her vision blurred, a thin veil of gray mist parted, revealing a vivid scene beyond. In the month of August, Mi Bayue beheld a copper lock, marred by numerous cracks, adorned with a bronze visage of a youth, his arms resembling scythes. With tears cascading from his sorrowful eyes, a visage of profound anguish. This eerie object bore no malice of its own. Once the judgment was rendered, the responsibility was established. Mi Bayue furrowed her brow, discerning that the direction of the chain led towards the humble courtyard of dust, and that the mottled fissures were unmistakably those once wielded by Sua Wuchang. Yet, this was not the moment to assist the chain. With her hand grasping the nocturnal trickery, she intended to remove it when the incessant cries for help abruptly ceased. In the final vision, she witnessed the chain submerging into a shadowy abyss, Yinfu. The thought of this realm flickered in her mind. Surmising that the image she had just perceived indicated the copper chain being consigned to the depths of Yinfu by Sua Wuchang. The pleas of the peculiar entity relegated to Yinfu would no longer reach her. Naturally, these were merely conjectures, and the veracity of her assumptions awaited confirmation. Conveniently, there existed a ready specimen for experimentation. With the interruption of the copper chain now behind her, Mi Bayue redirected her focus to the figure of Chang Dehai upon the wooden bed, lifting him up as the lights illuminated. The wooden table confined Chang Dehai vertically, the flickering candlelight casting his silhouette upon the floor. Mi Bayue approached the edge of the shadow and knelt, her fingers shrouded in gray mist, reaching toward Chang Dehai as shadow. The gray mist intertwined with the darkness, her hands seeming to submerge into water, disappearing at her fingertips. A smile graced Mi Bayue's lips. The only lament was the profound darkness within, rendering the specifics nearly indistinguishable. As she groped further, the gray mist dwindled. A premonition stirred within her. Once the mist dissipated entirely, her journey into Yinfu would come to an end, and remaining corporeally within Yinfu might herald dire consequences. She felt she was close to uncovering the truth. Upon capturing an object, Mi Bayue casually discarded it onto the ground, then continued her exploration. Time drifted by, and as she expended the last remnants of ethereal mist from her hands, she found herself unable to uncover anything else within the confines of Changda's Yin mansion. Turning her gaze to the spoils of her blind search scattered upon the earth, she noted a nameless black booklet, a small wooden box resembling a ring case, a piece of wood approximately the size of an adult's forearm, and a scroll of painting. The black booklet, the scroll, and the small wooden box appeared to be in commendable condition, while the piece of wood was marred by corrosion and pockmarks. From the perspective granted by her Yin spirit state, Mi Bayue discerned a foreboding aura emanating from the first three objects, indicating that their materials belonged to the Yin category. In stark contrast to the sunlit energy radiating from the decayed wood, it was evident that Changda did not indiscriminately dispose of any and all items into the Yin mansion. A mere piece of wood from the mortal realm, imbued with solar essence, was insufficient to bring about the collapse of his domain. Could this be the very item that Jiang Shao spoke of, the one sought after by Su Wuchang? Mi Bayue meticulously examined each of the 4 objects. Upon opening the nameless booklet, she was greeted by a dense array of fine text. More surprising than the content was the fact that the script bore a striking resemblance to modern penmanship rather than traditional calligraphy. Setting aside the peculiarities of the writing style, she perused a few pages and quickly realized that this was Changda's study journal. The initial sections were somewhat disorganized, predominantly consisting of notes on spell learning and application. However, the latter portions became more refined, detailing human experimentation in conjunction with spellcraft. While this did not constitute an exemplary educational resource, it still held a degree of reference and research value for a novice like Mi Bayue. Next, she turned to the scroll. The moment she retrieved it, she recognized it as a sinister artifact. Choosing the path of expedience, she nonchalantly tucked the scroll into the Book of Good and Evil. Deceptive artifact, painted skin, 2 stars, gazing into the eyes of another can bewilder their spirit. The duration is determined by their will. By consuming the flesh and blood of a single individual over time, one can transform into their likeness. The more one consumes, the more perfect the imitation, until they completely usurp the original. Is this it? Mi Bayue pondered thoughtfully as she gazed at the illustration of the deceptive artifact, painted skin. Within the pages, in the tale, the savior, given to Chang Dihai, fell victim to his inhumane experiments on human bodies, where dismemberment and bloodletting became mere routine. Chang Dihai, with a meager 1-star talent and spiritual mastery, reached an impasse. Upon realizing that traditional cultivation offered no advancement, he chose a nefarious path. He sacrificed the lives of an entire village to nourish his primordial bone artifact, committing numerous heinous acts, ultimately attracting grave trouble for violating the laws of Lingzhou. Fleeing to the Kanglan continent to continue his malevolence, he longed for a body endowed with superior talent. Initially, he considered Wen Qingyu, only to later discover that her abilities were a facade. The true prodigy was the savior herself, whom he procured from Wen Qingyu. Upon uncovering that the savior was a girl, Chang Dihai was infuriated and indecisive. His original plan to consume the savior and assume her place was abandoned, morphing into a daily regimen of feeding the artifact with her flesh and blood, while subjecting her body to experimentation. During this time, he discovered the savior's extraordinary spiritual perception and realized that her flesh was a considerable boon for the artifact. His desire for the savior grew insatiable. Yet fearing that extracting her spiritual essence might lead to unforeseen consequences, he spared her from the fate of having her brow sliced open. However, this decision only prolonged her torment. All of this was recounted by Chang Dihai to the savior. The narratives that Mi Bayue encounters in the films invariably unfold from the perspective of a savior. Within this framework, the entity known as Hua Pai does not manifest before the savior. She is merely aware that Chang Dihai possesses a sinister artifact that consumes human flesh and blood, yet remains ignorant of its precise nature. It is only now that she comprehends the method by which Chang Dihai binds himself to Hua Pai, whereby he can personally consume the savior's flesh and blood to substitute for the Redeemer. Regrettably, despite his numerous malevolent deeds, Chang Dihai cannot relinquish his final boundary. Unwilling to transition from male to female, instead, he opts for an alternative method, gradually feeding the savior's flesh and blood directly to Hua Pai, thereby crafting a puppet that obeys him. Mi Bayue retrieves Hua Pai once more from the Tome of Good and Evil. As she unfurls the scroll, she is met with a mass of dark ink. This inky substance is the true essence of Hua Pai. Should an ordinary person behold this painting, they would be ensnared, perceiving it as the embodiment of their most fervent desires. Mi Bayue extends her hand, drawing forth the inky mass, which trembles with trepidation. Hua Pai possesses no inherent offensive capabilities. In fact, prior to its consumption of flesh, it lacks even a modicum of intelligence, starkly contrasting with the pleading and obsequious nature of Xinu and Zhou Yuan. However, it boasts an advantage that the former two lack. Upon consuming human flesh, it can metamorphose into a human being, thus acquiring a new lease on life, an opportunity that other sinister entities can only yearn for. Mi Bayue cast the dense mist upon Chang Dihai, commanding, "Consume him, devour him slowly, piece by piece, beginning with the lower extremities and outer flesh, leaving the head and eyes for last, allowing him to linger in life as long as possible." The commands issued to Huapai during its initial state of ignorance are indelibly inscribed into its instincts, and once it assumes human form and acquires consciousness, it will unfailingly adhere to the original directives. After taking his place, she sought an opportune moment to escape and end her life before the ever-watchful eyes of the formless entity. Despite the absence of wisdom, the instinct for survival remained potent. It yearned to live. Yet, this flicker of defiance, devoid of insight, succumbed to the will of the shadowed deity. Having conveyed her final instructions, Mi Bayue picked up the small box and wood from the ground and turned to leave the laboratory. Behind her, the faint sound of the inky essence gnawing at flesh echoed ominously. The door closed. Outside, Mi Bayue removed the mask of Night's masquerade and commanded, "Jai, awaken him." It was not impossible for the painted skin to replace Chang Dihai, thereby allowing it to flee, effectively yielding her a spirit master under her command. However, the mere thought of this painted skin having once feasted upon Mi Feixue's flesh made Mi Bayue feel a wave of nausea. As she approached, she realized it was the white rabbit lantern previously hung by Mi Feixue from the corridor beam. The white paper surface, illuminated by the flickering candlelight within, appeared even more endearing, and the red eyes drawn with ink seemed to sparkle with life. "Did you light this?" Mi Bayue asked, her spirits lifted by the warm glow. Smiling at the spirit residing in the pillar, the pillar spirit replied, "It was lit by the young master." Mi Bayue was momentarily taken aback, envisioning the image of Mi Feixue climbing a ladder to light the lantern, which made her chuckle. Sensing something, she glanced towards Mi Feixue's room and spotted the small head peeking in, as if guilty of thievery. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Mi Bayue's eyes as she quickly hid by the window, deliberately nullifying the effect of empathy. In the next moment, a frantic Mi Feixue poked her head out of the window, her movements so vigorous that she nearly toppled out. Mi Bayue caught her just in time, laughing, "Got you." The anxious expression on Mi Feixue's face immediately transformed into a deep blush. Chapter 21. The Door of Choice. The following day, Jiang Shao visited once more, informing Mi Bayue that they would soon depart from Baiyuan City for the Misty Sea. He conveyed a message from Su Wuchang, inquiring if Mi Bayue wished to accompany them. The Misty Sea, vast and boundless, stretches across the major regions of the Kanglan continent, regarded by the populace as the Sea of Death, with tales suggesting that those who venture into its depths never return. Only a select few among the elite of the Kanglan continent are privy to the fact that the Misty Sea serves as a necessary passage to another realm of spiritual land. Now fully aware of the inherent dangers of this world, Mi Bayue recognized the importance of journeying to Lingzhou, the land renowned for nurturing spiritual masters. While the divine relics possessed great utility, their shortcomings were equally apparent. For the sake of her and Mi Feixue's future safety, it was imperative that she enhance her own capabilities beyond relying solely on the power of the divine relics, at least in the initial stages. "I need to ponder this," Mi Bayue stated. Jiang Shao replied, "Take your time to reflect. We shall depart tomorrow. Please provide us with your answer by morning." Mi Bayue nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Shao inquired, "How is Chang Dihai faring?" Mi Bayue responded, "He remains as he was when you left last night." "That is reassuring. I feared he might not endure." Jiang Shao laughed heartily. "You must return him to Lord Su before morning." "Understood," Mi Bayue affirmed as Jiang Shao took his leave. Turning, Mi Bayue made her way to the laboratory. Chang Dihai, confined to the wooden bed, opened his eyes at the sound of the door. His gaze filled with a mixture of fear and resentment as he fixed it upon her. Last night, her command to the entity known as Huapai did not recognize her as its master, allowing it to seamlessly inherit the flesh and memories of Chang Dihai. Years later, chaos erupted across the Kanglan continent as the gates of the Yin realm swung wide open, releasing a torrent of malevolent energy that led to the continent's downfall. The land was now rife with bizarre and dangerous territories, transforming into a treasure trove for practitioners of the Yin faction. Consequently, countless spiritual masters from Lingzhou ventured into the Kanglan continent, where the Yin faction began to rise, while the Yang faction dedicated itself to eradicating this threat. Marking the inception of the war between Yin and Yang, Feixue seized this unexpected opportunity to escape the relentless torment imposed by Chang Dihai. Being rescued by a group of Yang faction spiritual masters who had entered the Kanglan continent. Thus, she embarked upon the path of spiritual cultivation, assuming the responsibility of punishing evil and promoting righteousness. Subsequently, extensive investigations revealed that the initial source of the malevolent energy seeping from the Kanglan continent originated within the borders of Bayue City. Regrettably, it was too late. Bayue City had become a forbidden zone. Remaining in the city would allow for preemptive defenses, but the cost would be the loss of the pass known as Suo Wuchang, which granted access to Lingzhou. The next vessel to Lingzhou might very well be during the time when spiritual masters from both the Yin and Yang factions surged into the Kanglan continent. Moreover, the lack of legitimate resources for spiritual cultivation within the Kanglan continent hindered the growth of power, with a significant risk of being unable to confront the Yin realm's gates when encountered. Thus, she found herself in a dilemma. Mi Bayue gazed intently at the records within the Book of Good and Evil, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, the book, seemingly stirred by an invisible force, flipped open to the page titled Jialing, and then turned again to Yiyu Guishi. At this moment, the voice of the spirit emanated from the table. The wood that the lady had retrieved from that villainous underworld last night was none other than the mysterious ironwood among the spiritual woods. She could carve it into a wooden door sign and then fuse my spirit into it, creating a portal that she could carry with her, allowing for passage through 2 gates at any time. Mi Bayue inquired, "Why didn't you mention this last night?" The spirit replied, "I was unaware of the lady's intentions and deemed it inappropriate to speak out." Mi Bayue chuckled, resting her chin on her hand. The pallor of her face under the candlelight betrayed none of the earlier distress. So, it was thus. Mi Bayue then produced the night tour of Bewitching Place. Placing it upon her face, and a divine voice emerged through the haze, requesting, "Please bring that piece of wood and the carving knife." No sooner had the words fallen than the mysterious ironwood and a small knife were expelled onto the table by the spirit. "There are no carving knives in the room. Do you think this small knife will suffice?" the spirit inquired. Mi Bayue was unconcerned, affirming that it was merely necessary to carve a design resembling a door. The spirit concurred. Mi Bayue picked up the pocked and weathered piece of ironwood along with the small knife, declaring, "That will do." In truth, Mi Bayue remained modest. As a leading surgeon and forensic expert, her knife skills, while not the most refined with a surgical blade, surpassed those of the average person. She deftly stripped away the decayed outer layers of the ironwood, crafting 2 wooden tokens resembling jade plaques, with the design of a door intricately carved upon them. The primary piece was intended for Mi Feixue, and Mi Bayue expended considerable effort engraving a longevity lock pattern upon it, causing her to miss the usual time to visit Mi Feixue. Thus, she instructed the spirit to inform Mi Feixue to retire early. Late into the night, Mi Bayue witnessed firsthand the process of the spirit's division. 2 ethereal orbs of light merged into the delicate wooden door sign. The diminutive door, resembling a toy yet exquisitely crafted, was gently pushed open with a fingertip. A slight sensation of dizziness enveloped Mi Bayue, who found herself standing before the door of her own bedroom. "How many sub-spirits can you divide?" she inquired calmly of the household spirit after experimenting with this mystical door. The spirit replied, "The number of doors within my abode dictates the number of sub-spirits I can manifest. However, the more you divide, the more the spiritual intelligence of the sub-spirits may be affected." Mi Bayue pressed on, "For instance?" The spirit explained, "For example, when you assign a sub-spirit to one door, it can govern everything within that room, serving you as ideal. Conversely, some divided spirits merely serve as conduits between 2 doors, devoid of any spiritual awareness." Understanding dawned upon Mi Bayue as she extrapolated. "So, you can sense all the sub-spirits?" "Indeed," the spirit affirmed. Over the past 6 months, Mi Bayue had previously harbored disdain for the housekeeper who lacked shopping skills, the cook who failed to prepare meals well, and the maid who was unable to care for children. However, upon witnessing the household spirit reveal its true utility, they seemed trivial in comparison. a capable housekeeper, a proficient cook, and a nurturing maid were not hard to find, yet a spirit capable of traversing doors, fostering growth, and accompanied by a diligent household sprite was truly one of a kind. With the wooden door sign in hand, Mi Bayue proceeded to Mi Feixue's room. Upon entering, she heard faint sounds and approached the bedside, discovering a child with half of their face buried in the blankets. Mi Bayue gently pulled the covers from the child's face and smiled. "I knew you weren't asleep. Aren't you feeling stifled?" The child nervously rolled her eyelids and cautiously opened her sightless black eyes, gazing at Mi Bayue with a timid yet affectionate expression that she found utterly adorable. Handing a small wooden plaque adorned with the design of a longevity lock to Feixue, it was a gift. The child promptly sat cross-legged on the bed, carefully examining the small plaque in her hands. Mi Bayue chuckled, saying, "With this, I can always be by your side, dear one." The joy in Feixue's eyes seemed on the verge of overflowing. She clutched the wooden plaque tightly, and, upon noticing a similar plaque tied to Mi Bayue's waist, excitedly pointed between her own and Mi Bayue's plaque. Understanding her silent thoughts, Mi Bayue smiled and said, "You can also find me through the door, but for now, that isn't possible." Feixue obediently nodded, tucking the treasure beneath her pillow, only to retrieve it again, fearing it wasn't secure enough, and draped the red string around her neck. In a moment, the previously rosy-cheeked Feixue turned pale, sitting silently on the bed, staring at Mi Bayue. This expression, more poignant than a direct plea for her not to leave, compelled Mi Bayue to sit beside her and embrace the child. Gradually, the child's rigid body began to relax, her shattered gaze fixed on Mi Bayue. The little one nodded gently, biting her lip in reluctance, yet managed to affirm with a determined nod. Mi Bayue stroked Feixue's hair, aware that the child's silence belied a keen intelligence. She refrained from disclosing her destination or the duration of her absence. Yet the child seemed to sense that the place she was heading to was distant and that her departure was inevitable. Thus, there was no excessive clinging, and the child behaved with an almost unsettling obedience. It is this excessive and overly obedient kindness that has been exploited and tarnished by Feixue for 6 long years. Mi Bayue's voice is extremely gentle, imbued with a healing quality. In just a moment, the child resting on her lap can no longer suppress her drowsiness and gradually drifts off to sleep. Mi Bayue lowers her voice even further and, gazing at the small face that resembles her own from childhood, reaches out to gently caress Mi Feixue's cheek. With the culprits behind the initial misfortunes of the savior, Feixue and Changdihai, now dealt with, it is anticipated that Feixue can enjoy a safe life in Baiyuan City for the next 6 years. However, addressing external factors alone is insufficient. Mi Bayue must ensure that there are no internal issues during her journey to Lingzhou. The so-called internal issues refer to Xialing and the divine remnants. Since acquiring the divine remnants and learning of Mi Feixue's future, subsequent experiments have confirmed the veracity of the story, revealing that her actions have consistently undermined the future. The Book of Good and Evil, which has granted her assistance, shows no intent to intervene. Tonight, she deliberately exhibited a probing demeanor, hinting at her understanding of the need to save humanity and manage the underworld's future. The Book of Good and Evil continues to offer its assistance, and Xialing's attitude remains respectful. Mi Bayue concludes that there are currently no internal problems, making it safe to leave Feixue here. Chapter 22. Private Transportation. It is not too late now. Su Wuchang expresses no concern and proceeds to open the box for inspection. He had heard from Jiang Xiao about how Mi Bayue treated Changdihai and worried that Changdihai might be left barely alive, complicating matters should he perish along the way. To his surprise, he finds that the state of Changdihai within the box is even better than it was under his care. Su Wuchang gazes at Mi Bayue in astonishment. Mi Bayue remarked, "After all, these are matters of adults. They ought to be returned in a refined manner after being borrowed." "You are quite admirable," Su Wuchang said with profound meaning. Her countenance, seemingly gentle and naive, belied a heart of stark contradiction. Much like Jiang Xiao, an inexperienced youth who still clung to appearances, despite having witnessed firsthand how she treated Changdihai. He spoke of her with trepidation, yet dismissed all concerns upon seeing her again. Just as he thought of Jiang Xiao appeared. Upon encountering Mi Bayue, He quickened his pace and approached her, saying, "I was worried I wouldn't hear from you last night. I wondered if you had decided to stay." He glanced down at the open box containing Changdi Hai and inquired of Mi Bayue, "Are you here to return someone? Will you be joining us?" Mi Bayue nodded, prompting Jiang Xiao to smile even more brightly. "Wonderful. That means I'll have company." Su Wuchang interjected, "We shall depart at noon. You may prepare your belongings beforehand." However, Mi Bayue required no such preparations. She proceeded to the main hall of the Sai mansion to find Xinli and obtain the case files pertaining to the Wen family. Xinli stated, "Wen Li Kong has been entrenched in Baiyuan City for quite some time, entangled with various interests. Though he has been apprehended, a course of action has yet to be determined." He cast a glance at Mi Bayue, contemplating before candidly revealing, ultimately, it was Wen Qingyu who committed the crime. The Wen family is currently leveraging connections, and they will likely receive leniency. Mi Bayue responded, "The Sai mansion holds an equivalent official status to that of the governor of Baiyuan, yet its authority pales in comparison." Xinli's face flashed with discomfort at this pointed remark, and he fell silent in tacit agreement. Xinli immediately asserted, "There is no need for conditions. The young master may stay at the Sai manor for as long as he desires." Mi Bayue shook her head and replied, "It is not merely a matter of lodging. We must also trouble Master C to assist with the household registration and other documentation. As compensation, Master C may choose to settle in silver or in the form of a promise." Upon hearing this last part, Xinli's heart skipped a beat. "A promise?" Mi Bayue continued, "Should there arise any insurmountable issues in the future, you may write to the steward, who will find a way to inform me. I shall assist you to the best of my abilities." Without hesitation, Xinli declared, "I will not disappoint Miss Mi's trust. The Sai manor will ensure the young master is well taken care of." This was indeed the promise she sought, and Mi Bayue was not surprised. As noon approached, everyone gathered outside the Sai manor. Xinli and the others came out to bid farewell. For guards mounted their horses, while 2 carriages carried the hosts, with a cart laden with Chanda sea boxes trailing behind. Jiang Xiao called out to Mi Bayue. It was then that Mi Bayue turned to Mi Feixue and said, "I shall take my leave now." Mi Feixue bit her lip, suppressing her reluctance, and nodded. After a moment, she reached out to touch Mi Feixue's hair before rising to walk towards Jiang Xiao and the others. Jiang Xiao, taken aback, asked, "Are you not bringing her along?" Mi Bayue shook her head, offering no further explanation. Given Mi Feixue's half-human, half-spirited nature, she would easily attract attention and malice in Lingzhou, a land teeming with spirit masters. With their current strength, they could not contend with such scrutiny, thus leaving Mi Feixue temporarily in the Kanglan continent was the wisest choice. Jiang Xiao cast one last glance at Mi Feixue, his gaze lingering on the cursed doll she clutched in her hand. Beside them, Su Wuchang spoke. "Is that house still left behind?" Mi Bayue replied, "Yes." Behind the mask, Su Wuchang furrowed his brow, his expression one of confusion. Jiang Xiao, unaware of the mystery surrounding the old residence, had not gleaned from Xinli and the others that the ancestral house was actually Mi Bayue's own, and found Su Wuchang's question rather peculiar. Before he could probe further, Su Wuchang declared that it was time to depart and climbed into the carriage. Jiang Xiao, extending an invitation to the empty-handed Mi Bayue, suggested, "Shall we share a carriage?" Mi Bayue responded, "I have my own." Jiang Xiao inquired, "Where is it?" Mi Bayue walked to the open space at the back of the group, conjured the book of good and evil, and summoned the steed, Nightfall listening to snow, which landed gracefully on the ground. The snow-white stallion neighed, its glossy mane flowing elegantly, its spirited and proud eyes locking onto the astonished Jiang Xiao. The others at the entrance, including Yu Hu, gasped in awe, seeing the magnificent steed and carriage once again left them spellbound. Su Wuchang, noticing the commotion from within the carriage, leaned out the window to look back. Mi Bayue smiled and said, "All right, with the owner's consent." Jiang Xiao promptly stepped onto the carriage. Turning, he noticed the child gazing earnestly at him. Mi Bayue waved her hand and said, "Be good." Mi Feixue nodded seriously and waved back at her. Mi Bayue then entered the carriage. As soon as she sat down, she spotted the puppet that had just split its mouth wide open, its eyes nearly falling from their sockets, crawling towards Jiang Xiao. who had already sunk into the marsh up to his calves. Mi Bayue raised an eyebrow. Sitting down, she addressed the puppet. Do you not know he is my friend? The puppet feigned innocence, unaware in the carriage, thinking merely that a little person had climbed aboard. Mi Bayue smiled. The swamp vanished, and Jiang Shao's calves regained sensation. Glaring at the puppet with a mix of astonishment and anger, the puppet grinned at him, presenting a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. My dear guest, I apologize for the offense. Please do not harbor any resentment towards me. Still shaken from the fright, Jiang Shao dared not accept the tea. For even its charm could not mask the horror he had just witnessed. Mi Bayue reassured him. The tea is perfectly fine. You may drink it without concern. Only then did Jiang Shao take the cup, cautiously sipping a mouthful, pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor. Glancing at the puppet, he found it seated with poise, busying itself with the process of blending fragrances. Chapter 23. The Tale of Oddities. Is this what constitutes a strange tale? After suppressing his fright, Jiang Shao reverted to his naturally inquisitive demeanor, fixating on the puppet and inquiring about it from Mi Bayue. Mi Bayue responded affirmatively and then asked Jiang Shao, have you never encountered one before? Jiang Shao replied, strange tales are not easily come by. They are not supernatural beings, and the eerie aura reveals their nature. However, one may not recognize a strange occurrence until it manifests in an uncanny manner. Was it your grandfather who told you this? Mi Bayue engaged him in conversation. Jiang Shao nodded, pride swelling within him. Though my grandfather never achieved the status of a spiritual master, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. He often remarked that while innate talent for cultivation is unchangeable, knowledge can be cultivated through diligent effort. After visiting Lingzhou and failing to become a spiritual master, he vowed to accumulate resources for future generations. Your grandfather was a wise man, Mi Bayue remarked. This acknowledgement undoubtedly pleased Jiang Shao immensely. Mi Bayue playfully asked, how did your grandfather teach you to discern the strange and differentiate the bizarre? Jiang Shao remained oblivious to the fact that Mi Bayue was gathering information. His subconscious had firmly categorized her as a descendant of spiritual masters, inherently believing she could not be ignorant of such fundamental knowledge. The youth appeared cheerful, yet was subtly influenced by the teachings of his grandfather, harboring a peculiar sense of pride deep within. Reluctant to be outshone by the prodigies nurtured by the renowned spiritual families of Lingzhou. At that moment, he purposefully sought to showcase his solid foundation before Mi Bayue. Strange and uncanny, the ignorant populace often conflates the two, mistakenly believing them to be of the same essence. In truth, the strange is distinct from the uncanny. The former arises from the lingering spirits of beings after death, manifesting in myriad forms and possessing bizarre abilities, invisible to the naked eye. Conversely, the latter pertains to urban legends, which are even more elusive in their origin, potentially stemming from a poem, a book, a lyric, or a mere rumor. When society begins to believe in a particular poem, book, lyric, or rumor, and the narrative circulates widely, a collective belief takes shape, bringing forth the manifestation of that legend into the world. Legends are accessible to all, their merits often indistinguishable, making it difficult to discern their authenticity prior to their mischief. The influence of these tales is as varied as it is unpredictable, unlike the direct harm of strange entities. Legends are birthed from the realm of thought and are thus governed by the same principles. They inflict harm through the rules that bind them, yet remain subject to those very rules. Occasionally, ordinary individuals encounter peculiar events, which can be either fortuitous or malevolent. The fortunate are deemed divine blessings, while the unfortunate are attributed to the mischief of the uncanny. In reality, what they perceive are merely legends, entirely unrelated to the strange entities. Jiang Shao gazed at Mi Bayue. The young girl rested her chin on her hand, her clear, contrasting eyes gazing intently at him. As he gazed over, his lips curved into a gentle smile, utterly enchanting. Jiang Shao's heart skipped a beat, and he lowered his head to sip his tea, attempting to mask his fluster. The puppet refilled his cup, speaking with a knowing tone. The guest is remarkably well informed. The memory of being ensnared by the rules of the eerie tale, seen by Mi Bayue, surged in Jiang Shao's mind, and he retorted defiantly, I was unprepared when I got on the vehicle, which is why I fell for your trap. The puppet grinned broadly, tilting its head with feigned innocence, inquiring, has the guest discerned what my rules are? Jiang Shao's face flushed crimson. Its fatal rule was to refrain from loud noises. The puppet and Jiang Shao simultaneously turned to look at Mi Bayue, who had spoken. The puppet's expression was one of utter despair. Jiang Shao exclaimed, "Why would you say that? Is it forbidden to speak?" Mi Bayue replied innocently. Jiang Shao insisted, "Of course. It is forbidden. Eerie tales differ from strange objects. The abilities of strange objects remain unaffected when known, but once the fatal rule of an eerie tale is revealed, that tale loses its terrifying nature. It's all right, as long as you don't share it," Mi Bayue replied with a smile. Jiang Shao earnestly assured, "Rest assured. I will not disclose it. Everything witnessed today shall fade into oblivion. You must not be so naive in the future, casually revealing rules to others." Mi Bayue remarked, "You are not just anyone, you are my friend." Jiang Shao was deeply moved by this. The puppet. Mi Bayue cast a glance away. The latter immediately adopted a sweet and charming expression, presenting tea and snacks. The deadly rules of the vehicle, indeed perilous for an ordinary person, were subjected to miraculous validation by her, revealing that the lethality of this vehicle's rules was not as formidable as initially perceived. It fell short of being fatal to an officially recognized spirit master. A typical spirit master could easily withstand the backlash with their own strength. In contrast, Mi Bayue was captivated by the mobility rules of listening to snow. The notion of traveling 1,000 miles in a day, listening to snow can traverse 2 locations within a single day may seem unremarkable at first glance. Yet upon deeper contemplation, it unveils intriguing nuances. The journey of a day, aside from brief pauses for meals, was predominantly spent on the road, and by nightfall, they would simply camp outdoors. As Mi Bayue observed Jiang Shao stepping into Su Wuchang's vehicle and promptly closing the window, she hung the small wooden sign of the door of any place inside the carriage and vanished through the small door. Before her sight could fully adjust, she felt her legs being embraced. Looking down, she saw the little head of Mi Feixue. "Baby." Mi Feixue clung tightly without letting go. Mi Bayue remarked, "If you keep this up, you won't be able to see the gift I brought for you." This statement immediately elicited a response, prompting Mi Feixue to lift her head. Mi Bayue extended a flower branch from her hand, indicating that their lodging for the night would be beneath this flowering tree, which was of considerable size and adorned with blossoms. Captivated by the description, Mi Feishue's imagination painted vivid scenes in her mind, inspired by Mi Bayue's gentle voice. Mi Bayue had previously discerned that sympathy had distance constraints. Once they had separated beyond a certain range, their visions could no longer intertwine. Thus, during the ensuing time, apart from narrating her observations of the journey to Mi Feixue, she also imparted lessons drawn from the knowledge acquired from Jiang Shao. On the bed, Mi Feixue suddenly opened her eyes. She tossed aside the quilt and, barefooted, rushed to the window, moving the vase filled with blooming branches to the small table beside her bed. Only then did she inhale the fragrant aroma of the flowers and close her eyes once more to drift back into slumber. Meanwhile, Su Wuchang summoned Jiang Shao into his vehicle and inquired about his experiences during the night on the Feixue. Jiang Shao recounted the events truthfully. Su Wuchang expressed astonishment. "Did she truly reveal the fatal rules to you? Is it genuine?" Jiang Shao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is true." Su Wuchang pressed further. "What are they?" Jiang Shao shook his head repeatedly. "I promised not to disclose." Su Wuchang snorted coldly, exerting his spiritual pressure upon Jiang Shao. The latter faltered and knelt on the ground, playfully pleading for mercy. "Lord Su, please do not put me in such a predicament. If I were to reveal it, would I still be human? Once we reach Lingzhou, you shall understand that human nature is insignificant in the face of self-interest. You may find yourself unaware of how you met your demise," Su Wuchang mocked. Yet, Jiang Shao insisted, "At least I know that when I die, I will still be a person." Even Su Wuchang found himself at a loss for words. Waving his hand dismissively, "Go away, go away." Jiang Shao smiled in gratitude. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, Su Wuchang added, "Since she does not hinder you, you should frequently visit her carriage and cultivate a good rapport with her. It will be beneficial to you." Jiang Shao replied, "Why does everything turn into mere self-interest when it comes from you, my lord? I am genuinely her friend." Sua Wuchang hypocritically remarked. Is it not acceptable for friends to share and learn from each other's experiences? Very well, Jiangshou laughed heartily. In the following days, Jiangshou lingered in Mi Bayue's carriage throughout the daylight hours. After experiencing the comfort of the Feixue during the night, he found his own carriage lacking in appeal. With the addition of the revolutionary camaraderie fostered by the knowledge of the eerie tales rules, Jiangshou and Mi Bayue engaged in increasingly candid exchanges. Their discussions predominantly revolved around the art of spiritual cultivation. Jiangshou exhibited an exceptionally solid foundation, a fact palpable through his confident demeanor, which contrasted sharply with Mi Bayue's current deficiencies in this area. When confronted with questions he could not answer, he wisely chose to leave them blank, allowing Jiangshou the opportunity for introspection, which, paradoxically, earned him profound gratitude from Jiangshou. Upon absorbing the cultivation methods imparted to him by Mi Bayue, Su Wuchang's gaze towards Jiangshou became rather intricate. Indeed, a fool may possess a fool's fortune. Jiangshou proudly declared, Lord Su, although you refuse to teach me, I have nonetheless learned ahead of time. Su Wuchang retorted, my refusal to teach you is intended to ensure you grasp the rules of lingo in advance. Jiangshou, unfazed, replied, is it true that everything comes at a price? He stifled a smile, acknowledging the truth of his words. Yet he mused that Lord Su could easily have withheld this knowledge to manipulate his affections. Su Wuchang stated, you will inevitably learn these things upon your arrival in Lingzhou. It is better to clarify them with you now than to allow you to discover them later. Jiangshou fell silent. Su Wuchang then inquired, what have you offered Mi Bayue in return for the invaluable experiences she has shared with you? Jiangshou awkwardly replied, she asked me about the toxicity of strange artifacts, the challenges of training eerie tales, and the differentiation of yin and yang when spiritual awareness awakens. Su Wuchang looked at him with an expression of exasperation, questioning whether he believed that an artisan capable of forging a first-star strange artifact was truly ignorant of such fundamental knowledge. Jiangshou's face flushed a deep crimson. Su Wuchang further admonished, the insights she has imparted to you are worth no less than 10 spirit crystals in the hall of Wuchang. Upon witnessing the increasingly mortified expression of the young lad, Su Wuchang felt the weight of his own frustrations dissipate. In his youth, he had been exceptionally gifted yet had navigated countless pitfalls along the way, particularly during the early stages of his journey when he had faced life and death situations in pursuit of learning resources. In contrast, Jiangshou, hailing from humble origins, had awakened his spiritual perception and formed his spiritual acumen independently. He had fortuitously encountered Su Wuchang first, followed by the invaluable guidance provided by Mi Bayue during the free lessons on cultivating spiritual abilities. Such extraordinary luck stirred within Su Wuchang a tinge of envy. The following day, Mi Bayue noticed that Jiangshou had unexpectedly refrained from seeking a ride with her. During lunch, he approached her, stating, the debt concerning those 2 peculiar artifacts has been entirely settled. Mi Bayue inquired, what prompted this sudden mention? Jiangshou replied, I was previously unaware of the true value of what you have imparted to me. Mi Bayue, maintaining a composed demeanor, smiled gently and remarked, if settling the debt brings you some solace, let it be as you say. The burden that had troubled Jiangshou throughout the night melted away with her soft, crystalline voice, and his gaze toward Mi Bayue began to harbor a newfound depth, though he endeavored to conceal his burgeoning affections. The youthful stirrings of his heart were difficult to mask. When their eyes met, he instinctively averted his gaze, feeling a rush of unease. Mi Bayue, feigning ignorance, continued as if nothing had transpired, saying, now that we have cleared our debts, I find myself in need of companionship to discuss and exchange insights on our experiences. You won't be avoiding me any longer, will you? I am not avoiding you, Jiangshou hastily replied. After finishing their meal, the two boarded the carriage. They had previously broached the subject of spiritual arts. Jiangshou sketched a diagram on paper and, before Mi Bayue, executed the finger technique from that day, igniting a wisp of ethereal flame at his fingertips. This is a method that my grandfather taught me. First, to familiarize oneself with the spiritual diagram through drawing, so that whether inscribed into the spiritual sea or employed in daily practice, it becomes second nature. It was only then that Mi Bayue realized that Jiang Shou's hand gestures were not mere movements, but rather an application of spiritual energy to illustrate the spell diagram. However, due to her undeveloped spiritual awareness and the absence of the Night Wanderer's illusion, she was unable to perceive the spiritual energy he wielded. Embarrassed under Mi Bayue's earnest gaze, Jiang Shou extinguished the ethereal flame at his fingertips, for the spiritual energy in the Kanglan continent was scarce, rendering the effectiveness of spells rather poor. Mi Bayue remarked, "By demonstrating the spell diagram to me in this manner, you are essentially gifting me a spell." Indeed, Jiang Shou had intended it as a generous offering. After all, we are friends. Mi Bayue chuckled lightly and reciprocated by sketching a spell diagram for Jiang Shou, which naturally drew from the learning notes of Changdehai. "Hey, how did you?" Jiang Shou inquired. Mi Bayue replied, "We are friends." Jiang Shou felt a mixture of gratitude and an indescribable sense of loss. Later that night, in the old residence, Mi Bayue, lacking spiritual energy, utilized the experimental divine power of the Night Wanderer's illusion to sketch the spell diagram. Beside her, Mi Feixue watched intently, her expression more serious than that of the participant, radiating palpable tension. Under Mi Bayue's deft control, the gray mist gradually took shape in midair. Initially, there was little reaction, but midway through, the surrounding air began to tremble, and the pale ethereal flames flickered into view, swiftly enveloping everything in a delicate layer of frost. Mi Bayue promptly dissipated the gray mist, halting the incomplete spell diagram, and bent down to embrace the shivering Mi Feixue, who was similarly coated in frost. As Mi Feixue ceased to tremble, Mi Bayue gently tapped the tip of her nose, acknowledging the perilous nature of the experiment. "I told you not to stay here. Yet you insisted on remaining." Mi Feixue shook her head. Mi Bayue removed the night tour apparition, drawing a conclusion. The spell could be wielded with divine power. Yet its overwhelming potency rendered it difficult to control, posing a risk of inadvertently harming allies. "Do you still wish to observe?" Mi Bayue inquired of the child in her arms. Mi Feixue cautiously nodded. Mi Bayue affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. "If you wish to watch, then let us proceed. The forthcoming experiments are not dangerous." Mi Feishue's eyes crinkled with joy. She beheld her reflection through Mi Bayue's perspective. Her smile, once stiff, now radiated genuine happiness, only to transform into an utterly foolish grin. Instantly, Mi Feixue covered her mouth with her hand. Unaware of the child's fleeting thoughts, Mi Bayue offered her a pen, cheerfully suggesting, "Let us learn to draw together." In the main hall of the Sai mansion, Shun Li and Yu Hu, along with two others, gathered. A palpable sense of anxiety lingered among the five. After a moment, Shun Li broke the silence. "It seems there has been no disturbance for quite some time. Perhaps all is well." The other four released a collective sigh of relief. Ben Lu patted her chest, exclaiming, "You nearly frightened me to death." It felt as though winter had suddenly descended in the dead of night. Her disheveled hair, resembling that of someone who had encountered static electricity, compelled Ben Lu to smooth it down with her hands, lamenting, "How is it that you were even more frightened than I? You are, after all, an apparition." In response, her hair seemed to become even more unruly. Lu Xiaokai, with a bitter smile, rubbed his ears and remarked, "I can no longer hear distant sounds. Even your words seem to resonate as if separated by a wall. I can sense that the whispers are also apprehensive, as if they fear hearing something they ought not to, leading them to retreat into silence." Lu Jinbao muttered, "At least your peculiar artifacts remain." The atmosphere fell silent. Shinli turned to glance at Yu, the team leader, who remained uncommunicative. "I have reported to the central government, requesting the issuance of new artifacts," Shinli stated. Yu lifted his gaze, his expression revealing a flicker of hope. Shinli refrained from expressing absolute certainty, acknowledging that approval was not guaranteed. Yu insisted, "The envoy is already aware that the loss of the artifacts was not due to our negligence, and we even assisted in apprehending a guilty spirit master. We have not only avoided blame but have also earned merit. How could approval not be granted?" As he spoke, his agitation grew. Shinli cautioned him. Yu, displaying a hint of contrition, admitted, "I misspoke." Shinli advised, "Let us treat tonight's events as if they never occurred. You must refrain from probing further." Miss Mi has left the young master at the Sai Manor. Our duty is to listen less, inquire less, and avoid errors. The four exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Chapter 25. A fatal misstep throughout this journey. Aside from encountering a few nocturnal beast attacks, no other unforeseen incidents transpired. The Changdehai, confined within the cargo truck, had yet to discover an opportunity to escape. As they enjoyed another outdoor meal, they found themselves within the bounds of the misty sea, where even the breeze carried a faint, briny scent reminiscent of the ocean. As the gentle breeze tousled a strand of hair across Mi Bayue's face, she brushed it aside and bit her lip while loosening the hair tie that had slipped behind her. With deft fingers, she gathered her hair and resecured it at the nape of her neck. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Jiang Shao, who had approached at some point and now stood there, seemingly lost in thought. "All right," Mi Bayue responded. Jiang Shao had accompanied her on the night listening to snow carriage, but had opted to remain outside, perched on the partition. After a fortnight of travel, even the comforts of the night listening to snow carriage could no longer hold Jiang Shao's restless spirit. He preferred the invigorating wind at the driver's seat or the freedom of riding on horseback. Having journeyed for just over 2 hours, a knock on the carriage door heralded Jiang Shao's youthful voice, tinged with excitement. "We've arrived." Mi Bayue pushed open the door and stepped out, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Contrary to her expectations of a dock, she was greeted by a rugged expanse of rocks, battered by the crashing waves. With their sandy haven just beyond, the guards were already busy unloading their belongings, with the focal point being the chest containing Changdehai, to prevent any escape. Su Wuchang had previously secured it with a copper lock. At that moment, he held a long wooden plaque in his hand, his eyes fixed on the distant shoreline, as if awaiting something. "They're coming," he whispered. Mi Bayue's gaze followed his, and she soon discerned a dark speck emerging along the horizon. The speck moved with remarkable speed. What initially appeared as a mere dot soon revealed its distinct form. As Mi Bayue tucked the night listening to snow into the Book of Good and Evil, she noticed a shift in Su Wuchang as well. He approached the chest containing Changdehai, his hand gliding over its surface, seemingly absorbing something intangible. Considering that there would undoubtedly be other spirit masters aboard the spectral vessel, the inability to perceive the eerie entities was indeed a passive predicament. Mi Bayue's mind whirred with a novel idea. She retrieved the colossal strength from the Book of Good and Evil. The physical manifestation of this eerie artifact was a robust bronze statue with limbs resembling a stout figure, its face resembling that of an ant, and measuring no larger than an infant's fist. By empathizing with it, Mi Bayue was granted a secondary perspective akin to that of Mi Feixue, revealing a black and white tableau. The experiment proved successful. Mi Bayue tethered the bronze statue of colossal strength to her waist with a small cord, adding an ornamental piece alongside her wooden plaque. Upon completing this task and lifting her gaze, she beheld a massive vessel anchored upon the ocean's surface, just before the group of stones. Several youthful heads poked out from the gangplank, peering curiously in their direction. Su Wuchang held a slender wooden plaque that glimmered faintly, causing the gangplank of the vessel to descend. "Let us proceed," he instructed, addressing Mi Bayue and Jiang Shao as they trailed behind him, while the two guards carried the box labeled Changdehai in their rear. Approaching the gangplank, Mi Bayue noticed a thin luminescent barrier enveloping it, effectively warding off the encroaching waves. As she ascended the steps, an unexpected commotion erupted behind her. One of the guards, bearing the box, was fatally pierced in the throat by splintered fragments, collapsing to the ground without hope of survival, while the other narrowly evaded a fatal blow, fleeing in terror. In that moment, the bound Changdehai made a hasty escape. Su Wuchang bellowed, "Halt!" as chains manifested and flew from his grasp. A scarlet shadow, swifter than he, surged forth from the spectral vessel. The crimson figure darted behind Changdehai, and with a chilling scream, Mi Bayue finally beheld the true form of that red specter. A disembodied, scarlet canine head, grotesque in appearance with sharp fangs, swiftly severed a leg from Changdehai. Having lost a limb, Changdehai collapsed onto the ground, seizing a nearby guard who had miraculously escaped harm, and hurled him towards the floating head of the dog amidst the latter's terrified screams. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The dog head devoured the unfortunate soul in an instant, shredding him into pieces that scattered across the ground. At this moment, the copper chains reached Changdehai. wrapping around his waist, while the crimson head soared above him. Anticipating its next move, Suo Wuchang bellowed, "Stop!" With a crack, the jaws of the dog head split wide open, engulfing Chang Dihai's head. Just before the blood surged forth from his neck, Mi Bayue subtly shifted aside, evading the gruesome fate by the narrowest of margins. Her companion, Jiang Xiao, was not as fortunate, his garments stained crimson. Gulp! The dog head closed its maw, blood dripping from its teeth. The blade at the end of the copper chain swung toward it, but the head dissipated into smoke. In the hall of Wuchang, "I aid you in ridding evil, yet you dare to turn against me?" Mi Bayue gazed upwards toward the stairs upon hearing the voice, witnessing the smoky remnants of the dog head coalescing behind a young man. The youth bore an elegant visage, an ironic contrast to the menacing presence of the canine head looming behind him. Even through the mask, the fury in Suo Wuchang's voice was palpable as he spat out, "Zhusi, why have you abandoned your duties in Yunma continent to come to Kanglan continent at this time?" The young man replied with a smile, "Just came to have some fun." Suo Wuchang's gaze was fixed intensely on Zhusi, the copper chains clenched tightly. Were it not for his severely damaged contraptions, he would not be enduring this vexation. Zhusi deliberately pierced his heart, shifting his gaze to the impermanent lock in his hand, and remarked with a smile, "How could such harm befall you in such a short time?" The crimson dog head behind him bared its teeth, its eyeless red sockets glistening with a ravenous hunger as they fixated on Suo Wuchang. The innate cunning reflected its master's intentions. Those Zhusi wore a benign expression. His heart weighed the chances of devouring Suo Wuchang. With a toss, the copper lock binding the decapitated corpse fell onto the deck, eliciting gasps from onlookers. Suo Wuchang turned to Mi Bayue and Jiang Xiao, declaring, "We must leave." Zhusi's expression shifted slightly, momentarily unable to discern the truth behind Suo Wuchang's words. As Mi Bayue passed in front of him, Zhusi suddenly reached out, blocking her path. "What are you doing?" Mi Bayue inquired, but before she could speak further, Jiang Xiao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, glaring at Zhusi and the dog head on his shoulder. The dog head, sensing his gaze, turned its malevolent eyes toward him. Zhusi also noticed, recognizing him as a self-awakened prodigy. At that moment, the dog head lunged at Jiang Xiao, but a copper lock ensnared it just in time. Suo Wuchang declared fiercely, "Zhusi, you must confront me now. I shall not back down." Zhusi glanced at the cracked yet still ominous copper lock, feeling a flicker of temptation that he quickly subdued. He shook his head and chuckled. "Do not take it so seriously. I must congratulate the Hall of Impermanence for gaining yet another genius." The dog head dissipated into smoke and escaped the copper lock, retreating into the shadow beneath Zhusi's feet. This act indicated a truce, momentarily easing the tension. Zhusi lowered his head and smiled at Mi Bayue, saying, "Little girl, the Hall of Impermanence is hardly a fitting place for you. There, everyone wears a mask of the deceased, which would only squander your innate beauty. Our meeting today is fate. Why not accompany me? I can offer you so much more." Mi Bayue shook her head in refusal, replying, "No." Upon hearing her tone, Zhusi's eyes brightened slightly, and he sighed with regret. "Would you not reconsider?" Mi Bayue continued to shake her head. Zhusi then said, "Very well. I am not one to force your hand. However, should you ever change your mind, you may use this to find me." He retrieved a silver bell from his sleeve and handed it to Mi Bayue. Only after she accepted it did he smile and step aside to watch them board the ship. Suo Wuchang also leaned over to observe, speaking as if to himself. "This voyage from Ginling Prefecture to the mortal realm is meant for Zhusi, who comes as the appointed successor of the Lingqi Bureau of Yunma Continent. Yet, instead of remaining in Yunma, he has ventured to Kanglan Continent for reasons unknown. He appears genteel, yet is quite the scoundrel, often using the guise of mentorship to deceive young spiritual maidens for his own amusement, though none truly ascend to become spiritual masters in his presence." Mi Bayue, having received his goodwill, remarked, "I merely wish to avoid further entanglements, and I am somewhat curious about the object he has given me." Suo Wuchang replied, "As long as you are aware of your own heart." In truth, he harbored little concern that the extraordinary Mi Bayue would fall for Zhusi's tricks. Rather, he entertained a darker notion. If Zhusi were to provoke her more fiercely, It might draw the attention of those who protect her. Meanwhile, Mi Bayue gently shook the bell, but it produced no sound. Jiang Shao suddenly remarked, I sense something peculiar about this bell. It is best to dispose of it sooner rather than later. Mi Bayue, who was engrossed in examining the bell, inquired, what is so peculiar about it? Jiang Shao, momentarily taken aback, had initially spoken impulsively in a fit of passion. However, upon Mi Bayue's earnest questioning, he felt reluctant to reveal his innermost thoughts and instead engaged seriously with her in the study of the bell. Why don't you give it another shake? Mi Bayue suggested, lifting the bell by its string and shaking it before Jiang Shao. He momentarily gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Noticing this, Mi Bayue ceased shaking the bell. Jiang Shao, puzzled, asked, Why have you stopped? Mi Bayue replied, Let us try again later. Someone is approaching. The newcomer was one of the heads of the spirit vessel, who exchanged a few words with Su Wuchang. In return, Su Wuchang presented him with 3 spirit crystals, after which accommodations were arranged for them. Mi Bayue and Jiang Shao each received a wooden token, approximately the length of a finger, and were guided by a crew attendant to adjacent rooms. The attendant explained, The wooden token in your possession serves as a key. Please ensure you do not lose it before we reach Lingzhou. He then demonstrated how to use the token, inserting it into the groove of the door without a handle, which subsequently swung open. The rooms were modest in size, but notable for their single occupancy. The attendant informed them, You are fortunate to have a benefactor who has covered the cost of your single rooms, unlike the other mundane individuals recommended for relocation to Lingzhou, who are all confined to shared quarters. Mi Bayue then inquired about the duration of the journey to Lingzhou and how their meals would be managed during this time. The attendant responded, It will take approximately 1 month. Meals can be delivered to your room via the bell, or you may choose to dine in the cafeteria on the 2nd floor. Mi Bayue cast a glance at him and inquired, Do you require funds? The attendant replied, Certainly, but we do support credit. Nearby, Jiang Shao, who had been contemplating whether to dine in the cafeteria or within the confines of the room, was startled by the attendant's words. The attendant chuckled, This is not an issue for the 2 of you, as it is evident that the esteemed members of the Wuchang Hall are looking out for you. Like other mundane individuals recommended here, we shall provide them with families or sects for loans, so upon their arrival in Lingzhou, they may report directly. Mi Bayue asked, Could I see a copy of the recommendation list? The attendant hesitated for a moment before responding, It is only natural for a guest to wish to see it. But please do not entertain any ulterior motives. Otherwise, the esteemed members of Wuchang Hall might mistakenly believe that I have incited the guests to switch allegiances, and I would be in grave trouble. Mi Bayue reassured him, You need not worry. Her strikingly beautiful visage and crystalline voice instilled trust with ease. The attendant instinctively retrieved a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to Mi Bayue. After doing so, he cautioned her repeatedly, Please be sure to comply. Very well. Mi Bayue nodded, Rest assured. The attendant departed, relieved. Mi Bayue entered the room, followed by Jiang Shao, who remarked, Had it not been for your meticulous inquiries, I would surely have fallen into a trap. This is clearly a premeditated scheme for human trafficking, coercing individuals with mere food money. Mi Bayue unfurled the scroll, revealing the names of various families and sects, each accompanied by details regarding the loan benefits they could offer, the interest calculations, and the duration of membership. This procedure was undeniably sophisticated, further piquing Mi Bayue's curiosity about the land of Lingzhou. The persistent Jiang Shou evidently wished to engage her in further conversation. Yet Mi Bayue merely pointed at his blood-soaked attire, which startled the youth into a state of embarrassment, prompting him to flee. Left alone, Mi Bayue commenced a meticulous inspection of the room. Although, in the eyes of the Lingzhou inhabitants, the mundane realm appeared to be a rather backward and impoverished wilderness, it was illogical to install surveillance in the guest accommodations for visitors from this realm. Nonetheless, Mi Bayue remained habitually cautious. After a brief examination, she confirmed that all was well, and then retrieved the Book of Good and Evil, opening to a blank page, into which she inserted the bell given by Zhusi. Indeed, she had once again employed the Book of Good and Evil as an encyclopedia. With such a portable compendium at her disposal, it was only sensible to utilize it to its fullest potential. However, the bell did not fit within. Akin to the disdain she had previously felt for the flesh and bones of Chang'e, the Book of Good and Evil rejected the bell, leaving a new design along with its description on the blank page. Incomplete bewitchment technique, a bell crafted from inferior materials, inscribed with a fragmented bewitchment technique poorly made. With incomplete engravings, nonetheless, it retains some efficacy, capable of affecting spiritual children, causing them to feel dazed and dream at night. Chapter 27. Developing a New Golden Finger. The bell itself was held in disdain by the Book of Good and Evil, which also regarded the inscribed bewitchment technique with contempt. The tone of the text conveying an unwillingness to acknowledge its inclusion. Armed with the simplified illustration from the Book of Good and Evil, Mi Bayue scrutinized the bell before her, swiftly discerning the intricacies of the patterns on its surface. What dreams may come? She inquired of the Book of Good and Evil. The Book of Good and Evil, the enchanter's bewitching dream, a spell of enchantment that holds a certain efficacy even for spirit children. One can only imagine its effects when employed on an ordinary individual still in the preparatory stages of becoming a spirit child. Mi Bayue chose not to dwell on this matter further and inquired of the Book of Good and Evil whether it could complete this bewitching spell. The Book of Good and Evil responded, insufficient data materials. Although this was not a definitive answer, it brought a satisfied smile to Mi Bayue's face. An idea sparked within her, compelling her to experiment without delay. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Mi Bayue retrieved the learning notes she had stored in the compartment dedicated to Chang'e, and she offered it to the palm of the Book of Good and Evil. Consuming it, before Mi Bayue's gaze, the learning notes genuinely merged into the pages of the Book of Good and Evil. After consuming the notes, characters inky and vivid emerged upon the page, only to vanish again, creating a chaotic yet seemingly structured display. Mi Bayue patiently awaited the unfolding of this phenomenon, refraining from engaging in any other activities during this interval. Nearly 3 minutes elapsed. Establishment of the office, the art of the deceptive master in opening the underworld, requires accompanying materials. Bone forging, to forge oneself with the power of bones, requires accompanying materials. Shadow concealment can utilize shadows to obscure one's presence. A jumbled collection of spirit-snatching experimental experiences, after being organized, remains an unremarkable compilation of rudimentary experimental knowledge. Not recommended for study. The final line of ink flickered, as if on the verge of disappearing, yet held back by an unseen force compelling it to persist. Mi Bayue perceived it as a desperate patient resisting the urge to discard something unseemly. Let that one go, she declared, pointing at a jumbled collection of spirit-snatching experimental experiences. As soon as the words fell, the ink on the page vanished in an instant. The turning of the leaf akin to a long sigh of relief. Upon examining the 3 spells inscribed above, Mi Bayue recognized shadow concealment as the very spell she had previously imparted to Jiang Shao. At the time of teaching, she was unaware of its name or effects, merely piecing together the complete spell diagram from her notes. Prior to the inclusion of the incomplete bewitchment spell inscribed on the bell in the Book of Good and Evil, Mi Bayue had never contemplated that it could devour the reference book and autonomously organize useful information while discarding the superfluous chaff. This was primarily due to her subconscious belief that books serve as vessels of knowledge rather than mere objects. She had thought to stuff the flesh and bones of Chang'e or the bell into the Book of Good and Evil, yet failed to realize that books, indeed, share a common essence with these entities. However, it is never too late to awaken to such realizations, and a smile graced Mi Bayue's lips. She took up her pen and sketched a spell diagram on the blank page of the Book of Good and Evil. Yin Fire, the most fundamental spell of the Yin element, was precisely the spell diagram Jiang Shao had taught her. As Mi Bayue placed her hand upon this diagram, she felt no casualness associated with employing a trick. She inquired, "Am I unable to use the spells above?" The Book of Good and Evil responded, "Spells require spiritual energy to be activated." Mi Bayue's gaze flickered. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, she could indeed wield them. The Book of Good and Evil confirmed her thought. In that moment, Mi Bayue's heart raced with excitement, truly grasping the terrifying potential of the Book of Good and Evil. To her, it seemed far more valuable than the direct transformation of a person into a Yin spirit through the nocturnal trickery. The Nighter of Mysterious Plays is a formidable weapon, yet its limitations are equally apparent. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's own demise, thus it is best left unused when possible. The Book of Good and Evil, however, serves as the most suitable golden finger for the mortal Mi Bayue. According to her current intelligence, both Yang and Yin system spiritual masters, due to constraints of spiritual energy and vitality, tend to adhere to a specific technique chain that best suits them. A single star corresponds to a life spell, and countless predecessors have demonstrated that dabbling in too many miscellaneous arts leads to ruin, unless one is truly a prodigious genius among geniuses. Chang Dihai epitomizes the archetype of one who, having exhausted all avenues, resorts to the crooked path, embodying the folly of spreading oneself too thin. However, were it not for his convoluted thoughts, these spells would not be so easily accessible to Mi Bayue. At this moment, the dwelling spirit prompts, "Madam." The young master awaits outside. Mi Bayue stows away the Book of Good and Evil and inquires, "What did you discuss with her?" "Understood." Mi Bayue strides to the door, and upon opening it, she catches the hesitant Mi Feixue standing just outside. Today, Mi Feixue is clad in a crimson little robe, which adds a touch of color to her pale visage, though she remains somewhat thin, her lifeless eyes appearing rather gloomy on her delicate face. Yet, Mi Bayue knows that this child possesses a character that is soft and shy, in stark contrast to her appearance. In a moment of delight, Mi Bayue lifts her up, exclaiming with a smile, "Today, my darling looks splendid." Mi Feishue's cheeks flush, and she clutches the hem of her new garment, unable to suppress a smile. Mi Bayue notices that Mi Feixue has indeed made an effort to dress up today. Besides the red robe, her shoulder-length hair is adorned with a small braid. She muses to herself that today is neither Mi Feishue's birthday nor any other special occasion. The house spirit announced today. The young master has gone to enroll in the academy. Mi Bayue inquired, "Who took the child?" "The director Shin," replied the house spirit. Mi Bayue remarked, "So the identity documents have been processed as well?" Indeed, the house spirit produced a document from its sleeve, a testament to its ability to retrieve items from within the abode at will. The scholarly aura of the identity document, coupled with Shin Libei's esteemed position as the director of the Night Bureau in Yuan City, enabled Mi Feixue to enroll in the academy with ease. Mi Bayue paused at the gender section of the document, which indicated male. Does the little one comprehend what this signifies? She crouched down, placing the document before Mi Feixue and pointing to the gender field. Upon hearing her voice, Mi Feixue looked over and nodded. Mi Bayue explained, "I deliberately chose not to clarify your gender to them, allowing them to assume you are a boy. In this place, boys enjoy a degree of freedom that girls do not, making it less likely for them to attract unwanted attention." During her initial 6 months in the Eternal Dream Village, Mi Bayue had initially misinterpreted her surroundings as a parallel ancient era, partly due to the villagers' antiquated and feudal attitudes towards women. At that time, the house spirit never ventured outside, leaving Mi Bayue to brave the world alone in her quest to improve their circumstances. The villagers had been unkind, and she even experienced the unsettling attention of a local leper. However, this very leper became a pivotal element in Mi Bayue's acceptance within the village, ensuring that the villagers no longer underestimated her. Once the situation stabilized, the child would be free to pursue whatever she desired. Mi Bayue gently stroked her soft hair. Mi Feixue shook her head, embracing her hands, her expression filled with a determined resolve. Chapter 28. The Toxicity of Strange Instruments. Upon learning that Mi Feixue would attend classes at the academy the following day, Mi Bayue decided to personally accompany her. Prior to this, Mi Bayue intended to greet Shinli and express her gratitude for his thoughtful assistance regarding Mi Feixue. The moment Mi Bayue appeared, despite his best efforts to conceal it, a flicker of surprise betrayed Shun Li's countenance. Mi Bayue's principle has always been one of clear distinctions between gratitude and grievances, and Shun Li's actions had indeed struck a chord within her. She gazed into Shun Li's eyes and remarked, "The night wanderers who utilize strange instruments within the Sai Manor have a notoriously brief lifespan." Shun Li was momentarily taken aback, his expression becoming pensive. Mi Bayue continued, "Are you aware of the reasons behind this?" Shun Li replied, The strange instruments are toxic. Their use by ordinary individuals will erode their lifespan. Mi Bayue inquired. But do you comprehend the true meaning of this so-called toxicity? Shinli stated, the strange instruments belong to the realm of the Yin. Their Yin energy erodes the Yang. Not merely that, Mi Bayue interjected. Shinli exclaimed, What do you mean, miss? Mi Bayue explained. The Yin energy carried by these strange instruments is not only harmless but beneficial to Yin-type spirit masters. Their toxicity truly refers to their inherent nature. Strange entities are formed from the aggregation of the souls of beings after death, and these souls often linger in the mortal realm due to overwhelmingly negative thoughts. Once contracted with a spirit master, the latter will be incessantly influenced and assimilated by the negative energy and habits of the strange instruments, leading to the emergence of mental disorders akin to mania, hyperactivity, and depression. Shinli could grasp the earlier part of the explanation, but the latter terms of illness could only be understood through their literal meanings. You lack the spiritual awakening to truly forge a pact with the enigmatic artifacts. Yet you integrate them within yourselves to wield their power. This illusion of control belies the reality that you nourish them at the cost of your own soul in exchange for their utility. During their usage, even the slightest disturbance can inflict harm upon you. This information was gleaned by Mi Bayue from Jiangshao. All artifacts distributed by the Spirit Seizing Officer's Bureau to the branch offices come with contract tokens, with true dominion resting solely with the central office. The distribution of these artifacts serves a dual purpose. It amplifies the strength of ordinary individuals, granting them the means to confront the supernatural threats of the world, while simultaneously utilizing these individuals to sustain the artifacts. Though the central office has not divulged the entirety of the truth, it has warned that these artifacts are toxic, inevitably causing harm to those who employ them. Despite the knowledge that utilizing the artifacts leads to a shortened lifespan, the personnel at the branch offices persist in their use. Upon hearing Mi Bayue's revelations, Shinli furrowed her brow in contemplation for a considerable time before expressing her gratitude. Yet she showed no inclination to relinquish her use of the artifacts. Anticipating such a response, Mi Bayue was not taken aback and chose not to elaborate further. Rising to bid farewell, Shinli accompanied her to the entrance, and just as Mi Bayue stepped outside, Shinli could no longer restrain herself and inquired, Mi, do you have any solutions to mitigate the harm caused by the artifacts? Mi Bayue replied, If all spirit masters are powerless, what can I do? Shinli fell silent. Realizing her indiscretion, Mi Bayue continued, However, should you ever wish to extract them, I can assist you. According to the wisdom passed down to Shinli, once integrated, these artifacts can only be separated upon death. Suddenly, he recalled the words of Yuhu and his companions. Indeed, this individual possessed the remarkable ability to separate the enigmatic artifact from a person without causing harm. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Shinli's eyes as he expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mississippi. Regardless of whether he would ultimately choose to extract the artifact before the end of his life, Mi Bayue's statement had provided him with an avenue of retreat. Reflecting on this advantage, which stemmed from his successful handling of Mi Feishue's affairs, Shinli felt a sense of relief. Grateful that he had not overlooked the young master simply because Miss Mi had departed with Lord Saw, the attendant acknowledged his words. Mi Bayue then thought of Jiangshao next door and proceeded to knock on the door. Upon opening it and seeing her, Jiang Shao joyfully invited her inside, saying, I just inquired with the servants aboard the ship, and it turns out we are not limited to using spirit crystals. There are also provisions available for purchase with silver, though they may not be as palatable. Initially surprised, Jiang Shao quickly swallowed the question that almost escaped her lips and, suppressing her disappointment, smiled, I understand now. Rest assured, I am right next door and will ensure that no one disturbs you. Mi Bayue replied, Thank you. Jiang Shao waved her hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter. With Jiang Shao's assurance, there was no need for further notification from Suo Wuchang. Mi Bayue was confident that if Suo Wuchang inquired about her whereabouts, Jiang Shao would undoubtedly relay the information. The spirit ship had already set sail, and at such a distance, even if Suo Wuchang possessed some means of sensing, it should suffice. Even if it were not enough, the ship's attendants had mentioned that once the spirit vessel embarked, it would not return. Mi Bayue murmured softly and retrieved a small wooden box from a cabinet within the room. At that moment, the voice of the spirit within the abode resonated from the cabinet, assuring the lady that there was no cause for concern, for the items remained within the residence, their essence concealed from the outside world. Had I known this sooner, I would not have exercised such caution. Mi Bayue jestingly opened the small wooden box, which was one of the 4 items retrieved from the Hanning prefecture of Changde, since the day the spirit mentioned the name and function of the Xin Taimu. Mi Bayue understood that it was not the purpose of Sua Wuchang to interrogate Changde Hai. The other study notes and the mysterious artifact, painted skin, evidently did not meet the criteria, leaving only this indestructible wooden box, preserved in the underworld. A box crafted from a special material associated with the Yin realm, which had drawn Sua Wuchang's attention, could not be trivial. It was certainly more precious than the 2-star artifact, painted skin. To avoid complications, Mi Bayue had refrained from opening the box until today. Inside lay a brown particle, smaller than a mung bean. Chapter 29. The seed of the sprite, is this a seed? Mi Bayue examined the brown particle closely, and based on her past experiences studying various life forms, she surmised an 80% probability that it was indeed a seed. When a shortcut is available, there is no need to grope in the dark. She inserted the seed into the book of good and evil, only to find it rejected as well. Unknown sprite seed. A sprite seed emanating a faint and secretive life essence. You may attempt to nourish it with your blood and spiritual power, which might yield unexpected delights, though it could also lead to mere disappointment. Mi Bayue exclaimed in astonishment, "Are there sprites in this world?" The book of good and evil replied, "Beasts become demons. Awakening wisdom leads to calamity. The essence of plants and trees manifests as spirits, revealing a meaning far removed from the fantastical elves that danced in her imagination." Mi Bayue recalled Jiang Shao's words, that in Lingzhou, spirit masters abound, yet fairies are elusive. In the narratives of salvation she had witnessed, the presence of fairies was conspicuously absent. There were indeed demonic creatures, yet they were merely mindless beasts. The relationship between demons and fairies resembles that of the eerie and the bizarre, similar yet distinct. While beasts and flora abound, true enlightened fairies choose to dwell in seclusion, starkly contrasting with the chaos wrought by the bizarre. The fact that the book of good and evil referred to this seed as fairy seed indicates it is a seed born from an enlightened spirit plant. Suddenly, Mi Bayue inquired of the book of good and evil, what level of spiritual cultivation does an enlightened fairy equate to in humans? The book replied, all possibilities exist. This suggests that the enlightenment of flora does not follow the same trajectory as human spiritual cultivation, which typically encounters a bottleneck before advancing. Perhaps 1 star is sufficient for enlightenment, or it may require the pinnacle of 9 stars. Mi Bayue pondered silently, examining the unremarkable brown seed in her hand. Regardless of the star level of this unknown fairy seed, its mere designation as a fairy seed rendered it immensely valuable. She remained curious as to how Changde Hai had procured this seed, which had now fortuitously fallen into her hands. Clutching the seed, Mi Bayue ventured into the courtyard, seeking a secluded corner to dig a small hole, where she would place the seed. As she prepared to cover it with soil, she recalled the annotations in the book of good and evil. Though she currently lacked spiritual energy, a drop of blood for experimentation would suffice. The following day, Mi Bayue and Mi Feixue rose earlier than usual. After partaking in their morning meal, they found a young scholar, around 14 or 15 years of age, waiting outside with a satchel in hand. Upon seeing Mi Bayue, the boy neither exhibited surprise nor hesitation, simply addressing her as Milady. Last night, she had learned from Zhai Ling that 2 individuals had been arranged by Shun Li to assist within the residence. One was a messenger, an errand runner, while the other was this young lad tasked with accompanying Mi Feixue to the academy. Mi Bayue acknowledged him with a nod, taking Mi Feishue's hand as they proceeded outside. Fuan, carrying the satchel, trailed behind, occasionally stealing glances at the pair ahead. He had long heard the tales surrounding this esteemed lady, who, despite appearing not much older than himself, commanded profound respect even from high-ranking officials. When his gaze met her lifeless black eyes, an icy shiver coursed through him, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Upon reaching the exterior of the Sai residence, Mi Bayue released Feixue, allowing Mi Feixue to board first. Before instructing the startled and fearful Fuen, who stood frozen in place, to take the position of coachman. Fuen quickly complied, and once Mi Bayue had entered the lavish carriage, he cautiously climbed aboard. As soon as he settled into his seat, the snow-white steed began to move on its own. Fuen gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was indeed the infamous carriage rumored to consume its passengers, which had become the talk of Bayue City. Inside, the puppet figures noticeably stiffened upon spotting Mi Feixue, their expressions betraying a heightened caution in their movements. While the larger figure had managed to submit when approached correctly, the smaller one exhibited a ruthless disposition, devoid of reason. With a subtle ploy, she replaced the snacks in the carriage with sweet delicacies. Mi Bayue picked up a piece and fed it to Mi Feixue, who opened her mouth eagerly, both obedient and gentle. Mi Bayue remarked with a smile, "From now on, let Yelai Tingshu take you to the academy." Upon hearing this, the puppet, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, collapsed in place. Mi Feixue shook her head, pointing at Mi Bayue. Mi Bayue explained, "I have no need for the carriage at the moment. Allowing it to take you to school will put my mind at ease." Upon realizing that her well-being concerned Mi Bayue, Mi Feixue nodded obediently. The puppet interjected, "Aren't you going to ask for my opinion?" Mi Bayue, with an open demeanor, replied, "Speak your mind." The puppet, eager to please, said, "I wish to accompany you, esteemed adult." Mi Bayue countered, "In Lingzhou, there are spirit masters everywhere. How many do you think you could handle?" The puppet was left speechless. Upon arriving at the academy, the finest institution in Bayue City, which housed elementary, primary, and secondary divisions, it gathered the most elite offspring of the city's nobility. Outside the academy, numerous carriages awaited to drop off their charges, with Yelai Tingshu's carriage standing out as the most remarkable. After Fuen announced their arrival, Mi Bayue stepped out first, gently holding Mi Feishue's hand as she helped her down. Surrounded by curious gazes, Mi Bayue remained unfazed. This was the impression she sought to create. Following the incident with Wen Qingyu, their identities were no longer a secret among the upper echelons of Bayue City. Rather than adopting a low profile that might invite bullying, it was better to be forthright from the outset and deter any external probing. The self-driven Tingshu carriage made its way towards the academy's parking area, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Mi Bayue led Mi Feixue to the entrance of the academy, only to be halted by the guards who cast a suspicious glance at Mi Bayue's youthful appearance. They stated, "Only those with special permission may enter, as you are neither a teacher nor a student of this institution." Mi Bayue paused at the threshold, bending down to smile at Mi Feixue and said, "You can manage on your own, can't you, darling?" Mi Feixue nodded in affirmation. Mi Bayue gently adjusted her hair and whispered in her ear, "We may refrain from bullying others, but we must not allow ourselves to be bullied. I cannot bear to see you hurt." Mi Feixue nodded once more. "Go on," Mi Bayue encouraged. Fuen, following closely behind Mi Feixue, was registered as her attendant and permitted to accompany her into the academy. As they passed Mi Bayue, he assured her, "Do not worry, my lord. I shall take good care of the young master." Mi Bayue cautioned, "If any child troubles her, let her handle it herself. Do not intervene lightly." Fuen hesitated for a moment, then understood her intention to foster independence in the young master. Upon entering the academy, they entered a realm belonging to students and teachers alike. Fuen trailed Mi Feixue to the beginners division, where 4 well-dressed boys stood beneath a tree. Recognizing their unfriendly demeanor, Fuen hesitated, contemplating whether to advise the young master to take a different path. However, in that brief moment of uncertainty, Mi Feixue stepped boldly before the 4 boys. The leading boy smirked coldly, suddenly extending a foot to trip Mi Feixue. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as the boy stumbled and fell, his legs splayed in a split. After a brief silence, his anguished cries shattered the air. The 3 boys behind him were left in shock. "Wen Qingpa, are you all right? Quickly, help him up." In their flurry of activity, Mi Feixue passed by them. "Hey, you can't leave." Fuen was aware that the noble young master from behind was calling out to them. As he attempted to halt their progress, he noticed Mi Feixue continuing on without pause and hurriedly followed suit. The sound of tiny footsteps echoed behind, as a child reached out to grasp Mi Feishue's hairpin. Suddenly, the child stumbled and fell, striking their forehead against the ground with a thud. The impact was severe, rendering the child motionless for a moment. The other two children, paralyzed by fear, cried out about the monster. The pale, emaciated face of the fallen child bore no expression, and their vacant eyes reflected a chilling indifference. Chapter 30. As night falls during dinner, Fuen set up Mi Feishue's textbooks and writing materials at his designated seat, surrounded by other young master's attendants engaging in similar preparations. Their glances intersected, each harboring distinct thoughts. Under the scrutiny of several malevolent eyes, Fuen hastened his movements, completing the arrangements before approaching Mi Feishue. Along the way, he was deliberately jostled by a robust attendant, who seemed ordinary yet was, in fact, a reserve member of the Saifu, having never neglected his daily physical training. Fuen steadied himself after being bumped by the taller boy, meeting his astonished gaze. Realizing Fuen was not to be trifled with, the latter huffed and distanced himself. The other attendants observing discreetly began to formulate their own schemes. "My young master, the desk is ready. You may take your seat," Fuen informed Mi Feishue, who then proceeded to sit at the table he had prepared. Fuen stood in the corner designated for the student attendants, massaging his shoulders. Pondering that the individual who had collided with him was certainly not a genuine student attendant, perhaps it was an intentional ploy by a martial artist to stir up trouble. The young master was being harassed by the other young masters, and consequently, Fuen, as a student attendant, found himself at the mercy of the young master's attendants. As the bell for class rang, children, all under the age of 10, settled into their seats. Two young masters, who had previously been with Wenqingpu, hurriedly pushed the door open and entered, glancing around until they spotted Mi Feishue, casting her a mix of resentful and fearful glares. It was only when the teacher responsible for the lesson emerged that attendance was taken. Wenqingpu and Lu Changyuan were marked absent. The teacher, with a stern and impartial demeanor, noted this down. "Teacher, they were injured by a little monster. It was not their intention to be absent." One of the children raised his hand to protest. The teacher responded, "Qiao Huai has spoken disrespectfully. He shall stand as punishment." The ruler pointed towards the side of the lectern. Qiao Huai, filled with indignation, was compelled to comply under the weight of the teacher's authority. Reluctantly moving to the front to hold a book above his head as a form of punishment. While standing there, he continued to glare at Mi Feishue, transferring all his ire onto her. "Now, read," commanded the teacher. The children below opened their textbooks, commencing their reading from the first page, their youthful voices ringing out clear and harmonious. "Teacher, EISNT reading." Xiao Huai pointed at Mi Feishue, once more lodging a complaint. "I saw him not even open his mouth." The teacher furrowed his brow, noticing the children beginning to whisper amongst themselves. After quieting them, he stated, "The new student has a speech impediment and cannot read aloud, yet this does not hinder his ability to study and practice writing. From now on, do not use this as a pretext for further disturbances." "Ha ha ha, the little mute. It turns out to be a little mute." "Huh?" Suddenly, Qiao Huai, who had been laughing boisterously, found himself at a loss for words, drool spilling from his mouth that could not quite close. The child's expression shifted to one of panic, as he frantically rummaged inside his mouth, whimpering. The books atop his head tumbled to the ground, and Xiao Huai's previously arrogant demeanor shattered into terror. His face soon awash with tears as he sought help from the teacher. The teacher, too, was momentarily taken aback by this bizarre scene. The other children descended into chaos. The younger ones had already burst into tears, while the older ones hastily retreated, some calling for the bookkeeper to protect them. Amidst the turmoil, only Mi Feishue sat quietly at her desk, her gaze shifting from Qiao Huai to the ground beside her, captivated by what lay before her. Several creatures with jet-black exteriors, resembling weasels yet lacking tails, displayed round, flattened heads and elongated forelimbs, standing no taller than an adult's finger. They appeared from nowhere, and in the commotion, one climbed up to the edge of an inkstone on a desk, its forelimbs gripping the rim as its head plunged into the ink, sending ripples that gradually subsided. One had seized a fallen brush from the ground, its flat, dark face opening wide as it gnawed at the brush tip, slowly consuming it. Another perched on an open textbook, looking at the characters, and when it lifted its head, Mi Feixue noticed a stroke had vanished from the paper. She reached out and captured the little black creature. Sensing an ominous shadow overhead, the confused creature looked up just as it was caught. The peers, engrossed in their own pursuits, all turned their gazes towards this direction. In the next moment, one clumsily leaped into the ink pool, having surreptitiously sipped from it, while another found himself unable to extricate his half-eaten brush from his throat, caught in a dilemma that rendered him wide-eyed and gasping. Silence. The teacher's admonition swiftly brought the young students back into order, and he commanded the attendants to assist in tidying up the scene. "Oh no, the brush my father gifted me has broken," lamented the boy in blue, clutching the severed brush, on the verge of tears once more. His attendant quickly reassured him. "Do not fret, young master. I shall find the remaining piece for you and mend it." However, despite his frantic search across the confined space of the classroom, no trace of the lost fragment could be found, as the other attendants had already tidied up the area. When the boy in blue inquired if anything had been discovered, his attendant was at a loss for words. Just as the boy was about to unleash his frustration, he caught sight of Mi Feixue at the adjacent table. The girl's dull, lifeless gray eyes were fixated on his hand, causing the boy to startle and inadvertently drop the remaining piece of his brush, which rolled twice upon the floor. With a swift motion, a small black creature, clutching the brush's tip, devoured the remaining half in one gulp and vanished into the mat beneath. Subsequently, Xiao Wei was carried away by the household attendants, and the classroom was restored to order under the teacher's guidance, with no further disturbances occurring. In the carriage courtyard, 3 furtive figures approached the increasingly magnificent BMW adorned in the sunlight. This was the vehicle rumored to consume its passengers, yet it appeared anything but fearsome. "Adults say it is so. Let us act quickly." 3 individuals approached the snow listening carriage, where a menacing figure, clad as a servant, drew a long dagger from his sleeve. The other 2 brandished their respective weapons as well. Just as they were about to strike, a voice emerged from within the carriage, enchanting and melodic, reminiscent of a celestial maiden song. "Why not come inside, guests? Rest from the sun and join me for tea while listening to the sound of falling snow." The 3, entranced, entered the carriage one after the other. From a distance, an onlooker observed this scene with a puzzled expression, waiting for a quarter of an hour without seeing anyone exit the carriage. This prompted a recollection of the ominous rumors surrounding the vehicle. Perhaps these tales were not mere fabrications. In broad daylight, the observer shivered, their face paling as they hurriedly departed the scene. At 5 in the afternoon, the time when novice students were dismissed, the area outside the academy buzzed with activity. Fuen, carrying a bag, followed Mi Feixue as she exited the academy, effortlessly spotting the conspicuous snow listening carriage, which stood out starkly, surrounded by a deliberately cleared space. The unbridled snow listening horse approached Mi Feixue and halted before her. Fuen intended to assist her, but was evaded as Mi Feixue deftly leaped onto the carriage's edge and entered the cabin. Fuen, feeling a sense of duty, took his place outside as the driver. The carriage began to move. Inside, the puppet, alone with Mi Feixue, wore a sycophantic smile. Mi Feixue glanced down towards the small table beneath her. The puppet's smile faltered. It had made every effort to conceal its secret, yet it had been discovered. Beneath the table lay a carpet, which revealed 3 subtle protrusions. The puppet, abandoning any hope of luck, cautiously moved the table aside and lifted the carpet, unveiling 3 heads with only their eyes remaining visible. Today, 3 uninvited guests have arrived. 3 heads, each bearing only half a face, are filled with terror, their mouths submerged in the mire, rendering them incapable of calling for help. The puppet remarked, "I concealed them to spare my young master's eyes from the filth." It furtively glanced at Mi Feixue, anxious that a single frown from her would cause this meal to slip away. Fortunately, upon hearing the phrase uninvited guests, Mi Feixue raised her delicate brows and nodded at the puppet before averting her gaze. The puppet rejoiced, abandoning the carpet. As dusk descended, it eagerly gazed into the 3 pairs of terrified, despairing eyes, merrily humming a chilling nursery rhyme. Night approaches, it is time to feast, time to feast." Chapter 31. Not to be provoked. Upon arriving at the gates of the Sai residence, Fuan lightly tapped on the carriage door, saying, "Young master, we have arrived." The door swung open, and Fuan, unprepared, met the gaze of three half-faced heads, their expressions twisted in a flood of tears and terror. Mi Feixue alighted from the carriage and hurried towards the old residence. "Guest, would you care to step inside for a moment?" The puppet grinned, extending an invitation from the still-open carriage door. The two proceeded, with Fuan catching up to the seemingly delicate Mi Feixue just as they neared the old house. Upon their arrival, Mi Bayue received a notification from the spirit of the residence. Emerging from the laboratory, she walked into the front hall and encountered Mi Feixue, who, upon seeing her, flushed and eagerly presented the item she had been clutching in her hand. A diminutive, thumb-sized creature of obsidian hue lay half-conscious, bound by a slender strand of hair, nearly imperceptible against its own dark form. Mi Bayue could not discern the nature of this entity, so she retrieved the Book of Good and Evil to examine the creature. Ink-mixing boy, strange being often found in scholarly spaces such as studies and classrooms. It delights in devouring ink, paper, and inkstones while engaging in mischief. It possesses no offensive capabilities. The more ink, paper, and inkstones it consumes, the greater the transformation it undergoes, potentially becoming a spirit ink. Lesser ink-mixing boys are insignificant, yet the superior ones are considered treasures. Gazing at this little fellow, Mi Bayue gently patted the crown of Mi Feishue's head and decided that since it was captured by her baby, it was only fitting for the baby to care for it. She summoned Fuan, who had been quietly standing in the background, and inquired about Mi Feishue's experiences at the academy that day. Fuan glanced at the little master, who was both obedient and shy in front of the adults, and faithfully recounted the events of the academy to Mi Bayue. After listening to his account, Mi Bayue offered no immediate reaction and allowed him to depart. Once Fuan had left, she turned to Mi Feixue and asked, "Was it the cursed doll?" Mi Feixue nodded and showed her the cursed doll hanging from his waist. Mi Bayue opened the Book of Good and Evil, and indeed, the page regarding Cursed Object, Cursed Doll, had undergone a transformation. Cursed Object, Cursed Doll, 1 star, mutation. In addition to the previous description, the earlier mention of digested new curse energy had vanished, replaced by the notation that it has digested new curse energy and possesses partial abilities of hair curse, allowing it to execute simple attacks with its hair. Mi Bayue closed the book and examined the cursed doll. Opening its smiling mouth, she discovered that the red fabric tongue was knotted. The reason for the sudden muteness of the young master, Xiao Huai from Fuan's words, was now clear. Mi Bayue untied the tongue of the cursed doll and asked Mi Feixue, "Were the others ensnared by the cursed hair?" Mi Feixue obediently nodded, her expression somewhat anxious, wondering if Bayue would disapprove. Mi Bayue smiled and reassured her, "You did well, my dear." Only then did Mi Feixue shyly beam with joy. Mi Bayue felt a slight itch in her palm and looked down to see the cursed doll resting there. She gently stroked its little sideburns, saying, "You too." While the two were having dinner, the housekeeper from the spirit of the residence entered, carrying several gift boxes. He announced, "These are compensation gifts from the Chiao family, the Liu family, and the Du family, apologizing for the trouble the young master caused today at the academy." Mi Bayue turned to Mi Feixue and asked, "Would you like to see them?" Mi Feixue shook her head. Mi Bayue instructed the housekeeper, "Please handle it as you see fit." The housekeeper complied and left. Just moments earlier, at the Chiao residence, several physicians entered the young master Chiao's room for an examination. Even the servants outside could hear the young master's woeful cries, exchanging glances filled with concern. Inside the room, the physician released Xiao Huai's mouth and, with a troubled expression, said to the old master Chiao, "The only solution for the young master's condition may be to cut his tongue." Upon hearing this, the elderly matron turned pale and was quickly supported by a nearby maid. The old woman cried out, "No, no." Xiao Huai, in terror, covered his swollen mouth and shook his head, weeping bitterly. Master Chiao bellowed, "Incompetent physicians." Next, the steward, visibly troubled, replied, "My lord, this is the last one available. We have summoned all the doctors in the vicinity." In a hushed tone, the steward added, "It is said that the young masters of the Wen and Liu families have suffered grave injuries and have been taken away by their respective families." A chill ran down Master Chiao's spine. It seemed all the injuries occurred today. The steward gestured for the bystanders to be dismissed before explaining the situation to Master Chiao. Master Chiao exclaimed in astonishment, "Then why is that young scion from the Du family unharmed?" The steward glanced at the trembling young master sitting on the bed and replied, "It is rumored that the young master of the Du family did not engage in the fray. Young Master Huai, who had initially been unharmed, found himself embroiled in the matter after uttering a few words against the child from the Sai family during class." With a sigh, he continued, "It seems young Master Chiao was displeased at the prospect of gifting those who caused him such distress." Master Chiu scolded, "Silence. Do you wish to have your tongue severed and become mute?" The young master, frightened, dared not utter another word. A similar predicament had befallen the Liu and Du families as well. After struggling for half the day, the young master's swollen tongue could not articulate even after being freed from its binding. Young Master Huai extended his tongue for the physician to inspect. The physician, upon examination, exclaimed in amazement and prescribed a cooling ointment, claiming that a few days of application would suffice for recovery. Madame Chiao, clutching her chest to regain composure, observed her husband's changing expressions. At that moment, the steward returned from outside and whispered a few words into Master Chiao's ear. It was reported that spies from other families had seen individuals with knives approaching the rumored monstrous carriage said to devour its passengers. Consequently, those who inexplicably boarded the vehicle never returned. Mr. Chiao felt a chill run down his spine. Oh, how monstrous! He is a monster. Just as young Master Chiao finally found his voice to lament, a shadow loomed over him. Mr. Chiao grasped his shoulder and declared, "If I hear another vile word directed at that child from your lips, you shall kneel in the ancestral hall." Young Master Chiao was rendered speechless by fear. Mr. Chiao continued, "Tomorrow, upon entering the academy, you will apologize to that child from the Sai residence, and thereafter you are forbidden from provoking him. Whatever Wen Qingpa intends to involve you in, if you cannot evade it, strive to refrain from engaging in conflict." Under Mr. Chiao's stern gaze, young Master Chiao timidly nodded in acquiescence. Overnight, the prevailing attitudes among the influential families in Baiyuan City began to shift. Not everyone, however, chose to remain an indifferent observer like Mr. Chiao, striving to avoid offending either side. The following day, Mi Bayue learned from Shun Li that someone had lodged a complaint with the magistrate, alleging that a family member had been harmed in the night listening snow carriage. With witnesses to corroborate the claim, Mi Bayue first placed Mi Feixue into the night listening snow carriage and calmly stated, if they wish to inspect the carriage, they may retrieve it from the academy. Shenli sensed a profound and unknown danger emanating from her gentle voice. Chapter 32. Fortuitous Encounters. Why not go and retrieve it? When Li Kong, who should have still been imprisoned, now found himself seated in the magistrate's courtyard. Opposite him sat the magistrate. When Li Kong seethed, to abstain from action only serves to bolster the Sai resident's arrogance. His face was a mask of indignation, for he had not anticipated that those closest to him would be traitors in the employ of the Sai residents, first deceiving his trust, and then conspiring with the emissaries dispatched from the Lingji General Headquarters to stage a charade. When Li Kong, unyielding, countered, "Could it be that you, my lord, have truly fallen prey to their deceit, believing in the nonsensical tales of demons and monsters amidst this era of peace?" The magistrate remained silent. When Li Kong continued, "Indeed, the world is replete with wonders, yet the very essence of these marvels lies in their rarity. How could such phenomena be commonplace and subject to human control? Those so-called heart-ensnaring words are surely the concoctions and tricks of charlatans." Your reaction that day, however, was not in accord with such skepticism, the magistrate remarked. "It was merely a moment of fright," retorted Wen Li Kong. The magistrate, who had also been startled that day, nodded in agreement. When Li Kong added, "If I were truly afraid, why would I engage you in discourse about apprehending the criminal vehicle?" The magistrate, with a bemused smile, recited in official tone, "What is there to suppress? The magistrate's office and the night watch are, after all, in service of the imperial family, a symbiotic existence. Ah, the hour grows late. I must return home to dine and amuse my little daughter," he concluded, offering a dismissive farewell before departing. When Li Kong, incensed, did not even feign the courtesy of seeing him off, casting a cold gaze as he retreated. "My lord, the magistrate lacks sincerity," whispered a confidant who approached. When Li Kong's anger dissipated, replaced by a cool response, the old fox seeks benefits without bearing risks. The previous incident has sown seeds of doubt within him. Yet he remains unwilling to acknowledge what he has long scorned. The confidant expressed concern. That vehicle does indeed harbor mysteries, and that individual is a genuine spiritual master. Will our people find it challenging to secure their objectives? Kailuan Maritime navigates the vast seas, and as the proprietor of this shipping enterprise, when Li Kong has encountered extraordinary insights and possesses a rudimentary understanding of spiritual masters and the bizarre phenomena of the world, he intentionally misleads the governor, instilling in him a firm belief in the non-existence of demons and monsters, all to don the guise of an official. Under the cover of night, the sinister carriage claims its passengers, with arrangements made for distant marksmen to strike. Moreover, substantial sums are spent to procure assassination orders from several officials, ensuring that the victims do not meet their end too swiftly. With a glint of malice in his eyes, when Li Kong declares his intentions, in the carriage courtyard, a cadre of 10 archers assembles at the periphery. The leader fixates on a resplendent carriage 10 meters away, raising his hand. The archers draw their bows taut. A magnificent white stallion seems to sense the impending danger and glances in their direction. The leader, meeting the gaze of those clear equine eyes, instinctively retreats 2 steps, humiliated. With a swift motion, he barks the command to shoot. The arrows soar through the air, and the onlookers anticipate the mournful cry of the white horse as it succumbs to its wounds. In the next moment, the horse indeed emits a heart-wrenching cry, collapsing to the ground in an agonized lament. Yet, to the astonishment of the leader and the archers, they all turn pale, some even gasping in shock. For where once stood the majestic white stallion, now lay only other horses. The remaining steeds, startled, break through the courtyard's barriers, plunging the scene into chaos. No, it's vanished, it's gone from sight. A few archers nearly lose their composure. In the tangled, intricate alleys, a woman, her head wrapped in a scarf, clutches her child tightly as she navigates swiftly through the shadows. Upon reaching the exit, a glimmer of relief shines in her eyes, partially revealed beneath her scarf. She lowers her headscarf slightly and steps out of the alley with an air of nonchalance. The blinding white light initially led her to believe it was sunlight. As she squinted and opened her eyes, she was entranced by the magnificent carriage before her. "Lost traveler, why not step inside? Allow me to escort you for a while," came the mellifluous voice of a refined gentleman from within. The woman in the headscarf, captivated and disoriented, approached the carriage at the sound of yet another invitation, moving forward in a daze. "Where is Ronger? Have you found her?" The governor's residence was filled with anxious servants, their heads bowed in trepidation. "Sir, the mute maid is also missing. Some say the young lady was last seen with her," the steward reported hastily. A foreboding feeling settled in the governor's heart. It was not the company of his daughter he sought to understand, but her current whereabouts. The steward, burdened with unspoken worries, could only dispatch others to search outside the estate. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a messenger rushed in, breathless with urgency. Sir, the young lady has been found. She is in that peculiar carriage." Without pausing to reflect on the messenger's description, the governor hurried to the entrance to retrieve her, only to behold the exquisitely adorned white horse-drawn carriage glistening in the sunlight. The carriage door stood ajar, yet no one dared approach. A chill ran down the governor's spine, compelling him to halt until he heard the sweet voice of his cherished daughter emanating from within. He strode forward, and the onlookers parted to make way. As he reached the carriage and peered inside, he was met with the sight of his 3-year-old daughter clambering over a small figure. The child looked up, revealing a wooden face that startled the governor, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, his foolish daughter, beaming with delight, reached out to tug at the puppet's mouth. The puppet opened its mouth and declared, "Dear guest, you have arrived at your destination. It is time for you to disembark." The puppet fixated intently on the girl, its eye dislodging and falling to the ground. The girl, heedless, picked up the eyeball, intending to place it in her mouth. At that moment, the magistrate's dread for his beloved daughter consuming something harmful eclipsed his fear of the bizarre occurrence. "Wronger, put that down," he exclaimed, swiftly embracing her and swatting the eyeball from her grasp. The orb, upon hitting the ground, continued to roll as if animated. A shiver ran down the magistrate's spine. Just then, a figure darted from the carriage as if fleeing for dear life. Upon landing, she attempted to escape but was recognized by the steward, who shouted, "It's the mute woman. Capture her." The servants encircled the veiled woman, successfully apprehending her. In the midst of the chaos at the front gate, Feixue turned and vanished, pulling the cart away without a trace. The magistrate noticed but dared not voice a protest. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Clutching his daughter tighter and instructing the guards to take the mute woman to the dungeon for further interrogation. It was not long before the magistrate received news from the interrogation hall. The mute woman appeared to have been thoroughly frightened by the time she was brought in, readily confessing to any inquiries posed to her. This was the confession she had penned. The magistrate accepted the document presented by the officials. The mute woman, uneducated and unable to write properly, had crafted her confession more like a child's drawing, imbued with a naive charm. In former times, such innocent whimsy would have elicited a smile and reminded him of his daughter, yet now it only fueled his indignation. This was a woman who had once nearly starved, saved by his wife, to whom he had entrusted the care of his precious daughter, and yet she repaid such kindness with betrayal. The magistrate's gaze fixated on the familiar symbols within the confession, the silver ingots representing wealth, alongside the emblem of the Cayenne Maritime Trading Company. What treachery! Chapter 33. She has little time left in the courtyard of the government office. When Li Kong was savoring tea when he was abruptly seized by a constable who burst through the door, ignoring when Li Kong's furious inquiries. The officer unceremoniously thrust him into a cell, the most wretched of its kind. Initially, when Li Kong was incredulous, but his astonishment quickly morphed into rage as he demanded to see the magistrate. "What is all this commotion?" came the harsh clang of iron chains. As when Li Kong turned his gaze, he realized that he was not in a cell, but rather in the torture chamber. Before him, bound to the torture rack, was a woman whose face was obscured by blood, rendering her identity unrecognizable. The torturer, who had just bellowed a reprimand, was now tending to the iron branding tools over the charcoal fire. A chill ran down when Li Kong's spine as he recognized the woman's identity. How could a foolproof plan have been exposed, and so swiftly at that? Meanwhile, the central district of Bayue City was abuzz with activity, as groups of constables descended upon the academy to apprehend individuals. The townsfolk gathered to witness the spectacle, unaware of how the rumors of a malevolent force targeting the academy's students had spread. Fortunately, due to the academy's vigilant precautions, the students remained unscathed. However, several carriages were damaged, and the frightened horses caused additional public property damage. Not long after the news circulated, the government office issued a public notice, naming several households as the instigators behind the malevolent acts, revealing them to be the same ones who had filed complaints earlier that morning regarding the so-called man-eating carriage. "I cannot believe in such a monstrous carriage. That day, I passed by the academy and witnessed children emerging from one myself," one citizen remarked. "In truth, it is the wicked deeds of men that are real. So many horse carcasses were removed from the academy's carriage yard. What a calamity! Huh. Even if there were a cursed carriage, should it not fall under the jurisdiction of the night patrol? How could those households dare to approach the government office with their grievances? There must be some sordid dealings at play. Fortunately, the magistrate possesses keen insight. It serves them right to believe that wealth grants them the liberty to act with impunity." The magistrate's actions were swift and decisive, spurred by the egregious attempt by Li Kong to abduct his daughter, which struck at his most vulnerable point. While it may be impossible to directly dismantle the long-established Cayenne shipping, addressing a few peripheral families is certainly within reach. As for the following the gifts from the Chiao, Du, and Lu families, the magistrate's office also dispatched a gift. This particular offering was quite intriguing. It consisted of case files pertaining to several households that had recently been apprehended. By sending these cases to the magistrate effectively provided them with an opportunity to enhance their performance and expand their operational latitude. Whether using the guise of case handling to conduct searches or seeking retaliation against the imprisoned, or even resorting to extortion. It remains to be seen how the leaders of the S will respond. More significantly, this gesture from the magistrate signifies an overture of goodwill. Upon arriving at the ancestral residence, Shinli learned that Mi Bayue was occupied, so he chose to wait in the front hall. His wait was not prolonged, indeed. Mi Bayue, informed by the spirit of the house, emerged when her experimental endeavors yielded little inspiration. Upon seeing Mi Bayue, Shinli rose from his seat. They exchanged glances. And without any superfluous conversation, Shinli conveyed his purpose. Mi Bayue, upon hearing his words, expressed her astonishment. Is it a matter of gratitude for saving his daughter? Shinli replied, that is what the messenger conveyed. He scrutinized Mi Bayue's expression, sensing her genuine unawareness. Mi Bayue shook her head, confirming her ignorance of the situation. Upon arriving, Shinli initially believed that it was the formidable powers of Mi Bayue at play. However, upon witnessing Mi Bayue's demeanor, he found himself in uncertainty. If it were not for Miss Mi, who else could it possibly be? As for this gift, Mi Bayue inquired. Whether the gift was not worthy of the director's acceptance. Shinli was taken aback but quickly responded, I comprehend your intentions, Miss Mi. Yet, he still refrained from affirming or declining the offer. All strange beings documented within the Book of Good and Evil, even when released, could be summoned back at any moment by Mi Bayue as she wished. The horse, Night listening to snow, leaned in closer as Mi Bayue affectionately brushed its mane. The carriage door swung open, revealing a puppet lady seated gracefully inside. Master, is there anything I can assist you with? Mi Bayue remained unfazed by its flattery and demanded. What transpired today? The puppet, eager to please, replied, Master, your astute foresight was indeed correct. Someone did come with a band of archers to conspire against me. But I managed to evade them. Mi Bayue asked, what followed? She cast a glance at the puppet, concluding that they had not triggered its fatal rule. The puppet's smile faltered as the truth was laid bare. Please recount the events, she commanded, leaning against Night listening to snow. Caught between preserving its dignity and facing repercussions, the puppet chose to abandon its pride and recounted the experiences of the two guests within the carriage. One was mute, and the other a troublesome child. After listening to the puppet's narrative, Mi Bayue pieced together the truth with remarkable clarity. The girl was the daughter of the prefect, kidnapped by a mute woman in a deserted alley, only to fortuitously encounter Night listening to snow wandering outside. Having shared his experiences, the puppet man remained discontented about the duck that had flown away. I had previously instructed him not to indulge today. The puppet man, disregarding his hunger for duck, hastened to exonerate himself, asserting, I have not eaten today. Mi Bayue smiled. Beads of sweat emerged from the puppet man's forehead. Even if I abstain from eating, that girl will not survive for long. Mi Bayue stood upright, inquiring why. The puppet man responded, she is enveloped in an aura of mystery. It is evident she has been targeted for quite some time. Mi Bayue contemplated this thoughtfully. The puppet fell silent, fearing Mi Bayue might bring up past transgressions. Ultimately, Mi Bayue issued a stern warning against future indiscretions and confined him within the Tome of Good and Evil. As night descended, Mi Bayue tended to Mi Feixue's studies, conversing with her for a while before departing. A veil of gray mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering the night obscure. The figure melded into the shroud of darkness. The sensation of being at ease bestowed upon Mi Bayue a remarkable lightness, as if her physical weight had vanished. Allowing a mere thought to traverse the span of her vision, she struck a pose as if to take a step, and in the next moment, her silhouette appeared behind the shadow of the courtyard gate that she had just envisioned. The corners of her mouth subtly lifted in a smile. Indeed, the validation of reality outweighs theoretical analysis, while rich theoretical insights lay the groundwork for empirical verification. After traversing the old residence multiple times through the art of shadow melding, Mi Bayue had attained a degree of proficiency and understanding. She stepped forward with the same ease as in her usual stride, yet each step materialized in a different location. The spell known as Shadow Veil was originally a mere technique to conceal one's presence within the shadows. However, in the hands of Mi Bayue, possessing the essence of the shadow god, it transformed into a divine skill that not only obscured her, but also allowed her to traverse through shadows with ease. Chapter 34. The Malevolent Trickster. Even before the midnight curfew, the streets of Bayue City remained vibrant and bustling. Lively chatter and laughter emanated from tea houses and taverns, while groups of men strolled along, engaged in animated conversation. Cloaked in a shroud of gray mist, Mi Bayue glided past passers-by, each one seemingly oblivious to her presence. On one occasion, she nearly brushed shoulders with an individual whose animated gestures inadvertently brushed against the hem of her garment. Realizing this, the man turned. Yet his gaze failed to register the ethereal figure that had just passed by him. As she approached the residence of the magistrate, a commotion at a street corner caught her attention. Peering into the fray, she discerned a familiar silhouette embroiled in a conflict with several others. The surrounding onlookers were divided. Some jeered while others hesitated to intervene. Initially, the confrontation lacked intensity, but one individual bellowed, "Hey, isn't the night wanderer supposed to pay for his drinks? Isn't he a sorcerer? Let us see him turn stones into gold. Ha ha ha." The crowd's laughter swelled in response. Yuhu's face flushed with anger. His expression contorted as he abruptly hurled a nearby table at the instigator. Amidst the ensuing chaos, tensions escalated as the two parties clashed. "Come on, hurry over. Follow me. Follow me." She heard the eerie whispers echoing around her, and her vision blurred, dissolving into a haunting tableau reminiscent of the moment she first encountered the chains of Su Wuchang, witnessing a boy cry out in pain. Yet this time, the vision materialized as a serpentine creature with a woman's head, lurking ominously beside a young maiden. This deception is malevolent. A judgment is rendered. With responsibility established, Mi Bayue remained composed. Her purpose for tonight's visit was to engage in practical application. Over the past few days, she had thoroughly studied the theoretical materials at her disposal, yet further solitary study yielded no progress. Thus, she resolved to personally gather material, allowing her to apply the newly learned shadow spells while becoming more acquainted with the abilities bestowed by nighttime deception. Initially, she planned to examine locations indicated in the records of the Feixue for any signs of malevolence, but a single remark from the puppet had altered her course. With a clear objective in sight, why seek distant paths? Even though she had never visited the governor's mansion before, Mi Bayue, guided by her sense of the malevolent presence, swiftly arrived at the very spot where she had witnessed the sinister entity luring the young girl. The 3-year-old, unsteady on her feet, stumbled forward, drawn by the serpent-like malevolence beckoning her. Less than 10 meters ahead lay a lotus pond. "Rome, where are you?" Voices echoed from behind as lanterns illuminated the vicinity. The governor led the way. In this open space, he quickly spotted his daughter's figure. He called out loudly, "Roner," as he rushed forward, sensing the imminent danger. The serpent-headed malevolence grimaced and lashed its tail toward the bewildered girl, ensnaring her waist and forcefully dragging her toward the pond. The girl fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Upon hearing her father's desperate call, she instinctively shouted, "Daddy! Daddy!" Her soft, plaintive cries pierced the stillness of the cool night, striking a chord of anguish in the governor's heart. As he neared and saw his daughter seemingly being pulled by an unseen force toward the pond, his eyes widened in horror. "Rome, help! Someone please help!" Yet, despite the urgency, distance rendered any timely assistance futile. The servants who followed to discern the situation could only scream in horror. Only the magistrate, undeterred by the chaos, continued his relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a hand emerged into his line of sight. With this apparition, the magistrate realized that an individual stood before the pond. Strangely, there were no obstructions at the water's edge, and it seemed as though this person had been there all along, unnoticed by him until now. Surrounding her was a ribbon-like mist of gray, neither dense nor abundant. Yet the magistrate found himself unable to discern her visage or form. A mere glance away to regard his daughter obliterated any recollection of this figure, as if an incomprehensible power erased memories that ought not to linger in his mind. A divine presence, not to be gazed upon directly. Mi Bayue reached out to seize the malevolent entity coiling around the young girl's waist. The latter, overwhelmed by terror, struggled desperately, driven by instinctual survival. Alas, This malevolent entity had only just matured enough to make contact, incapable of inflicting death, and was no match for Mi Bayue at this moment. Realizing its own impotence, the creature hissed in plea, "I was merely playing with her." With a firm grip, Mi Bayue pinched its vulnerable spot. Crack! The serpent-like entity emitted a piercing scream. Mi Bayue chuckled, "I too am merely playing." The young girl, who had been covering her ears, lowered her hands, her gaze fixed intently on Mi Bayue. Noticing her scrutiny, Mi Bayue contemplatively shook the malevolent entity in her grasp. "Do you see this?" The girl, with a soft voice, replied, "Snake, wanna eat, roam roam." Intrigued, Mi Bayue inquired, "Do you know?" The little girl, who referred to herself as Roan Roan, nodded and pointed at the grotesque figure of the snake-bodied woman, saying, "She said that Roan Roan was nearly consumed by Feixue, and she cannot wait any longer, so tonight, she intends to devour Roan Roan." The child's eyes sparkled with increasing vitality, her tone growing ever clearer and more fluid. With Feixue present today, she had vanished. "It feared you." Mi Bayue smiled at Roan Roan, saying, "You were quite astute." As he lifted his gaze to address the person before him, he found himself bewildered, unable to conjure a single image of anyone. Indeed, what person? The magistrate realized he could not recall anyone's likeness. In his moment of uncertainty, he heard his daughter's voice. "She is gone." Pei Rongrong turned to the magistrate and said, "It is not Rongrong who is approaching. It is the snake woman who has been tormenting me." The magistrate immediately sensed the change in his daughter. He scrutinized her expression, noting the absence of her usual naivety. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her demeanor was earnest. "Ronger, you are not." The magistrate's words were halted by Pei Rongrong, who asserted, "I am no longer foolish, nor will I follow frivolously. Those were the snake woman's doing." Hearing the term snake woman for the second time, the magistrate could no longer dismiss it and asked dryly, "What is the snake woman?" Pei Rongrong proceeded to describe the grotesque visage of the snake-bodied woman to him. Merely listening sent chills down the magistrate's spine. Could there truly be demons and monsters in this world? He pondered the horrifying prospect that his 3-year-old daughter encountered such vile entities daily. What if all of this were real? How could he bear to question the suffering of his child? Chapter 35. The duel following the events of the female serpent. Mi Bayue undertook nocturnal endeavors for several consecutive nights, guided by the archives of the night court, and aided by the automatic recognition of good and evil within the confines of the night's eerie play. Her pursuits yielded mixed results. Not every venture bore fruit, and the captured entities were not invariably malevolent. For instance, there existed a diminutive creature, deemed a water apparition by the Book of Good and Evil, lacking even a proper name, simply referred to as water apparition. This feeble being, so small it could only conceal itself underwater and produce bubbles, posed no threat to anyone. Indeed, it could easily perish under the sun's rays or be consumed by aquatic life. Captured and forced into servitude, the water apparition expressed its gratitude in a most naive manner. Its limited intellect rendered it incapable of understanding complex concepts. It merely instinctively sensed the benefits of its new surroundings, which were considerably safer and more comfortable than its previous abode. The creature's way of conveying its emotions was through the creation of bubbles, and it soon discovered that it could emerge during the day without the fear of being scorched by sunlight. The bubbles produced at sunset, though less ethereal than those of midday, shimmered with a more vibrant allure. Mi Feixue, intrigued, reached out a finger to pop one bubble after another, while the water apparition continued to delight in its display. After a time, Mi Feixue withdrew her hand, and Mi Bayue chuckled, suggesting, "Shall we bestow upon it a name?" Mi Feixue, unable to decline her query, tilted her head thoughtfully before pointing at the floating bubbles. Mi Bayue replied, "Very well, let us call it Bubble." This seamless exchange sparked joy in Mi Feixue, who smiled, finding that the newly named Bubble seemed to radiate a warmth that had not been present at the outset. Unbeknownst to her, she had ascended from the depths of a nameless existence to the pinnacle of life. This evening, Mi Bayue refrained from venturing outside. Instead, she immersed herself in her laboratory, utilizing the Book of Good and Evil for her reflections. As Jiang Xiao and Su Wucheng had articulated, the Kanglan continent was a realm of the mundane, where a scarcity of spiritual energy rendered spiritual masters reluctant to reside, thereby leading to a dearth of resources in this land. The term resources here transcended mere material possessions and encompassed anomalies, knowledge, and belief systems. Thus far, the anomalies she had encountered, excluding the one-star entities sealed by the strange artifacts, were feeble to the extent that they posed no threat of direct harm. Of course, this could be attributed to her limited exploration within Bayue City, as she had yet to witness more formidable anomalies. In contrast, the anomaly known as night listening to snow, which she had encountered, was the most potent amongst the local entities. However, even this strongest entity would be no match for a one-star spiritual master in Lingzhou. Moreover, the divine retribution of night touring the anomalies, aimed at punishing evil and promoting virtue, had a limited range of activation, which was rather confined, spanning merely a few streets between the Feixue and the Fuyin residence. Utilizing the form of the Yin spirit to execute this divine mandate had yielded no significant changes post-intervention, indicating that such divine efforts were largely in vain. Upon methodically compiling her observations, Mi Bayue concluded that her most significant gains over the past few days included newfound insights into night touring the anomalies and improved proficiency in the spells Shadow Concealment and Yin Fire. It appeared that to enrich her resources, she must venture to Lingzhou. Mi Bayue murmured to herself. The room remained unchanged since her departure, with her fingers gliding across the tabletop, revealing not a speck of dust. Mi Bayue opened the door that had remained closed for several days and stepped outside, the bell above chiming softly. A servant ahead glanced in her direction, his gaze revealing a hint of curiosity upon seeing her. As Mi Bayue approached, he took the initiative to speak. The guest has not ventured out for quite some time. Mi Bayue merely nodded, offering no explanation. The servant continued. The deck has been quite lively these past 2 nights. Friends of the guest in the adjacent room also attended. Mi Bayue's eyes flickered, and she nodded again, making her way toward the spirit ship's deck. The deck of the spirit ship was spacious, teeming with a group of young men and women, their voices raised in boisterous cheer as they engaged in some unknown game. As Mi Bayue drew closer, she discerned that they were calling out 2 names, rallying support for the individuals sharing those names. Bayue. The keen-eyed Jiang Jiao spotted her and hurried over, exclaiming in delight, "You've come out." Mi Bayue smiled and replied, "Yes." Following him were 2 young women and a young man, all observing her with interest. The young man's gaze held merely a healthy curiosity, while the 2 young women regarded her with a more nuanced scrutiny. "Are they your new acquaintances?" Mi Bayue inquired. Jiang Jiao affirmed, "Indeed. They all hail from the kingdom of Yi. Allow me to introduce them." He introduced the trio in order, Mu Yin, Sun Yala, and Mi Liuyu. After presenting the 3 to Mi Bayue, he added with a grin, "Mi Liuyu shares not only your surname but also a likeness in names." He then turned to the trio and said, "This is the Bayue I mentioned to you." Though Jiang Jiao appeared outwardly warm and cheerful towards all 4, those with a discerning eye might notice the subtle distinction in his address. He referred to Mi Liuyu by her full name while simply calling Mi Bayue Bayue, revealing his nuanced familiarity with the 2. Among the trio, Mi Liuyu is the eldest, having turned 17 this year, on the cusp of 18. According to the beliefs within the spirit master community, the probability of successfully awakening one's spirit diminishes significantly after the age of 18. Mu Yin and Sun Yala are both 16 this year. Suddenly, Sun Yala inquired of Mi Bayue, "How old are you this year?" Mi Bayue, unfamiliar with the original body's age, initially assumed that since the original possessed a child of 4 or 5 years, this body must be at least over 20. However, upon glancing in the mirror, she was confronted with the visage of an innocent young girl. A self-assessment of her bone structure also suggested that she was merely in her teenage years. "Teenage," Mi Bayue replied. Sun Yala pressed further, "Teenage? Which age specifically?" Jiang Shao sensed an inconsistency. Regardless of the age, why pursue such details? Sun Yala detected his bias and retorted, "We all agreed. Why doesn't she?" Jiang Shao intended to interject with clarification when Mi Bayue questioned, "What were you discussing earlier?" "Ah, right." Jiang Shao perked up. "Mi Bayue, would you like to try your hand at it?" Those rascals from Yunma continent are far too arrogant. After listening to Jiang Shao's narrative, Mi Bayue understood that the activities of the prospective spirit children on the deck had arisen from a conflict between the youths selected from Yunma continent and those from Kanglan continent, leading to a competition. Did you lose as well? Mi Bayue asked. Jiang Shao's face flushed at the direct inquiry, and he muttered defensively. There was a fellow from Yunma who awakened his spirit perception, and I heard he did so even earlier than I. As he spoke, a sense of despondency enveloped the young man. He has always considered himself a genius, believing he would shine brilliantly upon arriving in Lingzhou. However, before he even reached Lingzhou, he was defeated by a student from the same mundane continent. Sun Yao remarked, "Isn't it simply because he possesses a magical artifact?" Jiang Shao shook his head. "I too have a trick up my sleeve. The fact remains, I have yet to win." A magical artifact? Mi Bayue expressed curiosity. She had never encountered one before. Magical artifacts are crafted from spiritual materials and are specifically designed to assist spiritual masters in their incantations. Jiang Shao confirmed, "Indeed, it is a sword. That fellow from Yunma is a member of the Yang faction, endowed with exceptional talent. Even before arriving in Lingzhou, he had already garnered the favor of the Yang faction's Liu Guangke and was bestowed a magical artifact." At that moment, a wave of cheers from ahead interrupted their conversation, and they turned to observe. The youth from the two continents stood distinctly apart. It was the people from Yunma continent who were cheering, while the expressions of those from Kanglan continent were clouded with discontent. Jiang Shao clenched his fists, and upon catching a glimpse of Mi Bayue's fair profile, the words of Lord Su resurfaced in his mind. He proposed once more, "Bayue, would you like to give it a try?" The other three turned to her in unison. Mi Bayue shook her head, declining. She had no interest in such juvenile contests of superiority. Jiang Shao sighed, "Very well. Hand over the spirit crystals, if you lose. Don't attempt to renege. It appears this is the character of those from Kanglan continent." Ahaha. Laughter erupted from the crowd of Yunma, while the youth from Kanglan were filled with both anger and embarrassment, prompting someone to shout for the loser to promptly surrender their wager. Jiang Shao's expression darkened. If one could not afford to lose, they should not engage in the gamble. A flicker of intrigue passed through Mi Bayue's calm gaze. Was there a wager involved in this altercation? Jiang Shao remarked, "Indeed, those who ascend must present a wager." Mi Bayue inquired, "Is any wager permissible?" "Of course not," interjected Sun Yaola. "The stakes must be equivalent." Mi Bayue nodded and advanced forward. Jiang Shao, taken aback, asked, "Where are you going?" Mi Bayue replied, "To the stage." In Chapter 36, Victory, the youth of Yunma continent continued to cheer and revel as Xie Lang, filled with pride after his recent triumph, tossed a spirit crystal high into the air and caught it deftly, arrogantly questioning, "Who else dares to challenge? Who else dares?" Echoed the myriad youths of Yunma continent in unison. Bathed in the glow of lanterns under the night sky, a girl emerged with alabaster skin and captivating beauty. Her downcast gaze enchanting, and her pure, wide-open eyes embodying the ethereal visions of youthful infatuation that boys often dream of yet find difficult to articulate. "You?" Xie Lang momentarily lost his composure before exclaiming, "Is there truly no one from Kanglan continent left? Have you allowed a mere girl to ascend?" The young men from Kanglan were equally puzzled by Mi Bayue's identity, as few in attendance recognized her. "I remember now. She is the woman who was stopped by Lord Zhua and given the token. After boarding, she was never seen again. I thought she had departed with him." Indeed. One among the crowd of Yunma pointed at Mi Bayue and revealed her identity. "Yes, that is her." "What is her name?" "I couldn't discern her appearance that day, but today I can finally see her clearly." Mi Bayue turned to Xie Lang and asked, "May we begin?" Xie Lang waved dismissively, saying, "Bring forth another challenger." Mi Bayue stated, "My wager is a one-star spell diagram." Xie Lang's gesture of waving his hand froze in midair as he stared at Mi Bayue, his heavy breathing betraying the turmoil within him. The surrounding din faded into silence. Those mundane individuals who lacked understanding of the value of a first-star spell diagram fell silent, observing the reactions of others. The spirit masters, who had previously been mere spectators in the corner, turned their gaze towards the scene. Mi Bayue proclaimed, With the presence of this spirit master as witness, I cannot evade responsibility. What wager can you possibly offer in return? A hoarse voice, still in the throes of voice change, spoke up, 10 spirit crystals as the base wager. Should the spirit master ascertain the value of the spell diagram exceeds 10 spirit crystals, we shall adjust the stakes accordingly. Mi Bayue turned her gaze to the source of the voice, meeting the gaze of a defiant youth with fierce phoenix-like eyes. Seated on the ground with a sword in hand, the boy's high ponytail exuded an untamed aura. As he spoke, silence enveloped the surrounding group of Yunma youths, clearly indicating his leadership. Agreed, Mi Bayue replied. Tu Yining interjected, that's insufficient. I shall supplement. One by one, the Yunma youths echoed, indeed, it's not enough. We shall all contribute together. This demonstrated Tu Yining's esteemed status among the youth of the Yunma continent. Xiaolang, overjoyed, exclaimed, supplement? Why would I need to? I shall not lose. Tu Yining cautioned, do not be complacent. Xiaolang acknowledged the warning, turning to Mi Bayue to ask, are you able to wield a weapon? Mi Bayue shook her head. Xiaolang replied, then I shall forego my weapon as well. You may strike first. Tu Yining frowned slightly. Mi Bayue stated, I may not wield a weapon, but I will employ cunning devices. It would be wise for you to prepare. Xiaolang raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before drawing his curved twin blades. Are you ready? Mi Bayue inquired. Xiaolang flashed a mischievous smile, warning not to underestimate him. With that, he assumed a stance ready for combat. Mi Bayue extended her hand, and the book of good and evil materialized, capturing the attention of all present. The book fluttered without the aid of wind, and Xiaolang's previously carefree grin faded as he sensed danger. As far as he understood, an unawakened preparatory spirit child could not truly bind a supernatural artifact. The manner of using such artifacts involved integrating them into oneself to harness their abilities, relying solely on one's own physical capabilities. Therefore, he believed he could counter this visible attack with brute force. Xiaolang's gaze fixated on the book held by Mi Bayue. Was this her supernatural artifact? He was unsure of its capabilities, but it did not appear offensive in nature. Suddenly, Tu Yining stood up. Dodge. What? Xiaolang was perplexed. A gust of wind brushed against his cheek, momentarily blinding him. He witnessed the young girl before him lightly throwing a punch in his direction, her tiny, delicate fist seemingly distant by several steps. Bang! Xiaolang was sent flying, the crowd parting just in time. As he slid off the edge of the deck, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, unconscious. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Tu Yining fixed her gaze on Mi Bayue and the imposing figure of the burly man looming behind her. Spirit children against ordinary people, your actions lack integrity. This situation is unjust, Mi Bayue stated. I do not believe you, Tu Yining retorted, her skepticism evident. Mi Bayue turned her attention to the observing spirit masters outside the fray. Receiving her glance, the spirit master smiled knowingly, affirming her words. She had indeed not awakened. She was not a spirit child. Tu Yining furrowed her brow. The spirit master smiled and said, in this world, there exists a myriad of supernatural phenomena and extraordinary wonders. The spirit child is merely the beginning. Ordinary people do possess means to deal with spirit children, so do not be overly astonished. Without uttering a word, Tu Yining approached the unconscious Xiaolang, administering a pill to him before tossing the pouch from his waist towards Mi Bayue. Mi Bayue caught it, and the hand that merged with the book of good and evil suddenly felt a slight warmth, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. The book of good and evil has the capacity to absorb and store the spiritual energy of spirit crystals. Should I give it a try? Without hesitation, Mi Bayue allowed the spiritual energy from the crystals inside the pouch to permeate into the book. 1 crystal, 2 crystals, 3. The spell diagram, shadow concealment, within the book illuminated. Let us compare, came a hoarse voice. Mi Bayue looked up to see Tu Yining standing opposite her, sword in hand. Your wager, Mi Bayue stated. The sword I hold, Tu Yining replied coldly. Gasps echoed around them. Very well. Is a single spell diagram sufficient on my end? Mi Bayue inquired. No, I want you to employ that peculiar artifact, Tu Yining retorted. Agreed. Mi Bayue tucked the remaining pouch of spirit crystals into her sleeve. As she raised her gaze again, Tu Yining made her move. A sword thrust forward. The phantom of immense force manifested, colliding with a resounding thud. The unawakened youths could only witness Tu Yining's sword halted mid-air, blocked by an invisible wall of air, the wind scattering chillingly at the point of impact. Tu Yining thrust several more times, each met with a counter from immense force. Mi Bayue stood firm, the book of good and evil clasped in her hand. Remaining utterly still, Tu Yining took a step back, stating, "If you can withstand this strike." Mi Bayue's gaze flickered with intensity as she focused intently. The voice of Jiang Shao echoed behind, causing Bayue to cautiously squint. He was about to cast a spell. The members of the Yunma continent team shouted, "You're cheating. How can you report us?" Mist coalesced, intertwining with the flowing water around the sword. The spell S diagram materialized. Flowing light technique, water radiance. The water sword surged forward, momentarily illuminating the candlelight, gathering brilliance that rendered one's vision white. It was then that Mi Bayue comprehended the meaning of Jiang Shao's warning about caution against dazzling light. Chapter 37. Hanging Moon, Coagulated Water, Second Update. Strength yields miracles. Until now, the stout and short enigmatic figure had only used his fists, but suddenly a small mountain appeared in his hands. His muscles bulging as he roared and hurled the mountain towards the sword light. Boom! The cheers from the Yunma crowd abruptly ceased. Even the boys who could not see the mountain felt the overwhelming aura at that moment. The resplendent sword light was halted before Mi Bayue, yet she remained unharmed. Throughout this ordeal, Mi Bayue had not moved an inch, and even the Yunma team, who had unwavering confidence in Tu Yining, could not help but feel a sense of helplessness against the invincible girl before them. "You have lost." A hoarse voice emerged from behind. It turned out that Tu Yining had seized the opportunity presented by the blinding effect of water radiance to stealthily approach Mi Bayue from behind. This was his true trump card. Should one move fail, another lethal strike remained. The Yunma team prepared to cheer once more, but suddenly, Mi Bayue's figure vanished. Shadow concealment. In the next instant, she stood above the shadow cast by Tu Yining, illuminated by the lantern hanging on the ship. A slender surgical knife glided across his wrist, rendering his sword hand powerless in an instant. Clang! The long sword fell to the ground. The outcome was clear. Victory. The members of the Kanglan team gradually realized, "We have won." Incredible! I can scarcely discern how they traversed back and forth. It is no wonder that the esteemed spirit master bestowed a token upon her. Like Jiang Shao, she was personally brought forth by the spirit master. Wasn't it said that she lacked spiritual awakening? Yet, she surpasses Tu Yining in prowess. She uttered, "Sword sheath." Tu Yining reacted. The once defiant youth now bore an intense gaze, brimming with unyielding fervor. Mi Bayue remained composed, her autumn-like eyes radiating clarity and gentleness. Tu Yining, his fiery demeanor doused like flames doused by water, pursed his lips and handed the sword sheath to Mi Bayue. As she accepted it, Tu Yining inquired, "Is the last technique you employed the one you intend to wager?" Mi Bayue affirmed, "Indeed." After a moment's hesitation, Tu Yining remarked, "A commendable technique." Mi Bayue replied, "Your swordsmanship is commendable as well." Tu Yining's expression softened slightly as he introduced himself. "I am Tu Yining from Hanging Moon Valley on Cloud Ink Continent. This journey to Lingo will see me join the ranks of the Liuguang sect." Upon concluding, he fixed his gaze upon Mi Bayue, his eyes lingering on the spoils in her possession. Navigating through the crowd, she greeted each familiar face with a smile until she reached Jiang Shao and his companions. Jiang Shao, ever the tactician, deftly dispersed the encroaching onlookers, giving Mi Bayue a thumbs up while gesturing to the hanging moon sword in her grasp, proclaiming, "Congratulations." Indeed, it was a moment worthy of celebration, for her joy extended beyond merely winning the hanging moon sword. It encompassed the newfound revelations within the book of good and evil. A smile graced Mi Bayue's lips, her eyes sparkling with delight. All emotions, whether sweet, sour, bitter, or spicy, were cast aside as Jiang Shao exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't Tiu just come out?" Mi Bayue replied, "I have found new inspiration. Inspiration is an elusive opportunity that one may encounter unexpectedly. Jiang Shao struggled to find words to persuade her to stay, and his interest in lingering outside dissipated. "Let us go together. It's getting late," he suggested. Their single rooms were adjacent, allowing them to walk side by side, while Mu Yin, Sun Yaola, and Mi Liuyu took a different path. Jiang Shao chuckled. It would be pointless to miss out on inspiration just to compete with them. Sun Yaola retorted, "It's her inspiration, not yours. Why are you following her?" With Mi Bayue being so perceptive, it would be wise to stay next to her while she is inspired. Perhaps I might glean some inspiration myself, Jiang Shao joked. Sun Yaola seethed inwardly, a hint of jealousy flickering in her gaze as she looked at Mi Bayue. Meanwhile, Mi Bayue merely offered a profile as she turned away, prompting Jiang Shao to hurriedly catch up and wave goodbye to Mu Yin and the others. Sun Yaola gritted her teeth and turned to Mi Liuyu. "Why don't you go and acknowledge your family? Can you not even recognize your own kin?" Mu Yin cast a surprised glance in her direction. Mi Liuyu scoffed. "What family? If I had a relative with the same surname, I would be overwhelmed with obligations." Sun Yaola fixed her gaze intently on her. "Stop pretending. Mi Bayue is undoubtedly one of your family members. Isn't she?" Mi Liuyu's laughter turned more sardonic. "I wouldn't even recognize my own sister. Yet you claim to have identified her." She added, "If you wish to be certain, it would be better to inquire directly. However, do not say I did not offer you a word of caution. This Miss Mi possesses the capability to vanquish the prodigies of the Yunma continent, and she is a figure of great esteem among the esteemed spirit masters. Exercise caution when inquiring about her, lest you provoke her and bring us all into disrepute." Sun Yao's expression wavered with uncertainty. Mi Liu turned away, the sarcasm that once graced her features dissipating, revealing a hint of worry and doubt. A faint luminescence danced upon a page within the Book of Good and Evil, depicting the shadow cloak spell, indicating that residual spiritual energy remained, allowing her to continue utilizing this arcane power. Mi Bayue continued to peruse the tome, the diagram for In Fire also illuminated, while Open Mansion shown only a fraction, and the illustrations for Bone Forging and Incomplete Soul Enchantment remained unchanged. She sensed that the spiritual crystals required for Open Mansion far exceeded those needed for the previous spells, and even if Bone Forging were activated with spiritual crystals, it would remain unusable without the requisite materials. As for Incomplete Soul Enchantment, given the presence of the bell itself, there was no need to expend spiritual crystals for activation. In summary, investing the remaining 6 spiritual crystals into these spells seemed unworthy. The revelation that the Book of Good and Evil could absorb spiritual crystals to enable her, despite her lack of spiritual power, to wield spells was a pleasant surprise. Had it not been for this unexpected boon, she would not have triumphed over Tu Yanning so effortlessly. The mere thought of her victory over Tu Yanning brought a smile to Mi Bayue's lips. The vanity of defeating a young genius from the Yunma continent paled in comparison to her newfound magical artifact, which piqued her interest far more. She directed the hanging moonsword towards the Book of Good and Evil. The sword remained outside. The Book of Good and Evil did not disappoint her. Chapter 38. The Canine Man's Assault. The most fundamental water condensation spell, known as, is a basic technique. Artifacts crafted from spiritual materials and successfully imbued with spells are referred to as magical tools. The bell given to Mi Bayue by Zuosi is a substandard, inferior item, while Tu Yanning's hanging moonsword is a genuine low-tier magical instrument. After acquiring the fundamental spell from the hanging moonsword, Mi Bayue continued to examine this artifact, meticulously testing its sharpness and resilience to gather data records. One morning, Feixue spotted Mi Bayue in the dining hall, her small face radiating evident delight. Mi Bayue gently pinched her slightly plump cheek, reflecting on the noticeable changes. Indeed, the differences in environment and the abundance of nourishing food had swiftly improved the child's complexion. After breakfast, she sent Feixue off on the night listening to snow carriage, watching as the horse-drawn vehicle made its way toward the academy. The little one even leaned out of the open window, casting a glance back in her direction. "Miss me?" A voice called out from behind her as she took a few steps forward. Turning around, she saw the Liu twins hurrying to catch up. Lu Jinbao called out again. "Miss me? What is it?" Mi Bayue inquired. Lu Jinbao appeared troubled, his expression faltering. Suddenly, Lu Zhaokai bent down and beseeched, "Please, miss, save you who?" Mi Bayue replied, "What price are you willing to pay?" Lu Zhaokai lifted his head, his face adorned with a tragic expression that seemed somewhat comical. Mi Bayue remarked, "You plead for my aid without any intention of offering a price. As I have no familial ties to you who, why should I expend my effort to save them?" Lu Jinbao anxiously interjected, "This is merely a trivial task for you. Mississippi." Mi Bayue stated, "This hand belongs to me, and the decision to raise it rests solely with me." A fleeting flash of anger crossed Lu Jinbao's face. "Had you not taken away my trickery, I would have gone myself." Lu Zhaokai promptly pulled him back, and Lu Jinbao realized, in his agitation, he had spoken foolishly, casting a hurried glance towards Mi Bayue. "If you insist on discussing matters of sentiment, I must apologize. I only believe in equitable exchanges." Mi Bayue replied calmly to Lu Jinbao, "Had I not taken your trickery, you would already be cremated, resting in a jar at the Sai Mansion. The Sai Mansion has a tradition where all night wanderers are cremated after death and stored in jars, placed in designated compartments." Lu Jinbao appeared struck, his face ashen. Lu Zhaokai, feeling shame, lowered his head and said, "Miss Mi, please forgive our petty actions. That was not our intention." Mi Bayue smiled. "So you are aware that your actions are indeed those of a petty person." Noting the brothers' inability to lift their heads, Mi Bayue turned to leave. Rather than waste time in argument, it is far more fruitful to read more books and conduct experiments. As the sun set in the west, outside the academy gate, Yilai Tingxue was always the most charming one in the carriage. Mi Feixue boarded the carriage alone, as Fuan was about to take the driver's seat. A hand suddenly blocked his path. Fuan looked up in confusion, only to see a handsome young man smiling at him. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found the man's smile rather unsettling. "This young master? I must admit, I have taken a liking to this carriage at first sight," said Zhusi with a chuckle. It appeared he was drawn in by the carriage's ornate exterior. Fuan, unfazed, remarked, "You must be an outsider. For this carriage belongs to my family's young master and is not for sale." The locals of Biwan City, particularly those residing near the city center, are well aware of the extraordinary nature of the night listening to snow carriage. They dare not approach it lightly, let alone express a desire to purchase it. "You speak of a young master?" Zhusi narrowed his eyes and then chuckled. "Then I shall converse with your young master." He stepped onto the carriage. And when Fuan attempted to intervene, an invisible gust of shadowy wind knocked him down. Upon looking up, he noticed that the night listening to snow had already dashed away. "This is bad." Fuan realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly got up to run towards the Sai Manor. Inside the carriage, Zhusi entered uninvited, taking in his surroundings as if he were the owner, and chose to sit opposite Mi Feixue. He smiled. "This is quite comfortable, far better than my scrawny horse." The puppet stared at him with unblinking eyes, its gaze darting about, yet it remained silent. Zhusi, however, took the initiative to say, "Let us proceed to a more secluded location." The puppet grinned widely, its mouth stretching from ear to ear, revealing sharp teeth. "Esteemed guest, I have yet to deliver this young master." The frightful appearance of the puppet did not unsettle Zhusi in the least. Instead, he smiled slightly as a red-eyed dog head emerged from the shadows at his feet, floating before him. The puppet's eyes bulged. Zhusi remarked, "Regardless of your rules, as this is a carriage, it must heed the commands of its passengers," maintaining its rigid smile. The puppet compared Mi Bayue to this spiritual master and ultimately found Mi Bayue to be the more terrifying of the two. Gritting its teeth, it insisted to Zhusi, "What the esteemed guest says is true, but the young master is also a passenger." A dark, smoky canine had exhaled a chilling aura. The malevolent creature mirrored its master's emotions. Even though Zhusi wore a smile, how hypocritical of this dog-like man. The puppet man cursed inwardly while maintaining a cordial facade. Zhusi fixed his gaze on the puppet for a brief 2 seconds, and the grotesque head floated above him, its gaping maw wide open. The puppet man's eyes darted towards Mi Feixue, exclaiming internally, "Oh, great one! If you do not assert your power, who will escort you to school in the future?" With a low chuckle, Zhusi mused, "Ah, what a rare find. disagreeable steed. The dog's maw shifted away from the puppet, droplets of saliva splattering onto its face. The little guest was now deceased, rendering his orders void. Feixue laughed. No sooner had he spoken than the dog's head lunged towards Mi Feixue. The child's pallid visage bore no expression, unflinching in the face of such a terrifying creature. This demeanor caught Feixue's attention, and he pondered. This attitude does align somewhat with the target. However, it matters not. Whether one more is slain or not makes little difference. After his musings, he smiled at Mi Feixue, saying, "Little one, it seems you are unfortunate. Someone has identified you as the target I seek. Yet, I am in pursuit of a young girl," indicating that individuals sought to deceive me. But alas, you happen to possess something I desire, so you may rest assured in your demise. As for the adversary who ensnared you, I shall ensure he comprehends the consequences of deceiving me, thereby avenging you, if you will. The formless canine head opened wide, poised to bite down on Mi Bayue's small head. Chapter 39. A clever idea. Second update. The anticipated gruesome scene of decapitation did not unfold. A peculiar glint flickered in Feixue's eyes. Mi Feixue pressed her hand against the sharp fangs of the dog-headed creature. Her delicate face taut with tension as her lifeless black eyes locked onto those of the black dog. In that moment of mutual gaze, it was the ferocious creature that seemed to flinch. Intriguing. Feixue rose and leaned in closer, regarding Mi Feixue with the curiosity reserved for a peculiar species. The mundane realm was not devoid of wonders. It appeared fortune favored me, as I stumbled upon something fascinating right away. "Nightmare fire," he declared. The dog-headed creature's smoky body ignited, the flames creeping along Mi Feixue's arm and spreading toward her form. A flicker of emotion finally crossed her previously expressionless face. She anxiously glanced down, relieved to see her clothes unscathed beneath the blackened flames. Feixue, however, remained oblivious to her concern for her attire. Though he noted the child's unblemished state under the nightmare fire, his gaze turned peculiar as he murmured, "How is it that you remain unharmed by this eerie phenomenon? And what of that person?" With that, Feixue swiftly lunged, aiming to grasp Mi Feixue by the neck. Blood sprayed forth. "Ah!" he screamed in agony. His left arm severed at the elbow, falling to the ground. The once self-assured man now lost all semblance of composure, his facade stripped away. His gaze menacingly fixated on Mi Feixue's sleeve pocket, from which an ominous surge of power had just emanated. Caught off guard, he had fallen into a trap. "Very well. Little one, I have decided not to grant you a swift demise," Feixue sneered coldly. Another wave of eerie energy surged, directly impacting him. His abdomen soon became stained with the blood seeping from his wounds. Feixue's eyes turned crimson. The last time he had found himself in such a predicament was during a battle with another spiritual master. Yet now he faced a mere 4-year-old child from the mundane realm. He stepped forward, only to be thwarted once more. Dark strands of hair shot forth from Mi Feixue's sleeves, ensnaring Feixue's hand with an unyielding grip. Once, twice, thrice. Feixue's already scant patience was entirely exhausted. A blaze of nightmare fire ignited in his grasp, effortlessly incinerating the hair. "Cease your futile struggles. Are you familiar with puppets? I have resolved to fashion you into a toy." The puppet of the night interjected. "You seem to lack imagination. It is only upon seeing me that you conceive this notion." It cautiously glanced at Mi Feixue. The child bit her lip, her eyes swirling with fury. A palpable pressure, one that could only be deeply felt by the uncanny, descended like an ominous shroud. The dog head in Mi Feixue's grasp trembled violently. Suddenly, her countenance, which had gathered the stormy clouds of rage, was pierced by a ray of sunlight, transforming the atmosphere into a clear blue sky, radiant with sunshine. Feixue, ever vigilant, turned his gaze in the direction of her focus. To his astonishment, he beheld a hand ablaze with chilling dark flames, and in the next heartbeat, his neck was seized by an unseen grip. A divine voice whispered softly into his ear, "Your idea is quite commendable." Ugh! Feixue's eyes widened in shock. The excruciating pain in his neck made him feel as though death was imminent, yet he had no opportunity to plead for mercy, his consciousness fading into panic. Mi Bayue released her hold. The man, now shrouded in a layer of frigid frost, collapsed to the ground. With the master unconscious, the dog head quivered before Mi Bayue, who donned the eerie guise of the night. She turned her gaze towards it. The dog head lunged forward, attempting to burrow into Feixue's shadowy realm. Mi Bayue observed calmly, making no effort to impede its advance. In the carriage, only those familiar remained. Mi Bayue removed the mask of the night festival play, revealing her true self, and beckoned to Mi Feixue. Mi Feixue immediately approached her. "Were you frightened, dear?" Mi Bayue gently stroked the top of her head. Mi Feixue shook her head, then displayed a look of guilt and self-reproach as she took out the cursed doll from her sleeve. "The doll you gave to Feixue is damaged," she lamented. Not only did the doll's abdomen bear a gaping wound, almost severing it in two, but its left arm was also broken. Mi Bayue took the cursed doll from her and reassured Mi Feixue, "It will be repaired." Mi Feixue pursed her lips, her eyes slightly reddening. The marionette, cowering in the corner, felt a chill run through its body upon witnessing this scene. Who was this child? On the verge of tears from such injustice? With baby's help, the doll will surely recover faster, Mi Bayue encouraged with a smile. Mi Feixue perked up, nodding earnestly. Just as the marionette sighed in relief, an irresistible, familiar force swept it into a spatial book, only to release it again in the courtyard of the old mansion. The marionette thought, wait. It bravely defended its master and stood firm in crisis. Why should it feel ashamed and hide? Mi Bayue once again mended the cursed doll, and as a reward for its courageous act in protecting Mi Feixue, she placed a spirit crystal inside it for digestion. Unexpectedly receiving praise, Mi Feixue looked up at her, shaking her head bashfully. Mi Bayue said, however. Instantly, Mi Feixue grew anxious. This time, it was fortunate that she was able to promptly detect the dangers surrounding Mi Feixue, as she happened to be conducting an experiment. The anomaly in the Book of Good and Evil Curse caught her attention, allowing her to reach the child's location directly through the portal. Mi Feixue obediently nodded. Yet in her heart, she resolved to face any future dangers on her own, determined not to bring peril to Bayue. "Very well, I have matters to attend to. Can you manage alone, my dear?" Bayue inquired. Mi Feixue nodded again, taking a couple of steps back, signaling that Bayue could go about her business without concern. She was perfectly capable on her own. Despite often being clingy, the child was astutely understanding. Bayue gently ruffled her hair and remarked, "Once I finish, I shall come to check on your studies." A smile of delight crept onto the child's face as she departed the room and entered the laboratory. Upon gazing at the ice-encased Feixue, any trace of the tenderness she usually displayed towards Mi Feixue vanished from Bayue's countenance. She had not anticipated seeing Feixue again so soon, and in such a manner. Feixue had come to the mortal realm aboard the spiritual vessel from Point Lingzhou, initially intended to assume the role of the spiritual enforcer for Yunma continent. Instead of remaining in Yunma, he had ventured to Kanglan continent for reasons unknown. Bayue recalled a casual remark made by Suo Wuchang, realizing that she could never have foreseen that Feixue's intentions would intertwine with her own. Adorning the mask of Night Wanderer's trick, Bayue approached Feixue and reached into his shadowy realm. Chapter 40. Bartering with objects after a thorough search. Bayue extracted only the head of a dog that had fled into the shadowy realm. The forcibly apprehended black smoked dog head trembled in her grasp, its visage reflecting sheer terror. The deity of the underworld deemed this specter to be malevolent. Mi Bayue did not immediately execute it on the spot, nor did she resist the sense of responsibility urging her to swiftly eradicate the evil. "Where have you placed your master's belongings?" The dog head remained unresponsive. With a flicker of dark flames in her hand, Mi Bayue's shadowy fire quickly enveloped the dog head's smoky form in frost. She spoke calmly. "There is no need to feign ignorance. Your fear indicates a certain degree of sentience, even if you lack intelligence. The words of the shadow deity are not conveyed through mere language to the strange creatures, but rather through will, rendering it impossible for them to misunderstand." The practical experiments conducted in recent days were not in vain. Perhaps the essence of the shadow deity still held many undiscovered mysteries. Yet the information she currently possessed far surpassed her initial understanding when she first employed the Night Wanderer's trick, sensing the intent to kill emanating from the spreading shadow flames. The dog head's ferocious visage revealed a plea for mercy. The shadow fire surrounding it subsided, and Mi Bayue released her grip. The dog head flew before Zhusi, facing the talisman at his waist. Mi Bayue extended her hand, and the outer layer of shadow fire and frost melted away under her touch, allowing her to extract the talisman. It was merely the size of half a palm, appearing unremarkable, and Mi Bayue had not anticipated that it would house something of significant importance to Zhusi. Upon untying the talisman's cord, she was met with a backlash of spiritual energy, which manifested as a surge of black flames aimed at her. But she effortlessly dispersed it with a wave of her hand. Not in haste to open the talisman, Mi Bayue turned her gaze towards Zhusi, who was bound upon the wooden experimental bed. As the icy bindings thawed, Zhusi's eyes widened in terror. "No more pretense?" Mi Bayue remarked. "It seems this truly is all your possessions." Without glancing at the color draining from Zhusi's face, she proceeded to untie the talisman. To her astonishment, upon opening it, she found a seemingly bottomless abyss. Mi Bayue raised an eyebrow, opting not to explore gradually but instead tilted the pouch downwards, allowing its contents to cascade onto the ground. A multitude of items spilled forth, and when nothing more could be extracted, she set the pouch aside temporarily and instructed the spirit to gather the items that far exceeded the capacity of over a dozen pouches. The ground cracked open, devouring the items, which then reappeared neatly arranged on the table. A small pile of spirit crystals, numbering at least in the hundreds, lay before her. This alone surpassed the possessions of the previous occupant, Chang Dihai, by a great deal. Mi Bayue collected the spirit crystals, choosing to disregard the other items for the moment. Before departing, she cast a glance at the diminutive creature, which had diminished its presence, and instructed the spirit, shatter its teeth. The spirit complied. Stepping out of the laboratory, Mi Bayue removed the night wanderer's strange play as she prepared to head to her next destination when the spirit suddenly reported, "Shenli has arrived." Without pausing, she replied, "Handle it." Her figure vanished through another door. Shenli entered, accompanied by Fuen. They appeared uneasy as they stepped into the old residence. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of the knight listening to snow carriage parked in the courtyard, the spirit steward emerged from within and inquired, "What brings you here?" He refrained from mentioning the dangers encountered along the way, and Shenli chose not to bring it up either, redirecting the conversation to another matter. "I have an additional matter to discuss with Miss Mi." The steward replied, "Madam is busy and unavailable to meet with guests. However, you may share your concerns with me, and I will relay them afterward." Shenli found himself in a predicament. This matter pertained to Yu Hu, who insisted on conveying significant intelligence to Miss Mi in person. "I shall relay your message," said Jialing. Shenli understood that today he would not be able to meet with Mi Bayue, and thus departed with Fuen. Shenli remarked, "I harbor no doubts regarding your honesty. This merely indicates that Miss Mi possesses even greater capabilities. Let us not speak of this further. Tomorrow, accompany the young master to school. If he does not mention it, you shall act as though nothing has transpired." Fuen muttered, "The young master never speaks." Upon receiving a warning glance from Shenli, he quickly acknowledged his error. Before long, Jiang Shao opened the door, astonished, and inquired, "Bayue?" Without unnecessary preamble, Mi Bayue stated, "I wish to borrow the peculiar artifact you used at the North Yuan City Government Office." Jiang Shao scrutinized her countenance and, noticing something amiss, awkwardly replied, "That artifact is currently not in my possession." Mi Bayue recalled, "Is that the artifact you lost to Tu Yining?" Jiang Shao nodded helplessly. "I see," Mi Bayue said. "Forgive my intrusion." Jiang Shao closed the door and followed her, asking once more, "Has something occurred? Is there any way I can assist you?" Mi Bayue shook her head. She summoned a spirit boat attendant to guide her to Tu Yining's residence. Before long, they arrived outside Tu Yining's door. The inhabitants of this area comprised the youth of Yunma continent, and young men and women were seen wandering about at night. Upon catching sight of Mi Bayue, they all cast curious glances her way. When Tu Yining opened the door and saw Mi Bayue, a hint of surprise crossed her face as she quietly asked, "What brings you here?" Mi Bayue expressed her intentions without further pretense of borrowing. She wished to acquire the peculiar artifact belonging to Jiang Shao. "Not for sale." A voice emerged from within the room. Then, Xiaolang peeked out. Adopting a sarcastic tone as he addressed Jiang Shao, "It's one thing to have a girl find you a venue for a fight, But must you also have her purchase your belongings? A flicker of anger crossed Jiang Shou's face, but it dissipated almost instantly. Mimicking Xie Lang's sardonic tone, he retorted, Bayue is willing to help me find a venue and buy things for me. Are you envious? You can only be the one who gets knocked down. Xie Lang, typically invincible in verbal duels, found himself bested by Jiang Shou's audacity. He stood there dumbfounded, unsure from whence Jiang Shou derived the courage to utter such words in front of the concerned party. Tu Yinning was momentarily taken aback as she glanced at Mi Bayue, only to realize that the calmest individual present was indeed her, which made the three young men increasingly restless. Tu Yinning promptly adjusted her expression, aligning herself with Yun Mo's side, and stated to Mi Bayue, This is my trophy, and I have no intention of selling it. Mi Bayue replied evenly, Then let us engage in a trade. Tu Yinning was taken aback. I recall your trophies amount to only two. One is the spirit crystal, and the other is his hanging moon sword. Jiang Shou contemplated saying something but ultimately held his tongue. Tu Yinning inquired in astonishment, Are you certain? Mi Bayue affirmed, The sword is in my room. You may accompany me to retrieve it. Very well, Mi Bayue responded, turning to depart. Behind her, Xie Lang exclaimed to Tu Yinning, You're just going to give her the item like that? What if she changes her mind tomorrow? Tu Yinning reassured him. Shi Wan Ti, Chapter 41, Illusions. Jiang Shou, who had been following Mi Bayue all the way, had already discerned that something was amiss with her. Mi Bayue cast a glance in his direction, nodded in acknowledgement, and reassured him with a few words, stating that it was nothing significant. Jiang Shou's smile evidently relaxed considerably. In the old residence, feeling the weight of Mi Bayue's gaze, the culinary spirit, resembling a housekeeper, lifted its face to meet her eyes, raising the dog's head in a gesture of respect. The dog's head, held in the spirit's fan-like hand, twisted and struggled. With a sharp crack, the culinary spirit struck the creature's head fiercely with the back of a knife. Behave yourself. The dog's crimson eyes grew even redder, releasing tears of dark smoke. Not far away resided another small water sprite, whimsically named Bubble, who perched at the edge of a water tank, revealing its semi-transparent, round little head. Its eyes peeked from above, stealing glances at the scene, while its body trembled and emitted small bubbles. Once again donning the guise of a night-wandering sprite, Mi Bayue entered the laboratory. Zhuisi still lay on the wooden bed, though the frost upon his face had melted considerably. My lady, I did not intend to offend. I can also atone for my transgressions, Zhuisi remarked upon seeing the indistinct figure of Mi Bayue enter. My target is not that child. I was merely misled. Mi Bayue produced the heart's whisper and inquired, Who is your target? A little girl from a mundane continent? Zhuisi blurted out, his expression shifting slightly. He cast a glance at the heart-holding spirit, suspecting that the words he had spoken from the heart were intertwined with this spirit. Yet, as a prisoner in his current predicament, he had no room for resistance. Mi Bayue pressed on, What do you intend to do with this little girl? Zhuisi, with an earnest expression, said, It is not my intention to harm this little girl. Rather, there are others who wish to do so. I merely accepted a task. Mi Bayue inquired about the nature of the task. After a brief pause, Zhuisi replied, To kill her. Upon uttering these words, he discreetly observed Mi Bayue's reaction. But regrettably, he could not discern the expression of the person before him, nor could he delve into their emotions, unable to glean any insights from her demeanor. He found no contradictions even in her tone. You do not know what the target looks like? Mi Bayue asked. Zhuisi responded, I do not. However, the individual who commissioned the task provided some clues, indicating that the target resides in the Granwen family of Kanglin Baiyuan City on the mortal realm. The child is described as dark and small, making her easy to identify within a wealthy household. Yet, upon arriving at the Wen residence, Zhuisi could not locate this supposedly easily recognizable child. After dealing with one or two children who bore a slight resemblance but were not the target, he grew impatient. He apprehended an individual to inquire about the Wen family's young master mentioned in the clues, only to discover that the young master had already passed away. The elder, who was most familiar with the family's secrets, was still imprisoned in the county jail. Zhuasi then visited the county jail and found old Master Wen, who informed him of the peculiarities surrounding Yi Lai and the child Mi Feixue. According to old Master Wen, Mi Feixue was small, gloomy, and possessed an eerie aura, remaining silent, which perfectly aligned with the targets Zhuasi was seeking. Thus, it led to the incident of Zhuasi encountering Mi Feixue outside the academy gate. Zhuasi recounted his thoughts to Mi Bayue, jesting about the ignorance and folly of mortals in this mundane realm who fail to respect spiritual masters, thus playing a trick on him. He deliberately concealed the young master's gender, leading him to mistakenly believe that it was a girl, resulting in the misunderstanding between himself and the adult. You should have realized the error the moment you laid eyes on Feixue, Mi Bayue remarked. Zhuasi admitted, indeed. It is my covetousness that has led to this. I owe the adult an apology. The shadow of the heart whisperer cast a discontented gaze upon him, frustrated that Zhuasi had yet to utter a single inappropriate word. How could this be? He appeared to be a heartless scoundrel. How could he harbor no resentment while displaying such sincerity? Mi Bayue chuckled softly. What you speak are your true feelings, yet not all of them need be voiced. Thoughts can indeed be controlled. After all, there are loopholes in the rules of strange tales, and the cunning of enigmatic artifacts is not without its own nuances. Zhuasi's eyelids twitched sharply as he declared, I sincerely beseech the adult's forgiveness. Should you inquire? I shall speak candidly. Mi Bayue inquired, how is a puppet made? Zhuasi's face twitched as he blurted out, damn, she still intends to kill me. Realizing he had exposed himself, Zhuasi maintained a facade of sincerity and asserted, I am willing to acknowledge the adult as my master. A presence commanded, extracting an item from his body. A knife emerged from the wooden bed, severing Zhuasi's hair and laying it upon the table before Mi Bayue. The dark flames consumed the severed locks and cast them into a small cauldron. The small cauldron, governed by the shadowy deity, responded with far greater swiftness and clarity than during Jiang Shao's previous encounter. The emanating smoke coalesced into the likeness of Zhuasi. The scene that unfolded began with Zhuasi entering a structure known as the Weeping Soul Tower. From the imagery, it was evident that this tower served as a transit hub for mission assignments, with wooden plaques suspended in midair representing various tasks. By chance, Zhuasi stumbled upon a mission to eliminate a young girl in the mortal realm. The smoke magnified the details of the plaque, revealing the characteristics of the target, which aligned closely with Zhuasi's previous assertions, confirming that he had indeed spoken the truth. This revelation sparked doubt among several individuals who had previously encountered this task. Furthermore, upon accepting the mission, the plaque presented Zhuasi with a hidden clue in the form of an apparition. This vision was fleeting, lasting merely a second or two, with the plaque indicating that it depicted the target as they would appear in adulthood. Currently, the target was merely a child, the exact age unspecified. Yet it was certain that their likeness bore a striking resemblance to the apparition. Those undertaking the mission could utilize this clue for their search. Behind the gray mist, Mi Bayue's eyes glinted with icy resolve. The mission's target was none other than Mi Feixue. The frail figure in the vision mirrored that of the future savior from the tales of good and evil she had encountered. Though she recalled that the savior from the stories had never donned such a dark red garment, seemingly stained with blood, a thought flickered through Mi Bayue's mind. That attire appeared to be stained with blood. After accepting the task, he first enlisted for the position of spirit master stationed in the mundane realm, then boarded the spirit ship destined for the mortal world. In the rapidly advancing scenes, Mi Bayue discerned his own indistinct silhouette, followed by the events that transpired after Zhuasi disembarked, swiftly traversing towards Bayuan City on the Eerie Horse. The interim experiences were glossed over until he arrived at Bayuan City, where he discovered the Wen family had slain 2 children, subsequently locating Wen Li in the jail of the Yamen. However, the narrative abruptly fractured during the encounter with Mi Feixue and Mi Bayue on the night snow cart, shrouded in mist and failing to reemerge. Observing this, Zhuasi's expression shifted, his gaze towards Mi Bayue laden with apprehension and astonishment. The scene of fragmentation amidst the misty sea occurred during the confrontation with that royal-level nightmare. Why, then, should the experiences of these 2 individuals also be severed? Could it be that this large and small pair could rival such a terrifying entity? Zhuasi was startled by his own conjectures, shaking his head in denial. Impossible. Though he was not a match for the individual before him, he could not be as defenseless as when facing a royal-level nightmare amidst the misty sea. If you are intrigued by this task, I possess further intelligence to share. Mi Bayue lifted his head, his divine voice. Under the transformation effect of night tour of eerie plays, devoid of any discernible emotion, lending him an air of profound mystery. Do tell. Feixue gathered his thoughts. Although the task originates from the Crying Soul Tower, the nature of the assignment indicates that the issuer must be a book cultivator, specifically one among them who excels in glimpsing the future. As Mi Bayue remained silent, Feixue continued. A little girl capable of preemptively eliminating a task that could foresee the future for nearly a decade and hailing from the mundane realm undoubtedly possesses something extraordinary. Intrigued, Mi Bayue responded, indeed. Feixue pledged his loyalty, asserting, the adults in this mundane world must have pressing matters to attend to, making it inconvenient for them to deal with these trifling concerns. I am willing to serve and capture this little girl for further investigation. Seemingly oblivious to his renewed declaration of allegiance, Mi Bayue smiled and remarked, isn't this what you initially intended? To locate the girl. Not to immediately execute her and fulfill the task, but to capture her for study? If she proves useful, you will claim her for yourself. If not, you would eliminate her for the task reward. Though exposed, Feixue maintained his facade, smiling as he flattered her. Your wisdom is unparalleled. This is indeed my intention, however. All benefits shall belong to you. He was a true schemer, capable of being ruthless even towards himself, Mi Bayue observed. Feixue instantly sensed a glimmer of hope for survival. He reiterated his loyalty, saying, my lord, killing me would be less advantageous than having an additional spirit master at your service. Moreover, I have been appointed as a stationed spirit master to Yunma continent through proper channels, which would facilitate my operations in the mundane realm. You have persuaded me, Mi Bayue replied. Feixue smiled, ready to express his gratitude, when a divine voice interjected, as long as you offer unwavering loyalty that cannot betray. Feixue faltered momentarily, cautiously testing, this is the mundane realm. The judge of whispering words cannot be summoned here. The temperature in the room plummeted, all due to the fire burning in Mi Bayue's hand. Time was of the essence, and the malevolent flames licked at the already icebound form of Feixue. Had he not summoned his spiritual energy to resist at that very moment, he would have met his demise the instant the flames touched him. I possess a method that allows you to control my life and death, Feixue exclaimed in desperation. Is that truly the case? Mi Bayue replied nonchalantly. Of course not. Were it not to gain your trust, I would not reveal such a technique. Even if you cannot control my life and death, it will certainly impose limitations upon me. Before Feixue could fully comprehend, his mouth had already spoken the thoughts racing through his mind. He suddenly turned his gaze toward the shadowy figure of the heart-offering maiden, who was smirking with a mixture of delight and fear, as if she had finally uncovered his dark secret. Feixue's expression became a vivid palette of shock, anger, and terror. The earlier normal conversation had lulled him into a false sense of security, and in this critical moment of life and death, he had unwittingly fallen prey to her cunning device. Bring forth the spell, he demanded. To his utter disbelief, Feixue did not anticipate hearing those words. He looked on in astonishment as Mi Bayue responded, She picked up the yellow-covered book he had indicated. The cover was adorned with intricate line drawings depicting a scene of multiple figures in an intimate embrace. Unfazed, Mi Bayue flipped through the pages, revealing a series of exquisitely detailed illustrations accompanied by astute commentary. The exterior is merely a guise. Allow me to elaborate for you, Feixue offered with a forced smile. No need, Mi Bayue replied. Feixue's heart raced again as he realized the spell's diagram was not deeply concealed and would not require much of her time. Mi Bayue had already produced the Book of Good and Evil, commanding it to consume the yellow book, thereby transferring the issues of the diagram directly to her counterpart. With a swift motion, a powerful punch rendered Feixue unconscious on the bed. Next came the task of organizing the items on the table. Among them lay a document, the script resembling that of the Kanglan continent. Upon close inspection, it was identified as the appointment letter for the station spirit master of Yunma continent. accompanied by a token that served as the identification of the spirit master. There were also 2 inferior quality mesmerizing bells. A task plaque from the Crying Soul Tower previously seen in the misty image of the small cauldron, some spiritual materials, and 2 small booklets. After perusing their contents, she once again fed them to the Book of Good and Evil. As the book diligently processed the knowledge, it was interrupted by a query from Mi Bayue. What is the Guayan judge? The book replied, a strange tale. Mi Bayue asked, not harboring much expectation. What is its purpose? To her surprise, the book provided an answer. In the presence of the Guayan judge, when a strange tale is uttered, it becomes reality. Those who break their promises will face the judge's verdict. Chapter 43. The Divine Pact elucidates that to become a notary person for spirit masters, it is imperative that the strange tale possesses sufficient strength. Furthermore, summoning it on the mundane continent is impossible. Mi Bayue contemplated the rules governing the formation of strange tales. The inability to summon the Guayan judge on the mundane continent stemmed from a lack of spiritual energy and insufficient belief among the populace in the existence of this strange tale. Speaking of belief, she realized that her own growth as in spirit equally required faith. Mi Bayue opened the Book of Good and Evil to the page detailing nighttime ghost plays. Donning the mask, you shall transform into the solitary spirit capable of traversing the mortal realm, acquiring the divine powers of the specter, tasked with the governance of the uncanny, and the righteous pursuit of justice. The governance of the uncanny indeed implies not only the utilization of supernatural artifacts, but also encompasses the intricate rules of ghostly tales. With a mind swirling with thoughts, Mi Bayue observed as the pages of the Book of Good and Evil turned autonomously in her grasp. It appeared that the new tome she had recently bestowed upon it had been fully assimilated. The first entry she encountered was a spell entitled Soul Enchantment. This spell, when employed, could merely bewilder the target temporarily. However, once the incantation ceased, the target would swiftly regain their senses. Yet, below lay an enhanced version. Its origins unknown, whether a creation of Feixue or derived from another source. This refined spell built upon the foundation of soul enchantment, intertwining with the principles of spiritual perception, implanting a seed of enchantment within the very essence of a person's awareness. Through relentless nurturing, this seed would take root irreversibly, thereby achieving complete dominion over the individual. This method proved far more effective than rendering someone a mere puppet devoid of intellect, and was not as rare as the enigmatic artifact Painted Skin. With a mere investment of time, one could cultivate a legion of unwavering followers. In comparison to the efficacy of the enhanced soul enchantment, the subsequent spells paled in significance. Mi Bayue's gaze was drawn to a particular spell titled Nightmare Flame, an advanced iteration of fire, necessitating the accompaniment of an illusory specter. Nightmare Flame boasted the added effect of ensnaring one in a nightmarish trance, impacting the very fabric of one's soul and psyche, subjecting them to psychological torment. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps the fusion of these 2 spells could yield remarkable results. As her words faded, the pages of Nightmare Flame and fire began to merge autonomously, and a look of astonishment flickered in her eyes as she intently observed the progress of their union. Previously, the residual spiritual energy from the fire spell diagram gradually faded during the fusion process. Once the spiritual light completely vanished, the integration of the spell diagram also slowed down. Was it the need for spiritual crystals? No, it appeared to be the requirement for spiritual energy. Observing this, Mi Bayue pondered and began to feed the newly acquired spiritual crystals, one by one, into the Book of Good and Evil. The book, having consumed the spiritual crystals, indeed regained its vigor. After 10 crystals were expended, the fusion was complete. Foxfire, a flame born of the extreme. The flame of the night fox takes the form of fire yet possesses a chilling quality that can freeze flesh, leaving behind a venomous fire in the spiritual sea, injuring the heart and soul. Mi Bayue felt a profound satisfaction with this newly fused spell, which combined the dual advantages of fire and nightmare fire. Though she remained uncertain about the spiritual energy consumption and potency during its application. Once more, she inserted a spiritual crystal into the spell diagram. causing it to illuminate with just a single crystal. This indicated that the energy consumption was comparable to that of Fire. Casting a glance at Feixue, who lay in a half-frozen stupor upon the wooden bed, Mi Bayue contemplated her next course of action and resolved to utilize another experimental subject. She rose and made her way outside. In the outer courtyard, the kitchen spirit version was still busy extracting the teeth of the nightmare dog. A pile of about 10 teeth had already accumulated on the ground. Upon noticing Mi Bayue's arrival, the kitchen spirit promptly stood up, offering her a somewhat unappealing yet sincere smile, befitting her character. If one were to overlook the nightmare dog in one hand and the bone cleaver in the other. Not finished yet? Mi Bayue inquired. The kitchen spirit replied, for canine teeth are taking a bit longer. I wish to extract them perfectly. After careful polishing, I can craft a few new blades to utilize. It remains uncertain whether the varying manifestations influence the spirit's temperament, or if the spirit itself is simply a dramatist at heart. The culinary incarnation of it is evidently more loquacious than its butler counterpart, Mi Bayue remarked. Set it aside for now. Upon hearing this, the nightmare dog's eyes ignited with a vibrant glimmer of hope. However, it quickly faltered upon noticing the azure foxfire igniting in Mi Bayue's hand. Drawing from her prior experience with Fire, Mi Bayue deliberately regulated the consumption of her divine power, allowing only a modest flicker of emerald foxfire to ignite at her fingertips, a hue reminiscent of exquisite emerald jade. As she admired it, preparing to hurl the foxfire at the nightmare dog, her intention was abruptly realized. With a sudden surge, the minuscule azure flame expanded, giving rise to a striking fox head, its neck shrouded in ethereal azure mist, gracefully dancing through the night. Its elongated brows and eyes exuded a charming cunningness, while its naturally upturned mouth lent an air of innocent allure to its countenance. In the next instant, it lunged towards the nightmare dog, its gaping maw poised to devour, eclipsing all semblance of charm with sheer ferocity. The nightmare dog stood frozen, its form enveloped in creeping frost. As the ravenous foxfire drew closer, poised to engulf it, Mi Bayue waved her hand, causing the flames to vanish abruptly. She intended to conduct an experiment, not to obliterate her subject in a single stroke. Judging by the foxfire's formidable presence, had it truly ignited upon the nightmare dog, it would likely have reduced the creature to ashes. Furthermore, it appeared that the foxfire possessed a restraining effect on this spectral canine. When she previously wielded Fire, the nightmare dog had shown signs of pleading and resistance, unlike its current state of paralysis. Thud. Just as Mi Bayue pondered these thoughts, the frost-bitten nightmare dog crashed to the ground, its head erupting in a torrent of tears, repeatedly striking the earth, a truly pitiful sight of a terror-stricken canine. Mi Bayue approached. The divine judgment proclaimed you guilty. Now, you are presented with two choices, death or redemption through merit. The flickering foxfire danced upon her fingertips, causing the night hound to tremble, shedding frost from its form. Alternatively, it could atone for its sins. The night hound let out a couple of howls without hesitation. Very well. Mi Bayue extinguished the foxfire in her hand and opened a blank page in the Book of Good and Evil. From this moment forth, you belong to me. My will shall be your guiding principle, and to transgress it is to face death. Once the divine decree was uttered, the thought itself forged the rules. The Book of Good and Evil emitted a pulling force. Should the night hound exhibit even the slightest resistance, it would signify its rejection of this divine contract for atonement, thus marking it as evil, and Mi Bayue would have no choice but to eliminate it. The night hound lowered its head, succumbing to the pull of the Book of Good and Evil. It was done. Mi Bayue gazed at the information page of the night hound that appeared in her palm. Firstly, grotesque entities deemed evil could be subdued through force. Secondly, even if a grotesque entity had been bound by a spirit master, it would not hinder the spirit's ability to subdue it. Furthermore, Mi Bayue sensed the power of the rules imposed by the spirit over the grotesque entity, existing atop the bond forged by the spirit master. If the intentions of the spirit master and the spirit diverged, this grotesque entity would adhere first to the rules of the spirit, rather than seeking the loyalty of Feixue. It was more prudent to target his life-bound grotesque entity, directly seizing control of the very source of his survival. This insight was inspired by the Judge of Grotesqueries. The Judge of Grotesqueries could bind any individual who swore an oath before it. Thus, as the deity overseeing grotesqueries, why should the Aene's spirit not forge a pact with these entities? She did not resist the responsibility of vanquishing the malevolent spirits. Rather, she merely provided the malevolent entity with an opportunity to atone for its sins. The contract served as a chain for the wicked, akin to a prison sentence. Should the nightmare hound inscribed in the book of good and evil breach the contract, a wisp of gray mist infiltrated the page of the nightmare hound, transforming into a diminutive manifestation of a foxfire spell. The background illustration of the nightmare hound on the page quivered as if animated. Upon breach of the contract, this wisp of divine power, embodied as foxfire, would automatically incinerate it. Mi Bayue, observing the scant amount of the spirit's power she had allocated, realized that a substantial violent force in the binding of malevolent entities was implausible. The most orthodox method of commanding the aberrations still lay in cultivating faith. As the first experimental subject, do not disappoint me. After speaking to the nightmare hound within the pages, Mi Bayue released it. The nightmare hound crouched low, appearing diminutive. At that moment, the culinary spirit inquired, "Shall we floss?" Mi Bayue replied, "Yes." The nightmare hound stared in disbelief, its eyes wide open. Chapter 44. A change of fate as night deepened. Mi Bayue visited Mi Feixue's room. She found the child seated at her desk, still awake. Approaching the desk, Mi Feixue set down her pen and submitted her neatly stacked assignments. The neatness of Mi Feixue's handwriting revealed her diligence, with each stroke meticulously executed, devoid of any ink smudges. Such precision was an admirable feat for a child of her tender age. Mi Bayue chuckled softly and inquired, "Has the teacher praised your handwriting and the tidiness of your work?" Mi Feixue's eyes sparkled as she modestly nodded, a hint of pride evident in her demeanor. Clearly, Mi Bayue had touched upon a point of significance. With a gentle stroke upon the child's crown, Mi Bayue set aside her studies, her gaze drifting to a corner of an open booklet. "Take its hand, mend its belly, bestow upon it a heart of gems. The doll sleeps, the doll sleeps. May it grow swiftly in dreams." Mi Bayue instantly recognized that this was a creation inspired by Juan, intertwining the mundane of today with a blessing for the tale. The phrase "heart of gems" elicited a soft chuckle from her. Through the eyes of a child, many things appear more beautiful, although in terms of intrinsic value, spiritual crystals far surpass the gems of the mundane realm. She refrained from extracting the diary to peruse its entirety, noting that the booklet was purposefully concealed beneath a pile of scattered papers, indicating that the child harbored her own little secrets, unworthy of forced excavation. She beckoned Mi Feixue to sit upon her lap. The child obediently complied, yet refrained from leaning her weight against her, maintaining a straight posture. Mi Bayue embraced her with one arm and inquired, "Would you like to know why today there were bad people who wished to harm you?" Without hesitation, Mi Feixue nodded. Mi Bayue did not shield her from the truth. The villains have accepted a task, and for reasons unknown, the one who issued it desires to kill you. As she spoke, Mi Bayue attentively observed the child's expression, gauging how far she could proceed with the conversation. Mi Feixue's cheeks flushed slightly, yet fear did not mar her demeanor. She picked up a pen from the table and inscribed upon the blank paper, "Will there be others who come to kill me in the future?" Her incisive question, marked by an unsettling calmness that exceeded that of her peers, should have astonished Mi Bayue, yet it did not. The child in her embrace turned to look at her, a flicker of light shimmering in those vacant black eyes. Mi Bayue instantly understood that her subconscious had already recognized this child as extraordinary, bearing an uncanny resemblance to her former self, which inevitably prompted her to reflect on her own childhood during their interactions. Mi Feixue scribbled on paper, "Will the baby bring danger to Bayue?" After penning this sentence, the child truly began to feel a gnawing anxiety. "Yes." Mi Bayue nodded in affirmation, gazing into her eyes. Mi Feixue's small face turned pale before flushing red, a blend of fear and an unsettling ferocity. Mi Bayue was astonished to witness such a dark intensity on the countenance of a mere child, an ominous aura emanating from her diminutive frame, as if she could strike at any moment. However, Mi Bayue shifted her tone, gently pinching the child's cheek, and smiled. No danger can thwart us. Mi Feixue resembled a small cat caught by the scruff of its neck, her wide, astonished eyes devoid of any trace of menace. She appeared more like a feeble kitten, vulnerable to teasing. Mi Bayue chuckled. The baby is truly adorable. Mi Feishue's cheeks flushed crimson. During the day, Mi Feixue continued to attend the academy as usual. While upon receiving news, Shinli hurried back to the old residence. Shinli remarked, "You is not one to act without reason. He must indeed have something significant to convey to Miss Mi." Mi Bayue replied, "I understand. I shall accompany you." Shinli expressed gratitude. "Thank you, miss." The two wasted no time and soon arrived at the government office. The magistrate, having received the report, ordered the gates to be opened and even made a personal visit. Upon their meeting, the atmosphere was markedly different from their initial confrontation, as the magistrate first greeted Mi Bayue, extending a gesture of goodwill. One should not strike a smiling face. Mi Bayue nodded at him, and the scene of the three walking together appeared harmonious, as if the past grievances had never transpired. Upon reaching the door of the cell where Yuhu was detained, Mi Bayue beheld the wretched state of Yuhu. After a few days of absence, he had lost at least 10 pounds. The once imposing physique had diminished, lying motionless on the bed. Yuhu's tendons had been severed, mirroring the condition of Wenqingyu from before. The cell was unbolted, and the door could be pushed open with ease. Hearing the commotion, Yuhu turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, and upon seeing Mi Bayue, a flicker of life ignited within his otherwise lifeless gaze. With sheer determination, he rolled off the bed onto the floor, kneeling before Mi Bayue, and exclaimed, "My lord, I possess vital intelligence." Mi Bayue remained silent. Yuhu continued, raising his voice, "In the early hours of yesterday, a mysterious man, suspected to be a spirit master, entered the prison and conspired with Wen Liangkong against the young master." The expressions of the governor and Shinli shifted dramatically. "Wen Liangkong again?" Shinli retorted coldly. Yuhu hastily inquired, "Is the young master unharmed?" Shinli was about to recount the events of the previous day. "I am already aware," Mi Bayue interjected. Shinli paused, surprised. "Miss Mi knows?" Mi Bayue replied calmly. "The person has been apprehended, and all necessary information has been disclosed." Shinli moved his lips, casting a subtle glance at Yuhu, who was now pale as a ghost. Mi Bayue addressed him. "If you intend to barter this information for something from me, you have already missed your opportunity." Yuhu's once rigid posture began to sag. Mi Bayue remarked, "You are aware of my esteem for Feixue, hence you seek to exchange this information for considerable benefits. Your calculations are astute, albeit excessively avaricious. Had you refrained from attempting to negotiate further advantages through a personal audience, and instead summoned someone to convey the message to the Saifu immediately upon acquiring the intel, I might have remembered your contribution favorably. Miss me." Mi Bayue cast a sidelong glance. Shinli found himself unable to voice his plea for mercy. Mi Bayue turned to depart. "My lord, I beseech you to save me. I offer my life in exchange," Yuhu cried hoarsely. Chapter 45, Value. Mi Bayue stated, "I saved him solely because he provided an appropriate reward." Shinli was momentarily taken aback by her brutally candid and frigid words, then responded, "Miss Mi could have declined, yet she consented. For this alone, I ought to express my gratitude." Mi Bayue inquired, "By what right do you offer thanks?" Shinli was once again rendered speechless. Mi Bayue continued, "Yuhu's life is now mine. He is no longer your subordinate." It was evident that Shinli had not anticipated this development, as he instinctively glanced at Yuhu. Though Yuhu was immobilized, his mind remained clear. He could hear and speak. When Shinli looked over, their eyes met for a brief moment. Yet Yuhu remained silent. Shinli's expression shifted, and he turned to Mi Bayue, stating, "I express my gratitude as a friend of Yuhu." Mi Bayue nodded. The latter claimed to have other matters to attend to and departed from the old residence. As soon as Shinli left, the steward of the residence materialized. Mi Bayue instructed him to escort Yuhu to the laboratory. As Yuhu plummeted downward, his anguished scream barely escaped his lips before being swallowed by the ground. Mi Bayue cast her gaze towards Jialing, who remarked, "The individual is already in the mistress's laboratory. You have grown complacent." Mi Bayue retorted, "You have become lazy." Jialing, feeling somewhat guilty, responded, "Doesn't the mistress find this arrangement more convenient and expedient?" Inside the room, Zhusi lay on the bed while Yuhu was on the floor. The two had already crossed paths, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. The sound of the door creaking open drew both their attentions. And Zhusi's smile was replaced by astonishment. "How did you end up here? Look at me. I can hardly move." Zhusi chuckled awkwardly while scrutinizing Mi Bayue's face intently. Without engaging in idle chatter, Mi Bayue placed the Book of Good and Evil on the table. And with a mere thought, the foxfire ember on the page of the nightmare dog flickered to life. "Ah!" Zhusi screamed in agony. Clutching his head as frostbite marred his body, hastily scrambling off the wooden bed. "Please, stop," he pleaded. The nightmare dog, having escaped from his shadowy realm, was ensnared by a tiny foxfire ember, yelping in distress, more pitiful than its master, revealing a mouthful of hollow teeth. The azure foxfire soon dissipated from its tail. Yet, both Zhusi and the nightmare dog were tormented by this minuscule flame. Mi Bayue chose not to glance in their direction. Instead, she turned to organize the surgical instruments on the table. She had known before entering that Zhusi could still move, after a night of relentless effort. He had nearly exhausted the layer of icy frost that enveloped him, the facade of weakness he had projected being nothing more than a ruse. Not to mention, her repeated experiments with her abilities had provided her with clear data. Within Zhai Ling's vicinity, no subtle movement could remain concealed. "Lift him onto the bed." "Are you speaking to me?" Zhusi inquired. Mi Bayue, holding the surgical kit, turned to face him. Zhusi's expression shifted several times before he revealed a smile. Speaking to himself, indeed, aside from him, it is just you and me here. He took a few steps towards Yuhu, effortlessly lifting him and placing him onto the bed where he had previously lain. Mi Bayue added, "Remove his clothes." Zhusi glanced at her and complied, jokingly asking, "To what extent should I undress him? It is rather inappropriate for a girl to gaze upon a man's bare body." Mi Bayue remained unfazed, while a flicker of embarrassment crossed Yuhu's face. In a short while, Yuhu was left clad in only a pair of shorts. Just as Zhusi was about to proceed, Mi Bayue called for a halt. He looked at her, searching her face for any signs of unease, but found none. Mi Bayue commenced her examination of Yuhu's body. Aside from the severed tendons in his hands and feet, he bore multiple internal and external injuries. Once she had assessed the situation, she felt assured and began the suturing of his tendons with surgical tools and materials. Her hands moved with both speed and precision. Her cuts and stitches executed without the slightest hesitation or excess. Zhusi, observing the procedure, noted the brilliance in her technique, while Yuhu, the patient, felt little pain. Nearly half an hour later, the tendon repair surgery was complete. Mi Bayue instructed Yuhu, "Give it a try," doubtful of his body's swift recovery. Yuhu tentatively clenched his fist, only to find success. His eyes widened with intense astonishment as he pushed himself up from the wooden bed, marveling at the newfound agility in his legs. "It's truly healed." Yuhu placed his hands before his eyes, unable to believe that the torment of near disability that had almost driven him to despair had been so miraculously remedied. A derisive laugh emanated from beside her. She utilized even spirit crystals for the materials to mend your tendons and veins. It would be strange if it didn't yield swift results. Yu had never encountered spirit crystals but was acutely aware of their rarity. Without questioning the veracity of Zhusi's words, Yuhu knelt before Mi Bayue on one knee and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you, my master." It was only now that he acknowledged her as his master. Zhusi scoffed, remarking, "What use is a mere commoner? I could extinguish him with a mere finger." Yuhu turned to him and responded, "My master has her reasons for wanting to save me." "Huh." Zhusi chuckled. What a dog that knows how to seize an opportunity. Despite being insulted as a dog, Yuhu maintained his composure, asserting that being a master-s dog was far superior to being an ant easily crushed by someone like him. Zhusi, a true petty person, detected a hint of kinship in Yuhu and scrutinized him further, inquiring of Mi Bayue, "Is this the reason you have taken a liking to him?" "Partly," Mi Bayue replied. Yuhu, perceptive enough to sense a hint of danger in her words, did not hesitate to declare, "Yes, from now on, my life belongs to my master. If my master wishes me to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire, I, Yuhu, shall not utter a word of complaint. His body was tense, betraying that his heart was not as calm as he pretended. Mi Bayue clarified. There is no need for such extremes. I simply require your body for certain experiments. Yuhu feigned nonchalance, saying, my master may do as she pleases. With Mi Bayue's understanding of the human body, she immediately detected the tension he was trying to conceal. Should the experiment succeed, you could at least attain the strength of a transcendent being. Upon hearing this, Yuhu's eyes gleamed with fierce excitement. The experiment failed. Mi Bayue cast a glance at him, contemplating the possibility of life or death. Should death be the outcome, I shall grant you a swift end. Mi Bayue nodded slightly and waved her hand. A shadow of immense power materialized, delivering a punch to Yuhu. The latter's head tilted, and the physical anesthesia took effect. Feixue, who had been covertly observing, shifted his gaze to watch openly. I have a task for you, Mi Bayue stated. Feixue, appearing intrigued, inquired, what task? Mi Bayue pointed at Yuhu and instructed, use the charm technique to brainwash him. Brainwash. Feixue chuckled, finding the term amusing. Do you wish for him to be loyal to you? No, Mi Bayue replied. I desire his loyalty to a deity. A deity? Feixue laughed heartily as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, his laughter causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. His innate nightmare dog quivered alongside him, its mouth filled with gaps where teeth once were. The creature, being an extension of his consciousness, was influenced by the sorcerer's emotions, and the sorcerer could sense some of the creature's feelings as well, provided the entity possessed a modicum of intelligence and there was sufficient resonance between them. As Feixue perceived the nightmare dog's unease, his laughter gradually subsided. He glanced between the creature and Mi Bayue, a staggering thought forming within the recesses of his mind. What is your relationship with that individual from last night? He asked, his expression fluctuating. Mi Bayue smiled lightly. Did you not already deduce it? Feixue exaggeratedly exclaimed. A deity and a faithful follower? Mi Bayue replied nonchalantly. You may choose not to believe. Of course, I do not believe. Though he thought this internally, Feixue's lips uttered, I certainly believe. As he spoke, he scrutinized Mi Bayue's expression, but regrettably, he discerned nothing. Feixue smiled, declaring that his fate was entirely in the hands of that being, whose will served as his guiding principle. Since he is a deity, Feixue considered himself a faithful follower. However, Mi Bayue sensed no trace of faith within him. Yet, this mattered little. It did not hinder her from extracting value from Feixue. Chapter 46. The research enthusiast Feixue was a person of scholarly spirit, endowed with a considerable reservoir of knowledge. This was evident from the items discovered on him by Mi Bayue. His petty character could not overshadow his academic prowess. With an improved version of soul-stealing techniques, marionettes, and inferior magical artifacts, he dabbled in a myriad of fields, though he lacked mastery in any. Nevertheless, he possessed ample enthusiasm and a methodical approach. His purpose in coming from Lingzhou to the mundane realm was not solely to complete tasks, but also to conduct research freely in this land where his abilities could reach their zenith, perfecting his combinatorial magic. The deficiency of spiritual energy in the mundane realm posed a significant drawback for spiritual practitioners, yet it also had its advantages. The scarcity of spiritual energy meant the absence of spiritual poison. The bodies of mortals living here, untouched by such toxins, remained remarkably pure, facilitating the integration with spells. Surely, the Lord Deity thought likewise, hence his decision to cultivate followers in this land, a truly commendable idea. However, the feeble will of mortals paled in comparison to that of a spiritual master. Feixue held a small spirit essence, explaining that he had expended a considerable portion of his wealth to inscribe a spell diagram on the forehead of Yuhu, all for the sake of this tiny essence. As he operated, he murmured a plethora of words, leaving one to ponder whether it was merely his habit or if he harbored ulterior motives. In the quietude of the moment, Mi Bayue delightedly remarked that the book of good and evil behind her automatically recorded and collected the useful information embedded in his words. Turning, she presented a glass of water before him. Feixue paused momentarily, raising his gaze. Mi Bayue inquired, Are you thirsty? Zhuasi scrutinized Mi Bayue's eyes earnestly, confirming that she was not mocking him. "Thank you," he replied, yet he did not accept the water, chuckling. "A spell interrupted midway becomes futile. You see, I only have one hand." He gestured towards his severed left arm. "The girl is beautiful and kind-hearted. I still do not know your name," Zhuasi continued. "Mi Bayue," she replied. "A lovely name. August coincides with the blooming of the night, blooming Sirius," Zhuasi commented. "May I inquire how the divine master wishes to be addressed?" Mi Bayue cast him a sidelong glance. Zhuasi, with an innocent demeanor, stated, "How can one cast a spell of loyalty upon an unknown divine master?" Just then, he completed the final stroke of his incantation. He stored away the ethereal connection, merging the blood of you who into his flesh and skin. The unconscious individual suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of hollow, soulless orbs. As Zhuasi was about to instruct Mi Bayue on the next steps, the Book of Good and Evil turned its pages, and the command of See Ye emerged. Mi Bayue held the command token before Yuhu's vacant stare. Meanwhile, Zhuasi curiously regarded the See Ye order. Unfamiliar with it, he thought to memorize this secret command for future inquiry. "Do you remember?" He heard the gentle voice of the girl, reminiscent of a spring breeze. Zhuasi glanced over, realizing only then that she was addressing him. "Ah," he replied, maintaining a composed smile, "I remember." It appears that he was not the one spying just now, she retorted to Mi Bayue. "Is this indeed the command emblem from my master?" Subsequently, the enchantment of the soul-binding seed compelled him to adhere to this emblem. Zhuasi remarked, "This seems rather precarious. What if someone else employs this emblem to manipulate him?" "You may certainly try," Mi Bayue replied, as she was eager to witness the effects of the artifact's warning. "Please do not drive without a license." Zhuasi hesitated for a moment, sensing the playful provocation in her tone. He ceased to speak, and Mi Bayue did not pursue the topic further. Instead, she instructed him to sit on the chair and proceeded to reattach his severed arm. Zhuasi's dismembered limb had fallen into the carriage of night listening to snow, and a severed limb from a spirit master was a significant boon for night listening to snow. Had it not been for Mi Bayue's penchant for collecting experimental materials, that arm would have undoubtedly been pilfered and consumed by the night puppeteer. The process of reattaching the limb allowed Zhuasi to personally experience the remarkable craftsmanship he had previously observed. The vitality of a spirit master's body differs from that of an ordinary person. After a night, Zhuasi's arm remained as good as new. Once the arm was restored, he expressed his grievances to Mi Bayue, questioning why she reattached the limb without using spirit crystals, suggesting that he was of lesser worth than even the most mundane individual. Zhuasi was momentarily taken aback. Mi Bayue responded, "This treatment fee will be recorded for now, to be offset by future merits." Zhuasi was both infuriated and amused. "I owe allegiance to that master. You, a mere spirit child, dare to issue commands to me here? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to take action against you?" He conjured a flickering flame of nightmare to intimidate her. Mi Bayue remained unmoved, observing as the fierce Zhuasi threatened to burn himself in a moment of desperation. "I was mistaken, dear goddess, my lady. I was merely jesting with you. Ah, the charm has yet to take root. I am still of use. My task for the deity is not yet complete." The foxfire dissipated from his skin, and Zhuasi remained sprawled on the ground, still unable to recover. 3 strikes. "And this is your second trial, as well as your final one." After Mi Bayue spoke, she placed several sheets of paper before Zhuasi and departed. Only upon hearing the door close did Zhuasi slowly rise. 3 strikes? As long as that individual requires my charm, they would not dare to end my life." Observing the papers scattered on the ground, Zhuasi casually picked them up and unfolded them before his eyes. Upon examining them, his expression transformed into a vibrant array of colors, akin to a spilled palette of dye. The sheets depicted his improved version of the charm spell, the illustrations meticulously accurate. Doubtful, he gathered the remaining papers and scrutinized them one by one. Techniques, processes, materials, precautions, rejection reactions, post-operative refinements. Impossible. This cannot be. Just one night. How could she possibly have learned this? The pride and composure on Zhuasi's face shattered, and in a fit of rage, he nearly tore the documents apart. Just as he had ripped a corner, He hesitated. The contents inscribed on the paper coincidentally resolved the perplexing dilemmas he had grappled with in the past. To simply shred it would be a waste. After pondering for a moment, Zhuasi carefully folded the papers and tucked them away into his bag, suppressing all remnants of his former arrogance. The spell he relied upon for survival was no longer solely his own. Henceforth, he could no longer afford to recklessly tempt fate. In the subsequent days, Zhuasi was obediently arranged to reside in the guest room of the old mansion, spending his time alternating between his lodgings and the laboratory. Apart from his daily meals and cultivation, the majority of his hours were dedicated to collaborating with Mi Bayue on the transformation of Yuhu. Among the materials Zhuasi procured, there was precisely what was needed for the bone tempering process. During their previous encounter at Changdesi, Mi Bayue had preserved samples of his flesh and inner bones, which inherently possessed the mystical power of bone tempering. This method was notably gentler for the mortal vessel of Yuhu than directly employing the spectral bones. Zhuasi witnessed the exquisitely beautiful young woman calmly retrieving the flesh and bones, skillfully preparing them alongside medicinal ingredients. With a delicate blade, she expertly maneuvered over Yuhu's unclothed body, her technique precise, no more, no less. The sight filled his eyes with wonder. What manner of blade is this? A surgical scalpel. Surgery? Indeed, it is a skillful art. Zhuasi naturally assisted Mi Bayue in her endeavors. The residual spiritual energy within the medicinal flesh and bones struck him as eerily familiar, reminiscent of a recent encounter, Changdesi. After a while, he became so captivated by the young woman's dexterity that he forgot his initial intent of gathering information. The bone tempering technique employed by the spiritual master was supplemented with external medicinal aids, while the internal circulation of spiritual and spectral energies gradually infused the bones with vitality. Mi Bayue, harnessing external forces, inscribed a flow diagram of spells upon Yuhu's skeletal structure, subsequently activating it with spiritual crystals, successfully achieving the transformation of a mere mortal's bones. The ordinary observer would undoubtedly be startled by this process. However, Zhuasi was filled with tumultuous emotions. He beheld the young lady's exquisite skill, a spirit of innovation and daring akin to his own, which inspired him and illuminated the profound knowledge that had long troubled his mind. Zhuasi was exhilarated, his gaze upon Mi Bayue growing increasingly fervent. Chapter 47. Loyal hounds and vicious dogs. The collaborative experiments over the past few days had forged a certain revolutionary camaraderie between Mi Bayue and Zhuasi. They generally enjoyed harmonious interactions, though disagreements occasionally sparked disputes during their experiments. During this time, Xinli, Ban Lu, and the twin siblings Zhao Kai and Jin Bao from the Cu mansion sought an audience, requesting to visit Yuhu. Yuhu, subjected to the transformative experiments, did not always emerge unscathed. His body frequently exhibited violent rejection responses, rendering him a terrifying sight, almost unrecognizable. Xinli and the others witnessed the tragic state of Yuhu firsthand. With a pained expression, Xinli addressed him. "I will find a way to repay the price of your life demanded by Miss Me and secure your release." "No need," Yuhu replied. Xinli was taken aback by his refusal, prompting Ban Lu to step forward and persuade him. "Boss, don't overthink it. We're all working hard on our case. We will surely settle this debt. If you're feeling distressed, we can earn money together once you're better. It's not that I'm overthinking. It's that Yuhaven grasped the reality," Yu said hoarsely, his cold gaze fixed upon his friends surrounding him. "What my master has done to me is precisely what I desired." The four by the bedside were taken aback, retreating in alarm. With a pained grimace, Yu furrowed his brow, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yet he managed a sickly smile as he exclaimed fiercely, "Why wouldn't it be so? Night roamer of the night house. It sounds glamorous, yet what do outsiders secretly call us? A pack of howling dogs in the night. We offer ourselves as sacrifices to the bazaar, our lives barely lasting 30 years, only to earn these scornful titles." Xinli, perceiving the resentment in his voice, replied, "Not everyone feels this way. Do you not remember the oath taken upon entering the night house?" "I remember. Yet despite my diligent service to the night house over the years, what have I truly gained? My contraptions were seized, my superiors turned a blind eye. Vile men conspired against me, the populace insulted me, and I languished in prison. Yuhu's words struck deeply, each syllable piercing Shun Li's heart. Shun Li, with a complex expression, remarked, "You still care about the headquarters not dispatching contraptions." "Indeed, I care, but my concerns extend beyond that." Yuhu's penetrating gaze bore into him, rendering Shun Li speechless under its intensity. Lu Jinbao interjected, "This is not the fault of the chief. Your contraption was taken by Mi Bayue." He continued, "Now you find yourself ensnared by her again." A flash of ashen white darted before the eyes of the assembly, piercing through Lu Jinbao's arm and embedding itself in the opposite wall. Lu Jinbao cried out in agony, clutching his arm. Yuhu's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Lu Jinbao, startled, stumbled backward. "Do you see? This is what I seek." On Yuhu's face, a feral blend of malice and ambition manifested, rather than languish like a dog. "I would prefer death. Yet, I am unwilling to be humiliated and harmed while the true perpetrator roams free, unwilling to perish like a mere dog. I am aware of my master's extraordinary abilities and have long desired to serve her, for she alone can grant me a rebirth." On that day, my master made her intentions unmistakably clear. "I am no longer associated with the Sai Manor." Yuhu turned to Shun Li and remarked, "You may visit me as a friend, but do not preach to me about the Sai Manor." He then cast a cold, murderous gaze towards Lu Jinbao, stating, "Should I hear you speak disrespectfully of my master again, I shall take your life." Lu Jinbao, taken aback and filled with rage, turned with reddened eyes and fled, pursued by Lu Zhaokai. Soon after, Shen Li and Ban Lu departed in succession. Ban Lu deliberately lingered a moment longer, his expression a blend of confusion and complexity. Softly confiding to Yuhu, "Boss, I can somewhat empathize with your feelings. I still bear the pain and indignity of those 3 days I was detained by the Wen family in my heart. The thought of Wen Likong possibly being released ignites within me a desire for vengeance. Yet, recalling the tenets of Sai Manor, I hesitate to bring disappointment or hardship upon Captain C." After expressing her hopes for an answer from Yuhu, she received only silence in return. With a heavy heart, Ban Lu departed. Shortly thereafter, Zhuasi appeared silently within the chamber, extracting the bone spikes from the wall, which instantly returned to its original state. Yuhu remained unfazed by his taunts, acknowledging that Zhu's words held truth. "In times past, encountering a spirit master like you would have compelled me to humble myself, with my fate resting at your whim. Yet now I can engage with you in light-hearted banter." Zhuasi laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Well said. The little goddess is entertaining the young child, and I shall take control of this body." The disparity in skills between Zhuasi and Mi Bayue is significant, as experienced firsthand by Yuhu, who, upon hearing this, felt a twitch in his cheek and replied, "Much appreciated." Zhuasi, with a smile, responded, "No need for formalities. Everything occurring in this vicinity is under the surveillance of the house spirit, which narrates the events to Mi Bayue." After listening, Mi Bayue nodded, unconcerned that Zhuasi might push Yuhu to his limits. Yuhu has persevered thus far and has become a subject of considerable interest to Zhuasi. For an individual with a fervent research spirit, at times, the well-being of the subject can be deemed more crucial than one's own. The house spirit was left speechless. "It is the young master who forbids me from speaking," it confessed. "I have noticed," Mi Bayue remarked. "She seldom avoids holding my hand and even conceals half of her hand within her sleeve during meals." The house spirit remained silent. Mi Bayue continued, "If she wishes to train, let her do so. Send her the hand cream I typically use, concoct an excuse, and pretend I know nothing." The house spirit, with a face full of dread, replied, "How could I dare to fabricate lies to deceive the young master?" Mi Bayue retorted, "You dare to conceal the truth from me?" The house spirit, in a state of despair, responded, "It is the young master who forbids me from speaking. You may remain silent now." Mi Bayue observed the walls seeping with moisture. In an instant, the walls dried as if restored, prompting the house spirit to exclaim, "I understand." Just as Mi Bayue was about to depart, the house spirit suddenly reported, "In recent days, the ladies' room on the spirit ship has frequently been knocked upon, particularly today." "Even now?" Mi Bayue inquired, stamping her foot. The house spirit confirmed. Originally intending to head to the laboratory, Mi Bayue decided to first investigate the situation on the spirit ship. Chapter 48. the mirage of mist. As Mi Bayue stepped out of the bathing room, the sound of a doorbell echoed, indicating that there were visitors at the door. Approaching the entrance, she noticed the hanging moon blade resting on the table. A fleeting moment of realization struck her amidst the multitude of events in recent days. She had completely forgotten about her agreement to return the sword to Tu Yining the following day. Grasping the moon blade, Mi Bayue pulled open the door. Perhaps they were in the midst of a creative epiphany and would blame us for the interruption. Sun Yala commented, her words trailing off. Jiang Xiao, hearing the commotion, called out, Bayue. My apologies, Mi Bayue replied. I indeed lost track of the noise while engrossed in inspiration. Sun Yala's expression contorted slightly. Jiang Xiao said, you haven't emerged for several days. I was worried something had happened. Did we truly disturb you? Not at all, Mi Bayue reassured them. Is there something pressing? Jiang Xiao explained, in the past couple of days, our spirit ship has approached the vicinity of the misty boundary, where we may encounter the legendary mirage of mist. It would indeed be a pity to miss such an opportunity. The legendary mirage of mist? Mi Bayue's face reflected a sense of urgency as she absorbed the information. You've arrived just in time. I'll return the sword, and we can go. Tu Yining must be on the deck as well. Let us make our way there directly. Jiang Xiao proposed. Very well, Mi Bayue agreed, and the group hastily proceeded to the deck, just as Jiang Xiao had indicated. Tu Yining was indeed present on the open deck, a striking figure in a blue outfit, standing out prominently among the ranks of the Yunma continent team. Unbeknownst to Mi Bayue, she too was perceived as an equally captivating presence, instantly drawing attention upon her arrival. As someone called her name, Mi Bayue confidently made her way towards the Yunma team. Tu Yining had already turned around to see her, waiting patiently for her to approach. Mi Bayue extended the hanging moon sword, apologizing for the delay caused by unforeseen circumstances. Tu Yining shook her head, indicating it was of no concern. Beside them, Xie Lang remarked, what could possibly delay you on a spirit ship? Indeed, it was Mi Bayue who had failed to return it as agreed. Yet she paid little mind to Xie Lang's mild reproach. Accompanying them, Jiang Xiao countered, are you envious of Bayue's visit to Lingon? Xie Lang was indeed quite envious. Suddenly, a commotion erupted around them. Look, is that the mirage of mist? How beautiful! Young men and women rushed to the edge of the deck, gazing in one direction. Mi Bayue stood still, her eyes fixed on the horizon, where swirling clouds covered the sea, obscuring the entire skyline. The ship's spirit master suddenly called out, little ones, I advise you not to stare too long. This is a genuine royal-level horror tale. One misstep, and you may find yourselves ensnared without anyone to rescue you. Barely had the spirit master's words left his lips when a boy in the crowd let out a piercing scream and collapsed. The surrounding youths scattered in shock. Witnessing the fallen boy's pale face and wide, terrified eyes, as if he had encountered something utterly horrifying, dying of sheer fright, a servant approached to check his pulse, confirming that the boy was indeed lifeless. Upon learning this, the spirit master nonchalantly declared, such cowardice will lead to nothing in Lingzhou. Dispose of him. The crowd watched in bewilderment as the servants cast the boy's body into the sea, unable to comprehend how he had perished so suddenly from fear, nor why the spirit master's demeanor was so chillingly indifferent. In the mundane realm, those endowed with spiritual perception are regarded as prodigies, transcendent beings among mortals. Yet, aboard the vessel, the tone of the spirit master rendered them akin to mere objects. Grandfather spoke of the myriad forms of the mirage in the mist. Before its true manifestation, each individual perceives it differently. Jiang Xiao murmured, I wonder what that person saw in Yun Mo. Sun Yala chuckled. What does it matter what they saw? The esteemed spirit master is correct. To be so easily frightened by what one perceives is a sure sign of mediocrity. Upon finishing her statement, she noticed the absence of agreement from those around her, her expression darkening with displeasure. As the spirit ship advanced, the passengers gradually became aware of the wispy clouds that hung in the air, delicate and elusive, like threads of silk. Mi Bayue extended her fingers, watching the mist weave through them, catching a faint scent of briny sea air. The surroundings were unnaturally silent. Turning to survey her companions, Mi Bayue noted that each face appeared entranced, as if under a spell. Jiang Shao wore a solemn expression, Sun Yao beamed with joy. Mi Liuyu's cheeks were stained with tears, and Mu Yin seemed to writhe in discomfort, struggling for breath. It was not just them. Youths elsewhere were equally entranced, their eyes glazed and lost in silent reverie. Mi Bayue observed a gathering of spirit masters ahead, among them the enigmatic Suo Wuchang, adorned in a white mask. Coincidentally, Suo Wuchang turned his gaze in her direction, and as their eyes met, she discerned a flicker of surprise in his expression. She approached him, drawing the attention of the spirit master group. The spirit master who had previously witnessed her duel with Tu Yining smiled and remarked, "Indeed, young friend, you are truly exceptional. This journey to Lingzhou shall surely be a leap from the mundane to the extraordinary, a vast expanse of opportunity." This was an overture of goodwill. Mi Bayue smiled and said, "I appreciate your kind words, my lord." The spirit master replied, "I hail from the Silver Ring Manor. Should you ever find the Hall of Impermanence uncomfortable, feel free to visit Silver Ring Manor." She had embarked on the journey with Suo Wuchang, and naturally assumed that her destination in Lingzhou was indeed the Hall of Impermanence. Mi Bayue accepted this olive branch with a nod, refraining from clarifying her relationship with Suo Wuchang. Approaching Suo Wuchang, he inquired, "What did you see?" Mi Bayue had seen nothing, yet uncertain of the normalcy of her silence. She merely shook her head, allowing Suo Wuchang to draw his own conclusions. He indeed interpreted her gesture correctly, stating, "The mirage of the misty shun is fraught with both fortune and calamity. If one can endure it, it serves as a valuable means of honing one's mental acuity and spiritual perception. Those who come from the mundane realm have limited experiences, their spiritual senses untainted. Thus, the mirages they encounter are less formidable, presenting a rare opportunity." The spirit master from Silver Ring Manor concurred, "Indeed, unlike us, who can only shield ourselves with spiritual barriers and dare not inhale even a whiff of the Shin mist. For a mere glance could lead one to plunge into the depths of the Shin Sea, oblivious to the danger until it is too late." He turned his gaze towards Mi Bayue, smilingly suggesting, "I believe you are no ordinary individual. Rather than relying on treasures for protection, you might wish to seize this opportunity." Mi Bayue feigned contemplation, though her true thoughts were in motion. In reality, she had not deliberately employed any protective treasures, for she had not felt the Shin mist had any effect on her at all. It seems Liu Guangke has truly found a promising talent. The young man from Yunmao is the first to awaken. Tu Yining knelt on one knee, grasping the hanging moon's sword, and indeed regained his senses. Yet it seemed he could not rise for a while. He lifted his gaze and, upon spotting Mi Bayue, became still. Mi Bayue nodded to him, acknowledging his presence before turning her attention back to the front of the spirit ship. The once visible seascape was abruptly engulfed by dense fog. "Silence," commanded the leading spirit master. Mi Bayue sensed the tension in the air, including that of Su Wuchang beside her. A breath seemed to whisper past her ear. Mi Bayue glanced sideways, but found nothing. Yet, countless whispers drew near, voices both male and female, young and old, expressing joy, sorrow, anger, and resentment. An overwhelming cacophony gathered, with no discernible beginning or end. A palpable groan arose beside her. Mi Bayue cast her gaze downwards, noticing the prominent veins on Su Wuchang's clenched fists, indicating his struggle. She discreetly observed the others around her. The spirit master from the Silver Ring Mansion wore a face twisted in suppressed rage. A flicker of doubt arose within her. Aside from the background noise being somewhat jumbled, she felt no discomfort. The leading spirit master proclaimed loudly, "The mist is vast and boundless, the mirage entwined within the deep sea." The whispers ceased. The fog hung still. An eye, singular and piercing, opened, as if to rend the very fabric of this fog-laden realm. Its deep blue iris swirled like a vortex, revealing towering waves roiling within, accompanied by the deafening claps of thunder. It gazed down upon the spirit ship, which appeared minuscule before it, swaying precariously, on the brink of plummeting into the abyss of that all-seeing eye. Chapter 49, Spirit Poison, Royal Grade Folktale. The mirage of the mist. Do not look. Do not listen. Do not respond. A whisper from Suo Wuchang reached her ears, yet it was a moment too late. As the colossal eye, embodying the myriad phenomena of the universe, opened amidst the misty realm, Mi Bayue cast her gaze upon it. She beheld tumultuous waves, witnessed the heavens shatter and the earthquake, perceived the might of thunder, and glimpsed the tranquility beneath the whirlpool, where rare flora and fauna thrived. A voice, vast as the ocean breeze, resonated within her mind. Straining to listen, she discerned the cadence of a poem. The voice inquired about the riddle's solution, revealing it to be a riddle poem. While Mi Bayue pondered, the leading spirit master proclaimed the answer aloud. This master must have prepared the riddle's solution in advance, otherwise, given his current state of enduring immense pressure, he could not have deduced the answer so swiftly. The overwhelming single eye seemed to retreat into contemplation. As clarity returned to the world, all spirit masters sensed the alleviation of pressure and collectively exhaled in relief. The leading spirit master urged, "Hurry, let us depart." The spirit vessel surged forward. Mi Bayue turned to gaze at the spot where the colossal eye had vanished, murmuring, "The mist is elusive." Just as she began to speak, Sua Wuchang grasped her shoulder firmly. "What are you doing?" His voice was low, yet tinged with palpable trepidation. Mi Bayue innocently shook her head. Sua Wuchang fixed his gaze upon her, warning, "If you invoke the mirage of mist once more, we shall surely meet our demise." Mi Bayue replied, "Isn't it sufficient to solve the riddle?" Even through the white mask, she sensed Sua Wuchang's exasperation, though he refrained from unleashing his frustration upon her. "Can you decipher that riddle within 10 seconds? Mi Bayue glanced towards the leading spirit master. "Did he not know?" Sua Wuchang inquired. "Did your elders not enlighten you?" Mi Bayue chuckled. "I have no elder to teach me these things. Why not share your insights, Lord Sua?" Sua Wuchang, half convinced, remained silent. Mi Bayue, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Isn't the misty Shn akin to the enigmatic judge, both summoned to serve humankind?" Sua Wuchang let out a knowing laugh, remarking, "You claim to have no elder, yet you effortlessly speak of the enigmatic judge, a being known only in Lingzhou." Mi Bayue replied, "I have merely heard of it by chance." She continued, "Why not enlighten me further about the misty Shn? I can exchange it for spirit crystals." Sua Wuchang waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Once you arrive in Lingzhou, you can learn all about it through careful inquiry. If I were to accept your spirit crystals, you would likely harbor resentment towards me later." He recalled the pure and graceful visage of the young woman, who had displayed a vengeful nature when dealing with Chanda's Sea. The misty Shn resides in the misty sea, guarding the passage between Lingzhou and the mortal realm. Any spirit vessel aiming to traverse between the two must first confront this entity. The rules of the misty Shn are shrouded in riddles. If one can solve the riddle posed within 10 seconds, they shall secure their safety. Additionally, presenting another riddle can cause the misty Shn to ponder, allowing the spirit vessel to make a swift escape during this interval. This is akin to the rules governing the enigmatic judge, a secret well known among spirit masters in Lingzhou. Mi Bayue pondered this and asked, "Why does the team leader of the spirit masters seem to know the answers to the riddles posed by the misty Shn beforehand?" Sua Wuchang responded, "Your observation is astute. The reason is not particularly difficult to deduce, is it?" Sua Wuchang affirmed, "Indeed. Thus, the ethereal vessels traversing the mundane continent are directly overseen by Feng Tian, who dictates the timing of each voyage and the necessary permits. The enigmas are likewise issued by them. Those who dare to clandestinely cross the threshold and instigate chaos in the misty mirage shall face the lethal decree of Feng Tian." Mi Bayue remarked, for instance, "The Changda Sea?" She consoled, "Although the Changda Sea met its demise, the corpse serves as evidence. Lord Su can still claim a reward for it and file a complaint against Sea." Su Wuchang chuckled softly and suddenly declared, "We have arrived at Lingzhou." The spirit vessel pierced through the mist, revealing a star-studded sky that dazzled the eyes. A formidable wave of spiritual energy surged forth, overwhelming in its intensity. "Take it slow." The spiritual waves entwined within the mist are dense, and the accompanying spiritual toxins are potent. Be wary of madness, lest you become a laughingstock among the children. Roll on. Roll on. You become the joke, while I remain unscathed. The spirit masters, liberated from their shackles, appeared invigorated and elated. The spirit master from Silver Ring Manor, donning a benevolent smile, advised, "Everyone should act according to their own capabilities. While spiritual energy is splendid, it is also toxic. Absorb only what you can handle." lest you harm your foundation and lose your life. The youths, who initially believed that the more spiritual energy they absorbed, the better, immediately tempered their ambitions upon hearing of the potential for fatality. Su Wuchang cautioned Mi Bayue, do not linger here. The pressure exerted by formal spirit masters may affect you. At this moment, the four had awakened from their previous dazed state. Though only a few minutes had passed, their demeanor and aura exhibited subtle changes. Jiang Shao greeted the approaching Mi Bayue with his habitual bright smile, yet his expression now bore a touch more gravitas. The bond between Bayue and Lord Su appeared remarkably close, a camaraderie that even Jiang Shao had not experienced under Lord Su's care. Sun Yala smiled as she spoke. Mi Bayue glanced at her radiant face and replied, you are right. Sun Yala continued, after all, a beauty like Bayue would certainly be treated with kindness by any man. Jiang Shao frowned. Had this been mere moments ago, he might not have perceived the underlying meaning in her words. But now he felt as though he had matured several years in an instant. Sun Yalo exclaimed, who are you calling a foolish woman? Frustrated, she pointed at Mi Bayue and declared, she is the one who is truly a woman, having given birth while still so young. Mi Luyu seized Sun Yala by the neck. Sun Yala grasped at her wrist, yet she was no match for Mi Luyu. She turned to Jiang Shao for help. Frowning, Jiang Shao stepped forward to restrain Mi Luyu, reminding her that the influence of spiritual toxins could affect one's emotions, inciting agitation, and urged her to remain calm. With a cold expression, Mi Luyu released Sun Yala and turned to Mi Bayue, stating, due to the similarity of our names, Sun Yala has mistakenly identified you as a younger sister of mine. She is indiscreet, and I wish to distance myself from her and avoid any enmity with you. Let it be known that should Sun Yala utter any further slanderous remarks about my sister's reputation, I will ensure she is dealt with accordingly. If you find her words displeasing, it is merely a reflection of her own envy and ignorance, having nothing to do with me or my unfortunate sister. With just a few words, she completely severed any connection between herself and Mi Bayue. The onlookers, upon realizing this was a misunderstanding, quickly lost interest and returned to absorbing the spiritual energy around them. Chapter 50. Fortuity. Following the recent discord, silence enveloped the five individuals. With Sun Yala sitting alone at a distance, her back turned to Mi Bayue and the others. Mi Bayue was not entirely oblivious to the sensations of spiritual energy. Having perused the cultivation notes of Chanda Hai, she possessed a modicum of foundational knowledge. The spiritual energy in Lingzhou was dense, yet it bore a toxicity known as spiritual poison. Sua Wuchang had once remarked upon the principle of equivalent exchange among spiritual masters, a tenet that also manifested in the cultivation of spiritual energy. This energy could bestow formidable power upon individuals, yet they were required to pay the price of overcoming the spiritual poison. The physical sensation imparted by this poison was akin to a searing heat, as if one's skin had been scalded, with a persistent tingling sensation coursing through the body. The indigenous inhabitants of Lingzhou had grown accustomed to this feeling from a young age and found it unremarkable, while the ordinary youths from the mainland, newly arrived in Lingzhou, often found it unbearable. This peculiar sensation of scorching and tingling hindered their ability to calmly absorb spiritual energy. Paradoxically, it was a byproduct of the very process of absorption. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued. Growth necessitated adaptation and overcoming. In addition to the physical discomfort, spiritual poison also affected the spiritual sea, which connects to one's spiritual intellect. If not alleviated in a timely manner, it could lead to irritability at best, or, at worst, madness and obsession. Therefore, during each cultivation session, it was not simply a matter of absorbing as much spiritual energy as possible. One had to exercise self-control and, upon reaching a certain threshold, devote time to dissipating the spiritual poison within the spiritual sea. As Mi Bayue had yet to awaken her spiritual senses, she was unable to actively absorb spiritual energy and could only experience it passively. The invisible spiritual energy was drawn to her body, automatically entering her being, and indeed, the tingling and burning sensations noted in the manuscript manifested. However, this intensity, how shall I put it? It resembled the sensation of a microcurrent massage device applied to the skin, rather pleasant, in fact. Mi Bayue surveyed the expressions of those around her. Most appeared to be in discomfort. Sitting idly like this was not in the style of Mi Bayue. She adjusted to a more comfortable position and took out a book on good and evil, perusing the experimental reports within, leaving no opportunity for learning unexploited. The spirit masters at the bow observed the scene on the deck. How many will awaken their spirits this time? One inquired. I cannot speculate about the others. But that girl with the book will surely claim one spot. That perspective seems rather dull. I beg to differ. Look at her calm demeanor. Does that resemble someone tormented by spirit poison? Perhaps her mind is resolute, but her spiritual perception is lacking. That makes sense. Perhaps that is why her benefactor provides her with devious tools before her perception is awakened. As several conversed, a girl on the deck suddenly let out a sharp whistle. Here it comes, one announced. Mi Bayue turned her gaze as well. The girl seated in meditation had a flash of spiritual light at her brow, as if a small fissure had opened, revealing a faint, dark glow within. The first is from my faction, proclaimed a gray-clad spirit master, as a shadow beneath him morphed into a winged humanoid apparition, fluttering its butterfly wings and approaching the newly awakened girl. Upon opening her eyes, the girl beheld an extraordinarily handsome butterfly man, her expression drifting into a daze. The butterfly man reached out to her, and in her bewilderment, she leaned closer. In the next moment, the butterfly man revealed his true nature, extending a sharp stinger from his throat and plunging it into the neck of the still-dazed girl. This one belongs to my Feixue Valley, the gray-clad spirit master declared. Only Yuan faction would resort to such despicable means to ensnare someone. A blue-clad female spirit master retorted. The gray-clad spirit master refrained from engaging her in conversation. Shortly after the first girl successfully awakened her spirit, two boys followed suit, each exhibiting a similar phenomenon. However, the crack between the brows of these two boys revealed a warm light emanating from within. From the discussions among the spirit masters, Mi Bayue discerned that the dim light signified yin and the warm glow represented yang. This aligned with what Jiang Shao had previously articulated regarding the division of spirit awakenings into yin and yang, as well as the categorization of spirit masters into yin and yang factions. Thus, one could infer the varying degrees of talent among the ordinary youths aboard the ship. As time progressed, the number of boys and girls on the deck dwindled. During this period, Sun Yala and Mi Bayue both successfully awakened their spirits, both belonging to the yin faction. After her awakening, Sun Yala brimmed with confidence, only to notice that Mi Bayue remained unchanged, her gaze exuding a sense of superiority and pride. She rose gracefully, intending to chide Mi Bayue, but her line of sight was intercepted by Mi Bayue. After a while, Jiang Shao opened his eyes, first glancing at the composed Mi Bayue beside him, then turning to observe the Yun Mo team, where he noted that Tu Yining was still present. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes once more to absorb the spiritual energy. As the youths on the deck gradually departed, the dawn broke on the horizon. At this moment, only Mi Bayue, Jiang Shao, and Tu Yining remained on the deck. The spirit masters at the bow were also deliberating over them. With commendable talent and resolve, it was anticipated that these three would emerge as the top contenders. Moreover, their understanding was also exceptional. Having been born on the ordinary mainland, each had already mastered a particular spell, and with slight cultivation, they were destined for greatness. Sua Wuchang, maintaining a reserved demeanor, shook his head, feeling quite pleased. It was curious that both of these individuals hailed from the Kanglan mainland, which should have been collectively sent to the Daxia under the auspices of the Silver Ring Mansion. Yet, they had been individually led aboard by Brother Wuchang. In other words, the achievements of acquiring two prodigies could have originally been claimed by the Silver Ring Mansion, but now they have been seized by Sua Wuchang. Sua Wuchang could easily discern the insinuation behind these words. The spirit master from the Silver Ring Mansion wore a smile that suggested indifference, yet refrained from denying it. A chuckle emanated from behind the white mask, as Sua Wuchang remarked. Shu Pingxing from the Crossing Calamity Academy is an old acquaintance of mine. One day, he sent me a message, inadvertently revealing that I had a fortuitous opportunity in the Kanglan continent. Coincidentally, I also share a rapport with Jiang Tong, stationed in the Yi Kingdom, so I decided to pay a visit. Jiang Shou, the grandson of Jiang Tong, was entrusted to me personally, with the hope that I would lead him into the Hall of Wuchang. The gathered spirit masters fell silent. It was well known among the spirit master community that book cultivators often spoke in enigmatic terms, particularly the sky gazer among them. However, the sky gazers never spoke frivolously. When they claimed a fortuitous opportunity, it was indeed genuine, which explains Sua Wuchang's unhesitating decision to accompany the public vessel to the mundane realm. One spirit master inquired, "Is this opportunity a person or a treasure?" Sua Wuchang remained silent. The others ceased their inquiries, though their eyes betrayed a hint of envy. At that moment, a spirit master from the Silver Ring Mansion sighed. Such are the benefits of fostering good relations with others. After speaking, he extended a friendly gesture towards Sua Wuchang, inquiring, "May I ask who this esteemed Wuchang is?" Sua Wuchang replied, "My surname is Sua." The spirit master from the Silver Ring Mansion scrutinized him for a moment before smiling. "I shall remember this. I will surely recognize Brother Sua upon our next encounter." Official disciples of the Hall of Wuchang conceal their faces behind white masks, and regardless of their previous names, they all adopt the name Wuchang upon entering the hall, differing only in their surnames. Outsiders, when encountering members of the Hall of Wuchang, generally cannot distinguish one from another, as they are all referred to simply as Wuchang. Chapter 51. Faith. As the dawn broke, Mi Bayue closed the Book of Good and Evil and rose to her feet. At the slightest commotion, Jiang Shao and Tu Yining quietly opened their eyes. Jiang Shao, enduring the dual torment of physical and mental strain, offered a smile to Mi Bayue and inquired, "Bayue, are you going to rest?" Mi Bayue, perceptive and understanding, chose not to address the boy's forced demeanor, replying, "Yes, I am feeling a bit unwell." He glanced at her, and she smiled. "Is it your legs that are numb? I just experienced that as well." The awkwardness of his situation dissipated upon her casual remark, prompting Jiang Shao to candidly admit, "I apologize for the inconvenience." Mi Bayue nodded and gazed toward the distant sea. As someone passed by her, she turned to look. Tu Yining met her gaze with a calm expression before straightening her back and striding toward the cabin. Mi Bayue found it amusing. Tu Yining's self-assured facade of poise and demeanor was utterly transparent to a doctor well acquainted with the intricacies of the human body. "How pretentious," Jiang Shao muttered. "Indeed." He blushed, reflecting that he was not much better off than Tu Yining. His steps were unsteady, but Mi Bayue remained unperturbed. Meanwhile, Tu Yining, who had entered the cabin before them, glanced around to find no one present. She immediately bent her waist, releasing her sword from its poised grip, and used it as a makeshift cane, each step causing a twitch at the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, hearing a noise ahead, the youth straightened up, sword in hand, only to see a spirit ship attendant passing by. Once the attendant had gone, Tu Yining, drenched in sweat, beheld her door as if it were a beacon of hope. On this day, not a single youth appeared on the deck of the spirit ship. Nearly everyone remained indoors. She harbored a rather audacious thought, but first, she needed an answer. When the rules of the shadow deity clash with those of the supernatural tales, do they supersede the tales? The Book of Good and Evil, yes, except when divine power is insufficient. Mi Bayue was not surprised by this answer. Divine power is intertwined with the followers, and a lack of divine power indicates a deficiency in followers. Similarly, supernatural tales are the congealed essence of collective human thought, their source of power akin to that of the shadow deity. In their collision, a god devoid of followers is merely an empty shell. What she must do now is not to confront the supernatural tales head-on, thus this question need not be pondered further. With clarity in her heart, Mi Bayue approached the bathing room, opening any door within with greater caution than ever before. She succeeded. Mi Bayue stood silently before the door for a moment, calming her heart, which raced more urgently than usual. Her gaze flickered as she quietly chanted to herself, "Calm down. This is not enough. It is merely a preliminary experiment. True success hinges upon the accomplishment of a far more significant element." At this moment, coincidentally, Mi Feixue was on her way to the academy. Upon entering the courtyard, Mi Bayue spotted the child ascending into the carriage. Mi Feixue, notably perceptive, turned her head, and upon seeing Mi Bayue, her expressionless face visibly brightened with joy. Mi Bayue approached, and the child's nose twitched in curiosity, followed by a look of confusion. Mi Bayue smiled as she gently ruffled the top of her head, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Can you really sense that?" "Unfortunately, there is nothing there. I cannot possibly fetch a cup of seawater for you to see." Mi Feixue shook her head, gesturing around her body as if to dispel something. The prickling sensation brought by the ethereal energy of the mist faded away with her movements. Mi Bayue could not help but glance at Mi Feixue a few more times. Just as Mi Feixue was content to have banished those uncomfortable little insects from Bayue's body. She looked up and met Bayue's inquisitive gaze. Had the little one done something wrong? Mi Feixue felt a twinge of unease, blinking timidly. Mi Bayue shook her head with a smile, saying, "You did wonderfully." Mi Feixue then allowed her smile to return. After sending her off on the snow-listening carriage, Mi Bayue proceeded to the laboratory. Zhuosi was inside, conducting another round of soul binding with Yuhu. Upon hearing the door open, Zhuosi complained without looking up, stating that his spiritual perception was dull, and given his age, spending resources on him was a waste. Despite his words, his hands moved with utmost diligence and focus, leaving no room for doubt. "The materials I brought were scarce, and such resources were non-renewable in the mundane world." Mi Bayue had grown accustomed to his incessant chatter and sat nearby, waiting. Zhuosi gathered some spiritual essence, allowing the soul binding to seep into Yuhu's brow. He turned to Mi Bayue, about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. He hurried to Mi Bayue's side. "Where were you last night?" Mi Bayue countered. "What is the matter?" Zhuosi scrutinized her, saying, "Your aura is saturated at the surface of your body, this scent." He theatrically waved his hand and sniffed again, his expression turning quite remarkable. "It's the energy from the mist. How could this be?" Mi Bayue's interest was piqued, and she inquired, "Is there a distinction in the scent of spiritual energy?" Zhuosi remarked, "The spiritual essence of ordinary realms is often indistinguishable. However, certain extraordinary regions indeed possess unique characteristics. The misty line is the boundary between the mundane continent and the spirit realm, where the spiritual energy is rich and intermingled with a distinct oceanic aura. Some even suggest that it carries the essence of the mirage. I recently traversed that location. I could not possibly be mistaken." Her swift admission raised Zhuosi's skepticism. "No, that cannot be right." He circled her once more, stating, "Having been so thoroughly infused with spiritual energy, you must have suffered from spiritual toxins, yet you appear entirely unaffected." Upon hearing this, Zhuosi's expression became vacant. Mi Bayue then unveiled the answer to the enigma. Zhuosi's gaze towards her transformed entirely. At that moment, Yuhu on the wooden bed stirred. Mi Bayue, sensing something amiss, summoned the Book of Good and Evil. Within its blank pages, Yuhu's name materialized. Anything Mi Bayue wished to see would manifest clearly with but a thought, while secondary details would fade into obscurity. She glanced briefly, uninterested in Yuhu's past, causing his information to vanish from the pages. Zhuosi, unable to perceive the book's contents, inquired, "What is this?" Mi Bayue merely smiled at him in response. Zhuosi's eyes flickered. When they first met aboard the spirit vessel, he had been captivated by the girl's beauty, contemplating her inclusion in his harem. He realized then that her smile was undoubtedly enchanting, and upon seeing it now, he found it indeed so. Yet, he harbored no impure thoughts, as fear and restraint held him back. "You seem to be in high spirits?" Zhuosi asked uncertainly. Mi Bayue replied with a smile. "I have achieved the desired results in 2 consecutive experiments. One of the events pertains to the soul-confounding seed." Zhuosi was certain that Mi Bayue was reading at the very moment when Yuhu was stirring. Mi Bayue nodded. Zhuosi pondered, "If the desired outcome of your experiment is the successful control of hearts and minds through the soul-confounding seed, then you might be celebrating prematurely. Through recent experiments, I have observed that the effects of the soul-confounding seed on ordinary individuals yield a disproportionate effort to reward ratio." Mi Bayue smiled and said, "The results I seek from the soul-confounding seed experiment are not simply about having an utterly obedient subordinate, but rather to explore whether the beliefs instilled through brainwashing can be considered genuine faith." Zhuosi absorbed the implications of her words, feeling a mix of astonishment and uncertainty within. At that moment, Mi Bayue stood up and said to Zhuosi, "Follow me." Without hesitation, Zhuosi trailed behind her, his gaze lingering on the delicate contours of her shoulders. Mi Bayue approached the door and knocked 3 times, signaling the spirit of the house to connect this door to the gateway of the sub-spirit, instructing Zhuosi to enter. Zhuosi, perplexed, thought the proper term should have been exit. He glanced at Mi Bayue, silently reasoning that if she intended to end his life, there would be no need for such theatrics. Thus, he confidently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 52. The divine son's favor. The typically shrewd man was momentarily struck dumb by immense shock, as if his intellect had momentarily fled. Upon seeing Mi Bayue appear, he pointed at the ground like a fool and asked, "What kind of illusion is this?" Mi Bayue replied, "The likes of Suo Wuchang and others are aboard the ship. Otherwise, you could verify it for yourself." She took a seat, while Zhuosi remained in a daze. After a while, the nightmare dog emerged from the shadow beneath his feet, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that slipped through the crack of the door. In August, Mi observed the transformation of Zhuosi's expression from a state of daze to one of shock, quickly escalating to chaos and frenzied excitement. He abruptly approached Mi's side, his hands restraining themselves just before making contact with her shoulders, instead pressing against the table. This vividly illustrated the elation surging within him. "Little goddess," Zhuosi exclaimed with unprecedented sweetness, nearly blooming into laughter, "is there any limitation to this ability?" Mi smiled and replied, "There is but one limitation." Zhuosi hastily inquired, "What is it?" Mi stated, "My death." Zhuosi was momentarily taken aback, scarcely able to comprehend that the terrifying ability to traverse the realms of the spiritual and the mundane could be constrained by such a seemingly trivial limitation. "As long as you do not perish, this ability can be wielded at any time?" Mi affirmed, "Indeed, that is the case for me. Tell me, what do you wish for me to do?" Zhuosi beamed with exuberance, his enthusiasm surpassing any previous display, proclaiming his willingness to do anything for the deity. The latter part of his declaration was best taken with a grain of salt. Mi was not inclined to take it at face value. Setting aside her awareness of Zhuosi's self-serving nature, the fact that he had just received a brainwashed acolyte's moral compass spoke volumes. His fervent demeanor elicited no reaction from her, indicating everything she needed to know. Nevertheless, in this world, it is not always the loyal subordinate who proves most useful. At times, those driven by ambition and self-interest accomplish tasks with greater efficiency than the blindly loyal. In Mi's eyes, Zhuosi epitomized such an ambition-driven individual, and his response did not disappoint her. "Do what you excel at," Mi instructed. Zhuosi replied, "I have many talents." Mi Bayue, "I have heard Suo Wuchang say that you have repeatedly tempted the spirit children to follow you. Yet none have ever succeeded in advancing to the rank of spirit master." Zhuosi immediately protested, claiming it was not his fault. He had imparted all he could teach. But alas, they either lacked understanding or were simply unfortunate. Mi Bayue remarked, "One failure may be attributed to chance, but after 2 or 3 failures, the continuous allure you exert upon others is truly a display of skill." Zhuosi then realized that her concern lay not in whether he was deceiving others, but rather in the success of his deceptions. It seemed I began to grasp the meaning behind the little goddess's words. Zhuosi studied Mi Bayue's expression and inquired, "Do you wish for me to preach?" Mi Bayue chuckled, remarking that the term preach had been rather soulfully employed. Upon witnessing her smile, Zhuosi understood he had guessed correctly. He added, "In the mortal realm, preaching is explicitly forbidden by Fanchong Tian." This was the second time Mi Bayue had encountered the name Fanchong Tian. From the tones of Suo Wuchang and Zhuosi, it appeared that Fanchong Tian resembled a modern federal assembly or an ancient martial arts alliance, governed by top spirit masters who established certain regulations and managed the allocation of resources within the spirit master realm. "Why?" Mi Bayue inquired. Zhuosi replied, "Perhaps to preserve a pure land, perhaps to look down upon the mortal realm, or perhaps to feign compassion. Who can say?" "Then let us ensure they do not discover it," Mi Bayue stated. Zhuosi squinted and laughed heartily, bowing to Mi Bayue in a gesture of respect, "As you command." "Little goddess." Straightening his posture, he transformed his expression into one of seriousness. The spirit vessel for mundane souls made its journey once every decade, and this return would ensure safety for at least another 10 years. Yet, as with all matters, there remains the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. The celestial observer could prove troublesome. for none could predict when they might be scrutinized. Mi Bayue remarked, simply attend to your responsibilities. Zhusi, seeking to ingratiate, added, indeed, the young goddess possesses remarkable abilities. Even the celestial observer shall find it difficult to thwart you. Zhusi implored for a moment's delay before once more unleashing the nightmare hound, which transformed into an indistinguishable wisp of black smoke that slithered away. With his spiritual energy nearly depleted and the mundane realm lacking in spiritual essence, recovery was a daunting challenge. Having reached this point, he felt compelled to expedite his recuperation to better serve the deity. He stated with righteous conviction, in truth, the 3 taps were not a code, they merely awakened the sub-spirit of the portal. This sub-spirit would autonomously decide, in accordance with the intentions of the main spirit, whether to grant passage through the portal. Upon returning to the old laboratory, Mi Bayue examined Yuhu's physical condition. The damage from the previous rejection had been mended. And now, dressed, Yuhu appeared no different from an ordinary person. The rooting of the soul-binding seed was complete, and no further deepening would be necessary. Barring any unforeseen events, this rooting would only grow deeper, bestowing upon Yuhu unwavering loyalty to one individual, as well as a fortified mental state. The only remaining matter was the outcome of the bone-forging experiment. Could the bone spurs be retracted at will? The spurs had pierced through flesh without causing significant blood loss. Not bad. Mi Bayue inquired of Yuhu, how is your sense of pain? Yuhu shook his head, managing a smile. It's nothing significant. After enduring the agony of disembowelment and rejection reactions, the pain from the bone spurs piercing through his body had become nearly negligible to him. Mi Bayue glanced at his expression and concluded in her mind, the sensitivity to pain has diminished, which may provoke excitement in the patient. After conducting another examination, Mi Bayue said to Yuhu, today marks the final session of bone forging. If you endure this, you shall be free to leave. Yuhu was momentarily taken aback, unable to process the thrill of leaving. Mi Bayue continued, your life debt has been settled. Yuhu, with a tumultuous array of emotions, remained silent. And as the subsequent bone forging commenced, he lacked the strength to speak. Nearly an hour later, Mi Bayue began to tidy her surgical instruments in preparation for departure. In a feeble voice, Yuhu inquired, if I wish to serve again in the future, will my master accept me? Mi Bayue smiled, sensing that he was convinced of his survival through this final ordeal. Maintain this mindset. In the evening, Zhusi arrived uninvited, entering with a feigned urgency, exclaiming that the one on the bed had vanished. After Mi Bayue's departure, Yuhu had managed to rise from bed and leave the old residence following the fusion of the bone forging, a matter that the resident's spirit had reported to Mi Bayue not long ago. Zhusi could hardly be unaware that everything within this old residence was under Mi Bayue's vigilant gaze. His pretense was lackluster, merely seeking an excuse to visit her. Mi Bayue set down her chopsticks and observed Zhusi's face, which radiated an unmistakable sense of triumph. She turned to Mi Feixue and asked, does he bear the same scent as I did this morning? Mi Feixue, visibly displeased, nodded in agreement, her gaze at Zhusi growing increasingly unfriendly. He had interrupted their meal together and now carried the same fragrance from that morning. Upon hearing this, Zhusi curiously scrutinized Mi Feixue, pondering how he could perceive such things. A fine layer of dark particles, as delicate as dust, clung to Zhusi's figure. The world as seen through Mi Feixue's eyes was inherently a gradient of blacks and grays, rendering these minute dark particles almost imperceptible. They could easily be overlooked without careful observation. Mi Bayue remarked to Mi Feixue, why not give him a wave? At her suggestion, despite her aversion to Zhusi, Mi Feixue raised her chin slightly in his direction. Zhusi arched an eyebrow, understanding this as an invitation to approach. The young lad, basking in the favor of the little goddess, exhibited a certain arrogance. One day, he would surely learn the distinction between respect and disdain. He approached with a facade of humility. Mi Bayue, enchanted by Mi Feixue's endearing demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Upon hearing her laughter, Mi Feixue's cheeks flushed crimson, and her haughty expression faltered as she awkwardly waved her hand in a dismissive manner, attempting to shoo away the tiny insects. Mi Bayue observed as the dark particles clinging to Zhusi scattered and vanished into the air with the movement of her small hand. Zhusi was momentarily taken aback. The refreshing sensation of the dissipating spiritual toxins was strikingly evident. In the next moment, Zhusi knelt on one knee, aligning his gaze with that of Mi Feixue, who sat upon her stool. "Thank you for your generous favor, little goddess. I hope for your continued guidance in the future." Chapter 53. The Ink Consumed, Second Update. In the deep of night, a fierce blaze pierced the darkness, rousing countless souls from their slumber. The townsfolk donned their outer garments and rushed from their homes to gaze into the distance, where they could still see the billowing smoke rising into the sky from across the street. Which household had succumbed to flames? The Wen family, notorious for their recent misfortunes. Yet again, it was this prominent household? Is Master Wen still imprisoned in the yamen? How could another calamity befall the household? Esteemed families are often beset by troubles, and whispers abound that it may have been an act committed by their own kin. The townsfolk, passing word from one to another, became so engrossed in the spectacle that sleep eluded them, flocking in droves to the scene of the fire to ascertain the truth. The constables of the yamen promptly arrived to cordon off the curious onlookers, yet while they could restrain the crowd, they could not silence the rumors. Outside the Wen residence, wails of despair filled the air as women and children were rescued, some even carried out in a state of unconsciousness. "A monster has slain them. A monster has slain them," cried a woman, her hair disheveled, in a frenzied lament. Among the gathered crowd, someone recognized her and exclaimed, "That is the wife of the second branch of the Wen family. Murder? Was it not merely a fire?" The onlookers were taken aback, their curiosity piqued, and they refused to depart. It was not until the bodies, each exhibiting horrific signs of death, were brought forth by the constables that the ordinary folk, unaccustomed to such sights, erupted in cries of shock, and chaos ensued. Some, unable to bear the sight, retreated to a distance, while others, undeterred, continued to observe the unfolding scene at the Wen residence, reflecting, "This is no ordinary fire. There are wicked individuals at play here. Perhaps it is an act of vengeance." Indeed, another echoed, "The unscrupulous merchant has surely wronged many in secret. Today he reaps the bitter fruits of his misdeeds." Ultimately, the toll of the Wen family's tragedy was tallied. 68 men perished, including 58 private guards and 10 members of the Wen household. In the wake of this grave incident, the yamen labored through the night, posting a notice by daybreak. Beneath the announcement, a crowd of onlookers gathered, with someone loudly reciting the contents of the notice, which incited a flurry of commotion. The events of the day had cast a shadow over the academy. In the elementary classroom, the master, devoid of his usual fervor, allowed the young children to read aloud independently. While he sat at the front, the harmonious sounds of their recitation filled the air, yet one child, Mi Feixue, remained conspicuously silent, attracting envious glances from her peers, though none dared to direct a word at her. As the children responded in unison, they remained fixated on their instructor. However, merely 10 seconds after his departure, they erupted like wild horses freed from restraint, gathering together in playful banter. Wenqingpa had not attended school for quite some time, and they all felt a pang of envy towards him. But what was there to envy? His father had been imprisoned, and many had perished in their household the previous night. "My father warned me to keep my distance from Wenqingpa, for his family had fallen into grave troubles. My mother had also cautioned me today, initially suggesting she would grant me a day off, but my father did not consent." The children, a cacophony of voices, collectively discussed the events of the Wen family incident from the night before, though their primary concern remained whether this calamity would grant them a reprieve from attending the academy. Suddenly, a young boy, eager to join the conversation, inadvertently collided with the edge of a small table. "Ah!" he exclaimed in anger, only to turn and meet a pair of cold, dark eyes. His words of complaint were stifled in his throat, resembling a duck caught unexpectedly by the neck. The other children turned to observe, and an eerie silence enveloped them. The boy, who had not cried moments ago, now paled at the realization of the unintended mishap, his eyes brimming with tears. Moreover, the other novice children remained utterly silent, including the eldest among them, Wang, who was around 8 or 9 years old, also keeping his lips sealed. The young master's attendant was compelled to approach, mustering the courage to suggest to his young lord, "Perhaps you should apologize?" Mi Feixue glanced over at the desk of the young attendant, observing the unsightly and clumsy characters scrawled on the white paper before her. Without hesitation, she shook her head in disdain, expressing her refusal. The young attendant misinterpreted her rejection as a denial of his apology, leading him to burst into tears. The surrounding children dared not jest, caught between sympathy for him and fear of incurring Mi Feixue's wrath. Fortunately, it was not they who had provoked her. The attendant, however, felt obliged to console him, casting a desperate glance toward Fuen. As fellow attendants, Fuen shared a reasonably amicable rapport with this young attendant. Responding to the plea in his eyes, Fuen stepped forward, first adjusting Mi Feixue's misaligned desk, then courteously addressing the surrounding young masters. "Might I kindly ask you to play elsewhere?" Understanding the situation well, Fuen recognized that even in the absence of Lord Mi, he would feel trepidation facing the young master alone. He bent down once more to inquire of Mi Feixue, "My young master, would you like me to tidy your desk for you?" Mi Feixue shook her head. The teacher, contemplatively surveying the classroom, then silently exited once more. The classroom returned to its prior tranquility. The teacher mused, "Surely, my students cannot be this obedient. Such submissions are utterly inadequate, should they be presented. The teacher would surely demand a rewrite." Frustrated, Xiao Huai crumpled the paper he had defaced with doodles, preparing to discard it, when he inadvertently cast a glance to the side, his eyes widening in astonishment. As the ink stains from the inkstone were gradually fading from the table, it appeared as though an invisible entity was meticulously erasing them. Xiao Huai blinked in astonishment. Indeed, they were vanishing. He soon noticed that the ink stains on the paper were also dissipating, with only the soiled areas disappearing, while the neatly inscribed characters remained untouched. In Chapter 54, the innate spirit child, the diligent ink smasher, having completed its cleansing task, approached Mi Feixue to seek praise. Mi Feixue, however, nonchalantly tossed it back into the inkstone. The ink smasher, aware of its place, refrained from consuming the master's ink without permission, instead obediently twirling in the ink, diligently performing its duties. As Mi Feixue extended the brush towards it, the ink smasher seized the opportunity to assist the master in preparing the brush. Xiao Huai rubbed his eyes vigorously, his mouth agape in disbelief. Having gazed for too long, he startled when Mi Feixue turned her head. In a moment of panic, he flung the crumpled paper from his hands. The dissatisfied voice of the master echoed, and under the scrutiny of many, Xiao Huai found himself singled out for punishment. During lunch, seizing the moment when Mi Feixue was absent, Xiao Huai gathered the other children to share his discoveries from class. The children clustered around, gasping in astonishment as they listened to Xiao Huai's tale. "You must be lying. All those monsters and spirits are mere fabrications. The master has stated that everything is a product of human malice," retorted the self-proclaimed leader of the children. Xiao Huai glared fiercely at him. After all, when Qingpu was still a novice in class, he had been the chief, and this so-called leader had no place in such matters. Whether it is true or not, we shall see for ourselves. Who dares to accompany me to inspect his desk? On the small desk, not a single ink stain could be found. Prompting another round of gasps from the children, the leader shouted, "Perhaps the attendant has cleaned it thoroughly." Previously, when the inkstone was knocked over, the young boy stood up and exclaimed, "I saw this before. I remember the characters written on it." Xiao Huai gazed triumphantly at the young leader. The young leader's face flushed, perhaps due to his recent writings. "Regardless, I simply do not believe it." At that moment, the attendant stationed at the door hurried in, announcing, "Young masters, Master Mi has arrived." The two factions, eager to compete, scattered in alarm as if they had encountered a formidable presence, more effective than the mere mention of the sage's name. Each hurriedly returned to their respective seats. Shortly thereafter, Mi Feixue entered, observing the students who, despite the class not having commenced, remained quietly seated. Without a sideways glance, she made her way to her desk, immediately noticing that it had been disturbed. Mi Feixue pressed her lips together, visibly displeased. All the young boys who had been furtively glancing in her direction felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing her change in expression. "It was Chao Ji who sullied your desk, so we all came together to help tidy it up," Xiao Huai declared loudly. The collective guilt cast upon the young boys drew furious glares from them, while Chao Ji, singled out, turned pale with fright and promptly transferred all the ink and paper from his desk to Mi Feixue's. Mi Feixue furrowed her brow. Qiao Ji trembled. Fuan stepped in just in time, saying, "Young Master Qiao, our young master prefers to use his own belongings." "I'm sorry," Qiao Ji cried out. "Please forgive me." Fuan responded with a silence that spoke volumes. In the afternoon's introductory class, the young scholars remained exceptionally well-behaved, with none causing a ruckus. The teacher, harboring an inexplicable sentiment, dismissed the class punctually without assigning any homework for the day. Upon learning of Mi Bayue's whereabouts from the spirit's mouth, she hurried over to witness the scene of Mi Bayue and Zhuasi engaged in conversation. Mi Feixue politely nodded to him, and upon seeing Mi Bayue smiling and waving, her own smile blossomed as she swiftly took a seat beside her. Zhuasi fixed his gaze on Mi Feixue and remarked to Mi Bayue, "Why bother sending the little deity to learn such mundane matters? I understand everything they know. It would be far preferable for me to serve the little deity. You may impart some knowledge to her, yet there are certain things you cannot provide," Mi Bayue replied. Zhuasi narrowed his eyes. "What things?" Mi Bayue turned her head to routinely inquire about Mi Feixue's daily experiences at the academy. Mi Feixue produced a stack of papers from her sleeve, which Mi Bayue naturally accepted to peruse. Ever since she began bringing Mi Feixue gifts from her travels, Mi Feixue had also taken to preparing notes in advance to share both good and bad experiences from the academy. Upon reading about the antics of the young children, Mi Bayue found it amusing and chuckled. She set the papers down and playfully pinched Mi Feixue's cheek. "It seems you are getting along well with your classmates." Mi Feixue shyly pressed her lips together. Zhuasi, having swiftly scanned the papers, appeared rather speechless. "Is this what I cannot provide?" Mi Bayue released Mi Feixue's face and nodded at him. Despite Zhuasi's deeper schemes, he could not fathom Mi Bayue's thoughts at this moment. Under Mi Feixue's scrutinizing gaze, he smiled and set aside the papers he had taken without permission, returning to their previous conversation. "Are you truly not going to Yunma continent? I have been appointed as the spirit master stationed there, where operations will be more favorable. Whether I go or not does not affect your operations," Mi Bayue stated. Zhuasi sighed, his voice imbued with a tender lament. "I find myself deeply unsettled and sorrowful at the thought of parting from the goddess for an extended period." He subtly gestured with his eyes, yearning for a door that would allow for unrestricted visits, or at the very least, a window. However, instead of the desired portal, he received a dark glare from Mi Feixue. This figure, though capable of offering substantial benefits, was not someone he could afford to offend. Zhuasi quickly masked his expression and remarked to Mi Feixue, "I also miss the little deity dearly." Mi Feixue turned her head away in silence, expressing her disdain with a dismissive gesture. Mi Bayue playfully tapped her finger against Mi Feixue's cheek, laughing. "Where did you learn that?" Mi Feixue pointed towards the courtyard, encircling her arms as if forming a basin, and mimicked to Tuichui. Mi Bayue understood, realizing she had imitated the peculiar creature, the bubble, from the water vat in the courtyard. She then turned to Zhuasi, who remained comfortably seated, and suggested, "Let us depart now." Zhuasi's face reflected reluctance. He pondered whether it was too hasty. This was not mere pretense. He genuinely wished to remain close to the two extraordinary individuals he had recently discovered. Mi Bayue announced, "We shall take the night listening to Snow Carriage." Zhuasi's brows arched in surprise. Was that not the exclusive vehicle of the little deity? Mi Bayue nodded and informed Mi Feixue, "Tomorrow, I will escort you to the academy." Initially, Mi Feixue's demeanor had soured upon hearing that the carriage was to be given to Zhuasi, but her expression brightened like sunlight breaking through rain as she eagerly nodded and waved for him to board the carriage quickly. At that moment, the knight listening to Snow Carriage awaited in the courtyard, while Zhuasi stood before it, still attempting to persuade Mi Bayue to grant him a favorable passage. In terms of perseverance, Zhuasi had already surpassed many. Yet unbeknownst to him, Zhuasi was touched by Mi Bayue's remarkable composure at such a tender age, far surpassing anyone he had encountered. While other young girls might have found his incessant chatter unbearable, Mi Bayue remained unflappable, steadfast in her silence. Chapter 55, The Trials of the Wen Family. Shui leaped gracefully, disappearing into the night with an ethereal swiftness, vanishing from sight like a fleeting dream. Inside the carriage, the puppet man sat in a corner, his expression one of frustration. Zhuasi offered a slight smile, and turned to the girl seated opposite him, inquiring, "Little one, if you've boarded the wrong carriage, you may find it difficult to disembark." Pei Rongrong, her voice sweet and innocent, replied, "I haven't boarded the wrong carriage. This is the one I intended." "Oh." Zhusi regarded her with keen interest, his eyes sparkling. To possess such awareness at such a young age, especially in the mundane realm, were you in Lingzhou, you would undoubtedly be a prodigious spirit child from birth. Pei Rongrong tilted her head, her understanding of his words somewhat ambiguous. Zhusi beckoned her closer, assuring her that it was of no consequence if she did not comprehend now. He would enlighten her in due time. "Little one, our meeting is fortuitous. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." As for her origins or the identity of her family, he paid no heed. Pei Rongrong obediently approached him, and Zhusi's smile broadened with delight. Yet, upon reaching him, Pei Rongrong shook her head earnestly, stating, "It is not fate." Rongrong ran away to follow the carriage in search of someone. "Whom are you seeking?" Zhusi pondered, speculating whether it might be a friend of the little deity. Nevertheless, this would not deter him from recruiting her. Pei Rongrong remarked, "I cannot recall exactly, yet I am aware that she once appeared, slaying the serpent woman and rescuing me." Zhusi jested, "If you cannot remember, how can you be so certain?" "I just know." Pei Rongrong replied earnestly, "Father saw her, as did many others, yet none can recall her visage." Zhusi pondered whether it was a form of illusionary magic. Rongrong remembered her voice. Was it male or female? Pei Rongrong shook her head, uncertain, but declared it more melodious than any voice she had ever heard. Zhusi could not help but chuckle, wondering how one could be unable to distinguish gender, yet find the voice so enchanting. Suddenly, a realization struck him. A familiar sensation flashed in his mind, transforming into certainty. Was this little girl not speaking of the divine being he had encountered, who too had eluded his recollection of appearance but whose voice lingered in his memory? Could it be that she was yet another small goddess marked by the deity? Having witnessed the extraordinary powers of Mi Bayue and Mi Feixue, Zhusi swiftly dismissed the notion of using Pei Rongrong as a subject for experimentation. "Did the divine master send you to find her?" Zhusi inquired cautiously. If that were the case, abducting Pei Rongrong would surely incur divine wrath. Pei Rongrong's eyes widened, sparkling with brilliance as if igniting a flame within her. "So, it was a divine being who saved me," Zhusi replied. "Did you not hear my question?" In the old mansion, Mi Bayue sensed something amiss, and the book of good and evil manifested in her hands. The name Pei Rongrong, a 3-year-old child, appeared vividly upon its pages. Upon encountering the brief mention of her entanglement with the serpent woman, Mi Bayue was reminded of the girl's identity. However, she pondered how it was that this girl had inexplicably become her devotee. Setting aside her questions for the moment, she concealed the book of good and evil. Opposite her, Shenli resumed his halted discourse, stating that regarding the recent Wen family case, witnesses reported that the assailant's visage was obscured and his body bore spines. "I visited the magistrate's office to examine the corpses, and the wounds were strikingly similar to those inflicted on Lu Ji Bao Bayuhu." Once he concluded, Mi Bayue replied, "You who is not here with me?" Shenli, taken aback by this revelation, inquired about his whereabouts. Mi Bayue responded, "Yesterday, I settled our accounts, and he departed. I am unaware of his destination." Shenli, his expression grave, rose from his seat and hastily bid farewell to Mi Bayue. After Shenli's departure, Mi Bayue contemplated visiting her newly acquired devotee. She donned the night wanderer's enigma, allowing her to blend into the shadows of the night as she ventured forth. Upon returning to the magistrate's residence, she found no sign of her little devotee. Instead, the household staff were bustling about in a frenzy, searching for their once again missing young mistress. Mi Bayue held a favorable impression of Pei Rongrong and, considering the girl's susceptibility to supernatural entities due to her spiritual affinity, feared that her newly minted devotee might meet an untimely demise. She retrieved the book of good and evil and recited Pei Rongrong's name, seeking to discern her current whereabouts. Characters spelling night comes to listen to snow appeared on the pages, followed by a rapid succession of place names that emerged and vanished in quick succession. A servant responsible for caring for Pei Rongrong mentioned that the last time the young lady went missing, It was due to that peculiar carriage at the CU residence. Might it be the same carriage causing trouble again? Since it did not consume the young lady last time, could it be? Is it not said that the people of CU possess extraordinary abilities? Perhaps we should invite them to search for the young lady? These words were uttered casually. Yet they inadvertently touched upon the truth. With her purpose here now nullified, Mi Bayue had no intention of lingering any longer. She stepped outside the residence and immediately sensed a familiar, eerie presence. She turned to see a shadow darting past the eaves, only to vanish moments later. Mi Bayue swiftly followed the shadow, the figure completely oblivious to her presence. She observed as it infiltrated the prison within the government office. Standing before the cell of Wen Likang. Last night, 68 individuals. Tonight, 12. A hoarse voice echoed in the frigid confines of the cell. Wen Likang's expression turned to one of shock as he approached the cell door, staring intently at the figure in black and demanding, "Who are you?" The visitor replied, "Except for the elderly, the weak, and women and children, not a single male member of the Wen family shall escape. As for you, I will leave you for last. I want you to witness the downfall of the Wen family with your own eyes." A heartless intent was clear. The intruder understood precisely what Old Master Wen truly valued. Do you think you are affecting whose interests? Just wait and see who ultimately meets their demise. When Likang bellowed in fury, his voice stirring the guards. The figure vanished swiftly. On the eaves, Yuhu's divine voice resonated, causing the recently escaped figure in black to shudder involuntarily. He turned and prostrated himself, his absolute submission rendering him devoid of any extraneous thoughts. Mi Bayue regarded him. The representation of Si Yiling was her own identity as a shadow deity, recognized by the entranced followers as her very essence. Having gleaned the answers she sought, Mi Bayue departed without hesitation. Several minutes later, Yuhu, still on the ground, rose with a dazed expression. Before him lay an emptiness, the night cool as water, yet his heart surged with warmth. An inexplicable heat radiating from his brow indicating that a divine presence had cast a glance upon him. This was no mere illusion. The sounds of inquiry below grew louder, prompting Yuhu to leave swiftly, mindful of his surroundings. As for the side note, the work has been published. I humbly request the support of my dear readers for the official release. Your votes are immensely appreciated. Chapter 56, Beyond the Heavens, Part 2, this morning. Mi Bayue and Mi Feixue boarded the carriage of the CE mansion to attend the academy, having grown accustomed to the comfort of the night listening to snow carriage. The transition to a regular carriage felt quite jarring. It is no wonder that the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to opulence, but difficult to revert. In contrast, Fuen, who served as the coachman, appeared far more at ease, compared to the daily unease of riding the luxurious carriage. The bumps of an ordinary carriage became a source of solace for him. The streets of Baiyuan City were bustling with life. As Mi Bayue walked, she realized that amidst her numerous plans, she had yet to truly explore the city. Feeling a spark of curiosity, Mi Bayue began to stroll leisurely, stopping periodically. Before long, her hands were laden with several parcels, local dried fruits specially for children, and 2 garments selected for Mi Feishue's size. She also purchased a few items for Xiaoling, but opted not to carry them herself, instructing the owner of the clothing shop to send them to the CE mansion. WAP. COM Mi Xiaonyang? Surely, it is Mi Xiaonyang from Yangmingxiang. A voice rose from a whisper to a crescendo. A voluptuous matron stood before Mi Bayue, scrutinizing her visage before mockingly exclaiming, "I heard the tailor shop owner address you as Miss Me. Have you forgotten me, dear lady? Or has success rendered you reluctant to acknowledge your former compatriot?" Passers-by were drawn to the scene by her volume. Mi Bayue replied coolly, "And you are?" The matron exaggerated her surprise. "You truly do not recognize me? When you first moved to Yangmingxiang, I greeted you. Alas, you had just given birth and were too weak to converse." Given birth? The onlookers gasped, astonished that this seemingly youthful beauty, barely out of her teens, had already married and borne a child. Yet she appeared to be dressed as an unmarried woman. The matron pointed to the package Mi Bayue held. "Is that not clothing for your child? I observe the fine quality. It seems you have found a new husband. I must congratulate you." New husband? Another scandalous revelation. As whispers among the crowd intensified, Hu Yuyin felt a surge of jealousy dissipate. Narrowing her eyes at Mi Bayue and insincerely remarking, "But why do you dress in such a manner? Does your new family not expect you to present yourself as a wife? You lack even a maid to carry your belongings." Mi Bayue stepped aside, while the clever maid beside Hu Yuyin swiftly blocked her path. Observing the performance put on by the other party, Mi Bayue could hardly be oblivious to the fact that they would not allow her to leave until their theatrical cravings had been satisfied. Seizing the opportunity of a leisurely day, she resolved to treat herself to a half-day holiday, eager to glean some tales of the original owner's exploits from this individual. Whether they bore truth or falsehood, as any information would suffice. With a gentle smile, Mi Bayue instructed, "Please deliver this to the CE residence and inform the doorman that it is my possession. He will take care of the arrangements." Hu Yuyin's smile faltered slightly, her dissatisfaction evident as she pondered how Mi Bayue could remain so composed and unperturbed, instead of displaying indignation and a desire to flee. Why, she thought, would she actually heed her request to send the package? Who in their right mind would wish to deliver something to this insufferable wretch? With a knowing glance, Hu Yuyin signaled to her maid, urging her to summon the carriage driver. Greatly pleased with the maid's quick wit, Hu Yuyin scolded, "What a mess you've made. You're making a fool of us all." Turning back to Mi Bayue, she added, "My dear, this. Oh, I did not anticipate such a situation." Mi Bayue regarded their subpar performance with an amused smile and asked, "Shall we continue reminiscing then?" Hu Yuyin momentarily faltered. At that moment, the proprietor of the tailor shop emerged with a paper umbrella, holding it aloft above Mi Bayue's head. "Miss Me," he remarked, "I see the sun is beginning to shine. Be careful not to let your delicate skin suffer from sunburn. You needn't trouble anyone to deliver this. I have ample hands at my disposal. And it's merely a matter of your word." Hu Yuyin glared in disbelief. The tailor shop owner paid her no mind, dismissing her as a naive country bumpkin who had arrived in the city without a proper understanding of its gentry. "I recognize your affection for the young master," he continued, "which is why you personally took his garments. It is unfortunate that it has led to such misunderstandings." Hu Yuyin was still in a daze, unable to comprehend how the renowned owner of the prestigious ready-to-wear shop could treat Mi Bayue with such courtesy, even questioning if she had mistaken the person. Upon hearing the mention of the young master, she reaffirmed that she had indeed recognized the individual correctly. This was the unfortunate child who, at such a tender age, had become an unwed mother, cast into the depths of despair known as eternal dreamland. The young lady had truly found herself a commendable family. Envy bubbled within Hu Yuyin, her mouth tinged with bitterness, and her sharp, caustic tone could no longer be concealed. She wondered which household held such affection for Mi Bayue, accepting a woman who had borne a child out of wedlock and was burdened with a loved child. This lady may indulge in her meals as she pleases, but she ought to be cautious with her words. The ready-to-wear shop owner exclaimed, "Miss Me is innocent, and your slander could lead to legal repercussions." Startled, Hu Yuyin found herself at a loss for composure. In front of so many witnesses, she refused to back down, declaring, "The prefect of Bayuan is a relative of my family. If you possess the audacity, take me to court." The shop owner's expression shifted to one of astonishment as Hu Yuyin regained her confidence. "It seems everyone has been deceived by you," she scolded, turning to Mi Bayue. "Oh, my dear, one must take responsibility for their actions. What is done cannot be undone, no matter how one tries to conceal it. Some things, alas, remain sullied, and no amount of washing can cleanse them." Mi Bayue shook her head, her gaze drifting through Hu Yuyin, looking beyond her. The figures dressed as officers parted the crowd, and a carriage rolled down the road. The prefect descended from the vehicle, making his way directly toward them. As the crowd erupted in cries of the prefect, Hu Yuyin's expression was a mixture of surprise and joy as she turned to greet him. "Second uncle," she said. The magistrate was momentarily taken aback. Hu Yuyin quickly added, "I am Cheng Yi's wife." It was then that the magistrate recalled the relatives who had recently sought refuge, having granted them a travel permit via carriage. He nodded in acknowledgement. Hu Yuyin intended to reminisce and foster a closer bond, but the magistrate hastily strode towards Mi Bayue, exclaiming, "Miss Me, I have finally found you." Behind him, Hu Yuyin's proud demeanor faltered, her expression stiffening as she halted her steps. Mi Bayue nodded at the magistrate, remarking, "It just so happens that I have matters to discuss with you." "What is it?" the magistrate inquired. Mi Bayue replied, "I wish to request your assistance in a case. This lady has spoken ill of me and has slandered me multiple times. Everyone present can attest to this." The magistrate turned around, and Hu Yuyan's face was filled with panic. "Second uncle, arrest her," the magistrate commanded sternly. The constables seized Hu Yuyan. "Shall we not conduct an interrogation first?" Mi Bayue asked. Having already surmised the purpose of the magistrate's visit, she nonetheless accompanied him to the carriage. Outside, Hu Yuyan continued to call out for second uncle, pleading with claims of her pregnancy. Once inside the carriage, the magistrate scoffed, "Wretched woman." The carriage set off towards the Saifeng. The magistrate glanced at Mi Bayue, attempting to speak several times. Mi Bayue interjected, "You wish to inquire about Pei Rongrong's whereabouts." The magistrate sat up straight, exclaiming, "Miss, you know." He hurriedly continued, "My daughter has been missing since last night. I searched the entire night without a trace. I truly had no other recourse but to think of the carriage that rescued my daughter that day." Mi Bayue reassured him, "She is safe." The magistrate pressed, "Where is Rongrong now?" Mi Bayue smiled and said, "You wouldn't believe me even if I told you." The governor shook his head, replying earnestly, "I am aware that I have wronged Miss Me in the past, but I am no longer the same man." Mi Bayue then stated, "She is in the Yunma continent." The governor, perplexed, questioned, "Did Miss Me perhaps misspeak? There are realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals. The Kanglan continent is not the only one that exists. This may not be a misfortune for Pei Rongrong. She was born different from ordinary people and requires guidance." The governor remained silent for a long time. The carriage from the Sai mansion had arrived, as the coachman reminded them. Mi Bayue bid farewell to the governor, preparing to disembark. Only then did the governor lift his head. The man, usually serious, now had red-rimmed eyes as he asked Mi Bayue, "Will I ever see Rongrong again in this lifetime?" Mi Bayue replied, "In the shortest span, a few days, at most. 10 days to half a month." He mistakenly believed that Pei Rongrong had gone to the otherworldly realms, akin to the tales where celestial beings and mortals are separated. The governor was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 57, Extreme Spirit, Part 3. Equally delighted was the spirit of the residents. It was not singular. Every character had their own version. When night fell and Mi Bayue went to check on Mi Feishue's studies, she noticed the cursed doll on the desk. Even without donning the night tour's eerie play, she could still sense the melancholic aura emanating from the doll. Mi Bayue pondered for a moment, causing the spirit of the residents to cast a surprised glance at the young man before her. Ji Lujialan seemed to see this person anew. For in the face of life and death, few are so resolute. "I still do not know your name," she said softly, her tone having softened. A magical pioneer could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, grasped Wei Jingtian's hand, and forcefully thrust the military flagpole against the ground of the city wall. What a remarkable display of skill! Once more, the sturdy man advanced again, delivering a series of 3 powerful punches. His techniques were not convoluted, but rather a simplification of complexity, showcasing immense strength. Zhao Rui delivered a kick to Wu Yu, sending him flying away from the rhinoceros beast's impending attack. A flicker of unease and a hint of terror crossed the eyes of Dongfang Quang and Lung Outyin. However, these 2 formidable demons had encountered countless grand spectacles in their lives. They chose to disregard the anomalies and fiercely amplified their own assaults, vowing to eliminate Zhao Xuanqin with this final strike. Yin Ruchuan was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at Lin Yuan. To be fair, her relationship with Lin Yuan was not particularly deep, and her decision to approach Lin Yuan regarding this matter was filled with hesitation. Yet, being a person of resolve and directness, once she had determined to undertake a task, she pursued it with unwavering determination. Armed with these talismans, they were far more effective against shadows than a handgun. I retrieved a dozen ghost-repelling talismans from my belongings and handed them to Lu Jianjun. The intelligence personnel led the charge, infiltrating various counties to gather information about the Ming army while simultaneously serving as internal support during the siege. Coupled with the prior propaganda campaign, the populace had long embraced the Deshun army and eagerly awaited their arrival. This individual commanded a minimum payment of 5 million for a role in a film, and at that moment, he was engaged in the shooting of a major movie, making it impossible for him to adjust his schedule. With a sly grin, Wang Youyu mused about the material of the feathers of the three-legged golden crow, pondering why they were so warm. Nestled within its plumage, he found comfort akin to that of a premium goose down jacket. Old Master Yu quickly consumed several pills, regaining some color in his cheeks, and presented a golden token inscribed with the character for dough. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. Currently, there are 36 vials of energy liquid in the Research Institute. A batch was used for refining enhancement potions, and yesterday, Brigade Commander Bai took another batch. Though I was reluctant to part with them, his formidable strength left me no choice, he admitted, his expression somewhat awkward. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Feng instructed Wei Ran and the others to continue their hunt for zombies, as today marked their final opportunity. With the external energy surging wildly, the zombies had become increasingly restless, presenting a chance for the group. Wang Youyu gazed cheerfully at Yushun, blissfully unaware of the dissatisfaction stemming from mental contamination. Among the orc tribes, the Bull clan possessed one of the weakest spiritual powers, and it had been quite some time since a telekinetic master had emerged, following Niubin. Suddenly, a massive pitch-black moon, adorned with twinkling stars, enveloped nearly 70 members of the Fire Sun sect in its embrace. With spirits lifted, Wang Youyu felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for everything around him. Meanwhile, the crowd continued to chant for young Master Long in a fervor that echoed through the air. Yet, the realm of the celestial melody, once separated from the ancient sealed war, risked being sensed by those formidable entities. The onlookers occasionally stood on tiptoe, eagerly whispering among themselves, their faces unmistakably adorned with expressions of joy and anxious anticipation. Chapter 58, Striving Behind the Scenes. Shining Before the World, Part 4. Mi Bayue's inquiries were all centered around peculiar matters, distinctly different from the cultivation knowledge that currently occupied the minds of the youth. Su Wuchang was initially taken aback, but soon found solace in the realization that Mi Bayue was a promising artifact master of the future. Coincidentally, the Wuchang Hall functioned much like an assassin's organization, undertaking the assassination tasks assigned by Fan Chantan, while also perpetually navigating the treacherous path of hunting strange entities. Thus, Mi Bayue had indeed sought the right person for guidance. Su Wuchang had encountered and confronted numerous bizarre beings firsthand, granting him profound insights into their various characteristics. As their conversation deepened, both became increasingly engrossed, capturing the attention of the spirit master nearby, who occasionally interjected with a comment or two. A stealthy figure stealthily approached the bow of the ship, halting at a distance that allowed for clear comprehension of their discourse without causing disruption. There, the figure settled into a cross-legged position, embarking on their clandestine learning endeavor. A spirit master at the bow cast a sidelong glance in their direction, causing the figure to tense up nervously. However, the spirit master said nothing and turned away, leaving the figure to exhale a sigh of relief and flash a grin at Tu Yining on the deck. Tu Yining. Around them, the youth began to stir with anticipation. There is no issue with Xielang. The spirit masters have not expressed any grievances. If we keep our distance and merely listen from afar, it should be fine, right? Why not give it a try? And so they did, one by one, pairing up. They crept closer with stealthy steps akin to thieves. As more and more individuals successfully secured advantageous positions for eavesdropping, those who had remained still grew restless, hastening to join the throng at the bow. Meanwhile, the spirit masters, seemingly indifferent, were quietly amused as they observed these subtle antics. This generation of ordinary youths is far more intriguing than the last. Haha, the one who initiated the challenge displays commendable courage and wit. Humph. Wit? I perceive it as recklessness. The reminders given to them were forgotten within 2 days. Without imparting some lessons, they would surely meet an untimely demise in Lingzhou. Do not be so harsh. Yet no spiritual master intervened. The masters absorbed spiritual energy, manipulated the surrounding ethereal currents, and emanated their own spiritual pressure. This flow of energy and pressure, while inconsequential among peers, proved detrimental to the uninitiated. Soon, A youth from the eavesdropping group could no longer endure, groaning as he distanced himself from the others. Some stubborn souls attempted to persist, only to succumb to dizziness shortly thereafter. If you cannot manage, retreat at once. Be wary of injuring your foundation. You will become a mere shadow of yourself before even reaching Lingzhou. A voice, cold as ice, issued from a female spiritual master. The youths, who had hoped to endure, were alarmed by her words, hastily scrambling to flee. The stark contrast in talent was once again brutally laid bare before the young men and women. By the time Mi Bayue concluded her dialogue with Su Wuchang, fewer than 10 remained in the shadows to eavesdrop. Among them were Tu Yining, Xie Lang, and Meng Tingchun from Yunma Continent, alongside Jiang Xiao, Mi Liuyu, and Sun Yaola from Kanglin Continent. The others were unknown to Mi Bayue. As she gazed at them, each pair of eyes was drawn to her in return. Her presence became a topic of hushed whispers within the crowd. Why does she appear utterly unaffected? Hasn't she yet awakened her spirit? Could it be that the esteemed spiritual master has bestowed upon her some special favor? Xie Lang queried Tu Yining, a perplexed expression adorning his face. What do you perceive? Tu Yining remarked, It's all right. Xie Lang responded, If it's all right, that implies there is still some pressure. She has been sitting among the adults for so long. And not only can she converse normally, but afterward, she wears a look of accomplishment. Tu Yining said nothing and turned to a clearing to practice her swordsmanship. Xie Lang continued to grumble. Why should it be so? We are the ones who have unlocked our spirits, not her. You toil daily in your sword practice, and yet it seems to pale in comparison to her efforts. Tu Yining replied, Your inability to see does not equate to a lack of effort on her part. Perhaps, in the shadows of our perception, she expends more energy than we do. Upon hearing this, Xie Lang's expression shifted, and he cursed, How insidious. Why didn't I think of that? Striving in obscurity while shining in the limelight. No. I must retreat to my room to practice my boxing. After spending half a day organizing the newfound knowledge and inspiration, she regrettably found herself lacking sufficient materials for practical experimentation. As a physician, Su Wuchang's mere mention of the incorporation of strange objects into medicine piqued her interest immensely. Speaking of which, Feixue had captured that ink-making child. And the introduction in the Book of Good and Evil mentioned its potential for ink production. To some extent, this could also be considered a form of strange object incorporation into medicine. Mi Bayue perused the Book of Good and Evil, examining all the strange objects and artifacts listed within. According to Su Wuchang, the incorporation of strange objects into medicine necessitated not only the strange, but also the medicinal, with the prescription being of utmost importance. Currently, she lacked 2 of the 3 necessary components. Even with determination, she felt powerless. Flipping to a blank page, Mi Bayue set aside her experimental aspirations and inquired of the Book of Good and Evil, Am I an extreme spirit body? The book replied, No. Mi Bayue's expression remained unchanged. The notion of being an extreme spirit body sounded remarkable, while it would certainly be advantageous. Not being one held little consequence. The quality of one's innate talent does not hinder her pursuit of excellence. It merely elongates or shortens the journey towards her aspirations. As she prepared to close the Book of Good and Evil, she noticed a new change in the script upon its pages. The Book of Good and Evil proclaimed, You are of the infinite body. Mi Bayue inquired, What manner of physique is this? The ink on the pages fluctuated from dark to light, ultimately dissolving into blankness. In the following days, Mi Bayue feigned casual curiosity and asked Su Wuchang if there existed a spiritual talent superior to the extreme spiritual body. Su Wuchang proceeded to enumerate several spiritual endowments, each possessing its own merits and drawbacks. The advantage of the extreme spiritual body lies in its vast spiritual sea. Imagine engaging in combat. While others may deplete their spiritual energy after casting a few spells, for the extreme spiritual body, such exhaustion is but a mere trifle. Moreover, the quantity of spiritual energy influences the potency of spells. While others conjure a small flame, the extreme spiritual body can unleash a torrent, as Su Wuchang elaborated. His tone was tinged with envy and admiration. This is not to say that the extreme spiritual body is the most formidable amongst spiritual physiques. Rather, It is versatile enough to suit any practitioner. Other endowments must align with specific traits. The stellar body excels in the role of a celestial seeker among book cultivators. The undying body is suited for combat practitioners among yang-affiliated spiritualists, and the malevolent body is appropriate for any yin-aligned spiritualist. Should these be interchanged? Their advantages would transform into disadvantages. Mi Bayue nodded, absorbing the instruction. This marked her second encounter with the term celestial seeker, both times articulated by a formal spiritualist. Whether it be Zhuo Si or Sua Wuchang, their tone when mentioning the Sky Watcher is imbued with a distinct reverence. It is evident that this profession stands atop the hierarchy among countless cultivators in Lingzhou. Contemplating this, Mi Bayue refrains from inquiring further about the Sky Watcher and instead shifts the conversation to another subject. Do you possess any prescriptions, Sir Sua? I can purchase them with spiritual crystals. Sua Wuchang chuckles softly. Prescriptions are more valuable than spell diagrams. How many spiritual crystals do you possess? He recalls that Mi Bayue could not even produce 5 spiritual crystals back then. Mi Bayue responds, I could consider offerings within 100 spiritual crystals. Ah, so you do possess spiritual crystals. You simply hesitated to part with 5 for a peculiar artifact, Sua Wuchang observes. Mi Bayue cannot divulge that these spiritual crystals belong to Zhuo Si. Thus she smiles and states, while I can repair peculiar artifacts, I have yet to engage with spiritual medicines. After hearing your discourse, I find myself quite intrigued. Sua Wuchang replies, to express mere curiosity and wager 100 spiritual crystals is quite audacious. Mi Bayue counters, I would rather not, yet you have previously stated that all things hold value. Sua Wuchang is momentarily speechless, gaining a deeper understanding of Mi Bayue's character. He gestures dismissively, I do not possess any, but I can inquire with other spiritual masters on your behalf. He then advises Mi Bayue, some knowledge is universally applicable between the mundane realm and Lingzhou. The saying chew more but digest less warns against the perils of learning without mastery. If you wish to experiment, do so. But it is prudent to avoid expending excessive effort in unfamiliar domains. Mi Bayue expresses her gratitude. I shall heed your counsel, Sir Sua. True to his efficient nature. Sua Wuchang, having consented to assist Mi Bayue in the morning, summons her to a chamber by the afternoon. The spirit master in the room was a familiar face. The amiable spirit master from the Silver Ring Manor. It was only at this moment that Mi Bayue learned his name was Zhao Zhong. Zhao Zhong smiled and said, Fortunately, I have a compendium of herbs and a low-tier spirit-gathering pill recipe. If you desire them, I can provide them to you free of charge. But I would appreciate a kind word in return. Had a Navi newcomer heard this, they might have unwittingly fallen into a debt of gratitude. However, Su Wuchang was not the least bit concerned about Mi Bayue. She did not disappoint him, calmly replying to Zhao Zhong, let us adhere to the conventions among spirit masters. This single remark conveyed to Zhao Zhong that she was well versed in the rules of their profession, while subtly avoiding a direct confrontation regarding his attempt to ensnare her, thereby preserving his dignity. Zhao Zhong, undeterred by the revelation, proceeded to quote a price. Su Wuchang then interjected, that price is reasonable. Mi Bayue produced the prepared spirit crystals. And in turn, Zhao Zhong retrieved a small booklet and some paper from an embroidered pouch resembling a fragrant bag. Noticing Mi Bayue's gaze lingering on his auspicious pouch, Zhao Zhong remarked with a smile, do you fancy this? It is a pity I have no extras. Otherwise, I would gladly gift one to you. Mi Bayue smiled in silence, collecting her acquired compendium and recipe before departing. Once she left, only Su Wuchang and Zhao Zhong remained in the room. Zhao Zhong inquired, do you genuinely believe in her potential, or are you intentionally leading her astray? Both herbalists and instrument makers require innate talent and years of dedication. Her path as an illusionist is even more arduous, and learning to concoct spiritual medicines is an insatiable abyss. Zhao Zhong smiled, saying at this age, children are prone to defiance. The more one discourages them, the more determined they become. As a businessman, why would I provoke her dissatisfaction? Sua Wuchang interjected. Enough with the pleasantries, let us proceed with our transaction. Zhao Zhong shook his head, deeming Sua Wuchang impatient, and retrieved the materials he sought from his auspicious bag. Sua Wuchang examined the items, and seizing the opportunity, Zhao Zhong inquired, "What brings you to the mundane realm, and how did you sustain such a formidable injury? With your prowess, there should be no entity here capable of threatening you." Sua Wuchang confirmed the materials were correct, handed over the spiritual crystal, and departed without offering further explanation, leaving Zhao Zhong contemplative as he watched his retreating figure. Chapter 59. Replicating spells. Recognizing that the persistent curiosity of Mi Bayue would eventually be subdued by the harshness of reality, she meticulously perused the herbal compendium before deciding to transcribe a copy to feed to the Book of Good and Evil. Mi Bayue soon realized she had been engrossed in the book for nearly 2 hours. Perhaps it was time to dine. Approaching, Mi Bayue gently pinched the rosy cheeks of Mi Feixue, taking delight in their soft texture. "You are becoming increasingly beautiful," she remarked, causing Mi Feishue's face to flush with a deep crimson, even extending to her neck. Observing the child's shyness, Mi Bayue suppressed a smile and refrained from teasing her further. After their meal, Mi Feixue bid her customary farewell to Mi Bayue, retreating to her room to review her daily lessons. "I shall join you today," Mi Bayue said, taking her hand gently. Upon hearing this, Mi Feixue could not suppress the smile that blossomed on her face. She recalled the day's lesson from her teacher about how a gentleman should not display his emotions outwardly, yet she found herself unable to contain her joy. Lifting her gaze, she noticed Mi Bayue smiling back at her, though no words were exchanged, which allowed Mi Feixue to relax. Despite her petite stature, her desk was quite spacious. Mi Bayue sat across from her, and they could easily see each other, while Mi Feixue diligently worked on her homework. Mi Bayue was busy copying from the Bai Chao Ji. Struggling with her brushwork, she had previously fashioned a charcoal pencil for her use. Initially, with few opportunities to write, she hadn't found it cumbersome, but now, while transcribing, she realized that although the homemade pencil was adequate for writing, it posed challenges when attempting to capture the intricate illustrations of herbs and woods in the Bai Chao Ji. A small hand reached out, pinching the corner of Mi Bayue's paper. "Baby?" Mi Bayue inquired, looking up. Mi Feixue gestured for her to wait, then tapped the inkstone with her brush handle. The ink rippled in the inkstone, and a little ink-making boy emerged from within. With a serious expression, Mi Feixue pointed towards the Bai Chao Ji and then at the neatly bound white paper. "Get to work." The ink-making boy climbed out of the ink, his slender limbs bouncing in place, producing a sound reminiscent of paper rustling in the wind. Mi Bayue watched with keen interest, refraining from voicing any objections. Before long, she observed the desk, the bookshelf, and the carpet, as one ink-making boy after another emerged, forming an orderly line towards the desk. A flicker of surprise crossed Mi Bayue's eyes. When had so many been gathered? Under the direction of the first, these similarly appearing ink-making boys began to leap onto the characters of the Bai Chao Ji, their elongated bodies contorting into the shapes of the characters before rising and seamlessly advancing to the blank pages. A soft splat echoed. Falling onto the pages of a blank book, a single character emerges. After imprinting the words with her body, she rises to continue her work. A child tasked with grinding ink can effortlessly replicate a single font. When confronted with samples of herbal illustrations, several ink-grinding children join hands to reproduce them together. Their speed of replication is at least tenfold that of Mi Bayue's handwriting, working in such perfect harmony that they seem to operate as a singular mind. Occasionally, a few venture to sip the ink, yet they never falter in their sequence of replication. Mi Bayue rests her chin in her hand, observing this industrious group of little creatures, while Mi Feixue gazes at her with eager eyes. With a gentle touch on the child's head, she chuckles softly, remarking that she has indeed learned a lesson from the little one. Mi Feixue tilts her head in confusion, wondering what lesson she has imparted to Bayue. Mi Bayue smiles without offering an explanation. Upon their first encounter with the ink-grinding children, she had set them aside after gleaning from the Book of Good and Evil that they posed no threat to Mi Feixue. She had not anticipated that these little beings possessed such remarkable abilities. Perhaps to those spirit masters who pursue strength, these talents seem trivial, yet when harnessed effectively, they can prove invaluable. Moments later, a compendium of herbs is replicated, showcasing the children's prowess. Mi Bayue places 2 volumes of the herbal compendium side by side for comparison. Aside from the differing covers and paper, the content is a perfect one-to-one reproduction. She carefully gathers the two books and dons the Night Wanderer's guise, tapping the inkstone just as Mi Feixue had done. The ink-grinding children, sensing the divine presence at their door, dare not hesitate to emerge, their dark heads indistinguishable in terms of eyes or mouths. Mi Bayue unfurls the page containing Foxfire from the Book of Good and Evil, inquiring whether it can be replicated. The ink-making child tentatively shuffled its feet forward, initially oblivious to the distinction between the Book of Good and Evil. As it approached the tome, the pages of the book curled slightly. Startled, the ink-making child stumbled backward, landing awkwardly on its back, and upon rising, it frantically shook its head at Mi Bayue. She extended her finger to gently stroke its hairless, smooth little head, which felt remarkably akin to an ink ingot, evoking no fear. Her divine voice softened, and the ink-making child nearly melted under her touch, yet still hesitated to approach the Book of Good and Evil. Mi Bayue did not press it. Instead, she meticulously sketched a spell diagram for Foxfire on the paper and encouraged the ink-making child to replicate it. Soon, a flurry of ink-making children emerged from the desk, rushing forward in a chaotic frenzy. The squad leader, clearly overwhelmed by the influx, kicked away the excess, some even tumbling into the desk itself, perhaps intimidated by its aggressiveness. The surplus ink-making children ceased to approach, yet remained in the corner, peeking curiously. The leader led approximately 10 little companions, hand in hand, as they leaped into the Foxfire diagram drawn by Mi Bayue, swiftly merging to create a complex pattern that darted toward the blank page. In an instant, an identical Foxfire diagram materialized. Mi Bayue picked up the diagram, realizing that while the pattern could be replicated, divine power could not. However, what about spiritual energy? The Book of Good and Evil was capable of storing spiritual energy to activate spell diagrams, functioning similarly to a perpetual motion machine for spell scrolls. As long as there was sufficient spiritual energy, one need not fear its use. The ink-making child was described as a peculiar entity that could be transformed into spiritual ink, which was precisely the vital material for crafting magical artifacts, talismans, and writing strange tales. Mi Bayue presented a spiritual crystal before the leader of the ink-making children. All the ink-mixing children stirred with excitement, jostling and vying to approach the fingertips of Mi Bayue. Mi Bayue addressed the captain of the ink-mixing team, inquiring, "Can you provide me with a spell diagram that showcases a spiritual reaction?" The captain pointed towards the spirit crystal, asking, "Is this for us?" Mi Bayue nodded and relinquished the spirit crystal. "Oh my!" exclaimed the captain, directing the surrounding children to lift the spirit crystal and place it into the inkstone typically used by Mi Feixue, submerging it in the inky darkness. The captain, along with the transport team, leaped into the ink as well, understanding that they would not be able to recover it immediately. Mi Bayue removed the Night Wanderer's illusion and instead tossed the herbal compendium replica to the Book of Good and Evil for consumption. With the knowledge from the herbal compendium, the previously discarded formula for the Gathering Spirit Pill gained corresponding material analyses. These herbs were unique to Lingzhou, rare and difficult to find in the mundane realm. After reviewing the material effects and the explanation of the formula, Mi Bayue suggested to the Book of Good and Evil, "Let us attempt to use ordinary herbs from the mundane realm as substitutes. A reduction in efficacy is acceptable." The Book of Good and Evil reacted, akin to the formation of the Foxfire, as various ink characters began to blend in a seemingly chaotic yet orderly manner, with the progress bar fueled by spiritual energy. Mi Bayue glanced at it and casually tossed in 2 spirit crystals. Knowledge is costly, and research even more so. Mi Bayue was acutely aware of this from her past life. Reflecting upon her current assets, she realized that she had yet to reach Lingzhou, and the windfall obtained from Feixue had already been largely consumed. Moreover, she had an ominous premonition that this was merely the nascent stage of her research. The subsequent drug development and talisman studies would undoubtedly prove to be a considerable financial burden. Fortunately, with Feixue, the harbinger of wealth, by her side, her research progress would not be unduly hindered. She mused about the necessity of finding alternative sources of funding. As for the spiritual crystals, There was little she could do for the time being, as the reserve spirit children aboard the spirit ship were all impoverished, and the established spirit masters had their own means, rendering her insignificant in comparison. However, the procurement of mundane gold and silver could certainly be arranged. In an unrelated note, the Ink team bowed in unison. Dear kind-hearted sisters, please cast your votes to help us purchase ink. In Chapter 60, Talisman, Second Update Request. Particularly after the Good and Evil book produced a mundane substitute for the Gathering Spirit Pill, Mi Bayue observed the inexpensive ordinary herbs listed in the introduction, the majority of which were quite affordable, with only one ingredient deemed precious, barely qualifying as rare. Yet, the efficacy of the substitute, Gathering Spirit Pill, vastly exceeded the combined value of these herbs. After escorting Mi Feixue to the academy that morning, Mi Bayue proceeded to the apothecary to procure the necessary ingredients. The shopkeeper personally assisted her in preparing the medicine and, after packaging it, generously included several substantial packets of nourishing soup ingredients, claiming they were excellent for enhancing a woman's complexion. Mi Bayue did not dismiss his gesture of goodwill, but included the cost of these additional ingredients in her payment. The shopkeeper, however, shook his head, refusing to accept the extra charge. Mi Bayue replied, "If you do not accept this, I shall have no choice but to seek my supplies elsewhere." With that, she turned to leave. The shopkeeper hurriedly called out to her, "Miss Me, please wait." The old man harbored no ulterior motives. He simply had a request to make. Among the local establishments, this particular apothecary stood out as the largest and most well-stocked. Mi Bayue, not wishing to squander time, paused to listen to the proprietor's explanation. Observing the apothecary's demeanor, she discerned that he was not being disingenuous. Although the herbs were commonplace, their cumulative worth was not insignificant. Sensing the potential for negotiation in her words, the shopkeeper's face brightened as he eagerly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. If the herbs run out, we can always cultivate more. However, Miss Me, the talisman you seek is not so easily procured. I implore you, Miss Me." He bowed slightly as he spoke. A clever assistant promptly fetched ink and yellow paper. The apothecary cautiously inquired, "Do you require anything else?" Mi Bayue regarded him for a moment. "Anything else? Perhaps vermilion or chicken blood?" The shopkeeper hesitated, uncertain. Mi Bayue smiled and shook her head. She dipped her brush in ink and inscribed a talisman upon the yellow paper. The apothecary was elated, expressing his gratitude profusely. "Thank you, Miss Me." With her bundle of herbs in hand, Mi Bayue departed. Once she had left, the shopkeeper called for the assistant to bring adhesive, personally affixing the talisman above the entrance, ensuring it would be sheltered from the elements. He descended the stairs, and the assistant whispered, "Is it wise to trade so many herbs for a mere piece of paper?" "Silence," the shopkeeper interjected, standing still as he gazed upon the talisman. In truth, he himself harbored little confidence in the efficacy of the talisman he had crafted so effortlessly. However, at this juncture, such concerns were of little consequence. His words were as much for the young attendant as they were for himself, a means to seek solace. Miss Me was undoubtedly a person of great competence, as evidenced by the respectful demeanor exhibited by both the head of the Sai Manor and the local magistrate towards her. Moreover, with the Wen family nearly extinguished, leaving only the elderly, the frail, and women and children, it was unclear how the rumor had spread that the creature pursuing them hailed from the Sai Manor. If this were indeed true, Miss Me was a formidable figure revered by the Sai Manor. Her signature could potentially quell that monster. But what if it were false? The young attendant interjected. The apothecary glared at him, resigned to fate, and urged him to focus on his work. As Miss Mi Bayue traversed the streets, she noted that passers-by regarded her with an increased sense of reverence. Those who inadvertently met her gaze either hastily averted their eyes or offered her overt displays of goodwill. Passing through the thoroughfare where the Wen family resided, once known as Kaiyun Road, an appellation that signified that most who walked this street were merchants of the Kaiyun Maritime Trading Company, symbolizing that those who traversed it were destined for prosperity, she now found it desolate. The Wen family's entrance stood unguarded, and the stone lions flanking the gate were marred with dark stains. Those nearby deliberately veered away as they approached. in the confines of the manor's jail, leaning on a cane. The frail and white-haired patriarch of the Wen family spoke solemnly to Wen Likong. The direct descendants and collateral branches of the Wen family have suffered the loss of 48 young lives. Those remaining are either too fearful to return home or consist solely of the old, the weak, and women and children. At this moment, Wen Likong's disheveled hair and sunken cheeks bore no resemblance to his former spirited self. Each word he uttered seemed forced through clenched teeth, expressing a fierce desire for vengeance. I want them to perish without a trace. The patriarch of the Wen family declared, they will die. All of them deserve death. When Likong looked up, his gaze pointed, questioning his father. The elder's murky eyes glinted with coldness. Considering our shared ties within the same town, we risked incurring the wrath of that esteemed individual and refused his proposition. And what have we gained? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. They initiated this ungraciousness, so they must not blame us for our lack of mercy. When Likong, filled with a sudden thrill, asked if his father had made contact with that formidable figure, the patriarch nodded, revealing that the individual had recently been seen near Bayue City. Splendid. When Likong grinned wickedly, vowing that none would escape. Bayue City, not meant for the Wen family, ought to cease to exist, and he wished to see them regret their despair. Particularly the woman and her offspring who had harmed his son. He desired their demise to be anything but swift, recalling how that esteemed individual had a fondness for children. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Time's up. Come out quickly. When Likong glared at the intruders, recalling a time when they would never have dared to treat a member of the Wen family in such a disrespectful manner. The patriarch gestured for him to endure for a moment longer before he leaned on his cane and made his way to the door. As I passed by a prison cell, I heard a disheveled woman inside bellowing, "Let me see the magistrate. He is my second uncle. I am in pain. And if I'm as scary, can you bear the consequences?" The head of the Wen family stamped his foot in agitation and turned to gaze at Hu Yuyan. Upon seeing a face marked by age and harshness, Hu Yuyan retorted without a moment's hesitation, "Old fool, what are you staring at?" A glint of menace flickered in the eyes of the Wen patriarch as he demanded, "Pei Yan is your second uncle? Very well." A cold smile crept across his lips. "The Pei family deserves their fate." Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing Hu Yuyan's arm. His gaze, dark and foreboding, sent shivers down her spine, causing her to retreat a few paces. When she looked up, she discovered that the Wen patriarch had already moved on. Discontent, Hu Yuyan muttered a few more curses under her breath, wiping the wounds on her hands with her sleeve. Though only a superficial scrape, it itched oddly, as if something were crawling beneath her skin. Startled by this unsettling thought, she examined her hand closely, reassured only when she found nothing amiss. Chapter 61. Annihilation of the Clan. 3 updates requested. In the Wen Ancestral Hall, the remaining elderly, women, and children of the Wen family gathered under the leadership of the patriarch. The women and children wore expressions of confusion, uncertain of the patriarch's intentions. Leaning on his cane, he approached the ancestral tablets, offered 3 sticks of incense, and then lifted the covering from an object on the altar. A statue of a celestial maiden stood prominently on the table. Curious children peeked from behind. The patriarch withdrew a small knife from his sleeve, pricked his finger, and let drops of blood fall onto the statue. After completing this ritual, he turned and commanded the others, one by one, "Come forward." The elderly matriarch stepped forward and extended her hand to the patriarch, inadvertently slicing her finger, causing blood to fall upon the statue of the celestial maiden. The patriarch retrieved a porcelain vial and poured forth a shallow golden pill for the matriarch to consume. As the golden pill emerged from the vial, an enchanting aroma wafted through the air, invigorating the senses and instilling a profound sense of elation. "Ah!" exclaimed the wife of the 3rd house, "Mother, you have regained your youth." A chorus of astonished voices echoed around her. "Is this truly an elixir of immortality? Mother appears younger than I." The matriarch, upon hearing this, caressed her own face, feeling the smoothness of her skin, and gazed at her hands, which seemed at least 20 years younger, unable to contain her overwhelming joy. "Silence!" the patriarch commanded. The crowd fell obediently quiet, and their fear of the small knife in his hand dissipated. Upon his call for others to approach, the earlier hesitation vanished, and they rushed forward eagerly to offer their blood and partake of the elixir. The children, forgetting their trepidation, laughed joyously, while the women inquired of one another how many years they had regained, reveling in their restored youth. Those of similar age to the patriarch, after consuming the potion, radiated the vigor of middle age, sharing in the exuberance. "Chingpa, what are you doing? Come here." The patriarch called to his eldest grandson, who lingered at the farthest distance. Instead of advancing, Chingpa took a step back. The matriarch, noticing the commotion, realized that her grandson, who should have been first in line to reap the benefits, had fallen to the end. With a disapproving glare at the crowd, she sweetly coaxed Chingpa with her rejuvenated visage. "Dear, come and partake of the elixir, so that your grandfather may grant you a few more." The distant relatives, upon hearing this, felt a surge of dissatisfaction, their envious gazes shifting towards Chingpa. In response, Chingpa instinctively stepped back, fear etched upon his face. How frightening! How terrifying! How dreadful! He could not fathom the source of his overwhelming dread. Despite the fact that his grandmother and once familiar relatives appeared more youthful and beautiful, their transformed visages only deepened his sense of horror. Their eyes, too, bore a voracious madness, devoid of humanity. "Chingpa," the elder patriarch called out with displeasure. Hesitantly, Chingpa replied, "Grandfather, I do not wish to eat." "Nonsense," the patriarch rebuked. "Do you comprehend what this is? It is a gift from the esteemed spirit master, and it will serve as our protective talisman. Only by consuming this medicine can we avoid becoming prey." "What prey?" Chingpa inquired, shaking his head, when suddenly he noticed the celestial figure appearing to emit smoke, causing him to freeze in terror. The patriarch, now losing his patience, commanded, "Bring him here." Several women approached, their faces adorned with insincere smiles, their red lips moving as they uttered soothing words. Panic surged within Chingpa. His heart raced, his mind blank, yet his body instinctively turned to flee. This singular moment would cast a shadow over his entire life. His second and third aunts, their bodies rapidly withering, their skeletal frames cracking with a chilling sound, collapsed to the ground, their youthful faces still fixated on the direction of Chingpa. From their mouths emerged a soft-bodied spider, roughly the size of an infant's fist. In the depths of extreme fear, one finds that silence reigns. Chingpa's mouth gaped open, his throat parched and aflame. Yet no sound emerged. He fell to the ground. Due to the absence of barriers posed by two women, he beheld the direction of the ancestral hall, where numerous adults lay sprawled upon the ground, while golden spiders scuttled across the earth. The exposed hands and feet of the children were covered in downy hair, their eyes bloodshot, fangs bared, and limbs sprawled like beasts. They cried out, their voices transforming from innocent childhood tones to the hoarse cries of wild animals. Witnessing this horrifying transformation, alongside the young Chingpa, was the instigator of this calamity, the elder patriarch of the Wen family. His expression was a tapestry of anguish, despair, resentment, shame, and regret, as countless negative emotions drove the old man to madness. He deceived me, he deceived me. May you never find peace. Master Zhang, I have betrayed my ancestors. The last vestiges of the Wen lineage were severed by his hands, buried in this agonizing manner, leaving him to lament. Tears streamed down the old patriarch's face as he turned, intent on crashing into the countless ancestral tablets of the Wen family. Upon seeing the statue of the celestial maiden enshrined upon the altar, he shuddered and furiously grasped it to smash it against the ground. The exterior of the statue cracked and flaked away, revealing a translucent, toad-like mass within. The blood that had previously dripped onto the statue was absorbed by this mass, from which a mist began to emanate outward. At first glance, the mist appeared scant, yet it soon rendered the area around the mass nearly invisible. In that moment, the patriarch realized the truth. The statue of the celestial maiden was a mere facade, while the malevolent entity within was the reality. He had been deceived, whether by the statue or the so-called elixir of safety. Overwhelmed with fury and despair, the elder coughed several times, his body swaying unsteadily. As he beheld Chingpa sitting on the ground outside the ancestral hall, a flicker of hope ignited within his eyes. "Run, Chingpa, hurry and flee." The dazed Wenchingpa was roused by this urgent call. He glanced at the elderly patriarch, who was rushing towards the entrance. The encroaching mist was spreading at an alarming pace. A golden spider crawled up his leg. The patriarch reached the doorway and forcefully shut the door, severing the terrifying scene from view. Yet, the mist continued to seep through the cracks. It moved with a swiftness that outpaced him, soon engulfing him entirely. In a state of sheer panic, Wenchingpa cried out, his mind a blank canvas, unable to discern his surroundings. He instinctively ran towards the only place he knew better than his own home, the academy. Chapter 62. The Source of Calamity. Why has the fog suddenly appeared? This is quite rare. It hasn't fogged in Bayue City for many years, let alone with such thickness. The citizens of Bayue City initially paid little heed to the fog that began to envelop the town. It was only when the mist thickened to the point that visibility dropped to mere inches that they sensed something was amiss. When the first scream pierced the air, and more began to claim they were injured or bitten by some unseen force, genuine panic ensued. As the cacophony of terrified cries echoed through every household in Bayue City, chaos reigned in the streets. At the medicinal shop, separated by a single door, the outside world was shrouded in impenetrable fog, rendering visibility non-existent. Inside, however, all remained normal. The fog did not penetrate the threshold. The shopkeeper and his assistant, puzzled by the commotion outside, ventured to the entrance to investigate. Their curiosity quickly morphed into terror as they glimpsed the bizarre scene beyond. Accompanied by a piercing scream, a man stumbled, half his body collapsing onto the steps of the apothecary. His terrified gaze, upon witnessing the two individuals in the pharmacy and the seemingly normal situation within, ignited a flicker of hope for survival. "Help me! Help me!" The attendant was so frightened that he clutched the doorframe. The pharmacy owner, too, hesitated to act rashly. Observing this, the man desperately crawled towards the pharmacy. As he reached the threshold, the owner and the attendant finally caught sight of his lower body, which was grotesquely mangled. A creature resembling a child, with sharp spider legs and a face adorned with compound eyes and jagged teeth, pursued him relentlessly. "Gah!" The attendant gasped in horror. The pharmacy owner, fixated on the child's face, exclaimed, "Is that not the butcher's second daughter, Chen?" The wails echoing through the dense fog persisted, yet the pharmacy remained untouched. The man, relieved to be alive, questioned the two within the pharmacy, "Why are you unscathed?" At the mention of this, fear etched across the man's face. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped the town, and then those monsters appeared, slaughtering people. The pharmacy owner replied, "If I am not mistaken, that child we just saw is indeed the butcher's second daughter." Filled with rage towards the child who had inflicted harm upon him, the man retorted, "She has transformed into a man-eating monster." He pressed the pharmacy owner further, "Why are you safe here? The fog cannot penetrate, nor can the monsters." The owner responded, "How should I know? I was unaware when the fog descended." Suddenly, a revelation struck him as he looked up towards the entrance. The attendant, realizing something, shouted, "Boss, could it be that?" The pharmacy owner interrupted him. The man, anxious, implored, "What is it?" The attendant fell silent. In such moments, the thought of this life-saving object being disclosed and subsequently seized by others is daunting. After calling out once, the man raised his voice, shouting repeatedly. The young attendant, realizing the situation, intended to cover his mouth, but was stopped by the apothecary owner, who remarked, "Let it be, if it can save lives. It is also a merit for oneself." The apothecary was situated by the street. Even if unseen, those who heard the commotion could chance upon it, one by one. As people discovered that the auspicious apothecary was indeed safe from attack, they wept and laughed in relief, calling out to friends and loved ones, hoping for their salvation as well. To save one is noble, to save many is equally commendable, and thus the apothecary owner permitted them entry. However, as more and more individuals flooded in, the space within the apothecary became increasingly cramped. Amid the chaos, someone was pushed into the mist, their anger unquenchable as they charged back and engaged in a scuffle with their assailant. The apothecary owner declared, "Do not crowd, it is no longer tenable here. Go to the House of Night, where they can save you." The House of Night. Indeed, the very place that dealt with such monstrous beings. Those unable to enter regained hope and dashed towards the direction of the House of Night. Wait for me, I am unfamiliar with the way. To the House of Night. Everyone hastened to the House of Night. Word spread rapidly, from 1 to 10, and then to 100. Those who heard the commotion began to follow suit towards the House of Night. The expansive grounds of the House of Night were sparsely populated, and each individual had been trained since childhood. They responded swiftly to emergencies. As a throng of citizens surged into the estate, they soon found themselves overwhelmed. Ordinary individuals, akin to blind companions, proved more of a hindrance than a help. The creatures lurking within the thick fog appeared to thrive on numbers, and even the adept disciples of the House of Night began to falter under the strain. Help! Quickly, eliminate these monsters. We cannot kill them, we cannot. Oh, my child! The preparatory disciples of the Feixue were thrown into disarray, as the official night wanderers were absent from the estate. Among them, the eldest disciple, merely a 16-year-old boy, took charge amidst the chaos. He shouted, "To Lord me!" Raising a torch, he led the way, followed by a throng of half-blind individuals. Upon nearing the old residence, they beheld the weathered walls, lanterns swaying gently, and the crimson door framed by blue tiles, which the dense fog had not engulfed. The Fortune Pharmacy is just like this. The monsters dare not enter. There is hope. A narrow gap opened in the front door of the old residence, and a maid peered outside. Upon recognizing the young disciple, she hastily pushed the door wider with another person, exclaiming, "Little wolf, come quickly. It is safe here." As the crowd rushed to the old residence's entrance, one individual attempted to enter, but was halted by the maid. "What are you doing?" he bellowed. The maid replied, "This is the master's residence. You cannot enter without permission. I will go in." The man retorted, shoving the maid aside. Shenlang, taken aback by the situation, watched as the man extended his hand to push the door. The door did not budge, and a gaping hole was pierced through the man's palm. Cradling his hand, he shouted, "Monster!" The crowd gazed, both alarmed and terrified, at the door of the old residence, which appeared entirely smooth, devoid of any weaponry. Look! The monsters are coming. Emerging from the fog, a multitude of tiny spiders and spiderlings came into view. "Oh, my child!" A woman wept bitterly, fixating on one of the spider children, yearning to rush forward, only to be halted midway by an onlooker. "Do not approach. That is no longer your child. It is a monster." No. Why do they still draw near? Were we not told they would fear us and not approach? Panic ensued among the crowd, their anxiety escalating. Shenlang shouted, "Stay calm. The fog is absent, and we are not without the means to confront them." Yet his words fell on deaf ears. The townsfolk, having never witnessed such grotesque and terrifying creatures, were already paralyzed by fear, unable to muster the courage to resist. As the spiders approached at an alarming speed, more individuals attempted to flee into the old mansion, only to find its doors unyielding. "Who is inside? Open the door." Those pushing against the door assumed someone had locked them in. Amidst the cries, wails, and curses, Shenlang stepped forward. "Disciples of the Sai House, form your ranks and stand with me against the enemy." The youthful disciples, many of them mere adolescents, gathered by his side. Some bore tattered garments, revealing gaping wounds. "Brother, it's Xiaoyun," a preparatory disciple of Sai House exclaimed upon recognizing a familiar face among the spider children. Xiaoyun was the youngest among them. Shenlang's eyes reddened. Fight. However, just as they braced themselves for the grim task of battling Qin, the ground trembled, and the small spiders along with the grotesque creatures were swallowed by the earth. The sound of gurgling and chewing echoed ominously. That voracious sound emanated from the old mansion behind them. With a creak, the crimson door, previously impervious to their efforts, swung open. Lanterns swayed, and candle flames ignited spontaneously. The gray-clad butler stood at the entrance. "Esteemed guests, the lady requests your presence." In a side note, Xiaoling pondered what fast food to send, realizing the fortunate opportunity at hand. In Chapter 63, The Most Tragic Demise, when chaos erupted in Bayuan City, Mi Bayue was diligently conducting her alchemical experiments in the laboratory. Under the protection of Xiaoling, no external sounds reached her until an anomaly stirred within the page of the Book of Good and Evil. The cursed doll was affixed to Mi Feixue, She had specifically instructed the book to promptly report any disturbances concerning the curse, halting her mid-process concoction. Mi Bayue summoned the Book of Good and Evil. The portrait of the cursed doll on the page exhibited no irregularities. Unsettled, she donned her night-wandering disguise, focusing intently on the portrait of the curse. Ever since she discovered her ability as a shadow deity to passively sense a certain range of anomalies and to observe their conditions, Mi Bayue had been analyzing this capability, determining its range and other data, and had even developed an alternative method for active usage. As long as the anomalies had been recorded in the Book of Good and Evil, she could actively sense their status, though the consumption of divine power varied with distance. However, for her devotee, the curse, the consumption of divine power was negligible, regardless of the distance. As her thoughts shifted, a murky vision unfurled before her eyes, revealing the current state of the curse. In the academy, an unusual phenomenon had emerged within the classroom. A 3-meter radius centered around Mi Feixue was devoid of any mist, while the young masters, the attendants, and even the teacher huddled within this not-so-spacious clear area, their faces etched with panic as they gazed out at the thick fog that seemed to envelop the entire world. Strange sounds echoed through the mist, causing one of the young masters to cry out in fright. Mi Feixue, expressionless, gripped a bow and arrow that was ill-suited to her petite stature, drawing the bow and releasing an arrow into the fog. After shooting, she continued onward. "Where are you going?" Mi Feixue ignored the question behind her and did not pause her steps. With her movement, the thick fog swirled around her. "Hurry, keep up." "Wah, my legs are weak." "Mi Feixue, you cannot go alone. What will we do if you leave?" Among the crowd, one figure reacted swiftly, trailing closely behind Mi Feixue. He was also the one who had urged everyone to follow. His words roused the others from their stupor, prompting the teacher to rally the group to keep pace with Mi Feixue. After they had taken a few steps behind her, they beheld a spider, the size of a human head, lying on the ground. An arrow lodged in one of its eyes as they neared the dissipating mist surrounding Mi Feixue. "Ah!" The young master shrieked in terror, and even the eldest, who prided himself on his worldly experience, swayed uneasily. Mi Feixue approached the creature. "Young master," Huan called out, "be careful." Yet Mi Feixue did not halt. She firmly grasped the arrow and yanked it free. As she turned after extracting the arrow, the others barely had time to react before she drew her bow once more and shot another arrow. The now lifeless monster on the ground had made it clear that Mi Feixue was not shooting aimlessly. As she proceeded in the direction of her shot, the others hurried to follow, witnessing another spider, slightly smaller than the first, with an arrow embedded in its head. Their initial astonishment had faded, and their gazes towards Mi Feixue transformed into something altogether different. Subsequently, Mi Feixue continued her relentless pursuit, and the children trailing behind her ceased their astonished cries, quietly following in her wake. Mi Bayue, observing this scene, discerned that the spider posed no challenge to Mi Feixue. The dense fog, a product of the spider's deceptive craft, proved ineffective against her. Stripped of this advantage, the spider was not as formidable as it appeared. Watching Mi Feixue, petite yet exuding an intimidating aura that left her fellow students in awe, Mi Bayue chuckled softly, extending her finger to tap the cheek of Mi Feixue depicted in the scene. Mi Feixue halted, surprised. "Is that you, Bayue?" Mi Bayue, finding amusement in the moment, refrained from teasing the child further and waved her hand to disperse the image. The peril threatening the academy posed no risk to Mi Feixue, and she deemed it unnecessary to deprive the child of her growth opportunities. At that moment, Jialing remarked, "A group of people has rushed outside seeking help." Mi Bayue swiftly made her way to the entrance of the estate, employing her shadow concealment so that even while boldly standing atop the wall, none perceived her presence. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the populace as Xin Lang led the disciples of the Sai mansion into battle. "Madam, may I consume them?" Jialing inquired softly from atop the wall. Mi Bayue replied, "It seems that consuming them would be beneficial for you?" Jialing modestly responded, "Just a small supplement." Mi Bayue instructed, "Then go ahead and eat. But preserve 1 or 2 as specimens. Leave the children unharmed." No sooner had she spoken than the ground outside began to convulse, leading to the terrifying spectacle of the earth swallowing the spider horde that Shun Lang and the others would later witness. Mi Bayue fixed her gaze on a particular point within the crowd, smiling. Did they not just wish to enter? Let us invite them in, ensuring none escape. Upon uttering these words, she departed from the confines of the wall, and several shadows swiftly exited the Night Watch Manor, heading towards the direction of the Wen family, which they sensed. Along the way, they encountered the malevolent spider creatures. With a flick of her hand, employing the mystical skill known as House Within the Universe, she sent them all into the essence of the manor. Little did she realize the profound mental shock this action inflicted upon those forcibly invited inside. Can one fathom the horror of witnessing terrifying spiders materialize out of thin air, cascading down, each one devoured by the gaping maw of the earth, accompanied by the ghastly sounds of crunching and swallowing echoing from all directions? Just moments ago, the looming dread of the misty spiders was an unknown terror. But now it transformed into a known horror, vividly apparent. Countless citizens, their legs trembling, collapsed to the ground in fear, facing the smiling countenance of the manor's steward. The serious steward version of the manor's spirit rarely smiled at outsiders. The present smile indicated his exceedingly good mood. After all, it was a gesture from the lady herself, personally bringing food, a kindness from the master's household that profoundly touched the spirit of the manor. Not only the ordinary citizens were terrified, but even the disciples of the Night Watch Manor were shaken to their core. Shun Lang was pushed forward to inquire of the steward. Greetings. May I ask where Lady Mi is? The steward replied, the lady has gone to address the source of the calamity. Upon hearing this, Shun Lang's spirits lifted. But then a discordant voice arose from the crowd. What calamity source? This place is the true den of monsters. I want to leave, let me go now. This sentiment resonated with many, inciting a chorus of similar cries. I too wish to depart. I do not wish to remain here. Return my child, return my child. Everyone, do not panic. If this truly is a den of monsters, how could we stand here and converse in peace? Lord Mi has saved us, shouted Shun Lang. What about the children who were devoured? Shun Lang fell silent, for among those who had been eaten was his familiar junior apprentice, Shin Yun. You are guests invited by the lady. I cannot allow you to leave without permission. The housekeeper's firm words struck a chord with the already tense crowd. Let us charge together. Yes, but one man. Surely he cannot stop us all. At this incitement, the robust young men in the crowd sprang into action. They had not strayed far from the entrance, and soon they dashed toward the door. The first among them reached the door in mere seconds, yet despite his best efforts, it would not budge. It won't open. The door is sealed. One after another, others joined to assist, but amidst the chaos, the one who had instigated the escape dashed toward the wall. With a dexterity that surpassed the ordinary, he leaped to scale it. A triumphant expression lit his face, only for the next moment to reveal that the foot he had used for leverage was seized. Looking down, he discovered a muddy hand emerging from the wall, clenching his ankle with a vice-like grip. Bang! The muddy appendage mercilessly slammed him to the ground. Ah! His scream drew the attention of the onlookers. The housekeeper inquired, Dear guest, where do you wish to go? I want to go. The small figure curled up on the ground. The crowd assumed he was merely a frightened youth, prompting a compassionate woman to step forward to offer her assistance. The diminutive figure suddenly leaped, grasping the woman by the neck, and threatened the house spirit, Release me, or I shall take her life. The crowd finally discerned his appearance. His complexion was rosy, reminiscent of youth, yet his skeletal structure bore an unsettling air of age. The house spirit remained unfazed, for this woman had no connection to it. The little man recognized this indifference and provocatively proclaimed, The duty of the SYF is to safeguard the populace. Yet it turns a blind eye to their lives and deaths. It seems the SYF is the true den of filth, more terrifying than the monsters lurking outside. Who knows, the bones buried beneath this very house may far exceed the number of lives lost today. The house spirit retorted, Speak not such nonsense. I do not feast upon the dead. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. Not consuming the dead, could it imply the consumption of the living? The little man trembled as he scattered countless minuscule golden particles from his sleeve. At first glance, they appeared as grains of gold, but upon touching the ground, each particle unfurled into miniature spiders. The recent spiders crawled onto the woman, biting her skin, and her body visibly swelled in size. Upon witnessing these lethal creatures once more, the crowd erupted in panic, fleeing with shrieks. Oh no! The earth split open, devouring a horde of these tiny spiders in one gulp. Some that had found their way onto the crowd were met with muddy hands emerging from the ground, grasping the little spiders with a fierce grip. Those unfortunate souls from whom the spiders were snatched could only lament in despair. It was uncertain which fate was more harrowing, being bitten to death by the spider or succumbing to sheer terror. Chapter 64. Save the Child, Seeking Monthly Votes, the Wen Family Ancestral Hall. Mi Bayue cast a swift glance at the two peculiar corpses of women lying on the road before pushing open the tightly shut doors of the ancestral hall. A strange, acrid scent rushed into her nostrils as she stood at the threshold, her gaze falling upon a scene of utter devastation within. A dozen or so shriveled bodies of elderly women sprawled across the ground, their faces twisted in agony, a testament to the torment they endured in their final moments. Mi Bayue closed the door behind her, resolutely avoiding distractions as she sought out the sinister toad-like artifact, collecting it into her book of good and evil. A faint sound emanated from a corner, drawing Mi Bayue's attention. A decayed, desiccated elder was lifting his head from the ground, gasping, "Save, save." Astonishingly still alive. The recent events at the Wen Family Ancestral Hall unfolded vividly in Mi Bayue's mind. She realized that the elderly figure before her, who appeared nearly a century old and on the brink of disintegration, was in fact the venerable head of the Wen family, merely in his 70s. "Save the children," he implored. Mi Bayue's brow arched slightly as she stowed away the small cauldron and approached the elder. With great difficulty, he shifted his frail body, revealing a corner of a concealed compartment beneath. Understanding dawned upon Mi Bayue. Were the children hidden below? The elder murmured, "Yes, they are beneath." Mi Bayue inquired, "If you wish for me to save them, what price are you willing to pay?" The elder's expression turned vacant, his eyes had dimmed to the point of blindness. The act of imprisoning the transformed children in a secret chamber had been a desperate gamble, driven by an instinct to disregard life and death. Yet, having succeeded, he now bore the scars of his ordeal, his body riddled with wounds, suffering from severe blood loss that rendered him sluggish and his thoughts fragmented. He was uncertain whether what lay before him was reality or mere illusion. Nonetheless, whether real or illusory, all the sins were solely his to bear. And he longed only for the safety of the children. Tears streamed down the old man's face as he faced his impending demise, his eyes remaining defiantly open. Yet, Mi Bayue discerned the silent words he formed with his lips. "Everything." "I understand," she replied. She pushed aside the body of the old patriarch and opened the partition of the secret chamber. A pair of spider-like legs emerged, propping against the floor, followed by an entity that was the most complete version of a spider child Mi Bayue had ever encountered. Its lower body was entirely arachnid, while its upper half bore a human visage, complete with canine teeth and hair that danced in an unseen breeze. Upon closer inspection, one could see a pair of rotating eyeballs within. Two more spider children crawled out from behind, resembling the first girl who had emerged. Upon seeing Mi Bayue, they froze in place, instinctively awed by her presence. In her spectral state, Mi Bayue could perceive the eerie aura floating around them, surmising that their reverence stemmed from it. She extended her hand to grasp this aura, attempting to extract it from the spider children. Their compound eyes quivered. Yet their bodies remained motionless until Mi Bayue managed to draw forth a wisp of this eerie essence. Instantly, the children's faces paled, revealing the ashen hue of impending death. The spider children gradually regained their composure, tears welling in their eyes, their distress silencing their cries. Initially, she believed some arcane rule had transformed them thus. However, upon touching that mystical force, she felt a vibrant life force instead. Judging by the children's reactions, it was this very essence that sustained their lives. Mi Bayue pondered deeply, refusing to linger and squander precious time. She opened the door to the mysterious realm, ushering this group of young individuals into a solitary room within the ancestral residence. Before stepping outside, leaving the eerie night behind, the chaos in the courtyard ceased upon the arrival of Mi Bayue. The spirit of the residence swept through like a tempest, devouring all the tiny spiders, restoring the ground to its former flatness. Lanterns emitted a warm yellow glow, filling the air with a refreshing and pleasant ambience, while even the sunlight above became radiant and inviting. However, at that moment, the weary citizens could not appreciate this serene beauty. Why is everyone seated on the ground? Mi Bayue inquired with concern. The steward of the residence replied respectfully, I invited the guests to take refuge inside, yet they preferred to remain outside. The terrified citizens exclaimed, Who would dare to enter under such circumstances? Mi Bayue nodded, recognizing their apprehension. If you wish to leave, then leave, she remarked. The source of the mist has been located and addressed. In the absence of obstacles to visibility, those small spiders are not particularly difficult to handle. And those who dare not confront them can easily evade them. What? The mist has dissipated outside? A voice in the crowd gasped. Mi Bayue affirmed, Indeed. She turned to Shenlang, saying, You are the preparatory disciples of the Night Court. The remaining spiders are now entrusted to you. Appointed, Shenlang stepped forward, responding, At your command. The other preparatory disciples of the Night Court rose to their feet, each youthful face reflecting both innocence and determination, none exceeding the age of 17. The common folk gazed in astonishment, finally noticing the numerous rips in the garments of the young boys and girls. It was this group of children who had previously safeguarded them, and now they were to confront those monstrous, man-eating spiders. As this realization dawned upon them, many faces turned crimson with shame, yet none had the courage to step forward and volunteer to join the fight. Lord Me, from the reserve of the S. A young girl called out, her voice trembling with urgency. What is it? Mi Bayue inquired. Gathering her courage, the girl responded, My junior apprentice has transformed into a half-human, half-spider creature and has been swallowed into the depths below. I wish to know her fate. Moreover, my child has also been consumed. What has become of him? Is he still alive? Mi Bayue cast a glance towards the steward of the estate. You may meet them if you wish. The ground began to convulse, and spider-like children emerged, thrashing about violently upon their arrival. The townsfolk, who had initially hoped to see their children, recoiled in terror, screaming, Awe! Xiaoyan, a female disciple from the S, recognized a familiar face among them, and urgently asked Mi Bayue, Lord, is Xiaoyan still alive? The panicked crowd turned their hopeful gazes towards her. Mi Bayue simply replied, She will not perish. The young disciple was about to inquire further when she was halted by Shenlang, who shook his head, re-establishing order among the ranks. Disciples of S, heed the call, eradicate the vile and restore peace to the night. Eradicate the vile and restore peace to the night. A dozen children shouted with righteous fervor before proceeding from the old estate, drawing the attention of the onlookers. And what of you? Mi Bayue addressed the remaining townsfolk. Will you depart now, or will you claim your children and leave together? Those without children cautiously inquired, Is it truly safe outside? Mi Bayue responded, As long as one possesses a modicum of courage, life shall not be lost. You are all here. The decision rests with you. She then turned to walk indoors. Wait, if you leave, what will happen to those little creatures? The crowd feared that once Mi Bayue departed, the spider children would remain unrestrained, leaving all the children trapped and unable to move. Someone picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it. The stone disintegrated mid-air into dust. The thrower turned pale with fright. The house spirit butler stated, Dear guests, simply follow the choice presented by the lady. Refrain from any unnecessary actions, for the consequences are unpredictable. At that moment, a brief, anguished cry erupted and then faded away. The crowd turned to look, only to discover that the previously peculiar little figure had vanished without a trace. In bewilderment, they gazed at the house spirit butler, whose stern visage appeared more fearsome than the spider children themselves. Chapter 65, The Return of the Flying Snow, 4th update, seeking subscriptions and votes in the laboratory. After Changdi Hai, Zhusi, and Yu Hu, another new guest arrived on the experimental wooden bed. The little figure, trapped upon the bed, greeted Mi Bayue with a threat. I am an honorary guest official registered with the Spirit Censorship Bureau of E-Nation. Should you dare to harm a single hair on my head, prepare to face annihilation at the hands of the Bureau. Mi Bayue smiled, then skillfully wielded a scalpel to completely peel back his scalp. Upon completion, She presented it before the little figure, supported delicately by the wooden hands of the house spirit. Mi Bayue asked, "Now tell me, where else can I not touch?" The little figure's lips trembled. Mi Bayue meticulously cleans the surgical knife. "If there is nothing else, let us proceed to the next step," she inquires of Xiaoling. "How many spider specimens did I ask you to keep?" With a hint of humor, Mi Bayue quips, "One male and one female." Xiaoling replies, "Madam, your foresight is uncanny." Mi Bayue chuckles and instructs, "Dispose of it." Wait. The diminutive figure, sensing a downward plunge, cries out, "I possess a treasure that grants immortality." Mi Bayue raises an eyebrow, surprised by the ease with which he submits. Oh, a silhouette named Sinew materializes behind her. What treasure is this? The small figure, upon seeing the unfamiliar apparition, panics and hastily explains, "You see my current state, yet I am nearly 80 years old. It is this treasure that prolongs life and preserves youth." His thoughts echo in Mi Bayue's ears. Which woman could resist the allure of eternal youth? The more beautiful the woman, the harder it is to resist. Once she succumbs to temptation, I shall have her at my mercy. Moreover, that treasure can enhance physical strength and aid in cultivation. Everyone who partakes becomes addicted. She shall be no exception. When the time comes, I can name my price. Mi Bayue commands, "Jai." The small figure freezes, only to plummet downward the next moment. "Madam, how severely has he been injured?" Xiaoling knows that Mi Bayue does not wish for this man's demise at present. Mi Bayue replies, "As long as he can still speak, it is sufficient." Xiaoling acknowledges, "Understood. How have the children been claimed?" Mi Bayue inquires. "See to it that those children are first settled in the inner courtyard." Xiaoling, "Delivered." Mi Bayue nodded, adorned in the attire of a nocturnal performer, as she made her way to the inner courtyard. A group of spider children, who appeared as monstrosities to ordinary eyes, stood frozen in instinctive reverence upon seeing her figure. Mi Bayue approached the nearest spider child, reaching out to gently touch the top of its head. The spider child visibly trembled with fear. Mi Bayue softly reassured, "Do not be afraid." The child's multifaceted eyes fixated on her, while the others turned their gaze in unison. As Mi Bayue caressed the soft hair beneath her hand, the spider child's expression gradually transformed into one of admiration and respect. Sensing her encompassing warmth, the spider child tentatively nudged her palm with its forehead. Mi Bayue smiled. The gray mist shrouded the divine visage, obscuring any discernible expression, yet the child could feel the warmth and kindness emanating from the deity. There was no rejection, nor disdain. The spider child grinned, revealing its fearsome fangs, exclaiming, "Ah." Mi Bayue replied gently, "I need to take a small sample of your blood and flesh for examination. It will sting a little. Is that all right?" Without hesitation, the spider child nodded. Subsequently, she drew a small amount of blood, a piece of skin, and some short bristles from its protruding spines. Once finished, Mi Bayue praised the spider child again, observing the varying degrees of grime on each of them. She called upon Xiaoling, "Take them to wash to the bubble baths." Surely, the children would delight in bathing amidst the dreamy bubbles. As Mi Feixue emerged from the academy, a multitude trailed behind her, comprising individuals of various ages, youthful and elderly alike. This assembly, led by a mere child of 4 or 5 years, presented a remarkable spectacle as they traversed the streets of Biyuan City. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, this throng had diminished significantly after the fog lifted, having previously been twice as numerous under Mi Feishue's leadership. She proceeded towards the Feixue, where she encountered Xinlang's team, tasked with clearing the remnants of the spider menace. The source of the dense fog and spider calamity has been eradicated. There is no need for alarm. But do take care to avoid the remnants of the spiders, the disciples of Feixue proclaimed in a chorus. Upon hearing their voices, Mi Feixue tilted her head and suddenly took off running. The young novices instantly followed suit, while others lagged slightly behind. Xinlang looked up to witness a throng pursuing the diminutive figure of Mi Feixue, whose swift pace was astonishing despite her size. In no time, she stood before him. "Young master?" Xinlang, who held a vivid impression of her, indeed, every disciple of Feixue was well aware of this fortunate young master, asked, uncertainty lacing his voice as he glanced at the approaching crowd, ready to shield Mi Feixue. A bough is thrust forcefully into his embrace. Shenlang clutched the bough, bewildered. Mi Feixue merely cast him a glance, as if to convey, "It is entrusted to you." "Young master, do slow down, do slow down," Huan called out. Rushing past him, "Mi Feixue, wait for me." Xiao Huai gasped, desperately striving to keep pace, yet refusing to halt. Behind, a group of pampered young masters, clad in fine white attire, pursued in haste. Shenlang observed the child weeping and dabbing at their tears while running, alongside another who clung to a servant, insisting that no one should lag behind. In the Sai mansion, following closely were Xiao Huai and his companions. The younger children managed to pass through, but the older boys, upon attempting to step forward, found themselves ensnared in a quagmire, unable to take a second step. "Ah!" one boy exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, the estate steward emerged from an unknown corner, addressing the terrified youth with solemn politeness. "Entry to the inner courtyard is prohibited without permission." The boy retreated a step, only to realize that his foot had returned to normal. Looking down, he saw the familiar stone steps beneath him. Yet he was certain that what had just transpired was no mere illusion. He inquired, "Why are they allowed to enter?" gesturing towards Xiao Huai and the other children. The steward replied, "They are classmates of the young master." At this, the novice children couldn't help but swell with pride, puffing out their chests as they ventured inside. However, upon entering the inner courtyard, they were met with the sight of the spider children, lined up for a bubble bath, who all turned their heads in unison. Without the veil of mist, the spider children were laid bare before the novice young masters. "Wah!" the startled spider children cried in unison. "Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle." Chapter 66. Song of Voices. Mi Feixue, having cleansed herself and donned fresh garments, bore a rosy hue upon her cheeks from the hot water. As she stepped out, she lightly tapped the corridor's pillars, which echoed with the voice of the estate spirit, relaying the instructions that Mi Bayue had imparted to her earlier. The child's soft expression instantly fell, and the cacophony emanating from the inner courtyard grew exceedingly bothersome. She passed through the inner courtyard with an impassive expression, casting a glance at the agitated spider children. It was for these beings that August had been too occupied to eat. In an instant, the spider children fell silent, curling up in fear. They furtively stole glances at Mi Feixue, with an invisible terror pressing down upon their tender hearts. Upon the appearance of Mi Feixue, those little monsters were instantly frightened, while the novice young masters, as if finding their anchor, ceased their fearful screams and cautiously approached Mi Feixue. Hearing the commotion, Mi Feixue turned and shot a glare at the novice young masters. The young masters, intimidated, froze in place, mirroring the spider children's stillness. Unbeknownst to them, Mi Feixue was internally brimming with a sense of grievance, pursing her lips in silence as she made her way to the dining hall. "Xiao Huai, why aren't you following?" Lu Chuanyuan desired someone to lead the way. Xiao Huai shook his head vigorously. "Mi Feixue seems very displeased." Qiao Ji, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Why is she unhappy?" "How should I know when you ask me?" replied Xiao Huai. Young Master Du Xingji also approached, asking, "What should we do then?" "But those monsters are so terrifying," Qiao Ji said. Xiao Huai exclaimed, "No matter how terrifying they are, they still fear Mi Feixue. You all saw it just now. When Mi Feixue merely glared at them, they didn't dare utter a word." This reaction precisely validated Xiao Huai's words. As the young master's fear gradually dissipated, replaced by curiosity. As dusk approached and the sun sank completely, the spider calamities in Baiyuan City were quelled, and the old residents welcomed a succession of new guests. In search of news regarding their children or seeking assistance, the townsfolk carried the unconsciously twins, Shunli, to the residence of the prefect Pei, who had come personally with the constables. They had dealt with the remnants of the spider incident, and Shen Lang, a preparatory disciple from the Sai Bureau. The old residents could not accommodate them, and the spirit of the house also expressed reluctance to host. The young master is already in a foul mood. The more visitors, the worse his disposition will be. Yet these people continued to arrive in droves. Eventually, the prefect took charge and arranged for the townsfolk to be settled elsewhere, allowing himself and the Sai Bureau personnel to remain. As the moon hung low in the sky, she remarked, "Let us first meet with the prefect." As she spoke, The prefect and his associates received word from the house spirit. The anxious group stood up in delight, frequently casting glances toward the entrance, until they finally beheld the slender figure approaching. "Miss Me," the prefect greeted. Someone was quicker than him. Mi Bayue watched as a youth rushed towards her. "Lu Jinbao bowed deeply. I implore you, save the director." The prefect, initially displeased, momentarily suppressed his own grievances upon hearing the plea, recalling the unconscious Shinli. Lu Jinbao insisted, "A life for a life." Mi Bayue shook her head. "I do not require your life." Lu Jinbao, who had long prepared himself mentally, was utterly taken aback by her refusal of this option. As the boy stood there, pale and dazed, Mi Bayue walked past him, silently acknowledging the prefect before arriving at the place where Shinli lay, observing the pallor of Shinli's deteriorating face. It was a fortuitous moment, as she had just successfully developed a remedy for the aftermath of the spider calamity, and Shinli appeared before her just as she had produced the newly formulated medicine. Mi Bayue placed a pill into Shinli's mouth. Before long, the effects of the medicine took hold. Shinli's complexion regained its color, and his eyelids fluttered open. As he opened his eyes, dark mist swirled within, like writhing insects, tears streaming down his face. There was no need for the eerie performance of night roaming. Mi Bayue could discern that Shinli had been backlashed by the sinister object. "Director." Lu Zhaokai helped Shinli sit up. "You are awake?" Shinli asked the Kai. "Where are we?" Lu Zhaokai looked at his sorrowful eyes and replied, "We are at Master Mi's residence." Shinli paused for a moment. "Is Miss Mi here?" Mi Bayue responded, "Yes." Shinli turned towards her direction. "Thank you for saving me, Mississippi." Mi Bayue replied, "This falls within the parameters of our previous agreement." Shinli pondered the nature of that agreement, falling into silence. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaokai and the newly arrived Lu Jinbao exchanged puzzled glances. "What agreement?" Mi Bayue spoke solely to Shinli. "Come find me when you have made up your mind." She stood up, and the waiting magistrate approached, saying, "I should not trouble you, miss, but you are the most capable in Bayuan City. I can think of no one else." Mi Bayue interjected, "Just speak plainly about the matter." The magistrate cleared his throat, glancing around hesitantly before stating, "My nephew's wife is with child. Today her belly has suddenly expanded rapidly, and it seems she is about to give birth. This is indeed strange. According to the constables and my nephew's wife, she had been perfectly fine before, having only had contact with old Master One." Having had contact with old Master One, Mi Bayue recalled the tragic fate of the One family and the newly discovered information. Her interest piqued. "Is she the one I saw outside the apothecary that day?" The governor nodded awkwardly, wishing to say something pleasant. Mi Bayue remarked, "I shall accompany you to take a look." The governor was overjoyed. "Thank you." Before departing, Mi Bayue handed a vial of medicine to the housekeeper, instructing, "Dissolve these medicines in water, approximately 1 pill per 5 bowls, and give it to the children to drink." In the prison of the government office, Mi Bayue arrived with the governor and others. Outside the tightly shut door, the guards appeared flustered. The captain of the guards emerged, visibly shaken, and exclaimed, "Sir, there is a monster inside." The governor, taken aback, inquired, "What manner of monster?" The captain's face flushed. "It has a human face, a remarkably beautiful woman, yet below. She possesses the legs of a spider." The other guards chimed in. "Her voice is also enchanting. Alas, we cannot comprehend her speech. She is dangerous. She will kill." "Silence," the governor reprimanded, his unease growing as he gazed at the firmly closed door. Mi Bayue did not afford him a moment's hesitation and stepped forward. "Open the door for Miss Mi." The guards had already taken note of Mi Bayue, illuminated by the torches in the night. The young lady was as captivating as a moonflower. The door was pushed open by the guards, and as Mi Bayue and the governor entered, they soon caught whispers behind them. "Is that the Miss Mi of the Feixue? This is the first time I've seen her up close. She is indeed exquisite. Do you not think she bears some resemblance to the monster within? Such a beautiful face, who knows? Where is Hu Yuyan being held?" Mi Bayue inquired. It was evident that she was in the advanced stages of pregnancy. If it were merely a typical pregnancy, there would be no need to trouble Miss Mi. However, this sudden 10-month gestation is indeed peculiar. Afterward, a physician was summoned, who confirmed that there indeed existed a fetus, dismissing any notion of mere bloating or similar ailments. Furthermore, this fetus, the official recalled with a shudder of reluctance, was unlike an ordinary one. It exhibited extraordinary movement within the womb, startling the physician during the examinations, prompting subsequent doctors to decline further involvement. The official meticulously detailed the circumstances, but as they drew nearer, a gentle melody graced their ears, its timbre exquisitely soft, a wordless hum that enveloped even the adults in a warm embrace. The official paused, gazing ahead, while Mi Bayue halted her steps. Chapter 67. The Embrace of the Wind. 2 updates, seeking steady support. The torch illuminated the prison cell, revealing several lifeless bodies sprawled across the damp ground. Within the open cell, a woman stood with her back to them, her long hair cascading to the floor, her smooth shoulders glistening in the dim light, a striking contrast to her dark locks, creating a scene of captivating beauty. The official inhaled sharply, retreating 2 steps, his trembling gaze fixated upon the lower half of the woman's form. The vibrant hues of her arachnid body displayed 8 limbs, sharp and lethal as blades. The woman's shoulders swayed, the enchanting melody emanating from her. Mi Bayue urged the official, "You should leave." Without hesitation, the official replied earnestly, "I shall not hinder Miss Me any longer. Please exercise caution." After uttering his words, he glanced once more towards the arachnid woman, only to be met by a pair of autumnal eyes. The arachnid woman had turned at the sound of their approach, revealing a stunning yet weary visage to their sight. If one were to overlook the terrifying lower limbs of the woman and focus solely on her upper body, she would indeed be a captivating beauty. Speaking of her upper body, one could observe the spider woman cradling an infant in her side profile, the child gnawing at her bare chest. The governor's face flushed crimson. With just a glance, he averted his gaze in a manner that suggested impropriety, hastily greeting Mi Bayue before turning to depart. At that moment, Mi Bayue had approached closely enough to see Hu Yuyan, huddled in the corner of her cell, seemingly teetering between life and death, as well as the complete form of the infant cradled by the spider woman. This infant was a miniature version of the spider woman, with arachnid lower limbs and human upper limbs. Judging by the placenta and umbilical cord that lay not far from Hu Yuyan, it was highly likely that this spider infant had originated from her womb. As for this grotesque tale, Mi Bayue inquired, "Did you create this?" Their eyes locked for a few seconds, and the spider woman lowered her head. Upon seeing the infant in her arms, her expression suddenly blossomed with life, emanating a nurturing essence. Gently swaying the child, she began to hum a lullaby. In the corner, Hu Yuyan stirred. The spider woman again paused her song, glancing toward Hu Yuyan and leaning closer. Mi Bayue, witnessing this, refrained from intervening and instead followed alongside. Hu Yuyan opened her eyes, initially bewildered. She let out a piercing scream upon seeing the spider woman. Ah! The spider woman presented the infant before her. Upon catching sight of the child, Hu Yuyan's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, she forcefully waved her hand. "Get it away." The impact was firm. The spider woman appeared momentarily stunned, while the infant began to wail. The spider woman cradled the baby, soothing it until it quieted down before once again offering the infant to Hu Yuyan. Mi Bayue observed the infant's skin bruised and reddened, yet it swiftly returned to normal after consuming the spider woman's milk. Hu Yuyan, upon being presented with the baby once more, could only perceive an overwhelming sense of revulsion and fear in its gaze. "Go away. Don't come near me." The spider woman, unable to comprehend her words, took a step forward, pushing the infant closer to her. In terror, Hu Yuyan flailed her arms wildly. The spider woman, with a sorrowful expression, wept incessantly, crying like a child. Hu Yuyan paused, scrutinizing the monstrous woman, and upon realizing that despite her horrific appearance, she posed no threat, a surge of courage ignited within her. Rising, she seized a porcelain bowl from the table and hurled it at the spider woman. However, Mi Bayue intercepted the bowl before it could reach its target. Only then did Hu Yuyan notice her presence. "It's you." Mi Bayue glanced at her and said, "The magistrate is outside. You may leave." Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of joy crossed Hu Yuyan's face, quickly replaced by a glare of resentment directed at the spider woman. She turned to Mi Bayue and declared, "Just wait, I will make him pay," before hastily fleeing past her. As she exited, the sight of the corpse on the ground elicited several sharp screams as she stumbled away in panic. Mi Bayue set down the dish and regarded the still weeping Spider-Woman. She donned the Night Wanderer's mask, the judgment about the Spider-Woman emerging clearly in her mind. This was the first time she had encountered such a judgment in a long while. Previously, her assessments had either been malevolent or indicative of unprovoked evil. Nonetheless, this judgment aligned closely with her expectations, leaving Mi Bayue unsurprised. In the state of the shadow spirit, she discerned the eerie essence of the Spider-Woman and its kinship with the Spider Children. The ominous presence was waning, its spectral aura flickering weakly. On the verge of extinction, the weeping Spider-Woman, akin to a child in distress, sensed her presence. "Assist her," the Spider-Woman implored, presenting an infant to Mi Bayue, just as she had done for Hu Yuyin before. The repeated pleas resonated with Mi Bayue. The shadow spirit found itself unable to refuse even the request of an innocuous apparition, let alone that of a benevolent one. Mi Bayue accepted the half-human, half-spider infant, acknowledging that while she could offer temporary aid, she could not provide lifelong support. The Spider-Woman hesitated, then before Mi Bayue, she expelled a series of emerald glass beads. Her already pallid visage became increasingly insubstantial, and her once thin aura diminished to near nothingness. "Cease," Mi Bayue commanded. The Spider-Woman, bewildered, complied, offering the bead-sized emeralds to Mi Bayue. 1 bead for each year, 8 beads for 8 years, wishing for peace year after year. Mi Bayue regarded her thoughtfully, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Feng Baozi," came the reply. "I understand," Mi Bayue said, gently caressing her silken hair, smiling as she continued. "Is it not more reassuring for you to care for her yourself rather than entrusting her to others?" As Mi Bayue called out Feng Baozi, a thread of divine power coursed into the Spider-Woman, solidifying her essence and form. The Spider-Woman gazed at her in astonishment. With another smile, Mi Bayue extended her hand slightly backward, and the Book of Good and Evil floated into her palm, emanating a gentle, non-coercive pull. The Spider-Woman blinked and was drawn into the book. The wind embrace, being formless, morphs according to the appearance of the young ones it encounters. The herbivorous dew nourishes itself with the essence of flora and rain, condensing its quintessence into the celestial longevity pearl within its being. The maternal instinct, fatal, of the wind embrace is fierce. Any being that intends to harm its cherished offspring will face its wrath. Having perused the newly added page, Mi Bayue was reluctant to squander any more time and swiftly utilized her shadowy concealment to traverse outside the prison cell. None of the officials, anxiously awaiting outside, noticed the figure that had seemingly materialized from thin air. Shortly after her departure, a constable glanced down and noticed something unusual on the ground, exclaiming, "My lord, look!" The inscription was signed by Mi Bayue. "Has she been out?" "I did not see her." "Neither did I." Outside the cell, the magistrate and the constables stared in astonishment at the indented characters on the ground. In Chapter 68, The Wealth-Bringing Child, 3 updates sought, the wind embrace cradled the infant. Its expression, usually suffused with maternal affection, now also revealed bewilderment and restlessness, emotions that were palpable. Mi Bayue removed the nighttime trickery and addressed it, "Come with me." Obediently, the wind embrace followed her, clutching the child. As she opened the door, Mi Bayue paused, glancing towards a pillar in the corner. She chuckled softly, "Baby." A small head peeked out from behind the pillar, and Mi Bayue beckoned. Mi Feixue hurriedly approached, grasping the hem of her garment, and inhaled deeply before suddenly directing her gaze towards the spider infant cradled in Feng Baozi's arms. The spider infant, whose eyes were still barely open, sensed an overwhelming tide of malevolent thoughts surging towards her. She became utterly rigid, unable to emit even a primal cry for help. In the fleeting moment before despair consumed her, all pressure vanished. Mi Feixue, feeling wronged, nodded slightly. "You miser," Mi Bayue released her nose, inquiring, "Why are you still awake?" Mi Feixue shook her head, holding on tightly, her expression earnest. "Understood, then let us be together." Mi Bayue indulgently acquiesced. Mi Feishue's spirits lifted, and a smile graced her lips. The group made their way to the inner courtyard. The sight of the spider children and novice learners coexisting harmoniously drew a raised eyebrow from Mi Bayue. Have you lost your ability to speak? Well, those feet are truly sharp. Among the novice children, Xiao Huai exhibited the most audacity, edging closer to the spider children, who had become notably subdued after taking medicine and being intimidated by Mi Feixue. They peppered them with endless questions and even reached out to touch. The other, more timid children gathered around, their curious eyes fixed intently upon the scene, as they noticed the arrival of Mi Bayue and her companions. Their attention swiftly shifted to Feng Baozi, with only a trace of fear evident in their reactions. Wow, it's enormous. She is quite beautiful. Be cautious. Look at her legs. Perhaps she is the reason they ended up like that. Indeed. Mi Feixue shook her head without hesitation, casting a cold glance toward Xiao Huai and the others. Even the children could discern her intent to drive them away. One by one, the novice learners settled down. The arrival of the spirit butler stirred a slight commotion among the crowd of young learners. They followed the young master, and since they are classmates of his, they were allowed in, it was announced. The spirit butler added, "They have come, yet they refuse to depart." Mi Bayue cast her gaze towards Xiao Huai and the others, noticing their expressions of feigned innocence. Suddenly, Xiao Huai raised his hand, declaring, "I wish to stay and assist, to repay the life-saving grace of Mi Feixue." He had seized the opportunity first. Du Xingji and Lu Changyuan, prompted by him, sequentially expressed their desire to show gratitude. Mi Bayue smiled. "There are no extra rooms or beds available for you. I'll have my father send them," a child's voice exclaimed. All eyes turned to see the chubby Chaoji. Xiao Huai, quick to notice Mi Bayue's deepening smile, cleverly added, "I will also have my father send them. My father is wealthy, and he can send theirs too." He pointed at the curled-up spiderlings on the ground. Lu Changyuan, unwilling to be outdone, proclaimed, "I shall have my father send them as well. And I will ask my mother to send help. My mother deals in medicinal herbs. If they fall ill, she can provide medicine." Du Xingji chimed in. "My father can also send them." One after another, the young nobles from Baiyuan City echoed their agreement. Mi Bayue remarked, "You are all kind-hearted children." She then instructed the spirit butler to prepare rooms for them. It would not do to let this throng of generous youths endure the hardships of the elements. Following the spirit butler's lead, Xiao Huai and the others trailed behind, their youthful faces alight with curiosity and excitement. Once the children had departed, Mi Bayue selected a spiderling to examine its condition. The spiderling, having consumed the diluted potion, was no longer influenced by the venom that had rendered it agitated and ferocious. She remained in a state of confusion, lacking the mental acuity typical of a normal child. She instructed the wind child to approach. Upon seeing the wind child, the spider children exhibited a markedly different reaction. Perhaps it was the aura of the wind child that resonated with them. For the wind child's gaze towards the spider children was imbued with maternal affection, and the spider children instinctively relied upon it. "I leave them in your care for the time being," Mi Bayue stated, with the connection established through the Book of Good and Evil. The wind child could now comprehend Mi Bayue's words in a state akin to that of an ordinary person. The wind child was exceedingly willing to undertake this responsibility. And the spider children, despite being perceived as terrifying by outsiders, gravitated towards this peculiar being. Do not allow them to consume the longevity pearls. It may not be beneficial for them, Mi Bayue specifically cautioned, aware that the wind child's protective nature might lead it to sacrifice itself for the sake of these children. Upon hearing that it would be detrimental to the children, the wind child nodded in agreement, even without fully grasping the reasoning behind it. Just as Mi Bayue prepared to depart with Mi Feixue, the wind child emitted a call that halted her. Under Mi Bayue's watchful gaze, the wind child gestured towards the direction of several children from the Wen family. Its eyes were filled with concern as it presented the previously regurgitated longevity pearl to Mi Bayue. With an enigmatic smile, she accepted the wind child's offering, which seemed to relieve its anxiety. Subsequently, Mi Bayue proceeded to the rooms of the Wen family's children, who had similarly consumed the diluted potion. In front of the two, the Wen children appeared timid and uneasy, their spider-like legs scraping against the floor, producing a creaking sound. Mi Bayue assessed their condition. noting that their mutated limbs showed no signs of alleviation. Gazing into the timid compound eyes before her, Mi Bayue gently remarked, "I am uncertain whether to deem you fortunate or unfortunate. The spider venom infiltrates from within and through a blood sacrifice to the enigmatic artifact. You should have met the same fate as others in the Wen family ancestral hall. Yet, the protective edict of Feixue, which safeguards the young, has allowed you to survive in this manner." During her extensive research in the laboratory for nearly half a day, Mi Bayue had utilized the ordinary spider children, the Wen family spider offspring, and the diminutive spiders as subjects to uncover the characteristics of these little arachnids. These tiny creatures, imbued with an aura of eerie tales, siphon the essence of life from their victims when they bite, enabling them to grow and decompose at an accelerated rate. While adults may feel little more than a slight sensation from 1 or 2 bites, excessive feeding hastens their decline. As for why the children transformed into spider-like forms, prior to encountering Feixue, Mi Bayue could only speculate that it was due to the rules of the bizarre tales. However, upon meeting Feixue, she comprehended that it was a protective measure for the children. Being inherently small, they could not withstand the multiple siphonings from the tiny spiders without succumbing. The edict of Feixue, designed to shield these children, rendered them impervious to the extraction of their life essence by the small spiders. Yet it could not eliminate the toxins of the diminutive arachnids, leading to their grotesque transformations. From another perspective, the children's aberration might indeed represent a form of protection. In this altered state, they possess a combat prowess surpassing that of adults, causing the little spiders to regard them as kin, thus ceasing their attacks. The antidote Mi Bayue devised was a substitute version of the spirit-enhancing pill, amalgamated with the toxins of the minor spiders. The substitute version of the spirit-enhancing pill inherently promotes longevity, and the toxicity of the small spiders is not particularly challenging to neutralize. Its potency lies chiefly in its conjunction with the rules of the eerie tales. Once the unknown is thoroughly explored, it ceases to be a conundrum. However, the children of the Wen family before her are different. They believe that the monstrous spider within them deserves death, and they are solely protected by the rules of the Wind Embrace. To detoxify them would mean dismantling these very rules, leaving them with only death as their fate. Should they perish as humans or endure as monsters? Mi Bayue did not grant these bewildered children the choice of this dilemma. Your elders wish to save you, offering everything from the Wen family in exchange. The Wind Embrace also seeks to rescue you, trading with the Pearl of Longevity. Live well, Mi Bayue declared. The spider children did not fully comprehend her words. Mi Bayue produced 3 pearls of longevity. Consume these. The pearls held an extraordinary allure for the children, causing them to forget their fears as each took a pearl and swallowed it. Upon leaving the room, the voice of the spirit within the residence echoed, "Madam, young master, Zhang Xiaoyu has confessed." Mi Bayue responded, "Zhang Xiaoyu?" The spirit replied, "That youthful old man." Amused, Mi Bayue was about to speak when she felt a slight warmth in her palm. Surprised, she retrieved the Book of Good and Evil. The pages turned automatically, stopping at the section titled Heart's Whisper. Following the curse of resentment, she had now gained another peculiar devotee. Mi Bayue pondered how Heart's Whisper had inexplicably become a follower. Ink swirls. Chapter 69. The truth heart language is adept at listening to the voices of all living beings, relishing the exploration of others' darker thoughts. Yet repeated failures render it profoundly anxious. Heart language fears being despised. Heart language grows increasingly fearful. Heart language is terrified. Heart language has become your devotee. Mi Bayue. What constitutes self-strategy? This is self-strategy. Although heart language's peculiar abilities possess certain limitations, Mi Bayue has yet to reach the point of disdain. Previously, having heard but a few whispers from Zhang Xiaoyu, it was deemed unnecessary to prolong his suffering, merely wishing not to squander time on him. This frightened devotee arrives somewhat fortuitously, yet also at an opportune moment. Mi Bayue observed the divine skill brought forth by heart language, unlocking the heart, unfastening the chains of the heart, delving into memories. An upgraded version of heart language's eerie abilities, no longer confined to mere auditory and visual eavesdropping. It can actively invade the memories of others. With this divine skill in possession, everything becomes simplified. Mi Bayue donned the guise of a nocturnal trickster and proceeded to the location where Zhang Xiaozhu was confined. This place is a damp basement, a lair where the eccentric spirit has stored its monstrous spiders. As Mi Bayue approached, the myriad spiders scattered aside, unveiling the nearly lifeless, shriveled old man on the ground. The spirit of the residents perfectly executed Mi Bayue's orders, leaving Zhang Xiaozhu with but half a life and just enough strength to open his eyes and speak. Upon noticing an indistinct shadow approaching, his instinct for survival surged to its zenith. There exists a tale of a monster that can produce a miraculous elixir for longevity. I can lead you to it. Is this what you refer to as the elixir of longevity? Mi Bayue inquired, producing a celestial longevity pearl. As Zhang Xiaozhu's gaunt face displayed an expression of both astonishment and longing, drool began to spill from his lips. Give it to me, he implored. Mi Bayue brought the celestial longevity pearl closer to his face, and just as Zhang Xiaozhu's desire for survival peaked, the pearl vanished from her grasp. He was momentarily stunned. Mi Bayue gently touched his forehead with a single finger, unlocking his heart's shackles. In a state of near death, a stunningly beautiful, naked woman appeared and rescued his childhood self. After consuming the celestial longevity pearl, he miraculously healed overnight, only to find the woman had vanished, leading him to believe he had encountered a divine maiden or fairy. Reluctant to part ways, he incessantly called out for her. When the chilling howls of wild beasts at night made him tremble, she reappeared, presenting him with another celestial longevity pearl. That night, the woman stayed by his side, granting him a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening to find her absent once more, Zhang Xiaozhu felt no panic as he had before. After consuming the pearl, he felt an invigorating strength course through his body, ecstatically convinced that he had encountered a divine being and ingested a miraculous elixir. For an entire month, he remained in the mountains, employing the same method to summon his own divine maiden and reap the benefits of the elixir. However, as he noticed others ascending the mountain, fearful of being discovered, Zhang Xiaozhu chose to depart. Yet the celestial longevity pearls were finite, now a grown man. He was gradually labeled as a once promising talent whose abilities had waned, and even questioned whether the divine elixirs he had previously created were truly of his own making. It was then that Zhang Xiaozhu realized how much time had elapsed. Immersed in vanity, he had forgotten the most crucial wealth. If only he could seize the divine maiden from the mountain, he would never need to fear the depletion of the miraculous elixirs. From anticipation to dissatisfaction, and ultimately to resentment, Zhang Xiaozhu felt betrayed by the goddess. After enduring for another fortnight, his resentment transformed into panic. Without the divine elixir, his life would never return to its former state. A month passed, during which he attempted various methods, even resorting to self-harm, yet to no avail. When Zhang Xiaozhu descended the mountain in a state of despair, he inadvertently spotted a young boy gathering firewood. In that moment, inspiration struck. He seized the boy, administered poison to him, and discarded him at the place where he first encountered the goddess, concealing himself in the shadows to wait. At last, the woman appeared, and overwhelmed with joy, he ran toward her without hesitation. However, her gaze was filled with suspicion, and a vine pierced through his calf. "It's me," Zhang Xiaozhu cried out. "It's me, your Xiao." In response, more vines lunged toward his chest. Consumed by rage, he sought out the boy's parents, feigning kindness to persuade them to search the mountain for him, thereafter continuing his covert observation. He soon discovered that the boy had been found by his parents, while the goddess had vanished. When he finally obtained the longevity pearl from the boy's hands, he felt a mix of joy and bitterness. Joy at seemingly uncovering a method to acquire the pearl, and bitterness at the betrayal from the goddess who was once his. Subsequently, in a fit of fury, he set the family's home ablaze, orchestrating a tragedy that resulted in death, abducting the boy to coerce him into leading him to the goddess for the longevity pearl. In his insatiable quest for more longevity pearls, Zhang Xiaozhu repeatedly inflicted harm upon children healed by the goddess, discarding them into the mountains. Ultimately, the children could no longer withstand the relentless torment, and after being cast away once more, one child, before the goddess could arrive, chose to end his own life. From adulthood to middle age, Zhang Xiaozhu utilized the elixir created from the heavenly longevity pearl to navigate various avenues, granting him insight into the realms of transcendent beings, such as the celestial child and the spiritual master. It dawned upon him that his prolonged consumption of the heavenly longevity pearl had inadvertently awakened his spirit, rendering him a celestial child, a being beyond the mundane. Merely concocting miraculous remedies for others proved insufficient. He yearned for the extraordinary prowess possessed by other celestial children. However, upon learning that the arcane artifacts could inflict harm, he hesitated to employ them personally. Despite his attempts to decipher the intricacies of spellcraft, his lack of innate understanding rendered him incapable of mastering them. Ultimately, he contemplated biological experimentation, though he did not label it as such. What he engaged in could indeed be considered a form of biological research in the eyes of Mi Bayue. He experimented with various beasts, ultimately achieving results with a venomous spider. However, the combat prowess of the modified spider was not particularly formidable. To enhance his chances of success, he procured an arcane artifact and its usage instructions from the Ling Jidu Wei mansion. Furthermore, to ensure his control over the goddess, he specifically nurtured infants with the heavenly longevity pearl, subjecting them to near-death experiences. He discovered that children who consumed the heavenly longevity pearl were far more enticing to the goddess, allowing him to draw her from the mountains and into his grasp. Through this method, Zhang Xiaozhu maintained dominion over the goddess for decades, leading nearly 100 tormented children to their demise and pushing the enigmatic Feng Baozi to the brink of destruction. It was not until his venture to Baiyuan City that he concealed the goddess outside its walls, concocting a scheme to implicate the Wen family while seizing the opportunity to pilfer from the Sai mansion in the absence of its overseers. Mi Bayue rose, addressing the spirit of the residents. Do not let him perish. How could he be allowed to die so easily? In the realm of unspoken thoughts, a voice of melancholy emerges. I do not wish to succumb to fear, yet recently, the formidable dog brother has been subjected to the extraction of teeth. While the newly arrived old beggar teeters on the brink of life and death, the employer persistently employs cunning methods to conduct experiments with pieces. Alas, I shall say no more. It is truly terrifying. I seek solace through your support. Chapter 70, A Queue for Gifts, Part 2, Following a Day of Calamity. The city of Baiyuan this morning appears markedly more desolate than usual. The sound of gongs reverberates along the streets, prompting the townsfolk to either open their doors or peer through their windows in curiosity. Those with individuals gravely ill from spider bites, or those who have slain the monstrous spiders, may take them to the government office or the night watch house for assistance and rewards. For further details, please observe the announcements outside the government office and the night watch house. The officials in procession repeatedly proclaim this message. Sir, my elder has been bitten. He is now bedridden. Is there truly hope for his recovery? A robust man rushes from his dwelling, positioning himself before the line of officials. The official responds, I have conveyed the message clearly. Take them to the night watch house or the government office. If you fail to comprehend, refer to the announcements. Sir, my child has been bitten. Brother, I too have been bitten, yet I feel no discomfort. Should I also seek assistance? Clear the way. I shall repeat. Those who do not understand should proceed directly to the government office or the night watch house. The official, growing impatient, pushes through the crowd. Due to their reverence for authority, the townsfolk refrain from acting out, watching as the procession of officials continues to clang gongs and call out their message. Receding into the distance, the gathered townspeople are familiar with one another. An elderly scholar suggests, let us visit the night watch house. I can read. I shall recite the notices for everyone. The proposal received unanimous approval, and as they prepared to depart, a dozen more individuals gradually joined, some even carrying the sick from their homes. Soon, this group encountered another assembly of citizens with the same intent along the road. In their mutual gaze, words were unnecessary. They comprehended each other's thoughts, and the growing number instilled greater confidence. Approaching a bend near the Sai mansion, they encountered a horse-drawn carriage, which appeared far more imposing than their modest gathering of ordinary folk. That is the merchant from Youfu Pharmacy. Someone in the group recognized one of the carriage's occupants and called out, Boss Wu. The proprietor of Youfu Pharmacy was none other than Wu Laifu. Upon hearing his name, Wu Laifu turned his attention to the caller and they quickly met. With a smile, Wu Laifu inquired, "Are you all heading to Sai Mansion?" "Indeed," replied his old friend who had called out. "We heard the official's announcement to go to Sai Mansion. Why are you still burdened with a cart full of goods?" Wu Laifu explained, "Oh, these are the medicinal herbs I intend to deliver to Sai Mansion." "Medicinal herbs? Why must you deliver them?" a voice from the crowd questioned. Wu Laifu responded, "To save lives, one needs medicine. The officials at Sai Mansion selflessly create remedies to aid the afflicted, yet such remedies require ingredients. With so many citizens suffering in Bayue City, while I may not be able to assist in other ways, I can still provide some medicinal herbs." His words awakened a realization among the crowd, many of whom felt a tinge of shame. The officials at Sai Mansion offered free aid, and yet they had harbored doubts about the authenticity of such generosity. Old friends sighed, "You truly are thoughtful. This cartload of medicinal herbs does not seem to match your words. It seems you've sent away a fortune that could take a year and a half to earn." Wu Laifu waved his hand with a hearty laugh. "Such matters are trifles. Wealth can always be regained, but life is singular and irreplaceable. Master Me from the Sai Mansion has bestowed upon me a life-saving grace. My life is worth far more than these." Yesterday, amidst the calamity, only the Yofu apothecary remained unscathed. Not a single monster dared to enter, nor did the thick fog encroach upon its threshold. "Could this be related to Master Me?" inquired a townsman urgently. The talisman, meticulously inscribed by Mi Bayue himself, had been removed by Wu Laifu after the disaster subsided, carefully preserved in a location known only to him. Thus, Wu Laifu was unperturbed in revealing, "The other day, Master Me visited my shop to procure medicine. Feeling uneasy, I requested him to draw a talisman for me, which I then affixed to the signboard of my shop." A chorus of astonished gasps arose from the crowd, many urgently inquiring whether the talisman was for sale or how they might acquire one. Wu Laifu shook his head. It was inconceivable to resell it. He was not foolish. Just then, the Sai Mansion arrived, prompting him to swiftly shift the topic towards the public notices. Yet, at that moment, no one had the inclination to peruse the announcements. They were solely eager to obtain a life-saving talisman. The disciples of the Sai Mansion, led by Xinlang, had been assigned tasks, having already attended to no fewer than 100 townsfolk that day. Upon hearing the requests for talismans from the citizens, the young men and women appeared utterly bewildered. When had the Sai Mansion ever sold talismans? "It is the talisman given to Yofu apothecary by Master Me." Upon hearing this, Xinlang suddenly comprehended. It was no wonder that Lord Mi possessed such remarkable abilities. That is a personal gift from Lord Mi, not belonging to the Sai Mansion, he clarified to the common folk. The townsfolk responded, "Isn't Lord Mi the esteemed figure of the Sai Mansion?" Xinlang opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Just then, Wu Laifeng arrived to extricate him from the predicament, stating, "Do not waste the Lord's time. What is of utmost importance now is to assist in their endeavors. You possess the life-saving talisman paper, thus you are naturally unperturbed," one individual remarked enviously. Wu Laifeng paid him no heed and expressed to Xinlang his intention to offer medicinal herbs. Upon hearing this, Xinlang bowed gratefully, startling Wu Laifeng, who hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, it is unthinkable for a lord to bow to me." Hearing Wu Laifeng refer to himself as Lord, Xinlang struggled to maintain a calm demeanor, fearful of revealing any embarrassment that might bring shame to the Sai Mansion. In truth, he was quite anxious, for this was the first time someone had addressed him as a lord. Wu Laifeng had just intended to ask Xinlang for a moment of discourse, wishing to seek an audience with Mi Bayue. However, a commotion arose behind them. Turning to look, they beheld an endless procession of carriages. In the blink of an eye, the entrance of the Sai Mansion became bustling with activity. Due to the limited space, the carriages queued before the mansion. One by one, influential nobles and wealthy merchants disembarked from their vehicles, followed by young servants bearing lists of gifts. At the forefront was Lord Qiao, the father of Qiao Wei. Upon entering, he encountered Xinlang, the current steward of the Sai Mansion, and showed no sign of disdain for Xinlang's youth, greeting him courteously with, "Young Master Xin." It was evident that Xinlang was merely an orphan taken in by the Sai Mansion, possessing no reputation in Bayue City. Master Qiao confirmed his acquaintance with Xinlang. Moreover, He had nearly memorized the entire roster of the CE Mansion overnight. At this moment, should the chef from CE Mansion emerge, he could readily call her by name. This young lad is immensely grateful for the assistance and care provided by your esteemed household. These gifts serve not only as tokens of appreciation but also contribute to CE Mansion's efforts in aiding the common folk. Please do not refuse them. The servant behind him presented the list of offerings to Shen Lang. Having never encountered such a situation before, Shen Lang felt compelled to accept Master Chao's heartfelt gesture on behalf of the townspeople, as well as to honor the gratitude extended for saving young Master Chiao. As he pondered his response, other dignitaries such as Old Master Du and Old Master Lu followed in succession to present their own offerings. Meanwhile, Wu Laifu silently rejoiced for his timely arrival. Otherwise, in comparison to these prominent families, his modest contribution would have appeared insignificant. Now, having established himself as the foremost benefactor, even the smallest gift would not go unnoticed. Chapter 71. The acquisition of CE Mansion. A substantial influx of supplies flooded into the storerooms of CE Mansion. Never before had its resources been so bountiful. The disciples tasked with transporting the goods displayed remarkable enthusiasm. Brother, does this mean we can feast on meat every day from now on? A young boy inquired quietly of Shen Lang. Shen Lang sternly admonished him. These provisions are intended for the relief of the populace. The boy, feeling aggrieved, retorted, but we risk our lives to save them. Can we not even indulge in a morsel of meat? Indeed, the others cheered in response. Observing their joyous faces, Shen Lang could not help but smile. However, just for today, it is unlikely this will become a daily occurrence. Even a single day will suffice, as long as there is enough to eat. Shen Lang was unable to meet Shen Li, as he was obstructed by the Lu brothers outside the door. The director is gravely injured, unless it is of utmost importance. Do not disturb him. Shen Lang felt it was indeed inappropriate to disrupt the director for the sake of a meal, and he lowered his head in shame. Yet the images of smiling faces filled his mind, reminding him of the promise he made to his junior disciples. At that moment, the door opened from within, and Ban Lu stood at the threshold, addressing the three of them. The director has permitted him to enter. Shen Lang stepped inside, unable to see Shen Li on the bed due to the partition. A hoarse but gentle voice resonated. What is it? Upon hearing this, Shen Lang realized that the director must be severely injured, as even speaking was a laborious task for him. Overcome with guilt, he found himself at a loss for words. Lu Jinbao urged him. The director is inquiring. Shen Lang, lacking confidence, replied, Today, various households from Baiyuan City have sent supplies, claiming it is to aid the victims of the disaster. This is indeed a positive development. Shen Li responded with a hint of relief. Shen Lang replied, Yes. The youth was not adept at concealing his thoughts. Even through the partition, one could sense the hesitation in his voice, indicating that he had more to say. Shen Li inquired, Is there a problem? Just as he finished speaking, a series of coughs erupted. Ban Lu entered with a towel. Shen Lang, filled with concern, raised his head and quickly stated, There is no issue. Director, please rest well. Shen Li reassured him, Do not worry, I am fine. If there is a problem, feel free to speak openly. Yet Shen Lang could not bring himself to voice his concerns. He had already resolved to apologize to his junior disciples alone. At this moment, Lu Xiaokai spoke up. He must be wishing to address the director regarding the improvement of the food within the residence. The preparatory disciples have expressed a desire for meat. And now that resources are plentiful, it is the perfect opportunity to indulge in a hearty meal. Upon hearing this, a brief silence enveloped the room. Shen Lang's face flushed crimson, realizing that Lu Shixiang possessed an extraordinary ability to overhear. At such a time, you still think of food. Lu Jinbao exclaimed angrily. Abeo. Shen Li suddenly interjected, halting him. Shen Lang, filled with shame, could not lift his head. I am sorry, director. No, it is I who should apologize. Shen Li replied wearily for failing to care for everyone in the Sai residence. Director? How can you say that? Director, if it were not for you, we would have perished long ago. It is you who saved us. Lu Jibao scolded Shen Lang. Look at what you have done. Shen Lang knelt on the ground. His eyes reddened with remorse. Director, I was wrong. Alang, you have done no wrong. Rise, Shen Li said. Shen Lang refused to stand. Xin Li's tone grew stern. Stand up. Do not make me repeat myself. Is my word no longer authoritative? At this juncture, Xin Lang had no choice but to rise. Xin Li instructed. Go tell those children that there will be an extra meal today, and in the future, the food will improve as well. Off you go. Xin Lang obediently complied and departed. After he left, Xin Li turned to Ban Lu and ordered, Go summon Miss Mi. Tell her that I wish to invoke the promise we made earlier. Director? Ban Lu, sensing something amiss, called out anxiously. Xin Li reiterated, Go. Understood, Ban Lu replied. Akai, about. Xin Li remarked. As the Lu brothers encountered they exchanged glances filled with unspoken thoughts. The two siblings approached the bedside, and Lu Jinbao gently assisted Xin Li to lean against the headboard. Xin Li spoke, You two are unlike the other children of the Sai mansion. You have your own parents. And upon entering the mansion, you were already aware of the world, your characters well formed. In the past, I believed that any minor faults were inconsequential and not worth troubling you over. Director C, the brothers replied, their expressions fraught with anxiety. Sensing that his words seemed to hint at a finality, Xin Li gestured for them to remain silent and to allow him to continue. The lifespans of the night wanderers of past generations have been short. This is the price of wielding the arcane. I had previously explained this to you when I entrusted you with the arcane tools. Who among those with other choices would willingly bear such a burden? I understand that you harbor resentment towards your biological parents and prejudice against many. This is a result of your childhood experiences, compounded by the influence of the arcane. Lu Jibao interjected, Am I not just an ordinary person now? I understand, Xin Li replied. At that moment, Mi Bayue entered the room, guided by. Having not seen Xin Li for a night, he appeared markedly thinner. His cheeks hollow and his eyes bound with cloth. Miss Mi, he acknowledged. Director Shun, she responded. Xin Li extended his hand, requesting Lu Jinbao to assist him in rising, and then made his way to the table to take a seat. Dismissing the three onlookers, Shall we begin? Mi Bayue inquired, devoid of unnecessary pleasantries. Xin Li shook his head. I wish to request Miss Mi to extract the arcane from Lu Jinbao. Mi Bayue replied calmly. If you choose this path, I shall comply. Thank you, Xin Li expressed. Mi Bayue, I must remind you, if you continue to harbor that uncontrollable artifact, your body cannot endure for long, even if it is removed. I have but a few years left, Xin Li smiled with resignation. He willingly bypassed the topic and said, There remains a promise between us. Indeed, Mi Bayue replied. Are you prepared to fulfill it now? Xin Li nodded, yet he refrained from hastily revealing what he sought from Mi Bayue. On that day, Miss Mi stayed at the Sai mansion under the condition of assisting the young master with his identity documentation. You pledged that if there were matters beyond your resolution, I could seek your aid, and you would not decline as long as it was within your power. Xin Li continued, At that time, I did not ponder it deeply. But after experiencing this calamity, I suddenly comprehended. Given Miss Mi's remarkable abilities, it is not impossible for you to ensure the young master's well-being in Baiyuan City, should you choose to protect him. Moreover, your promise to me seemed to presage that the Sai mansion would face great tribulation, and I would inevitably seek your assistance. Miss Mi, your intentions lie with the Sai mansion, Xin Li asserted. Delicate black tendrils emerged from his eyes, twisting through the air, speckled with countless tiny eyes resembling grains of rice. Mi Bayue gazed on with tranquility. After a moment, Xin Li, suppressing his anguish, inquired. I have but one question. This disaster bears no relation to you, does it? Mi Bayue replied, None whatsoever. Then I can rest easy, Xin Li said, gripping the edge of the table to endure the torment brought by the uncontrollable artifact, regardless of what Miss Mi seeks from the Sai mansion. I implore you for a promise to treat the Sai mansion with kindness. With no hesitation, Mi Bayue replied, Of course. Rather than these matters. She was far more intrigued by the bizarre artifact writhing chaotically in the air. Do you truly not wish for my assistance in retrieving the artifact? Struggling against the agony, Xin Li nearly blurted out an affirmation, but reason intervened just in time, and he smiled as he said, No need. I promise to leave this opportunity for Akai. Xin Li paused momentarily. The lifeline offered was one that no individual with a will to survive could easily dismiss. Thank you, Miss Mi. The Book of Good and Evil unleashed its power, delivering a formidable blow that successfully rendered Shinli unconscious. Unfortunately, such a degree of concealment could not escape the gaze of Mi Bayue, who had donned the guise of a spectral deity through the night-wandering tricks. She reached forth, forcibly extracting the true form of the artifact hidden within Shinli, its delicate tendrils still tightly entwined around him, unwilling to depart from his body. Even in his unconscious state, Shinli suffered from this struggle, blood and tears staining the fabric, with crimson trickling from the corner of his mouth. Mi Bayue glanced at the scene, stating coolly, "Release it, or I shall send you to the altar." The divine voice could not mask the underlying ferocity. The tendrils trembled and reluctantly loosened their grip on Shinli. What she grasped was a clump of tangled fibers. And as she endeavored to insert this mass into the book of good and evil, she once more sensed its resistance. The fibrous clump was absorbed into the pages of the tome. Wondrous artifact. 100 eyes, 2 stars, monsters are rendered invisible under the observation of the 100 eyes, gift of insight, the 100 eyes, born in darkness. Yearn for the light. This is yet another artifact with little offensive power, but it is ideally suited for the director of the Night Watch, facilitating his quest for talent. Mi Bayue removed the Night Wanderer's mask and stepped outside. The guards, Ben Liu and others, turned to look at her upon hearing the door open. Mi Bayue presented a substitute spirit-gathering pill to Ban Liu, saying, "You may either steep it in water to administer to him now, or allow him to consume it directly upon awakening." Although Ban Liu was unaware of the pill's effects, he understood that anything crafted by Mi Bayue's hands must be of exceptional quality. "Thank you, my lord," he replied. The Liu brothers had already rushed into the room to check on Shinli's condition. However, as Mi Bayue was occupied, they were unable to see her and had to relay their inquiries through the house spirit butler. Not long after your departure, the director awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, he entrusted the responsibilities of the night watch to you, my lord. What arrangements shall be made for the resources delivered today by the prominent merchant families? The house spirit conveyed the message to Mi Bayue, along with the list of gifts provided by Xin Lang. A smile graced her delicate face as she remarked, "It appears the parents who intended to send supplies to their children have done so of their own accord before the messenger even arrived. Truly, they are exemplary guardians." Mi Bayue returned the list to the butler and instructed, "Inform Ban Liu and the others to convert the listed items into their monetary value in silver. Record the names of each benefactor, and subsequently prepare an announcement to commend these selfless acts of charity towards the people. Deliver the medicinal herbs from the supplies to this location and optimize the meals at the same manner, providing each of the brave children who fought valiantly in this calamity a chance to express their wishes. Additionally, contact the prefect pay to compile the casualty list from the disaster. Compensation for the deceased can also be applied for through this batch of supplies." Zhai Ling conveyed Mi Bayue's directives to Ban Liu and Xin Lang. The two were taken aback that within such a brief moment, Mi Bayue had already devised solutions for the dilemmas that had troubled them, even addressing matters they had not mentioned. With Mi Bayue at the helm, the people of Sai Manor swiftly sprang into action. Boxes of medicinal herbs were delivered to the entrance of the old residence, requiring no manual labor for transportation, as Xialing effortlessly transported them inside with a single swallow. Inside the manor, the spider children methodically categorized, processed, and refined the herbs in a seamless assembly line operation. Thanks to the unique traits of the wind embrace, these spider children possessed an innate understanding of flora. After demonstrating the process just once, Mi Bayue found them capable of executing the tasks with increasing proficiency, their speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. With the wind embrace overseeing and tending to their work, there was no concern for errors from the spider children. Meanwhile, the wind embrace was also assigned tasks by Mi Bayue. As a creature capable of extracting the essence of plants to produce treasures akin to the longevity pearls, Mi Bayue held high expectations for its potential. Following her meticulous training and experimentation, they gained an alchemical creature capable of producing elixirs from its very being. Feng Baozi's method of alchemy diverges from that of ordinary practitioners. She ingests the precise quantities of ingredients produced by the spider children, adhering meticulously to the prescriptions, and shortly thereafter, she expels perfectly formed pills. The speed and quantity of her production far surpass any conventional techniques employed by Mi Bayue. With such an exceptional aid, Mi Bayue readily relinquished her position in the crafting of potions to attend to other matters. As lunchtime approached, she decided to join Mi Feixue for a meal. Upon entering the courtyard, she was greeted by a group of young masters gathered outside the door. "What are you all doing?" As soon as the children spotted her, they scattered, revealing Mi Feixue, who was sprinting towards her. Mi Bayue affectionately ruffled Feixue's hair and smiled warmly at the gathering of eager young ones. "Lady Mi." Xiao Hui feigned maturity as he performed a gesture of respect towards Mi Bayue. She returned his greeting with a smile, "Young Master Xiao." Feeling the warmth of equality, Xiao Hui perked up. "Ahem, it is like this. We noticed those." He pointed towards the direction of the spider children's courtyard. "Are they engaged in alchemy?" Mi Bayue replied, "Yes, those medicines will help everyone regain their health." Xiao Hui immediately exclaimed, "Can we help too?" Mi Feishue's expression darkened. Why were they still lingering? Noticing her demeanor, Xiao Hui instinctively shrank back, only to be soothed by Mi Bayue's gentle voice. "Do you wish to assist as well?" "Yes, if they can do it." "We certainly can too," Xiao Hui declared with confidence. Mi Bayue then turned her gaze to the others. "Do you all feel the same way?" The other children, upon being asked, eagerly expressed their desire to participate. Mi Bayue remarked, "However, undertaking this task may prove arduous. We are undaunted by hardship," Xiao Hui declared, puffing out his chest. Mi Bayue then cast her gaze upon the others. A cohort of children collectively affirmed, "We fear not the toil." Mi Bayue lowered her eyes in contemplation, while Xiao Hui and the others wore anxious expressions, unable to decipher her feelings. Only Mi Feixue, positioned beside her, could glimpse her face. At that moment, Mi Bayue winked at her, a slight smile gracing her lips. Mi Feixue froze momentarily, her own smile emerging involuntarily. Yet fearing to disrupt the moment, she hastily covered her face with her hands. Delightful. Mi Bayue restrained herself from pinching the child's cheeks and, adopting a serious demeanor, addressed Xiao Hui and the other children. "Very well, I entrust this to you. The citizens of the entire city will be grateful for your contributions." This statement struck a chord with the children, and the mere thought of earning the city's gratitude ignited a blush across their faces. Thus it is. The young master of the esteemed manor wishes to contribute. Upon receiving the notification to inform the parents that their children would remain at the Sai Manor to assist with tasks, Xin Lang spoke with little conviction, fearing reprimand. After conveying the assignment, he added, "Of course, as parents, should you disagree, you may take your children home now." "No, it is not necessary. I am heartened by Huayer's resolve. Let them stay. If any supplies are needed, feel free to send someone to my residence to collect them. This is a commendable act of accumulating virtue. I kindly ask Shen Shaoshi to supervise them closely." "No, it is quite all right." Shen Lang felt overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. Wu Laifeng held the hand of a chubby little girl. "Master Shen." Shen Lang quickly gestured, "Please call me Shaoshi instead." "Mr. Wu, ever gracious and accommodating," said Shen Shaoshi. "This is my daughter. Do you think there is a need for more hands over at Lord Mi's side?" "My daughter has been by my side since childhood. Well versed in pharmacology, and she possesses various other skills as well," Shen Lang replied. He was perplexed. "Mr. Wu, the Sai Mansion is not a comfortable place." "Oh dear. What does comfort matter? The child is not here for leisure. It is indeed troublesome." Mr. Wu pushed his daughter towards Shen Lang, thrusting a pouch of money into his hands. Before Shen Lang could fully comprehend the situation, Mr. Wu swiftly departed with surprising agility for someone of his stature. The chubby girl beside him remarked, "Don't shout. My father has set his sights on Lord Mi." Upon hearing that a group of novice children would be entering Lord Mi's abode, he sent me over this morning, insisting that I find a way to stay close to Lord Mi. Even if I cannot follow him directly, I must remain in the Sai Mansion. In Shen Lang's mind, the Sai Mansion was akin to an orphanage, a place reserved for those without parents or unfortunate children. Everything that transpired today shattered his long-held perceptions. The chubby girl introduced herself. "I am Wu Jian. My father says one must be grateful and repay kindness." "And you?" Shen Lang, as in bright and clear, Shen Lang replied. Wu Jian, without hesitation, grasped his hand. Brother Lang, from now on, you are my brother, and you must take care of me. Xin Lang. Chapter 73. Transformation. The Sai mansion had never been as bustling and mobilized as it was today, nor had it ever experienced such a profound sense of fulfillment. In the past, the common folk, who had always kept their distance, now expressed their gratitude and obedience towards them, while the once haughty aristocratic families treated them with courtesy and respect. Both the government office and the Night Watch Bureau had established reception points for the public. Yet the Night Watch Bureau was bustling with visitors, while the government office saw only a handful. Just as a disciple from the Night Watch Bureau arrived at the government office to convey a message, Pei Yin learned of Mi Bayue's arrangements, exclaiming the virtue of such actions, and then personally brought a group to the Night Watch Bureau to seek an audience. The vibrancy of the Night Watch Bureau, as recounted by his subordinates, paled in comparison to witnessing it firsthand. As Pei Yin dismounted the carriage, he instructed the driver to park the vehicle elsewhere to avoid obstructing the thoroughfare, then led his entourage forward. No cutting in line. Hey, someone's cutting in. A man who was already in line felt a jostle and shouted out, having caught only a glimpse of the figure passing by. Who dares to cut in line? People around turned in unison, united in their indignation. When they realized it was Pei Yin, both sides were left blushing with embarrassment. Pei Yin had never encountered such an awkward situation, and the common folk could hardly fathom a day when they would glare at the governor. The atmosphere turned momentarily tense. Just as Pei Yin contemplated how to gracefully navigate through the incident, a bright, youthful voice rang out. Who dares to cut in line? Anyone who disregards the rules. Step aside for punishment. Du Xingji emerged, his youthful face displaying a serious demeanor. Upon seeing Pei Yin, he paused for a moment and, after surveying the surroundings, uncertainly asked, Uncle Pei, did you cut in line? Faced with such an inquiry from a younger generation and unable to assert his authority in this awkward situation, Pei Yin replied, It's a misunderstanding. I was unaware that there was a queue when I arrived. I merely have official business to discuss with the Night Watch Bureau. In order to swiftly resolve the matter at hand, Pei Yin promptly inquired of Du Xingji, What brings you here? Du Xingji raised his arm, and Pei Yin, taken aback, exclaimed, How did you become a night wanderer? Not quite yet, Du Xingji replied proudly. Master Mi mentioned that I can only be considered a temporary worker for now. Pei Yin was left speechless, having never encountered someone so proud of being a temporary worker. Uncle Pei, are you looking for Master Mi? Allow me to escort you. Du Xingji offered with enthusiasm. Pei Yin acquiesced and followed him. As they approached the gates of the Ce mansion, they encountered a line of orderly citizens. Upon reaching the grand entrance, several tables were set up, where it was evident that scholars were diligently engaged in writing and recording something. Master who? Pei Yin remarked in astonishment, recognizing an elderly gentleman among them. The old man lifted his head. It was indeed the instructor from the initial classes at the provincial academy. Governor, Master Hu greeted Pei Yin with a respectful nod. What brings you here, Master? Pei Yin inquired. Master Hu replied, The provincial academy has recently suspended classes, and the Ce mansion happens to be in need of scholars, so I came to lend a hand. Your noble spirit is commendable, Master, Pei Yin said, bowing in respect. At that moment, Du Xingji tugged at Pei Yin's sleeve, acknowledging the signal. Pei Yin bid farewell to Master Hu and followed Du Xingji into the Ce mansion. Inside, Pei Yin observed other young nobles, similar to Du Xingji, bustling in and out, their flushed faces glistening with perspiration, exuding vitality, so unlike the delicate young masters who would previously complain of foot pain after a mere step. Ah, it's Lu Changyuan. Uncle Pei, we must hide. Du Xingji whispered urgently, pulling Pei Yin to seek cover. Du Xingji. The outcome was that Lu Changyuan intercepted them, standing before them with a stern expression. Why aren't you managing the order outside? What brings you here? Pei Yin felt as though the gaze Lu Changyuan directed at him was akin to that of someone admiring a prized possession. Du Xingji interjected. I am taking Uncle Pei to discuss official matters with Master Mi. Please do not obstruct us. It could hinder Master Mi's affairs. I knew it, Lu Changyuan retorted angrily. We agreed that matters inside would be under my jurisdiction, yet you wish to surreptitiously seize my work. Du Xingji countered loudly. Uncle Pei was seen by me first, thus. He is mine to escort. Do not block my way, or I shall inform Master Mi of your deliberate obstruction. You. Lu Changyuan fumed, nearly beside himself with rage. As the tension between the two escalated, Pei Yin, taken aback, attempted to mediate. This is not a significant matter. Anyone can escort him. You may point the way, and I shall go myself. Absolutely not. Not at all. They both exclaimed in unison. Pei Yin sighed, realizing that this escort duty had become quite a troublesome affair. Delaying like this is not beneficial. Du Xingji glared at Lu Changyuan, who stood his ground resolutely. How about we all go together? Pei Yin suggested. Du Xingji scoffed, while Lu Changyuan replied eagerly, that sounds fine. However, those accompanying Uncle Pei should refrain from joining us. Master Mi's residence does not welcome outsiders. The Feixue is in dire need of hands for work, so let them assist elsewhere, Lu Changyuan asserted, gesturing towards the officers following Pei Yin, who appeared small yet formidable. Du Xingji nodded in agreement. Indeed, let them assist. They are of no use lingering by Uncle Pei's side. Pei Yin found himself both amused and exasperated, remarking, how is it that you are already considering the interests of the SYF after such a short time? Nevertheless, he conceded that the young boy had a point and instructed the constables to collaborate with the steward of the SYF in coordinating their efforts. Upon entering the old residence, the two young masters navigated the space with an ease that suggested familiarity, their steps light and cheerful. This was Pei Yin's first visit to MBU's abode, and he could scarcely contain his curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, DXNGZH leaned in and whispered, Uncle Pei Yin, let me confide in you that the master is not selflessly offering his assistance. Oh, Pei Yin chuckled, intrigued by the prospect of hearing some gossip about the master. DXNGZH continued, by helping the SYF, he is able to obtain a protective talisman personally inscribed by Lord M. Many have sought this, and my father, despite his wealth, cannot acquire one even with money. Yet the master merely has to write a few characters to secure it. A protective talisman? Pei Yin inquired, having heard tales of the Feixue shop. Is it one of those from the Feixue shop? DXNGZH nodded. Then, with a hint of jealousy, added, humph, that boss W is utterly shameless. He receives benefits and still insists on shoving a plump girl into the mix. A plump girl? Could she be his child? Just as Pei Yin was about to probe further, they turned a corner and arrived at the inner courtyard. Suddenly, his gaze was met with a vast array of spiderlings, causing him to gasp in surprise and come to an abrupt halt. DXNGZH and Li Ch and Juin exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing with delight. Uncle Pei Yin, there is no need to be afraid. They won't harm you. DXNGZH assured him with a smile. Li Ch and Juin puffed out his chest, declaring, they are quite well behaved. They are all good children. Pei Yin could discern their intention to mock his awkwardness, yet the sight of so many spiderlings gathered together was still too overwhelming for someone like him, who had spent decades dismissing the existence of ghosts and monsters. When Feng Baozi appeared, cradling a spider infant, Pei Yin's heart raced, only to see two children hastening forward. Stop. He tried to dissuade them too late. Du Xingji and Lu Changyuan had already reached Feng Baozi's side, each more charming than the last. Hello, Aunt Feng. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Feng. Xiaoji has worked diligently today as well. Feng Baozi tilted her head and retrieved a glass vial from her clothing. The two young masters eagerly spread their hands in anticipation. Feng Baozi poured a bead into each of their palms. Thank you, Aunt Feng. Aunt Feng is beautiful and kind-hearted. Feixue. At that moment, Mi Bayue emerged from the room and looked towards Feng Baozi. The two young masters, sensing the shift, stood obediently. Lord Pei, Mi Bayue called out to Pei Yin. Pei Yin responded, Yes. Please come in, Mi Bayue urged. She had already been aware of their presence since they entered the old residence. Chapter 74. The Paper Talisman Production Group. Mi Bayue poured a diluted potion for Pei Yin. Pei Yin, not paying attention, assumed it was ordinary tea, and upon drinking it, felt a surge of energy, his taut nerves beginning to relax. Is that person outside the same one who was in the cell yesterday? Pei Yin inquired. Mi Bayue replied, This calamity is unrelated to it. It is merely that wicked individuals are exploiting its abilities for chaos. It poses no inherent danger, provided one does not provoke it intentionally. Certainly, certainly, Pei Yin responded. Recalling the time when the woman held a pouch containing an infant, his emotions a tapestry of complexity. That female spider, her name is Feng Baozi, Mi Bayue interjected. Pei Yin then remarked, the child that Miss Feng carried must be my fortunate surviving grandniece. Correct? Mi Bayue nodded and inquired, what does Hu Yuyan intend to do with this child? Pei Yin replied, she is likely in a state of shock. From her account, the child has grown unexpectedly and has caused her considerable distress, subsequently emerging from her womb and nearly costing her life. Moreover, my niece remains oblivious to this matter. She fears that if it were to become public, it would tarnish her reputation and possibly lead to marital discord. His words were delicately phrased. Yet the implication was unmistakable. She wished to rid herself of the child. Mi Bayue raised her gaze to Pei Yin, who averted his eyes. Pei Yin found himself at a loss for words, for Mi Bayue had articulated the truth. The previous day, when he had discussed the infant with Hu Yuyan, her demeanor had been frantic, her words laced with resentment, indicating her desire to dispose of this monster and ensure that no one learned of its existence. She insisted that Pei Yin eliminate anyone privy to the secret. Indeed, it was a family disgrace, although Pei Yin was displeased with Hu Yuyan's irrationality. He nonetheless issued a gag order. However, that applied solely to the officials. He had no authority or courage to dictate terms to Mi Bayue. Furthermore, I must advocate for that child, Mi Bayue said with a gentle smile. It is not that the child nearly took Hu Yuyan's life, but rather that Hu Yuyan's life was spared by the child's fortunate arrival. The elder of the Wen family had bestowed the spider seed upon Hu Yuyan. Had she not fortuitously been with child, the offspring would have absorbed the spider seed, triggering the protective rules of Feng Baozi, thus sparing Hu Yuyan from the fate of becoming a spider nest and allowing all those in the prison to evade disaster. Pei Yin did not comprehend the meanings of terms such as spider seed, rules, or spider nest. Yet he grasped the essence of Mi Bayue's words. The safety of most individuals in the prison was owing to the sacrifice of this unborn child. He fell into a contemplative silence, feeling a sense of shame for having once harbored feelings of aversion towards the infant deep within his heart. The discussion on this topic came to a close, and Mi Bayue then expressed her desire to borrow personnel from Pei Yin. The personnel from the CE mansion are insufficient. Relying on the common folk for assistance is inappropriate. After all, the officials of the mansion are part of a public institution, which would be more readily accepted by the populace. Of course, I am here for that very purpose. Those accompanying me have already been arranged to assist, and if more are needed, we can dispatch additional personnel. Mi Bayue shook her head and produced a ledger. This is the account of resources selflessly donated by various households. The expenditures for this disaster relief will be drawn from it. Pei Yin accepted the ledger, his eyes widening at the astonishing figures inscribed upon it. When had the typically miserly wealthy merchants ever been so generous? The supplies and antidotes designated for the mansion have already been prepared. Lord Pei may take them along when he departs for the mansion. Upon hearing this, Pei Yin understood that Mi Bayue intended to share the credit with him. In the current circumstances, the CE mansion held the antidote, received the supplies, and had the people's support as well. She could easily monopolize all the benefits, and he had mentally prepared himself to play a supporting role, yet unexpectedly, he still harbored hopes of sharing in the gains. Mi Bayue remarked, the Cyan Mansion and the government office are fundamentally interconnected, each fulfilling its designated role. Pei Yin stood up and solemnly declared, Your Excellency Mi, your nobility of spirit is commendable. With this newfound bond of mutual interest, Pei Yin's demeanor towards Mi Bayue became noticeably more affable. He inquired, when can we expect the children in the courtyard to recover? What precautions should be taken during their rehabilitation? Mi Bayue replied, the duration of recovery varies depending on the severity of their transformations. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the children will be sent to the Cyan Mansion, while the government office will be responsible for the critically ill adults. That is agreeable. Pei Yin concurred with this arrangement. As the individuals within the government office were merely ordinary citizens who, despite knowing that the spider children posed no threat, would still struggle to accept these transformed youths easily. Once the official matters were concluded, Pei Yin recognized it was time to take his leave. He rose, gazing at Mi Bayue, hesitating with unspoken words. Mi Bayue smiled and said, "If you have any further matters, Lord Pei, feel free to speak." Pei Yin chuckled lightly, feigning nonchalance as he said, "I have heard that your excellency possesses a form of protective talisman." Mi Bayue raised an eyebrow, instructing, "Zhai, fetch 3 talismans." As she spoke, a hole opened in the table between them, and 3 talismans, drawn by Mi Bayue, emerged. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Pei Yin could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Mi Bayue explained, "The term protective talisman is a misnomer. This is the Scion talisman." "Scion talisman?" Pei Yin asked earnestly. Mi Bayue responded, "It is specifically crafted to exorcise the malevolent spirits of this world." Pei Yin suddenly felt the talisman in his hand grow warm. Reflecting on his experiences over the past few days, the crumbling foundations of his beliefs began to be gradually reconstructed by the gentle tones of Mi Bayue. Mi Bayue smiled and said, "There is no need for you to be troubled, Sir Pei. Whether you believe or not does not affect the efficacy of this talisman." Pei Yin's face flushed with embarrassment. He had sought this talisman himself, and now his ambivalence felt utterly inappropriate. "You jest, esteemed me. In the past, I was indeed ignorant." He carefully stored the talisman, expressed his gratitude to Mi Bayue, and took his leave. As he exited through the main gate, the guards were transporting supplies past the onlooking citizens, loudly proclaiming that adult patients could collect their medicine from the government office. Due to the overwhelming number of people at the CE mansion, those in line behind confirmed that the antidote indeed originated from there and dispersed towards the government office. This not only alleviated the workload of the CE mansion, but also garnered goodwill from the populace, allowing them to avoid a longer wait. Truly a most favorable outcome. After bidding farewell to Pei Yin, Mi Bayue remained seated, spreading the book of good and evil before her. She gazed thoughtfully at the page depicting the incomplete bewitchment technique, its ethereal glow faintly visible. Using Pei Yin as an example, the combination of everyday speech with the incomplete bewitchment technique could achieve a mild suggestive hypnosis. Unlike the complete bewitchment technique, which forcibly hypnotized and controlled individuals. Once the spell faltered, it could trigger a sense of alertness and rejection. The sound of deliberate footsteps approached. Mi Feixue grasped her hand and led her away to her room. There, Mi Feixue handed her a piece of paper from her desk, her eyes sparkling with joy. It was a diagram of the Foxfire spell, with a subtle glow dancing along the lines of the illustration. The spell diagram. Mi Feixue produced a piece of paper that she had tucked within her diary, revealing the original spell diagram of Foxfire, meticulously drawn by Mi Bayue. She then pointed towards the inkstone, where half of a grinding ink child was peeking out. Understanding dawned upon Mi Bayue. They have successfully absorbed the spirit crystal and utilized it to replicate the spell diagram? Mi Feixue nodded in affirmation. A smile illuminated Mi Bayue's face. "You have been an immense help, my dear." This praise was precisely what Mi Feixue yearned for, and she could not contain her joy. The ink swayed gently. Mi Bayue turned her gaze towards the grinding ink child. "Of course, you all have contributed as well." She set aside the spell diagram and skillfully drew a command talisman on a fresh sheet of paper. "I will need your assistance once more." She addressed the captain of the grinding ink children. Following the establishment of the Strange Tales Potion Manufacturing Group, she had now acquired the Eerie Talisman Paper Production Group. Little Lucky Star, Mi Bayue affectionately patted Mi Feixue, whose eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 75. The Rice Bugs. Subsequently, through Mi Bayue's experimental calculations, it was determined that replicating a low-tier spell diagram required the collaborative efforts of 5 grinding ink children. Each spirit crystal absorbed by the ink children enabled them to produce 5 pristine versions or 50 inferior versions, barely suitable for mere tricks. While Mi Bayue remained unaware of the market price for spell talisman paper in Lingzhou, it was not difficult to surmise that the replication group formed by the grinding ink children would undoubtedly be a lucrative venture. This assured profit stemmed from the fact that the ink children's replication bore no failure rate, and the absorbed spirit crystal ink was beneficial for their own growth, continuously nurturing their development. Who could have imagined that a group of the most inferior beings, classified merely as lowly entities in the realm of literature, would possess such immense potential? Mi Bayue cast a spirit crystal into the inkstone, subsequently entrusting 10 more to Mi Feixue for safekeeping. Feel free to have them replicate any spell diagrams you fancy. Keep the perfected versions for your own use, and the inferior ones can be played with or gifted at your discretion. The ink-splashing imp, immersed in the ink, observed the spirit crystals on the table. Ink droplets dripping from its mouth, its eyes bulging in astonishment. Mi Feixue, however, returned 8 of the crystals to Mi Bayue, expressing that she did not require so many. Mi Bayue affectionately ruffled her hair and chuckled, "Darling, keep them for me. I shall come to retrieve them when I find myself in need." Only then did Mi Feixue cherish the remaining spirit crystals. As a lowly entity accustomed to the literary domain, the ink-splashing imp possessed a low level of power, yet high intelligence. It recognized from Mi Feixue's demeanor that these spirit crystals were unlikely to find their way into its possession, leaving it despondent as it submerged itself further into the ink. Lamenting its fate, Mi Bayue, having other matters to attend to, did not linger. Before departing, she noticed that although Mi Feixue remained still, a sense of reluctance emanated from her eyes. After a moment's contemplation, Mi Bayue extended her hand. "Shall we go together to explore the newly established medicinal fields?" Mi Feixue quickly grasped her hand, only to realize the overt nature of her actions, casting a shy glance at Mi Bayue. Mi Bayue chuckled softly, leading her to the medicinal fields designated behind the old residence. This time, the supplies sent by various families were abundant, in addition to the processed herbs. Mi Bayue also discovered some living medicinal plants. She promptly established a medicinal herb garden at the ancestral home, intending to cultivate herbal plants for her future biological research. The garden was swiftly transformed. Within the span of a thought, the land was tilled under the influence of the ancestral spirit. Subsequently, the task of sowing and tending to the garden was entrusted to the 3 peculiar little spider children of the one family. As they darted through the fields, their eyes were primarily drawn to the figure of Mi Bayue, eagerly approaching her. Mi Feixue bit her lip, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion. It was only natural that so many were fond of Bayue. Anyone's affection for her was understandable, and the desire to draw near was equally justifiable. She could not afford to be petty. "You go play with them first. I will take a look," Mi Bayue said, releasing Mi Feixue's hand. Mi Feixue glanced at the 3 spider children and obediently nodded. Meanwhile, Mi Bayue personally inspected the sowing and transplanting in the herb garden. On the other side, the 3 spider children and Mi Feixue stood apart, less than a meter away, yet feeling as if a vast chasm separated them. One side trembled in fear, hesitant to approach, while the other bore a stony expression, clearly disinterested in playing. As Mi Bayue approached, the spider children seemed to feel liberated, quickly retreating behind her. Unbeknownst to them, this pitiful display of seeking refuge only diminished Mi Feixue's regard for them, prompting her to hurriedly defend herself to Mi Bayue. "I didn't bully them." Mi Bayue offered Mi Feixue a reassuring glance and addressed the spider children, saying, "You may go about your own business." She then took Mi Feixue's hand once more and led her away. Along the way, she inquired, "Do you not like them?" Mi Feixue nodded and shook her head simultaneously. "It's all right if you don't like them," Mi Bayue pondered. "Then I suppose I shall take it upon myself to write." Feixue shook her hand in confusion, asking, "What should I write?" Bayue replied with a smile, "We need to assign them an identity." Feixue blinked in surprise. Bayue gently elaborated, "It means we must concoct a story. Since they cannot revert to their human forms, they will need to live in the world under entirely new identities. To help the common folk recognize and accept their existence, we must fabricate a new identity for them." Upon hearing this, Feixue became quite agitated. Her Bayue was personally crafting stories for others. The air, apart from Bayue, stirred with an invisible tumult. The primary entity, the spirit of the residents, trembled, and the grass peeking through the stone crevices recoiled. "I originally thought the little one would be interested in this," Bayue mused, also reflecting on her own proficiency. As a physician accustomed to the cycles of life and death, whose writings largely consisted of succinct experimental records, she felt uncertain about her storytelling abilities and began contemplating other candidates. Suddenly, her hand was tugged. Lowering her gaze, she saw Feixue nodding vigorously, pointing to herself 3 times. The little one is interested. The little one can do it. The little one will write. Bayue, taken aback, was puzzled by Feixue's sudden fervor but nodded in agreement under the child's unwavering gaze. With determination, Feixue dashed to her room to begin her creative endeavor, as if fearing that any delay might lead her to reconsider, leaving Bayue both amused and exasperated. She called out to the spirit of the residence, relaying key points regarding the new identity for the spider child, instructing the spirit to communicate these to Feixue later. The spirit listened attentively, and after careful analysis, confirmed that these points would not trigger the young mistress's sensitive nerves, proceeding cautiously to deliver the message. Later that night, at the desk, Mi Bayue held the new work of Feixue in her hands. Grandfather carries a large toad, intending to feed it worms. Where are the worms? Upon looking down, it is oneself. Grandmother calls for dinner. It turns out we are the rice. It hurts, it hurts. The rice worm cries, the toad laughs, the spider bites, and the rice worm is about to be devoured. I am so scared, so scared. The rice worm weeps, the parents flee. Why? It turns out the rice worm has grown up. Do not run, do not run. The rice worm chases, unwanted by anyone. A gust of wind comes, embracing it. Good, good. The rice worm smiles, consuming poison, waiting for the wind, calling for mother to hold. Mi Bayue's gaze shifted from the paper to Feixue's face. The child feigned calmness. Yet the emotions were poorly concealed, as the rapid blinking of her eyes betrayed her anxious heart. Mi Bayue intentionally refrained from commenting on the quality of the work, instead pointing to the beginning and asking, how does the baby know that grandfather carries the toad and grandmother calls for dinner? Feixue promptly wrote on the paper. They said it themselves, crying as they spoke, their voices loud. The baby did not eavesdrop on purpose. Mi Bayue quickly grasped that they referred to the 3 peculiar children of the one family. She recalled that Feixue possessed innate talents, endowed with certain shadowy abilities typically associated with her nocturnal performances. For instance, the ability to see through the bizarre, comprehend the language of the strange, grasp their intentions, and inflict harm upon them with her bare hands. Upon finishing her writing, Feixue's gaze became more anxious. Did Bayue discover the selfish little thoughts within the baby story? Truly remarkable, my dear. Laughter resonated from above, followed by a gentle caress upon her head. Mi Feixue looked up in surprise. Mi Bayue gently ruffled her hair, saying, You have written splendidly, you have been a tremendous help. Any thoughts of regret or destruction evaporated from Mi Feixue's mind. As the night deepened and all things fell into slumber, in the medicinal field area, the 3 spider children in the small cottage opened their eyes. Their expressions were bewildered yet inherently peculiar, with complex pupils that obscured their humanity. Their skeletal structures and cells were silently growing, akin to children in their developmental phase, experiencing nightly growth. This change was imperceptible day by day, but as time accumulated, one would suddenly realize they had grown taller and larger. They emitted inaudible sound waves from their mouths, and before long, a figure cradling an infant, Feng Baozi, appeared in the cottage. The one family spider children crawled beside it, curling up in a posture of reliance and protection. Aside, have you discerned the selfish little thoughts concealed within Feixue's nursery rhyme? Chapter 76, Shenong the next morning. A new announcement was posted outside the Sai mansion, one summarizing the donations from various distinguished families the previous day, expressing gratitude for their contributions to the citizens of Bayuan City. The other listed the names of children who had recovered, inviting their parents to come and collect them. Over the years, the trials of life had gradually tempered the pride of his youth. He longed only for a stable and peaceful existence. Orphaned at a young age, he had married a wife who had wandered in from another region, and together they had a daughter, making their family of 3 manage a modest yet satisfactory life. Who could have anticipated that a calamity would shatter the tenuous stability of life? His daughter has been missing since the day before, her fate unknown. His wife has also fallen into distress, now lying feebly in bed, having imparted her last wishes this morning, claiming she is to meet their daughter. After purchasing some ginseng slices, only a few coins remain. Shenong gazes at a particular poison he recognizes within the apothecary and requests the young attendant to procure some for him. The attendant casts a curious glance in his direction and declines, stating, "This medicine cannot be sold indiscriminately." Chen Nong offers a wry smile, assuring him, "Rest assured, I do not intend to use it to harm anyone." Upon hearing this, the attendant realizes Chen Nong understands the properties of the substance and becomes even more hesitant to sell it. "Then what do you intend to purchase it for? Without a physician's prescription, we cannot dispense medicine freely." Just as Chen Nong is about to elucidate, the sound of gongs resonates from outside, accompanied by the bright voice of a youth proclaiming, "A child in Sai Mansion has recovered. A child has recovered. A child in Sai Mansion has recovered?" The attendant exclaims, "I must seek the shopkeeper for leave to witness this." Without waiting for a response, he dashes away, leaving Chen Nong unable to call after him. Moments later, the sounds of an argument emerge from behind the curtain. "You cannot even read. What purpose would your visit serve? You wouldn't comprehend anything. My younger brother is inside. What if the recovered child is him? Shopkeeper, would you consider withholding 2 days of my wages? Do you not have parents? Let them go instead. My parents are elderly. Then perhaps you should cease working altogether." Before long, the innkeeper emerged, his face smeared with dust and dirt. Upon spotting Chen Nong still standing in place, the innkeeper, who was on the verge of losing his temper, hesitated momentarily. He scrutinized Chen Nong closely and suddenly inquired, "You, my good fellow, strike me as an educated man. Can you read?" Chen Nong, taken aback for a moment, nodded. The innkeeper immediately grasped his hand, excitement evident in his voice. "In that case, dear brother, could you assist me by visiting the Sai Prefecture? I seek news of a boy named Feng, affectionately known as Little Doozy." Chen Nong, clutching the coins that had been thrust into his hand, found himself being both thanked and pushed out the door by the innkeeper. As he made his way to the Sai Prefecture, he noticed a multitude of townsfolk traveling alongside him. Their conversations revolved around the Sai Prefecture and the government offices, expressing an unwavering trust in their authority. Typically reticent, Chen Nong could not restrain himself any longer and interjected, "It is quite peculiar to see the Sai Prefecture and the officials so concerned for the welfare of the people. What has prompted this unexpected benevolence? Surely, there must be some hidden agenda." "Your perspective is misguided," one of the townsfolk retorted. "My family was saved by a disciple of the Sai Prefecture, and after receiving the free medicine they provided, my ailments were miraculously cured. If you harbor doubts, why accompany us to the Sai Prefecture?" Chen Nong wished to clarify that it was not his intention to visit the Sai Prefecture. Rather, he had been compelled by circumstance. However, the glares from the surrounding crowd silenced him, leaving the increasingly introverted Chen Nong at a loss for words. Upon arriving at the Sai Prefecture, he was astonished by the lively scene at the entrance, a stark contrast to the long lines he had witnessed the previous day. Determined not to join the queue, he resolved to merely check the announcements before taking his leave. The announcement board was surrounded by a throng of people, all calling out and inquiring if their children's names were listed. At the forefront stood a scholar, his voice hoarse from shouting, though his figure remained unseen amidst the crowd. As he called out the names of the children one by one, "Quiet down, everyone. Please, be silent. Your shouting drowns out the speaker." Chen Nong found it impossible to push through the throng. After straining to listen for a while, he heard neither Feng nor Xiaoduzi's name and felt that his effort had been in vain. His wife awaited his return at home, and he could not afford to linger here any longer. Just as he turned to leave, a name pierced through the clamor and rooted him to the spot. Chen Meyer. Those he had pushed past muttered angrily, "Are you out of your mind? How dare you shove?" Chen Nong exclaimed, "I heard my daughter's name. I must see if it's true." Most of the crowd was comprised of parents searching for their own children, and they empathized with him, parting to allow him passage. Chen Nong reached the front and finally discerned the characters on the announcement board, spotting his daughter's name. To ensure the parents could confirm their children's identities, additional details regarding the child's age and characteristics were inscribed beside the name. Upon reading it, tears welled in Chen Nong's eyes, affirming that it was indeed his daughter. An elderly man beside him inquired, "Is your child listed?" Yes. Chen Nong choked out. The old man responded, "What joyous news. Then why are you still standing here? Hurry to the Saifu and claim your child." Another elder who had squeezed out alongside him asked in confusion, "Why are you lingering again?" Chen Nong, bewildered, nodded. "I'm going to queue." "What line are you waiting in?" "The children are all waiting for their parents, and you still think of seeking medicine first?" The old man glared at Chen Nong furiously. Chen Nong, filled with trepidation, replied, "No, I am unsure where to go or whom to ask for my child." The old man retorted, "Follow me." Chen Nong obediently trailed behind him. Along the way, he overheard the old man muttering, "What kind of person is this? How can one be so irresponsible? While my child suffers, others' children seem to recover." Chen Nong's ears burned with embarrassment. "Two young attendants, we have come to collect a child," the old man said politely to the two little ones. One small child gave him a scrutinizing glance and produced a piece of paper from his sleeve, asking, "Which child? What is their name?" "Chen Mayer," Chen Nong answered. "Her nickname is Flower Cat." The nearby child chuckled, "Flower Cat? What kind of nickname is that?" He was then nudged by the child holding the paper. "Be serious." The other child instantly adopted a solemn expression. Chen Nong's heart was heavy with worry. "Come with me." The child with the paper called out and, without waiting for him to catch up, started walking ahead. The old man urged Chen Nong, "Hurry up. You, young man, are not as dependable as a child." Chen Nong was perplexed as to how the old man discerned reliability from a child. He bowed in gratitude to the old man and hurried after the leading child. This was his first time entering the SYF, and he did not find it remarkably different from other residences, thinking that the rumors were indeed exaggerated. It was not until they reached a small courtyard, bustling with peculiar, spider-like children busily at work, that Chen Nong's mind was overwhelmed, and he felt dizzy. The young child, still waiting for a spectacle, grew increasingly disappointed and astonished as no cries of surprise emerged. He glanced at Chen Nong, who appeared somewhat hesitant. Yet, Chen Nong, though aware of the child's gaze, found himself unable to speak, pondering that it was not courage that held him back, but rather fear that rendered him voiceless, his legs trembling beneath him as he struggled to maintain his composure. "Chen Mayer," the child shouted towards the spider child, "Your family has come to fetch you. Hurry out." Before long, a girl with two braided pigtails emerged. "Mayer." Upon seeing her, Chen Nong felt a surge of vitality and moved toward her. "Dad." Upon their meeting, Chen Mayer was enveloped in Chen Nong's embrace, who examined her from head to toe. A phrase of concern lingered in his throat, yet he could not voice it. The daughter he had not seen for several days appeared radiant, her lips rosy and her complexion glowing, her bright eyes reflecting an even sharper wit than before. The child, growing impatient, waved his hand. "Let us go. You've gathered your people. Do not disturb others here." As Chen Nong clutched Chen Mayer, she, reluctant to part, turned to the child and asked, "Brother Huai, will Mayer be able to come here to play with everyone again?" Chen Nong gasped. Xiao Huai retorted, "Who is your brother Huai? Do not call me that indiscriminately." His expression was one of pride. The CE mansion is not a place one can simply visit. To have come here even once is a stroke of luck for you. Now, off you go. Chen Mei looked hurt, while Chen Nong felt utterly exhausted. Pondering whether his daughter had fallen under some enchantment, Chen Nong observed several scholars in traditional attire trailing behind the elderly man. Lowering his head to conceal his feelings of inadequacy, he murmured, "Master." The old man was indeed the esteemed instructor of the primary learning hall within the academy, and also Chen Nong's former mentor. "Is the child recovered?" "Congratulations," the venerable master who remarked, taking note of the girl in Chen Nong's arms, "Chen Mayer." The master perceived the situation clearly, lamenting the lost potential of a student he once held in high regard. Suddenly, a thought flickered through his mind.